He is just a regular high school kid who secretly runs the entire Korean underworld. We are talking trillions in the bank. Even a guy like Elon Musk would have to hit him up on speed dial. Tycoons and politicians can barely breathe when he is around. This is our main man, Mu Hyuk. But in his past life, he was just a low-level debt collector working the streets for scraps. Even though his grandpa was the king of loan sharks, Mu Hyuk was treated like a total outsider. They used him like a common servant, giving him absolutely nothing but a hard time. Since he was too good at his job, they rewarded him with a one-way ticket to the afterlife. It is a total joke you get mocked if you are lazy and hunted if you are smart. But instead of a cold death, a blinding light suddenly hit him. Mu Hyuk woke up on a sunny beach with the sand between his toes. He looked around, totally stunned, unable to believe this new reality. He jumped up, his chest heaving with pure terror. What the hell is going on? Looking at his old school uniform and the Mu Hyuk name tag on his chest, he realized he was alive. Before he could process it, a brutal kick from behind sent him flying into the water. He scrambled out of the surf, coughing and sputtering. What a welcome. He just got resurrected and someone is already trying to take his head off. His eyes went cold as he took in the scene. It was a massive brawl on the beach. Dozens of kids in school uniforms were throwing hands and kicking each other in total, chaotic madness. Even heaven is a mess, I guess. In the middle of the fight, Hui Sung landed a thunderous punch that sent a guy flying. Mu Hyuk just stayed cool, wondering what the hell happened. Some punk in a blue shirt rushed him, screaming. Without missing a beat, Mu Hyuk grabbed him and shut him down. The hit was so hard it launched the kid through the air and into the ocean. Mu Hyuk clenched his fists, feeling a surge of energy. His body felt light and fast, just like his youth. Right then, another group charged at him, screaming the name Kim Mu Hyuk. He gave them a cold, lethal glare. With zero effort, he snapped a high kick right into the leader face. He wanted to enjoy being young, but it looks like it is time for some real combat. Using his momentum, he spun into a series of flawless moves, taking out the rest of them. The kids in blue were left groaning on the sand in a world of pain. Surrounded, Mu Hyuk kept dropping power shots. Every punch landed hard, leaving his opponents with no time to react before their faces hit the deck. Another guy tried a sneak attack, but Mu Hyuk ducked and countered with a nasty hook to the ribs. In seconds, the entire blue shirt gang was sprawled out on the beach, crying. Standing in the middle of the wreckage, he looked down at the losers with cold eyes and growled, "Get lost, you little punks." His vibe was so terrifying that the students lost their minds. They scrambled to their feet, yelling to run, and bolted from the beach. Mu Hyuk just watched them go, wondering where they were headed. Lee Myung-soo showed up, shouting that they better not come back unless they want another beatdown. Turning to Mu Hyuk, who was still getting up, Myung-soo asked if he was okay. Then he started complaining, saying he came here to meet girls but only found a fight. Seeing his friend looking dazed, Myung-soo gestured toward him. "You are sweating buckets, man. You okay?" Mu Hyuk just stared at him, totally confused. He could not believe what he was seeing. Is this guy really just a student? His eyes locked onto the name tag on the other kid chest. It said Lee Myung-soo. Was this really his ride or die from middle school? Just then, a heavy arm wrapped around his neck. A voice praised him, saying our Mu Hyuk really is the best fighter around. You just wrecked all those guys solo. Mu Hyuk realized it was Baek Hui Sung, another one of his best friends from back in the day. This was getting wild. He remembered Hui Sung becomes a cop later, so he could handle any trouble. He was the perfect muscle to have around while Mu Hyuk tried to figure out this new reality. Mu Hyuk asked, "Guys, where are we?" Myung-soo mocked him, asking if his brain was scrambled. "We are at Gwangali Beach, you total idiot. Where else?" Hearing the name Gwangali, Mu Hyuk repeated it in total shock. Myung-soo started getting worried about his friend's weird behavior. "Hey, what is wrong with you? You are talking with a Seoul accent and asking where we are. Did they kick you in the head?" He grabbed Mu Hyuk's head to check it out, muttering that it felt like a rock. Mu Hyuk sighed, sweat dripping down his face. He looked at his two friends and asked, "What year is it?" Myung-soo looked at him like he was an alien. "It is 1990, obviously." September 21st, 1990. Worried, Myung-soo kept poking Mu Hyuk's head and asked if he really got brain damage. Mu Hyuk winced. "Hey, stop it. That actually hurts." His mind raced with the date September 21st, 1990. In the distance, a giant balloon for the beach festival floated in the sky, confirming the era. Old cars filled the streets, proving he was back in time. Mu Hyuk realized he had died in the ocean, only to wake up 30 years in the past. While he was freaking out, Myung-soo rubbed his stomach and said he was starving. Hui Sung was totally down for a meal too. "Let us get noodles, my treat." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning hit Mu Hyuk's brain. His eyes went wide. Wait, September 21st, 1990. Without saying a word, he turned and sprinted across the sand. Myung-soo yelled after him, wondering where the hell he was going in such a rush. Mu Hyuk ran, gritting his teeth. On this exact day, his grandma, the only family he ever had, died. A painful memory had just become a terrifying reality he had to stop. In his dark memories, he saw her lying on the cold floor of their dim room. Today was the day she passed away, and he could not let it happen again. At the funeral, he was a wreck, kneeling before her altar. She died of a stroke. People said if someone had just found her and called an ambulance sooner, she would have lived. Thinking of that, Mu Hyuk pushed his body to the absolute limit. His eyes burned with determination. He had to change this brutal fate, no matter what it took. As the sun set, he saw her familiar shadow at the top of the stairs. She looked surprised. Is school over? Why are you home so early, kiddo? She took his hand, the same warm, wrinkled hand he thought he would never feel again. Looking at her kind, loving face, Mu Hyuk could barely choke out the word grandma. Childhood memories flooded back like a movie. Her feeding him, giving him baths, and those simple birthday parties where it was just the high of them. She gently touched his face, worried. Why are you out of breath? Did you run home because you were hungry? Seeing him cry, she asked, why the tears? Did something happen? Mu Hyuk could only stammer through his tears. No, I really missed you, Grandma. He grabbed her tight, burying his face into the shoulder of his only living relative. Grandma chuckled, oh my, why are you suddenly like this? Seeing our Mu Hyuk cry made her feel like he was a small child again. She remembered how adorable he was, whether laughing or crying. When did he get so big? Mu Hyuk whispered her name, then quickly wiped away his tears. His gaze turned dead serious, like a switch had flipped. Grandma, listen, now is not the time. We have to hit the hospital right now. She looked totally lost. Hospital? Why? Mu Hyuk begged her, you could collapse any second. Please, we need to get you checked out. She kept asking why they were going, but Mu Hyuk just grabbed her hand and started pulling. Hurry up, Grandma, I am not letting you die on me. He was frantic. His words were desperate, like he was trying to outrun fate. Grandma just laughed at her grandson's panic. Oh, honey, why would I die? I am staying around until you get hitched and have kids. She squeezed Mu Hyuk's shaking hands and gave him a gentle, reassuring smile. Do not you worry about me, okay? She told him to go to his room while she finished cooking. He watched her thin back, heart heavy with a million feelings. Soon, a simple, steaming meal was served on the table. He stared at the food. She asked if it was too plain, but to him, this was the best feast in the entire world. Nothing else even came close. He could not help it. I am eating everything, he said, shoveling it in. Grandma laughed. Whoa, slow down. People are going to think you have been starving for a year. People are going to think you have been starving for a whole year. She headed to the kitchen, telling him to wait for his favorite corn tea. Mu Hyuk watched her, realizing this simple meal was all he actually needed. Tears rolled down his face, mixing with the bitter rice. He cursed himself. Why did I have to be a freaking lapdog for Tae-san and the Cho family? Thinking about that blind loyalty made him feel pure regret. He had traded his whole life for nothing but a hollow, broken heart. It was a complete waste. Suddenly, a loud crash from the kitchen made him jump. He ran inside and froze. His grandma was slumped on the cold floor, completely out cold. Dishes were shattered everywhere. Grandma, he screamed, his voice cracking. She was pale and barely breathing. He started panicking, his heart racing a mile a minute. They rushed her to the ER immediately. Seeing her hooked up to all those tubes and wires made his heart drop. The doctor looked at him, dead serious. Any later, and it would have been a total disaster. He said she was stable but needed more tests and likely surgery. The doctor stared right at Mu Hyuk, making sure the kid understood exactly how serious the situation was. If we do not act, she could collapse again at any time. Mu Hyuk stood there in shock, eyes wide with fear. He could not lose her now. Mu Hyuk stared at the 2 measly coins in his hand. It was a joke. He used to handle billions of won, and now he was dead broke. Shaking, he handed the spare change to the nurse. His buddy Myung-soo saw him struggling and immediately handed over the cash his dad just gave him. Myung-soo's family ran the major clubs in Nam-po-dong. Mu Hyuk hesitated but took it, swearing to repay every cent. Right now, Myung-soo brushed it off, saying they were all in this together. He patted Mu Hyuk's shoulder, telling him to keep the cash and promising the whole crew would visit. True friendship was his only lifeline. Even with his friends helping out, Mu Hyuk could not stop stressing about the massive medical bills and long-term care his grandma needed. Back in the office, the doc dropped the hammer. She needed emergency surgery immediately to prevent another stroke. Without it, she was a ticking time bomb. When Mu Hyuk asked about the total cost, he felt like his old big-shot CEO self again. Back then, that amount was pocket change. But for a broke student who just got a second chance at life, 10 million won felt impossible when you only have literal spare change in your pocket. Mu Hyuk ground his teeth, clenching his fists in total frustration. The gap between his two lives had never felt so painfully obvious. To pay for that surgery, he had only one play left. He walked to the payphone outside the hospital in the middle of the night, hands shaking as he dropped in his last coins. After it rang forever, someone picked up. Mu Hyuk took a deep breath, summoning the guts for his crazy plan. "Hello," he said firmly. "I am Kim Mu Hyuk. I have an urgent message for Chairman John Tayson." Under the dim light of the phone booth, his face went ice cold. He looked like a man who was ready for war. He demanded they transfer the call immediately. "Tell him it is Kim Mu Hyuk. Tell him I am the son of his only daughter, John Misuk, and I am here to see my grandfather." His secret identity was out. Later, at the hospital, he looked at the city. It was 1990. Back then, the city skyline was not even filled with all those massive skyscrapers yet. "This is the Busan I remember," he thought. "I am really back in 1990. But then, the memory of drowning in the deep sea hit him like a truck. Would he really be murdered again in 30 years? He shivered. Mu Hyuk started going through the list of potential masterminds. Was it Chairman Cho Sum-min? He was the only one who could order a hit like that. But something felt off. Why would he? I was still a very useful tool for him back then. He rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Maybe it was someone else? Other names from the Cho family started popping up, like John Suhan and John Ji-win. His eyes were sharp and calculating. Who did it? Who actually killed me? He gripped his fists, his eyes burning with fire. Either way, this was his big chance to rewrite the script. Time to crush the Cho family and hijack the Taesan fund for himself. But a rough, nasty voice from behind suddenly broke his focus. "Hey there, brat." Mu Hyuk turned around, totally on guard. Standing there was a massive, scary dude covered in tattoos across his chest and arms, with bandages wrapped all over his body like a mummy. The guy was casually smoking on a bench and tilted his head. "Yeah, I am talking to you, kid. Get over here." Mu Hyuk looked at him with pure suspicion. "Who the hell is this?" The stranger just smirked. "What is your name?" Mu Hyuk shot back. "Why do you care?" Looking at this thug, he realized the guy was trouble. He smelled like a headache from a mile away, and he did not even have to get close. A fat guy next to him started laughing. "What is with this kid? Why is he acting so tough?" The tattooed guy with the facial scars just sneered. "You are done for." He was getting ticked off by Mu Hyuk's cold attitude. "You little punk." Mu Hyuk just stared. "Should not you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name?" The guy sighed and then barked. "Whatever. I am Bak Dong-shu." He looked proud of himself. "You ever heard that name around these parts before?" Mu Hyuk froze. He knew exactly who he was looking at. Bak Dong-shu, the #2 man of the notorious Sasun gang that ruled the whole Yung district in Busan. Han was a straight-up legend. Took him only 5 years to become the next boss of the syndicate. But in 1990, during the crime crackdown, Han took the fall for his boss. Cops hunted him down, and the legend met a brutal end. They found him murdered in a cheap motel. He was only 29. Talk about a tragic finale for a kingpin. Back to now. Dong-soo is shocked that Mu Hyuk is acting so quiet. "Hey, you really don't know who I am, do you?" Mu Hyuk plays dumb and hits him with a sarcastic, "Nope, never heard of you. You run a comic book shop or something?" That line freezes Dong-soo in his tracks. His buddy is dying of laughter. The street legend was trying to look tough, but instead he just got asked for a rental price. Dong-soo swallows his pride and snaps. "Whatever, kid. I gave you my name. Now give me yours." The kid stone-facedly replies, "My name is Kim Mu Hyuk." As soon as that name drops, Dong-soo starts mocking him, twisting the name into Kim Mu Mu while laughing like a moron. Damn it, Mu Hyuk just glares at him with pure disgust. He thinks this guy is a total child. His trash talk is kindergarten level at best, but he is still so confident. Suddenly, Dong-soo pivots. "Hey, are you that lucky kid from the room 405 rumors?" Seeing Mu Hyuk looks lost, he adds, "The whole hospital is buzzing about you. They say you take incredible care of your grandma and do everything for her." Mu Hyuk doesn't blink. "She is my family. It is what you do." This makes the gangster freeze for a second before he nods with a smirk. Yeah, you are right about that, kid. It is only natural." Dong-soo eyes the uniform and asks, "You still in school? Looks like Hwasung High." Mu Hyuk admits it, then fires back a question without showing a shred of fear. "Yeah, and what about you? You a thug or something?" Dong-soo quickly denies it, trying to act all cool. "Me? A thug? No way. Why would you even think that?" Mu Hyuk just stares at the guy's scars and drops a truth bomb. "You look like you got jumped and ended up in the ER." Dong-soo leans back and tries to lecture him. He says a real man getting beat up a few times is just part of growing up. He mocks Mu Hyuk, saying a kid like him will never understand the adult world. Annoyed by the kid's poker face, Dong-soo snaps, Hey kid, aren't you scared? How can you be so calm standing in front of me? Mu Hyuk ice coldly fires back. Why should I be afraid of you? That insane level of chill makes the gangster lose his mind, but he has no choice but to let the kid walk away. Before Mu Hyuk disappears, Dong-soo yells after him, calling him Moo Moo again. Take care of your grandma. See you around. Mu Hyuk walks on, thinking the guy is just a loser. The big man lecture ended early because the student didn't even sign up. In his head, Mu Hyuk starts piecing together the intelligence on Dong-soo and the Sassoon gang. He knows that right now, that gang isn't a national threat yet, but they still have some serious pull. Mu Hyuk starts calculating. One day, this guy might actually be useful to me. Walking back into the ward, he stops dead. There is a strange man in a classy suit standing right next to his grandma's bed. Mu Hyuk's father speaks up. Oh, Mu Hyuk, someone is here for you. Someone is looking for you. The man turns around with a piercing stare, locking eyes with him. Kim Mu Hyuk? Recognizing that familiar face, Mu Hyuk is stunned. In his head, he shouts, Director Ha? They lock eyes in a tense standoff before Myung-hoon bluntly orders him to step outside. At a nearby cafe, Myung-hoon introduces himself. I work for Chairman John Texan. Mu Hyuk quietly takes the business card. His mind is racing as he stands before the chairman's right-hand man. This guy was the inner circle, the one his grandfather trusted until his last breath. Memories of his past life come rushing back. It was Myung-hoon who appeared at the grandma's funeral to reveal the shocking truth about his mother's biological father, the legendary John Texan. Myung-hoon suggests that Mu Hyuk should come with him to Seoul, but the kid's response leaves Myung-hoon speechless. He cannot believe a teenager could radiate such calm and have such an overwhelming presence. This was not the reaction he expected from a high schooler. Myung-hoon thinks those eyes and that aura definitely don't belong to a kid, but he can't deny the truth in the kid's voice. Gaining his composure, Myung-hoon replies, The chairman is very busy. He doesn't have time to meet with you right now. Mu Hyuk coldly cuts him off. I never asked to see him. He shuts down the Seoul trip faster than a spam caller gets blocked. He looks the man in the eye and says, I am talking about my mother. His daughter, Kim Mi Sunday Mu Hyuk, knows his grandfather's personality too well. He is sure the old man would just scoff at this demand. Mu Hyuk's gaze turns sharp as he brings up the past pain. He didn't even visit her ashes after she passed away, did he? He sets a firm condition. If the chairman wants to see me, tell him to visit my mother first. It sounds purely emotional, but it is actually a direct strike at his pride. While Myung-hoon stands there frozen in shock, Mu Hyuk remembers his past life. Back then, he was just an orphan kid with no other choice but to obey and do whatever they told him. He recalls Myung-hoon showing up at the funeral, coldly announcing they would cover the costs. He demanded that Mu Hyuk come to Seoul to meet the chairman the moment everything was over. Back then, help from the Texan group felt like a giant hand blocking the sky. A tiny Mu Hyuk had no choice but to bow his head and accept it just to stay in school. But today's Kim Mu Hyuk is built different. He knows exactly who John Texan is and will never let history repeat itself like that. Mu Hyuk stands up and gives an order to the chairman's right hand. Give him a message for me. If he wants to see me, tell him to come here himself. He walks past Myung-hoon like a boss and says goodbye. I am leaving now, Director Myung-hoon. Mu Hyuk gives a slight nod and walks straight out of the cafe. Watching the boy leave, Myung-hoon is stunned to realize that his hands are actually shaking. That overwhelming presence and the aura coming off Mu Hyuk made even a seasoned pro like him feel pure terror. One person walks away calm, while the other's heart is pounding like he is facing a lethal deadline. The report said he was just a troublemaker who liked to fight. Man, they were dead wrong about this kid. The chairman's only daughter, Kim Mi-sun, and her only son, Kim Mu Hyuk, are nothing like the others. Back at the hospital, his grandma is shocked by the news. The chairman wants you to go to Seoul? He calmly confirms, yeah, I told him to visit my mom first. His daughter has been dead for 17 years and he hasn't visited her grave once. It is ridiculous. The records say he is some juvenile delinquent, but he is really an unlocked final boss. She asks worriedly, Mu Hyuk, do you even know what kind of man your mother's father is? Mu Hyuk assures her he knows everything. He even reveals he used that secret phone number she had been hiding to get in touch. While she stands there in total shock, Mu Hyuk demands to know why he should show any respect to a man who ignored their very existence for 17 long years. Even though his grandma tries to give him some soft advice, he remains totally firm and cold. He gently hugs his frail grandma to comfort her. It is okay, don't worry about it. Just focus on getting better. As long as I have you, I don't need anyone else in this world. Looking at his only family left, Mu Hyuk painfully remembers his past life when she passed away without warning. He holds her tighter, promising himself that this time, he is going to make sure she is truly happy. Meanwhile, in Seoul, inside his massive luxury mansion, Chairman John T-san repeated his grandson's request with a look of pure mockery. He really said I have to come to him? Min Eun-hun bowed low and confirmed. Yes, Chairman. He said he will only see you if you visit his mother's grave. San flashed a wicked smirk, thinking the kid was either completely delusional or just plain insane to demand something so totally ridiculous. That simple request hit the chairman's massive ego right where it hurts. Still, that kind of pure arrogance actually sparked the powerful old man's curiosity. San stood up and declared, Fine, he definitely got my attention. I will head to Busan and see what kind of kid he really is. Taking a long drag of his cigarette, his eyes filled with cold calculation. If he's useful, I will work him like a slave for this family. Meanwhile, Kim Mu Hyuk found himself back at Dongsung Tech High, completely stunned by his own reality. The second he stepped into class, he got a loud welcome from Lee Myung-soo. His best friend waved and shouted, Yo, Mu Hyuk, you are finally here. Myung-soo immediately asked how his grandma was doing. Mu Hyuk gave a small smile and said she was lucky enough to be out of the hospital. Seeing his friend back for a few days, Myung-soo excitedly suggested, Hey, let's cut class and go play some pool. But instead of agreeing like usual, Mu Hyuk just quietly opened his bag and pulled out his books. Forget pool, he replied. Like you said, I have been back for a few days now. His mind was a total mess. He could not believe he was actually back in high school after 30 long years. Determined to change his future, Mu Hyuk stood firm. I need to study. Mu Hyuk's sudden studious behavior shocked Myung-soo and the whole class. Myung-soo screamed in disbelief. Yo, Mu Hyuk! What the hell is wrong with you? Are you actually reading a textbook? He panicked, grabbing Mu Hyuk's head while crying out, It is only 1990, man. The apocalypse is 9 years away. What is wrong with you? Seeing his friend's over-the-top reaction, Mu Hyuk just sighed. What are you even talking about? Staring at the page, Mu Hyuk reflected on his past. Looking back, he realized he did not really go to school to learn. He knew the real turning point that made him hit the books only happened after a fateful meeting. It was only after seeing his grandfather that he started studying. Turns out, his motivation was not the future, but his grumpy old man. The scene shifts as Mu Hyuk arrives at the massive mansion of Chairman John San. Facing his powerful grandfather in a room full of books, the tension was thick. John San looked at his grandson with total disgust and spat out, You useless brat. The old man stood up and coldly laid out the future he had planned. Listen closely. From now on, you have one goal. Korea University Law School. Even knowing Mu Hyuk's current grades were basically zero, San coldly doubled down. I am going to use that to measure your total worth. He turned to walk away, leaving a condescending promise. As long as you are living in this house, I will not let you starve. Mu Hyuk listened in silence, his eyes filled with a mysterious resolve for this first major challenge. It sounded fancy, but it was simple. Pass and you live, fail and you are gone. But if you fail, your relationship with this San family is officially over for good. San's harsh warning was still echoing as he coldly walked away. Mu Hyuk knew that to survive in this cutthroat family, he absolutely had to win his powerful grandfather's approval somehow. In his past life, he buried himself in books, studying until total exhaustion just to get into Korea law. He eventually became his grandfather's right-hand man, but the price was being brutally exploited by the San family every single day. Looking at the scars and bandages covering his back, Mu Hyuk bitterly realized he was just a servant with the same blood, treated like absolute garbage without any mercy. Getting into college was not a promotion, it was a life sentence. But this time, things would be different. Mu Hyuk told himself, as he scribbled in his notebook, he was studying for a brand new goal. The quiet study hall was suddenly shattered by loud noise from the hallway. A mean-looking teacher holding a baseball bat slammed it against the wall and screamed, You little punks, get in here. Class is about to start. Why are you still standing there? The peace did not last long before the mini-boss with the bat spawned right at the door. He stormed into the room, looking for a fight. Class president! He roared, slamming his files onto the podium to intimidate every single student. Immediately, the class president shouted out the command. Class, bow! Every student stood up together and bowed in greeting. Good morning, sir. But then, the tension skyrocketed as the teacher glared at the back of the room and yelled, Kim Mu Hyuk, get up here! Mu Hyuk looked up, clearly annoyed. As soon as he reached the front, he got a cold order. Get down. The teacher tapped the bat against Mu Hyuk's head and started mocking him. How many days have you actually been at school? You think this place is just a playground for you? You think you can just come and go? Mu Hyuk tried to explain quietly, but he was immediately cut off by a stinging slap across the face. The teacher roared in mockery. Quiet! He kept shouting with pure disgust. A troublemaker like you taking care of his grandma? My ass. You were probably out drinking, were you not? He started swinging, hitting Mu Hyuk repeatedly in front of everyone. Gripping his bat, he glared and barked, Don't you dare talk back to me, now get on the ground. Mu Hyuk just stared at him, memories flooding back. Oh, right, this homeroom teacher. He looked the man straight in the eyes, which only pissed him off more. How dare you look at me like that? You have lost your mind! He swung again, beating his student like an animal. The teacher screamed in a total rage. I told you to get on the ground! Mu Hyuk did the math. The guy was probably in his 30s. He knew the real reason for all this hatred. There was another motive behind why he was being treated this way. The guy had been demanding bribes ever since he visited Mu Hyuk's house earlier that year. He remembered his grandma trying to hand over 10,000 won she had scraped together, but he had stopped her right then and there. Since he did not get the cash, the teacher had been looking for excuses to beat him all year. He slapped Mu Hyuk's face again and yelled, I said, get on the floor! This kind of character building was pure capitalism. All it needed was a price tag. Mu Hyuk was forced onto the classroom floor under the threat of that baseball bat. The teacher cursed while winding up his swing. You think I do not know you spend all day fighting? Punks like you just end up as street trash after graduation. He smirked. Am I wrong about that? You are garbage. Suddenly, the door burst open and a man rushed in breathless. The teacher was shocked. Oh, Mr. Beck? What is going on? Vice principal? The vice principal was sweating bullets, asking frantically, is there a student in this class named Kim Mu Hyuk? The teacher just stood there looking totally stupid, holding his bat over Mu Hyuk's head, and let out a confused, huh? Just as things were getting really intense, a VIP player logged in. A luxury car suddenly appeared and pulled up right in front of Dong Sung Hai, grabbing everyone's curious attention. Min Un-hun stepped out, opened the car door smoothly, and spoke up. You must be Kim Mu Hyuk, get in. With students and teachers watching from every floor in shock, Mu Hyuk quietly stepped into that expensive ride. The old teacher in the crowd couldn't believe it, gasping, what is going on? Oh, it's a foreign luxury car. Feeling the heat from behind, Mu Hyuk jumped when he realized a powerful man was already sitting there waiting for him. That was Tran Tae-san, casually reading the paper with a serious, imposing vibe. Mu Hyuk stared straight at his grandfather, his eyes burning with pure determination and complex schemes. Outside, Mi Eung-hoon stood respectfully by the shiny black car. Tran Tae-san dropped his newspaper, gave his grandson a sharp look, and demanded to know if he was Mi-suk's son. Staring at John Tae-san's old but powerful face, Mu Hyuk thought to himself, well, Grandpa, it looks like we are finally meeting again. He remembered his past life, seeing the old man one day before he died 20 years ago. Facing his grandfather's question, Mu Hyuk firmly confirmed, yes, my father is Kim Tae-soo and my mother is John Mi-suk. This reunion wasn't destiny. It was a carefully planned second round. Hearing the answer, John Tae-san let out a sinister little smirk. The old man stared at Mu Hyuk and said, you asked to see me in person, didn't you? That's why I'm here. Mu Hyuk didn't flinch. He looked him in the eye and asked, did you visit my mother's grave? Tae-san stared out the window and replied in a slow, heavy voice, yeah, I did. Mu Hyuk sat silently in the car, judging his heartless grandfather's every move. He knew that for years, the old man never once visited his daughter's grave after she died. He definitely stopped by there just before coming to see him today. Mu Hyuk looked straight at the powerful man, his voice calm but steady. Plus, the grandmother who raised me is not doing well. I can't just leave her alone. He added a defiant statement, so I'm not going to apologize. This tough attitude from his own grandson actually left Tran Tae-san pretty shocked. The old man narrowed his eyes, sizing him up. Look at this kid, so young, yet he shows zero fear while facing me. He spoke up to break the tension, asking, do you even know who I am? Mu Hyuk kept a cold face, but inside, he knew exactly who he was dealing with. He knew the man before him was a legend in the Korean private lending industry, starting as an overseas worker. John Tae-san became a major force in politics and the economy by 1970. Back then, every single politician or big-shot tycoon had to borrow money from him. Even into the 90s, his influence was felt across the entire country. He dominated the country with trillions of won in dirty money. The ultimate loan shark king, John Tae-san. Back in reality, Mu Hyuk calmly replied, just a little. I heard you run a business. A resume so big it would crash a server. John Tae-san smirked, acting fake humble. I just run a small private lending firm in Seoul. He stared at Mu Hyuk and asked, do you even understand what private lending means? Mu Hyuk internally mocked that calculated modesty. Small business? Seriously? Without giving him a chance to react, Tae-san got straight to the point. Anyway, why did you want to see me? What do you want? Mu Hyuk looked down, hiding his calculating eyes. He cleared his throat and said, I only want one thing. Grandpa, this small business talk is just for the suckers. Mu Hyuk looked up with a cocky, ambitious grin. In his head, his ultimate goal for this new life was clear. To take down the Cho family, he needed money. The only revenge Mu Hyuk could get against the Cho family right now was pure cash. He was determined to snatch the massive fortune they expected to inherit after John Tayson died. To pull this off, Mu Yu realized he had to secretly build a massive war chest to crush them, all while making sure the Cho family never suspected a thing. Sitting beside him in the car, Chairman John Tayson spoke coldly. "Tell me why you wanted to meet me. What is it you want?" Mu Hyuk didn't hesitate. He looked the old man in the eyes and said, "Please give me some money." Tayson felt pure disgust. So, he's just another pathetic loser. The old man smirked and asked, "How much do you want?" Mu Hyuk calmly gave his reason. "My grandmother, who raised me for 17 years, needs heart surgery. I need 10 million won for that." He added more demands. "I also need you to give me 1 million won every month until I graduate high school for my expenses." Asking for money with such clarity made him sound like he was pitching an investment. Tayson repeated the numbers. 10 million won and 1 million monthly. "I can easily give you those things." But inside, he felt nothing but contempt, thinking Mu Hyuk had zero class for dragging him out here just for some pocket change. Suddenly, Mu Hyuk spoke up. "I'm not asking for your money. I'm just borrowing it for a while." What sounded like a plea for help was actually a business deal. Those words left Tayson totally stunned. He narrowed his eyes at his grandson, suddenly finding the whole situation very interesting. He silently mocked the kid's arrogance. He probably couldn't even handle the interest, let alone the principal. Tayson regained his dignity and said, "It's easy for a loan shark to lend money, but a loan shark won't just give you cash for no reason." He put the pressure on Mu Hyuk. "You need to prove you can pay me back." When asked about collateral, Mu Hyuk pointed straight at his own head and boldly declared, "I want to use my brain as collateral for this loan." Tayson's eyes narrowed, judging his grandson's bold proposal. Mu Hyuk didn't back down. He looked his grandfather in the eye and said, "If you lend me the money, I'll get into law school." He stated with absolute confidence, "I will use that admission as the collateral for both the principal and the interest on the money." Seeing Tayson lost in thought, Mu Hyuk realized that in his past life, the old man made this demand. But in this life, he was the one making the offer. Mu Hyuk understood the powerful man sitting next to him. John Tayson always had a deep hunger for academic achievement because, in the past, poverty kept him from getting a proper education. Because of that, once his career was solid, Tayson became obsessed with his children's education. Too bad his sons, John Suman and John Guan, were both total losers. They only got into mediocre schools in Seoul after he blew a fortune on them. He poured money in like water, but they still failed every educational goal. Although Mu Hyuk's mother got into a top university, she eventually dropped out and left him behind. Mu Hyuk knew a grandson in the best law school would be an irresistible offer. Tayson was skeptical. Does he really think he can get into the top law school? Based on what I know, his grades aren't even close to being good enough. He looked at Mu Hyuk with mockery. Is this kid just talking trash? His transcript is a mess. He smirked and said, "You sure are confident." Then he coldly asked, "What happens if you fail?" Mu Hyuk knew he had passed before, but nothing is guaranteed. He knew he had to grab the old man's attention and win his trust, no matter what it took. Mu Hyuk boldly declared that if he failed to pass, he would give up his head and his body. Is that enough? After thinking for a second, the chairman gave a nod of approval. "That sounds fair to me," the old man replied. Mu Hyuk immediately fired back with his next condition. "Instead, if I do pass, give me a gift to celebrate my success." The chairman squinted with curiosity. "A gift? What else could you possibly want?" Mu Hyuk just gave a mysterious little smirk and said, "I will tell you once I get into the university." He leaned in close to his grandfather's ear, whispering with pure ambition, "I am planning to ask for a massive prize if that happens." Sitting in the quiet luxury of the car, the chairman stared out the window before a sly grin spread across his face. He let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the vehicle. "Fine then, I will wait and see exactly what this big gift of yours is," he said triumphantly. But right after that, his gaze suddenly turned cold. He put intense pressure on his grandson, staring him down. "If you fail, that laugh turns into a blood contract." He growled that the price would be steep. "Like you said, you will belong to me and you will have to follow every single word I say." The chairman flashed a haunting smile, threatening a future so dark and twisted that even demons would be terrified of it. Behind him, a massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes appeared like a demon, looming over the space as if it wanted to swallow Mu Hyuk whole. Facing that terrifying threat, Mu Hyuk stayed stone cold and calm. "Fine, Grandpa. It is a bet, and I am playing to win." The sleek black car sped off down the dusty road, leaving Mu Hyuk standing alone in the silence. Watching the car disappear, he curled his lip in a sarcastic smirk. "That old man really thinks he can scare me." Mu Hyuk touched his lip, clearly unimpressed as he repeated his grandfather's threat. "A demon? He is scaring the wrong kid, because this kid has already lived through hell and back." Standing in the middle of the bright schoolyard, he thought about the chairman's offer and whispered to himself, I actually like that idea. His eyes suddenly flashed a wicked red as a chilling smile touched his lips. If a demon is what you want, then a demon is what I will become. I will be the one who tears this family apart piece by piece. Meanwhile, the car carrying the powerful chairman wove through the city traffic. Sitting in the back, he stroked his chin, thinking that this kid was actually pretty interesting. Hearing that sudden comment from his boss, the driver was caught off guard. While steering the car, he admitted he was shocked because Mu Hyuk was nothing like the reports he had received earlier. In the back seat, Chairman John Taeshan sat in silence, reflecting on the countless types of people he had met in business. From deadbeats who never pay their debts to thugs who come with threats. He had seen people beg for their lives, people threatening suicide, and even those willing to sell their own children just to pay a bill. After dealing with every kind of person out there, he was confident he could read anyone's personality the very first time they met. By looking at their eyes, expressions, and body language, he could see right through them. But with Mu Hyuk, he admitted he could not figure out a single thing about what the boy was thinking. Honestly, John Taeshan had a strange feeling that the teenager was actually the one judging him. Seeing the chairman's interest, the driver remarked that it seemed like his boss actually liked the kid. While driving, he repeated the name out loud. It was the first time the ultimate human lie detector had been hacked and completely read by someone else. John Taeshan leaned back and closed his eyes, thinking as the car sped through the streets, heading straight toward the hospital area to see Dr. Han. At the hospital, Mu Hyuk bowed and pleaded with the doctor to please take good care of his grandmother. The doctor calmly reassured him not to worry, since it was not a difficult surgery. Mu Hyuk walked silently down the hallway, lost in thought as he passed by the surgery announcement board. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Hey, kid." As Mu Hyuk walked down the hall, Dong-soo suddenly rushed up to him from behind. He threw an arm around the boy's shoulder, asking if he was going to school and eating his 3 meals. The gangster even excitedly asked if the kid was busy later. If not, come up to the roof and have a smoke with me. Mu Hyuk stayed calm and coldly replied, "You really should not be saying things like that to a high school student." "I am busy studying," he said. Dong-soo acted shocked, yelling dramatically about why a kid would want to study. "You need to have fun while you are young," he insisted. That was his logic. Forget the future. Just have a smoke now. Since he could not convince the stubborn kid, Dong-soo clicked his tongue and gave in. "Fine, if you have to study, I cannot stop you." He pulled a pack of gum out of his hospital gown and handed it to Mu Hyuk with a tip. "Here, chew this whenever you start feeling sleepy." With that, he wandered off, waving a hand over his shoulder and saying he would see him later. Mu Hyuk realized that Dong-soo was more interesting than expected, but he also knew the brutal fate waiting for the man once the gang wars broke out. The image of Dong-soo lying badly injured and motionless at a horrific crime scene flashed through his mind like a warning of what was to come. Suddenly, Mu Hyuk looked out the window and spotted a group of thugs. One of them was secretly pulling a sharp weapon out of his jacket with a murderous look in his eyes. Mu Hyuk squinted with suspicion. "Are those guys after Dong-soo?" As soon as he thought about the death flag, the script immediately started playing out exactly as planned. Down the hospital hallway, a group of gangsters walked past, looking even more dangerous than the local street punks. Every single one of them had a tense and suspicious look on their face. Watching this unfold, Mu Hyuk firmly told himself that this man was not destined to die today. His eyes sharpened with a cold, calculating look. Maybe I can pull him over to my side. At the hospital reception desk, a man in a brown suit and a group of aggressive thugs marched up to ask for Dong-soo's room number. The nurse seemed hesitant and asked about their relationship to the patient. He slammed a can of energy drink on the counter and barked that he was just there for a visit. Right as the tension peaked, Mu Hyuk suddenly appeared from behind and asked a question. "Are you guys looking for someone?" He flashed a friendly smile. He claimed to be Dong-soo's younger brother and offered to lead the group to the room. The thugs followed him blindly, having no idea they were walking into a trap. Mu Hyuk's eyes turned ice cold as he fumed inside. How dare these punks cause a scene in the hospital while his grandmother was in surgery? Determined to keep things quiet for his grandmother, Mu Hyuk told himself he had to kick these guys out of the building first. Instead of heading to the patient's room, Mu Hyuk led the group elsewhere. Realizing something was wrong, the leader in the brown suit stopped, pointed at the boy's back, and growled. "You little punk! What the hell is this? Where are you taking us?" Mu Hyuk stopped in his tracks, turned around with a freezing stare, and asked them directly. These punks came here to hunt down Park Dong-soo. They followed the directions right into a trap. Looking for blood, the guy in the suit pulls a knife and screams, "Who the hell are you?" Mu Hyuk just stands there calmly. As the second thug lunges with his blade, a deep voice echoes from the shadows. "Hey boys, what is the party for?" Dong-soo steps out in a hospital gown, hands in his pockets, looking like a total boss. He glares at the goons surrounding the kid and sneers. "No shame, huh? Pulling knives on a high schooler?" Seeing his real target, The thug in the blue shirt screams and charges like a maniac. He throws a massive punch at Dong-soo while Mu Hyuk watches from the side. A lightning-fast strike hits the thug right in the forehead, leaving him dazed and confused. The guy in blue flies back, howling in pain. Even in a hospital gown, Dong-soo delivers a heavy kick that sends the guy soaring. He is fighting like it is a UFC final instead of being on bed rest. The thug hits the dirt, eyes wide with terror. Dong-soo pounces like a predator, smashing his fist into another face. 3 more goons rush in but freeze when they see him dominating the scene. Dong-soo calmly rips off his hospital top, revealing bandages and a body covered in dragon tattoos. The vibe in the room turns ice cold. Thought he was a weak patient, but he just activated his final form. The guy in the black suit swings his knife, but Dong-soo parries the blow and drops him with a brutal kick. The remaining thugs start shaking as their crew gets leveled. The mobster stomps his sandals, gains some traction, and launches himself forward like an arrow. Dong-soo takes flight, unleashing a massive spin kick right into the panicking crowd. The impact is huge, and they never even saw it coming. He puts everything into a final flying kick, leaving his enemies broken at his feet. Suddenly, a buzz-cut thug spots some glass frames leaning against a wall. He grabs one and charges at Dong-soo for a cheap shot, but Dong-soo spins around fast as lightning. He throws a thunderous punch right through the thick glass, hitting the attacker square in the jaw. Shards fly everywhere as the guy drops cold. Both men fly back, but only one is still standing. Dong-soo stands there catching his breath while Mu Hyuk watches from the shadows. The kid looks completely unbothered by the absolute chaos he just witnessed. Breaking glass and skulls? The hospital is going to charge extra for that. Dong-soo walks down the hall, feeling refreshed, and says, "Man, I needed that workout." He explains the local turf war and admits he knew they would come looking for revenge while he was stuck in a hospital bed. Dong-soo looks at Mu Hyuk with genuine interest. "I was watching them, but you actually led them here. You got balls, kid. You didn't even flinch when they pulled the steel." Mu Hyuk calmly replies, "I knew you would show up. Your men were already guarding the floor anyway. The result would have been the same." Deep down, Mu Hyuk knew Dong-soo could handle these small-time punks, whether he got involved in the fight or not. Dong-soo throws an arm around the kid's shoulder and says, "I still owe you one. Tell me what you want. Money? Women? I can make it happen." Looking at the gangster, Mu Hyuk knows Dong-soo is the first piece of his master plan. He needs this guy on his side no matter what. Mu Hyuk makes his first demand. "Take your inner circle and go into hiding for 3 months. Don't let anyone find you." Dong-soo roars in confusion. "What are you talking about? I offered you anything, and you tell me to run? Why would I hide?" Mu Hyuk stays cool and drops a bombshell. The president is about to declare war on crime. There will be a nationwide crackdown on every gang in the country. Just as Mu Hyuk predicted, in October 1990, a special decree was signed to crush the mobs and clean up the political corruption. This war on crime is next level. Mu Hyuk warns him to keep his location a secret from everyone, including other members of his own crew. "Watch out for your boss, Lisa Seong." Dong-soo is stunned. The kid knows way too much. Mu Hyuk walks away, leaving him with one last thought. "That is my price. The choice is yours." He calculates that if Dong-soo survives this, he will be a powerful ally later. 1 month later, on Mount Girishan, the official war on crime is finally announced to the public. The president uses his constitutional power to sweep them all away. On October 13th, 1990, the news hits every paper and TV station in Korea. Inside a raggedy old cabin, Dong-soo's boys are losing their minds over the headlines. "Boss, look at this. What is happening?" Prosecutors are rounding up every gang in Busan. Their big boss, Lisa Seong, is already behind bars. They are some of the only survivors left. Dong-soo, now rocking a beard, tells his crew to stay chill. "Don't do anything stupid. Just stay here and keep your heads down. Got it?" His men shout, "Yes, boss!" Dong-soo looks at the paper, realizing everything the kid said is coming true exactly as he predicted. He remembers laughing off Mu Hyuk's talk about German unification. "You are talking crazy, kid. That kind of history happens in Europe, not here in our backyard." He thought the kid was insane, but he was actually looking at a prophet. On October 3rd, 1990, Germany unified just like Mu Hyuk said. Faced with the undeniable truth, Dong-soo starts to shake. His mind is spinning with one massive question: who exactly is Kim Mu Hyuk? Guessing one thing is luck, but predicting world history? That is some artificial intelligence type stuff. The kid is a real problem solver. At the Namcheon apartments, Mu Hyuk brings his grandma home. "Don't worry about it, Grandma. I got this from my grandfather. He gave me enough to cover everything, so you can stop working." The old lady hesitates, wondering if taking the money is really okay. Mu Hyuk smiles and reassures her. "You worked so hard to raise me alone. You deserve the best life. Just wait. I'm gonna make sure we are set. Just stay healthy for me, okay?" His grandma tears up. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the door. Welcome home. Lee Myung-soo and Bak Hoo-yen-shung walk in, loaded down with bags of food. Myung-soo yells out with pure hype, Yo, look who's here. We brought that pork belly for Grandma. It was time to grill until they literally couldn't move. That tiny room exploded with laughter as the whole squad crowded around the grill, the smell of sizzling meat filling every single corner. Mu Hyuk just sat there grinning, soaking up the kind of simple peace he totally missed in his last life. One second he was a high-level warrior, and the next, he was the official grill master for the squad. Talk about a career change. The fall weather was straight-up vibes, but the mood at high school was heavy as lead. Myung-soo was over there moping and complaining, Man, why does it have to be so nice out when our test scores are dropping today? This is actual torture. Hu Yen-sung just cracked up laughing. Myung-soo snapped, Hey, shut it. You're in the same boat as me. Hu Yen-sung just stuck his nose in the air. Excuse me? I'm way smarter than you. At least I'm ranked number 529 out of 920 students. Myung-soo fired back instantly. Get lost. I'm 451. Don't flex on me. Hu Yen-sung ignored him and turned to Mu Hyuk, getting all curious. Yo, Mu Hyuk, how'd you do on the test? You were actually hitting the books hard. Mu Hyuk just stayed humble and said, I think I made some progress, but I still have a long way to go. Deep down, Mu Hyuk knew studying again after forever was a grind, but he felt good about it. Suddenly, a classmate sprinted into the room looking like he saw a ghost. Yo, Mu Hyuk, have you heard the news yet? This is insane. You got the top score in the whole grade. Myung-soo and Hyen-sung both looked like their jaws hit the floor. Wait, for real? The kid nodded hard. Yeah, I was in the teacher's office this morning and heard them talking about it. Just then, a teacher popped into the doorway and barked out, Mu Hyuk, the homeroom teacher wants to see you in the office, right now. Mu Hyuk stood up and walked out while everyone just stared in total shock. Getting number 1 and then getting summoned to the office? Yeah, something definitely felt off about this whole situation. Hearing the news, Myung-soo got all hyped up. Whoa, what's happening? You think they're gonna give you some kind of award? His best friend was practically pushing him out the door, telling him to hurry up and go. Inside the office, the homeroom teacher was leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, acting all high and mighty. Kim Mu Hyuk, he sneered. Do you have any idea why I called you in here? Before Mu Hyuk could even blink, the teacher swung his hand and delivered a brutal slap right to his face. Through the window, Myung-soo and Hu Yen-sung saw the whole thing and froze. They couldn't believe the violence they were seeing. The teacher stood up, eyes bulging as he screamed, I'll ask you one more time. You really going to pretend you don't know why you're here? Mu Hyuk rubbed his stinging cheek, thinking to himself, what is wrong with this psycho? Before he could even respond, another burning slap landed. The teacher was absolutely losing it, pointing a finger in his face and barking questions. Answer me. What exactly were you doing during that exam? You cheated, didn't you? Tell the truth. The old man was screaming like a total maniac. He was convinced that a bottom-ranked student like Mu Hyuk couldn't possibly take the top spot in the second semester unless he pulled some dirty tricks. Mu Hyuk just took the hits. He knew exactly where this was coming from. A few days ago, the teacher had pulled him aside to dig for info, saying he heard that guy in the expensive foreign car was Mu Hyuk's grandfather. Looking like a total gold digger, the teacher hinted that since he was the homeroom teacher, the grandfather should probably drop by to see him. Mu Hyuk was disgusted. This guy was absolute human trash. He realized the teacher was even more of a scumbag than he remembered from before. Total garbage. It sounded like a casual check-in, but Mu Hyuk saw through the bribe attempt. He shut it down cold. My grandpa lives in Seoul. If you really want to meet him, you'll have to go up there yourself. Realizing his payday was slipping away, the teacher sounded desperate. But won't he be visiting you again soon? He gave a calculating look and added, When you see him, make sure you mention my name. Mu Hyuk just gave a quiet bow and asked to be excused since there was nothing left to talk about. Back in the present, the teacher roared, Hey, Kim Mu Hyuk! He pointed a baseball bat right at the kid's face. Did you do this alone or did someone help you cheat? Facing the threat, Mu Hyuk's eyes went ice cold. He growled out a firm, No, sir, I didn't cheat. Since the teacher couldn't get a bribe, he was playing judge and jury. Mu Hyuk realized he'd have to use some jungle law of his own. The teacher let out a nasty laugh and raised the bat high. Look at this little punk. I let all your past trouble slide, and this is how you repay me? By pulling this crap during finals? The guy was totally unhinged, even dragging Mu Hyuk's family into it. Is this what your grandma taught you? To be a lying cheat, huh? Mu Hyuk was fuming. This jerk had officially crossed the line and was becoming a real problem. The teacher kept acting like a thug, yelling, What are you staring at? Keep looking at me like that and I'll poke your eyes out. Staring down the insults, Mu Hyuk coldly said, Apologize. He growled that whether he studied or cheated had absolutely nothing to do with his grandmother. Then he gave a direct order. I said apologize, right now. The teacher snapped. "You've lost your mind." He swung his arm to attack, screaming that he didn't even need to check to know Mu Hyuk cheated. He ripped the exam paper to shreds and declared a 0 for every single subject. With a twisted smirk, he told Mu Hyuk he was suspended effective immediately. Honestly, it looked like the guy wanted to kick him out of school for good right then and there. Mu Hyuk didn't even flinch. He just dropped a challenge. "You want to make a bet?" While the teacher stood there confused, he offered to retake every single exam right there on the spot, exactly how he did it the first time. Mu Hyuk put his future on the line. If the scores didn't match, he'd drop out voluntarily. The other teachers started whispering, spooked by how confident he was. One kid taking on the whole office? It felt like a high-stakes academic showdown was about to go down. Mu Hyuk turned up the heat, declaring that if his scores stayed the same, the teacher would have to resign from the school forever. His ego was totally bruised. The teacher lunged, but Mu Hyuk caught his arm in midair, leaving the old man stunned. He looked the teacher dead in the eye and smirked. "What's the matter? Lose your confidence already?" Mu Hyuk roared with total authority, demanding the test papers right now. Before the teacher could even talk back, he got shut down like a light switch. The power dynamic had completely flipped. Rumors about the insane bet spread through the halls like wildfire, and students started crowding around. Inside the office, under the intense gaze of every teacher there, Mu Hyuk sat down and started crushing the exams all over again. The homeroom teacher was sweating buckets as he checked the new answers. The truth hit him like a freight train. Every single subject was near perfect. History 100, Math 100, Physics 90, Literature 100, and Social Studies 100. Another teacher panicked and told Mr. Park that if Mu Hyuk nailed the English part, he'd actually have a perfect score across the board. Still sitting there, Mu Hyuk stared at the teacher, who was dripping with sweat, and reminded him of the deal. If these answers were right, the old man would have to leave this school for good. He growled a warning that if the guy broke his word and showed up at school tomorrow, he shouldn't expect to be treated like a teacher anymore. Outside the window, Myung-soo and Ho-yen-sung were watching every move, totally stressed out. Suddenly, Mu Hyuk offered a mocking way out. "If you apologize right now, I'll stop working on the rest of these tests." Mr. Park was speechless, just stammering like an idiot. Right then, the vice principal stepped in and shut the whole thing down, saying Mu Hyuk had clearly proven he didn't cheat on anything. He sternly told Mr. Park to stop making a scene and ordered him to apologize. He should have been praising the kid's progress, not attacking him. Mr. Park just stood there frozen, face turning red from total humiliation. An apology that cost his pride? Yeah, he had to say it. With everyone watching, that old teacher finally choked out a forced apology. "Sorry, I totally misunderstood you." Mu Hyuk stood up silently, then slammed his test paper on the desk like a boss, claiming his absolute victory right then and there. He calmly asked to leave and walked past the stunned teacher. Heading out, he met his best friends who were already waiting for him in the hallway. Myung-soo and Hwasung were hyped, throwing up victory fists and cheering like crazy. Mu Hyuk strutted down the hall while students buzzed and cheered. Over at the bulletin board, a huge crowd was losing their minds over the latest grades. Right at the top of the list was Kim Mu Hyuk from Class 3, crushing the competition and taking rank 1 for the whole school. Myung-soo and Hwasung laughed their heads off while heading down the stairs. Myung-soo joked, "Did you see the look on that old guy's face?" He looked absolutely livid. Hwasung was still in shock. He looked at Mu Hyuk and asked, "Dude, did you really hit number 1? Are you actually going to Korea University?" Mu Hyuk stopped on the leaf-covered stairs. He looked at his best friends and got serious. "Myung-soo, you need to start studying for real. I will help you." "Hwasung, same for you. Get back to judo and get in through the athlete program." Mu Hyuk knew their potential. Myung-soo had killer grades in middle school and could totally get into social sciences, but he chose to slack off and just chase the good vibes. Hwasung used to be a promising judo star back in middle school, but he didn't want to leave his friends. Myung-soo just shrugged it off. "Why study? I am just taking over my dad's nightclub." Hwasung felt defeated too, saying his body was way too stiff now. He planned on working at a factory, one future CEO, one factory worker, and one professional slacker. What a crew. Mu Hyuk pulled them close, calling their names. His eyes were dead serious as he shared the plan. "Listen, I have some big business to take care of in Seoul. Doing this alone is too hard, so I need you guys. Let's work together and make it to Seoul as a team." Standing before the Sunset City view, Mu Hyuk called them his brothers. Deep down, he knew that knowing the future didn't mean he could handle this revenge mission all by himself. Either way, he needed loyal teammates who would never stab him in the back. His pitch to start a career in Seoul sounded almost like a low-level pyramid scheme, but the fire in his eyes was the real deal. Looking at their innocent smiles, Mu Hyuk knew he could trust them. He went back to burying his head in books, putting everything into his studies at Dongsung High School. All that grinding finally paid off when he easily secured rank 1 during the second semester final exams. Once again, the name Mu Hyuk sat at the top, leaving the teachers and students in total shock and admiration. His scores were climbing fast. Meanwhile, Baek Hwee-sung got back on the mat for judo. His strikes and throws were regaining their old power. Everything was finally moving exactly how Mu Hyuk had planned it out from the very beginning. Winter came, and snow covered all of Seoul. From Namsan Tower to the skyscrapers, the whole city was buried under a freezing white mist. Mu Hyuk stood in the snow, staring off while Myung-hoon waited by a luxury car. He whispered, "I am back." Before him stood the untouchable fortress of the Chon family, a place of power and secrets. The scene looked like a movie, and the family war was about to begin. Pyeongchangdong and Hanamdong were the richest neighborhoods in the country. This was where Chon Taeson's massive estate stood. Back then, he was the #1 guy when it came to moving insane amounts of capital at a moment's notice. Through military coups and changing governments, the fortress of the Loan Shark King stood firm. He protected his massive fortune from every political storm that blew through Korea. Basically, political flags can change colors all day, but this family's money stays exactly where it is, stable, untouchable, and always growing. Inside the fancy mansion, it was dead quiet except for the sound of silverware. Mu Hyuk and Chon Taeson sat at a grand dining table for a meal. The chairman ate silently with a serious face. In his past life, Mu Hyuk didn't meet him until after law school. Sitting here now meant the old man's view of him had shifted. He was finally being taken seriously by the head of the family. Under the massive crystal chandelier, the two sat across from each other by a warm, crackling fireplace. Chon Taeson took a sip of tea, his sharp eyes locked onto his grandson. "I heard you hit rank 1 for 2 semesters straight." He set his cup down slowly, looking satisfied as he scanned the kid's perfect academic records. The old man admitted that while the school wasn't top tier, these results proved the kid wasn't just some big mouth. He pointed to his head, telling him that this was real proof of the brain power he inherited from the family. Seeing a small smile on Mu Hyuk's face, Taeson excitedly said that since the promise was kept, he wanted to give him a gift. Mu Hyuk stayed cool, reminding him of what they talked about before. Chon Taeson nodded, promising anything if Mu Hyuk got into the elite law school. Still, he pushed the boy to name something he wanted right now. He was testing him, waiting to see what kind of ambition the kid really had. Mu Hyuk wondered if he was trying to play the good grandpa. Fine then. He decided to ask for a real slice. He looked the old man in the eye and said, "Then give me some company shares." The powerful chairman was stunned. He repeated the words with pure disbelief. "You want company shares? Do you even know how the stock market works?" Mu Hyuk just shrugged, saying he didn't know much. "That is why I am asking you, Grandpa. Other kids ask for pocket money, but I am asking for a seat at the table." He backed the old man into a corner, asking which company's stock he should actually buy. Mu Hyuk calculated that asking for stocks instead of cash would just look like a cute request to the old man. Chon Taeson smirked and called Myung-hoon over to check their holdings. When he heard they had 4% of the group, he didn't blink. He ordered him to give it all to the kid. Taeson even told Myung-hoon to handle all the taxes so his grandson wouldn't have any legal headaches later on. Most people suggest what to buy, but this guy just goes all in. Mu Hyuk was shook by the name Da Hyuan. In his memory, Da Hyuan was the top conglomerate in the country, the undisputed kings of the business world. But after the founder died, the empire was ripped apart by a bloody war between the heirs. Mu Hyuk knew these shares were worth way more than money. Even with all the cash in the world, you couldn't just walk in and buy a piece of this dynasty. He bowed and thanked his grandfather while his mind was racing. He thought the old man would give him some crumbs, but this was a massive gift that blew his mind. The heavy silence was broken when the door swung open. "Dad, we are home." Mu Hyuk felt that familiar chill instantly. His eyes narrowed, dripping with suspicion as he watched the two men walk in. Two names echoed in his mind, fueled by pure hatred: John Sunnam. John Sunam walked in oozing pure villain energy, like his own intro music was playing. One of them stepped toward Mu Hyuk with a plastic smile and asked, "So, you are Misuk's kid, right?" Seeing that smug look on the man's face, Mu Hyuk knew for sure. These were exactly the guys he had been hunting down for so long. Flashbacks of drowning in the deep sea hit him hard, clear as day. Then Chairman John T. Son shattered the silence with a cold demand. "Say hello. These men are your uncles." Standing before the guys who probably killed him in his past life, Mu Hyuk told himself to play it cool. No hard evidence yet. He bowed politely and kept his voice steady. "Hello, uncles. I am Mu Hyuk." Looking respectful on the outside, but inside, he was already plotting a high-definition revenge. Sun Nam flashed a warm, totally fake smile that belonged on a stage. "Oh, right. I heard you had a rough childhood without Misuk, raised all alone by your grandma. It is honestly great to finally meet you." He draped a friendly arm over Mu Hyuk's shoulder, dropping lines of pure fake comfort. If you need anything, just ask me. After all, we are family. Night fell, and the home office turned into an interrogation room. T-san sat stiffly in his chair, grilling everyone about the business side of the family. How is your mother-in-law's work going? Hearing that Samsung Group was hitting some bumps, the daughter-in-law jumped to reassure him. It is fine. The media is just making things up. You know how my husband is. T-san let out a faint smirk. He knew better than anyone that the man was a completely heartless and cold individual. Like the old fox he was, he kept testing her. Fine, but let them know they can lean on us if needed. Family is family, after all. After she thanked him, he turned to his son. How is Mr. Kim doing? The son gave a report on his politician father-in-law. My father-in-law is doing great. He is staying active in the political scene without any drama at all. T-san gave a cold order. Tell him to come see me if he needs cash. And tell him not to bother about the repayment details. Suddenly, his voice turned ice cold as he brought up another name. By the way, have any of you sent money to Chairman Lee Hak-soo lately? This sounded more like a performance review than family talk. T-san's face twisted into something terrifying. He roared his philosophy on wealth. That is not how we are supposed to use our money. Make them crawl and beg us first. Never pull out the checkbook unless they are on their knees. Under his father's rage, Sun Nam was sweating bullets, stuttering about the power backing Lee Hak-soo. Don't you know who is backing Chairman Lee Hak-soo, father? If we break our word now, things could get very ugly, very fast. Another family member chimed in, terrified. He is right, father. If we do that, the Young Pang Group won't just stand by. That name felt like a heavy threat hanging over the room. Amidst the pouring rain outside, John T-san stared into space with a face full of dark schemes. Under that same downpour, Kim Mu Hyuk stood quietly in his mother's old room at the mansion. The place looked exactly as it did in his past life, massive bookshelves and an eerily quiet atmosphere that felt almost out of this world. Mu Hyuk walked over to the shelf, fingers grazing the old spines until he stopped at a fancy red notebook. He slowly opened it, finding an old, faded color photo inside. It was a photo of Chairman John T-san and his mother, John Mi-suk. Mu Hyuk realized this was the only picture of her he had ever managed to find in his previous life. It seemed his grandfather hadn't left a single other trace of her, as if he wanted the whole world to forget she ever existed. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening killed the silence. An arrogant-looking guy stepped in and barked out a question. Hey, you are Mi-suk's kid, right? Mu Hyuk immediately recognized the intruder as John Ji-won. He thought to himself, oh right, John Ji-won, this scumbag is here too. In Mu Hyuk's memory, Ji-won was likely the one sent to murder him in his past life. To Ji-won, Mu Hyuk was nothing but a thorn in his side. He saw him as a threat to the massive inheritance that was supposed to be his alone. Ji-won strolled closer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You were down in Busan before this, right? How does the big city feel? Having a hard time fitting in, country boy? Mu Hyuk stared him right in the eyes and threw it back at him. Who are you? His blunt attitude caught Ji-won off guard, making him sneer. What is this? Why the attitude? You know I am older than you, right? Do people from the Busan countryside just not teach their kids any manners or what? Attacking someone's hometown? Total middle school behavior. He thought he was being edgy, but it was just weak. Mu Hyuk realized that whether it was his past life or this one, this guy was still a massive brat. Just as Ji-won turned to walk away, Mu Hyuk reached out and clamped a hand onto his arm, making the rich kid gasp in total shock. Mu Hyuk locked eyes with him and asked coldly, so what if you are older? You talked down to me first, and now you want respect? Ji-won's face turned purple as he sputtered. What? He got yanked back so fast, his brain literally glitched out. Mu Hyuk figured Ji-won never in a million years expected someone to actually bark back at him like this. This had to be the very first time anyone had ever dared to show him this kind of open, raw hostility to his face. Look at his pedigree. His dad is the son of the loan shark king, and his mom is the daughter of the Samsung CEO. With a background that flashy, nobody ever dared to disrespect John Ji-won. He lost it and started screaming. How does a nobody like you have the nerve to be so arrogant? But then, he caught himself and put his hands on his hips, mocking him. Look, I get why you are here, but you don't belong in a place like this. Ji-won smirked and made a disgusting offer. How much do you want to just disappear? Is 100 million enough for you? With that kind of cash in Busan, you could actually live like you are part of the real upper class. Hearing this, Mu Hyuk realized Ji-won was saying the exact same crap as in his past life, back when he was just some loser who did not know any better. This time, Mu Hyuk flashed a provocative grin. Wow, you are such a generous big brother. Giving me pocket money already? While Ji-won stood there confused, Mu Hyuk kept mocking him. Isn't 100 million just chump change? I mean, if we went to the Gouchi seafood market, that would barely buy us a single plate of fresh sashimi. Jiwon's temper finally blew. He started hurling nasty insults at Mu Hyuk's family. Yeah, this is exactly why you don't have parents. Your grandma is the one raising you, right? Just looking at you, I can tell your grandmother is living in some pathetic, miserable condition. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as Mu Hyuk slammed his fist into the wall right next to Jiwon's face, shattering the stone. One big bang, and the wall was toast along with whatever was left of Jiwon's pride. While the rich kid stood paralyzed, Mu Hyuk growled with pure killing intent. Yeah, exactly. You want a piece of this country, boy? Mu Hyuk grabbed Jiwon by the collar, slammed him against the wall, and growled. This is what happens to a brat who never learned manners because he had no parents. Ji-won was shaking, sweating buckets, only able to stammer out hopeless threats. You think you will be safe after doing this to the eldest son of the Cho family? Cornered and desperate, Ji-won screamed out in total frustration. From a powerful heir to a panicked mess in seconds. In response to that childish threat, Mu Hyuk coldly punched the wall right next to his head, shattering the brick. Ji-won froze in terror. Mu Hyuk growled, "Stupid, calm down." Then he started exposing the rich kid's dark secrets about his drug addiction and his smuggling connections. He claimed a massive scandal was coming. Ji-won stammered in shock. What? What the hell are you even talking about? Mu Hyuk did not stop, mentioning the hotel drug parties and the girl who ended up in the hospital. Ji-won finally broke, asking in horror, "How do you know about that?" Mu Hyuk looked at him with pure disdain and mocked him. At the end of the day, you are still just a kid. He casually suggested they go downstairs to talk to the chairman, leaving Ji-won terrified. Deep down, Mu Hyuk knew every sin this bastard committed in his past life. These current crimes were nothing compared to what he does in the future. He put a hand on Ji-won's shoulder and whispered bitterly, "Brother, if you want respect, act like it." Ji-won could only grit his teeth in total humiliation. Feeling disgusted, Mu Hyuk sat back on the bed and dismissed him. "Can you just leave now? I am tired." He said it to be polite, but honestly, he was just sick of looking at Ji-won's face. Before leaving, Ji-won tried to act tough with a shaky warning. "Do not tell anyone about this, or one of us dies." Mu Hyuk stared him down and asked coldly, "Is that a request or a threat?" Mu Hyuk's overwhelming presence terrified him. Ji-won immediately backed down and said, "It is a request." He had to swallow his pride and leave after Mu Hyuk said, "Got it." Ji-won stormed out and slammed the door to vent his pathetic anger. Left alone in the quiet room, Mu Hyuk thought about the coward who just walked out. He started questioning everything. Was Ji-won really the one who murdered me? Did I actually die because of a pathetic guy like that? Ji-won's weakness and cowardice did not match the cold-blooded killer stuck in his memories. Mu Hyuk left the room and walked down the mansion stairs, his face full of cold calculation. He moved like a final boss entering the arena. Seeing him about to leave, Chairman Jin asked, "Are you heading out now?" Mu Hyuk stopped and bowed politely. "Yes, I am. Goodbye, grandfather." The old man waved him off. "All right, go ahead." Before heading out, Mu Hyuk bowed one more time and promised to visit often. Standing by the window, Chairman Jin took a long drag of his cigarette and watched his grandson disappear into the distance. After leaving the luxury villa, Mu Hyuk stood in the busy city. At a quiet corner, Secretary Min suddenly appeared and handed him a thick envelope. "This is 100 million, please take it." He explained it was a gift from the director, who felt that company shares alone were not enough for him. Min added, "The password is your mother's Memorial Day." Hearing that, Mu Hyuk was secretly impressed by how the chairman was so terrifyingly detailed with every single thing he did. "Please tell him thanks for me." But Min smiled and suggested, "Call him yourself. I am sure he is waiting for you." Mu Hyuk stood alone on the street, his mindset completely changed. Time flew by, and he was now a high school sophomore. Even in a different class, he still watched over his friends. Im Sang-soo was still grinding away and studying incredibly hard. Meanwhile, Park Hui-sung was giving it his all in judo club. One kid is grinding grades, the other is building muscle, while I am over here working the plot. Everyone was chasing the dream of Seoul University. But during those peaceful days, he suddenly showed up. Mu Hyuk was sitting in class when the door swung open and the teacher walked in with a stranger. The teacher announced, "We have a new transfer student. He is from Seoul, so make sure you guys help him out." He nudged him. "Introduce yourself." The new kid flashed a mysterious smile. "Sure. My name is Hong Jin Pyo, and I am from Seoul. Nice to meet everyone." Staring at the guy who just walked in, Mu Hyuk was absolutely certain of one thing. This kid was a total freak, a straight-up monster. At a local restaurant, Hong Jin Pyo puffed on a cigarette and asked some guys, "Hey, who is the top dog at this school?" One guy looked up, confused. "Top dog? You mean the king?" He explained the school did not have an official leader, but the closest one was Kim Mu Hyuk. Curious about the name, Jin Pyo wanted to know what class Mu Hyuk was in. He is a sophomore and the strongest kid in the school. He has that final boss vibe, even though he acts like a normal student. He told a story about last year when the older seniors tried to establish their order by calling out all the tough new kids, but Kim Mu Hyuk was just fast asleep on his desk in the middle of class. Two seniors stormed in, one yelling, "Hey, Kim Mu Hyuk, you did not hear us call you? You really think you can sleep?" When he did not move, the senior snapped, "Wake up, you brat," and slammed his hand on the desk. Mu Hyuk suddenly sat up, making them jump back. Instead of being scared, he just stretched and yawned like he was still in bed. His indifference made the senior so angry the veins popped out on his forehead. Mu Hyuk just stared at him quietly. That cold, sharp look made the entire classroom freeze instantly. The senior froze, sweat dripping down as he felt the heavy pressure. Then, in a total blur, he was launched across the room and slammed into a trash can. In a split second, both big seniors were sprawled on the floor, unable to even move. Mu Hyuk stood in the middle of the wrecked desks and calmly went back to his seat. Before falling back asleep, he said one thing that silenced the room. After that, no senior ever messed with him again. These days, he just keeps his head down and focuses on studying. The other guy asked, "Really? So the strongest guy is just laying low and studying?" Jin Pyo laughed, taking a drag. "Haha, just an arrogant brat? I love breaking guys like that." Seeing Jin Pyo looking so smug, his lackey nervously asks if he is actually planning to take on Mu Hyuk. He warns him to back off since that guy is on a whole different level. But Jin Pyo just laughs, saying being a good fighter does not mean you will always come out on top. He looks at his goons and asks a loaded question. "Are you following me just because I beat you in a fight?" "Of course not." Jin Pyo leans in close, wearing a wicked smile, and reminds them they only obey because his father is the chief prosecutor. He asks about the other guy's background with a sneer. When he finds out Mu Hyuk is an orphan living with just his grandma and some mysterious old man, Jin Pyo curls his lip in pure, unadulterated disgust. "Oh really? So the kid has no parents. He thought he found a weakness to exploit, but honestly, he is just digging his own grave at this point." Back at school, Mu Hyuk and Myung-soo are chilling on the steps. Myung-soo notices Hui-sung is back at the sports club after taking a break for some intense college entrance exam training. He laughs and teases him, saying, "Look at our little Hui-sung finally growing up. Whether he is mature or not is debatable, but his muscles are definitely leveling up way faster than his grades are." Suddenly, Myung-soo gets serious and asks if Mu Hyuk has heard about Hong Jin Pyo, that new transfer student who just arrived from Seoul. He looks visibly annoyed, calling the guy a spoiled rich kid with an irritating Seoul accent that is honestly super grating. Hearing the name Hong Jin Pyo, Mu Hyuk goes quiet, repeating it to himself while a memory flashes in his mind. "I definitely remember him." Mu Hyuk remembers it all. Jin Pyo is the chief prosecutor's kid who used his dad's power to treat the school like his personal playground while everyone else was busy trying to actually study. Myung-soo keeps complaining that while the older guys were away, Jin Pyo started his own gang, and now even the freshmen are acting like total punks who own the place. Myung-soo sighs, saying the school has become his personal playground. Just then, he gasps in shock as he spots a group of students swaggering across the courtyard. Mu Hyuk coldly recognizes him. There is that rich brat now. Hong Jin Pyo leads his pack of loyal dogs, walking with an incredibly arrogant look on his face. Jin Pyo struts past with a smug grin, but Mu Hyuk just stares him down with a cold, guarded gaze. Sitting on the steps, Mu Hyuk warns his friend in a low, serious voice, "Hey Myung-soo, never get involved with that guy." Myung-soo just shrugs it off, asking, "Huh? Why would I even bother with him?" "You are totally overthinking this, man." But Mu Hyuk still feels uneasy and tries to emphasize the danger. Seeing his friend so stressed out, Myung-soo just clicks his tongue and tells him he is always worrying about nothing. "Does that guy know your secret weakness or something? Why so worried?" Mu Hyuk watches Jin Pyo walk away with his goons, feeling a cold shiver of dread crawl down his spine. He is buried in his books when the quiet classroom is suddenly shattered by Hui-sung rushing in, out of breath and screaming Mu Hyuk's name at the top of his lungs. "Something terrible happened," Hui-sung gasps, his face twisted in pure panic. Mu Hyuk bolts upright, demanding to know what it is. Hui-sung painfully explains that during a fight, Myung-soo's leg got trashed, and now he cannot even use it. Exploding with rage, Hui-sung screams through his tears that this is all the fault of that transfer student, Hong Jin Pyo. He exposes the bitter injustice of it all. Since his dad is the chief prosecutor, the guy was not even questioned. How can he get away with this? Hearing the news, Mu Hyuk goes deathly silent, sitting down while snapping the pen in his hand from pure rage. Mu Hyuk's eyes turn icy cold, filled with more raw killing intent than anyone has ever seen before. Memories of his past life suddenly hit him. Back then, he had coldly pushed his friend away, saying it was not his problem and that he needed to study. He bitterly realizes that in his past life, he ignored his best friend Myung-soo just to avoid getting into trouble. But in this timeline, he looks at Myung-soo and swears to himself that he will never abandon the people he cares about again, no matter who he has to fight. In my last life, I dodged the drama, but this time, I am diving straight into it. In the classroom, Myung-soo is focused on his notes when a group of guys suddenly surrounds him. Their leader, Hong Jin-pyo, calls out his name. Myung-soo looks up with his guard high and asks, "What do you want?" Jin-pyo wears a wicked smirk and starts digging into his personal life, asking, "You are pretty tight with that Mu Hyuk guy, aren't you? I heard Mu Hyuk is a beast at fighting. Is that true?" Myung-soo coldly snaps back, "Do not worry about it. These days he only cares about studying, so he has nothing to do with a guy like you." Jin-pyo keeps acting smug, mockingly asking if Mu Hyuk will really let him just take over the whole school. Exhausted by the drama, Myung-soo waves him off, saying, "Whatever, you can burn this whole place down for all I care." Mu Hyuk does not give a damn, but then Jin-pyo's face darkens, and he growls that Mu Hyuk is starting to make him feel incredibly annoyed. Myung-soo stands up in frustration and shouts, "What did he ever do to you? Why do you keep picking fights with someone who just wants to study?" Jin-pyo leans in, flashing a truly evil smile. "The problem is, I hate it when people think anyone is better than me." He scans the room, fuming because he realizes the other students seem way more afraid of Mu Hyuk than they are of him. Seeing things get heated, Myung-soo gives a stern warning to leave him alone. Immediately, one of Jin-pyo's lackeys rushes over and screams, "You stupid brat, who do you think you are talking to like that?" He insults Myung-soo, saying that without Mu Hyuk backing him up, he is absolutely nothing. He tells him he should have known better and just crawled back into his little corner. Jin-pyo leans in and whispers a chilling threat into Myung-soo's ear. "The truth is, I always get exactly what I want, and I always crush anything that gets on my nerves." Myung-soo angrily snaps back, calling him a jerk and asking if he has some mental problem. Before he can finish, a lackey slams his head onto the desk with brutal force, injuring him instantly. Jin-pyo watches him suffer and mockingly says, "This is happening because you are friends with Mu Hyuk, so do not take it too personally." He turns his back and coldly orders his goons to drag him out. Mu Hyuk is sitting in class when a student frantically rushes in with big news. "Mu Hyuk, something bad happened. Hong Jin-pyo took Myung-soo away and said you need to come to the music room in the annex." Hearing the news, Mu Hyuk bolts upright in shock, shouting, "What?" He instantly sprints out of the room. There is no time to think. His legs are already moving faster than a fiber optic connection. As he runs for his life, Mu Hyuk bitterly realizes that no matter how hard he tried to avoid the drama, terrible things are still happening exactly like he feared they would. Hui-sung asks in total disbelief, "What do you mean Myung-soo was snatched up by some guy named Jin-pyo?" Mu Hyuk pauses and firmly tells his friend, "Shui-sung, I will handle this myself. You just stay right here." Shui-sung immediately snaps back, "What are you talking about? How can I just sit still while some total jerk has kidnapped Myung-soo?" Mu Hyuk knows that after a year of training, Hui-sung is already considered a major judo talent in Busan. If he gets caught up in school violence, his dream will be over. Mu Hyuk grabs his shoulders and growls, "Get it together. You are an athlete. If you get involved in this mess, it is going to totally ruin your chances." Hui-sung screams in a fit of rage, "Stop talking nonsense. You think I care about college right now? If anything happens to Myung-soo, I am going to personally take down that jerk Jin-pyo." Mu Hyuk shouted to calm his friend down, locked eyes with Hui-sung, and snapped, "I told you, didn't I? I have got big plans for the future, and I need you and Mu Hyuk on my side. So just leave this to me." Hui-sung watched him go, feeling totally helpless. Mu Hyuk grabbed a nearby broom handle and gave Hui-sung one last job. "Do not let anyone inside. Not teachers, not nobody. Just hold the line." Hui-sung stared at him and asked, "Are you really going in there all by yourself?" Kim Mu Hyuk did not even flinch. He kept walking but tossed a confident look back over his shoulder. "You forget who you are dealing with? I am Mu Hyuk." Gripping that wooden club, Mu Hyuk marched straight into the annex building. This was it. The showdown was starting right inside the music room, where things looked brutal. Myung-soo was badly hurt, slumped on the floor and surrounded by a pack of thugs. Hong Jin-pyo sat there like a king, grinning because he knew Mu Hyuk would show up exactly like he planned. Wow. Guess they were not joking. They said if I messed with Myung-soo, you would show up. And here you are. He looked down at the bleeding boy and dropped a cold threat. If you had not arrived, I would have snapped his legs and sent him home in pieces. You are lucky, kid. Myung-soo looked up at his friend and let out a pained whisper. Mu Hyuk, why are you here? This whole trap felt like a cliché movie script, just missing the popcorn to watch the show. But seeing his friend face all battered and bruised made Mu Hyuk blood start to boil with pure rage. He glared at Jin Pyo and spat out, "If you have a problem with me, you come find me. Why the hell would you go after my friend?" Standing in the middle of that trashed room, Mu Hyuk gripped his weapon tight, ready to face the enemy and his massive ego head on. Jin Pyo just laughed in his face, totally mocking him. "Oh, really? Why would I do such a thing?" He acted like he was thinking hard about it, then smirked with a psycho look in his eyes. "Oh, yeah. Now I remember. I did it because it was fun." Mu Hyuk's teeth were grinding as his fist started shaking with anger. "Fun?" He took a heavy step forward and gave a firm command. "Fine, let Myung-soo go and come get some of this. I will make sure you have a real blast." Jin Pyo mimicked his words back with a disgusting, sarcastic tone. "Let Myung-soo go and play with me. What is this, some kind of brotherhood drama movie?" Suddenly, his voice turned sharp as he barked at the thugs trembling behind him. "Hey, get over here right now." One guy was ready for war, while the other thought he was a movie star. Jin Pyo screamed at his lackeys, reminding them exactly who his powerful father was. "Hey, what the hell are you waiting for? You forgot who my old man is? My dad is a prosecutor. He promised the guys he would cover for them so they could go all out. If this punk touches you, I promise he is going to spend his whole life in a cell. Do not worry about the consequences. Just take him down." On his command, the thugs gripped their weapons and started closing in on Mu Hyuk. A bald guy lunged forward with an iron bar raised high, but Mu Hyuk was lightning fast, jamming the end of his stick right into the guy's throat. The thug choked, collapsed, and started coughing his lungs out on the floor. Right away, another guy tried to sneak up and swing from behind, but Mu Hyuk spun around just in time. He blocked the hit with his metal bar in a split second. Using his momentum, Mu Hyuk delivered a thunderous kick to the face before spinning into a flurry of strikes that leveled several more guys instantly. One punk tried a cheap shot, but he was nothing but a fly. Mu Hyuk slammed him hard and knocked him out cold right on the spot. His explosive punches and kicks were too fast for the lackeys to handle. They took every brutal hit straight to the face and the ribs. Mu Hyuk kept landing lethal blows, smashing through anyone who dared to stand in his way. He used his stick to sweep their legs out, sending them flying before delivering one final crushing strike that knocked them back. Standing among the few guys left, Mu Hyuk let out a terrifying roar. "Come on then." He gripped his iron bar, ready to absolutely crush anyone who had the guts to take one more step toward him. Hong Jin-pyo stared with his mouth open, completely terrified by how dominant Mu Hyuk was. All over the floor, his thugs were scattered like trash, moaning in agony after getting totally wrecked. Kim Mu Hyuk stood in the middle of the carnage. His face was covered in bruises, but his eyes were still cold and sharp as glass. Cornered like a rat, Jin Pyo frantically grabbed Myung-soo and pressed a knife against his throat as a hostage. He screamed out, "Hey, you bastard!" Freeze right there. But without a second of hesitation, Mu Hyuk delivered a lightning-fast kick that sent Jin Pyo flying backward into a pile of desks and chairs. Trying to use a hostage against someone who does not play by the rules is a one-way ticket to getting destroyed. Jin Pyo was sprawled on the floor with blood pouring from his nose. He clutched his stomach in pain and screamed at the top of his lungs, "You punk! You think you are actually getting away with this? My dad is a prosecutor. He is a chief prosecutor." He glared at Mu Hyuk, trying to look scary. "You still do not get it, do you? A chief prosecutor can make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your life. Still talking big while you are eating dirt on the floor? You really are something else." Mu Hyuk marched over, grabbed him by the collar, and hoisted him up while mocking him. "A prosecutor? What is a prosecutor going to do when my fists work a lot faster than the law?" Mu Hyuk swung a heavy punch straight into Jin Pyo's face. "This is for bullying my friend Myung-soo." He landed another punch. "This one is for annoying me during my valuable study time." He squeezed Jin Pyo's neck, his eyes burning with fury. "And finally, this is for breaking Myung-soo's leg." Jin Pyo was shaking like a leaf, stuttering and begging in a total panic. "Wait, what are you doing? No, please stop." Mu Hyuk did not hesitate to finish the spoiled brat off, leaving nothing but the sound of his pathetic screams. Over at the Nambu police station, Kim Mu Hyuk sat quietly in a holding cell until Hwai-sung's father finally showed up. The inspector told him he heard the whole story from his son and knew Mu Hyuk only acted because he had to save Myung-soo's life. Hearing that his friend was safe and only lightly injured, Mu Hyuk started to think that having a police officer like Hwai-sung's dad on his side might actually help him resolve all this trouble. But things were not going to be that simple. His opponent was the spoiled son of an incredibly powerful and influential prosecutor. Hwai-sung's father admitted he was totally powerless. Even as a police officer, it was almost impossible to touch a case like this, and he apologized for being unable to help the boy. Trapped in a corner, Mu Hyuk just asked the man to make one single phone call, promising him that it would only take a few minutes. Most people would call a lawyer, but this kid had a different kind of hotline to dial. Night fell over the Nambu police station when a loud bang shattered the silence as the door was kicked open. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit marched in with total authority, while all the lower-ranking officers scrambled to stay out of his way. He glared at Mu Hyuk and let out a furious roar. "It was you, wasn't it? You are the one who laid a finger on my Jin Pyo?" Mu Hyuk did not even blink at the man rage. He admitted he did it, but he also mocked the obvious injustice of the situation. There were 10 of them and only one of him, yet he was the only one in handcuffs. The prosecutor just gave a wicked smile and brushed off Mu Hyuk logic like it was nothing. "Ha! You must be kidding me." He immediately ordered the chief to take Mu Hyuk into the interrogation room to handle him. Even though Chief Kim was a little hesitant since Mu Hyuk was still just a minor, the pressure and threats from the powerful prosecutor were too much. He had no choice but to give in and do exactly what he was told. Stepping right up to the bars, the prosecutor looked at Mu Hyuk with pure evil in his eyes. "I know exactly how to handle punks like you and make sure you disappear quietly." Inside the suffocating interrogation room, Kim Mu Hyuk stood face to face with the cunning man in the glasses. He starts the interrogation with a snarky tone. "Hey, Kim Mu Hyuk, heard you are making quite a name for yourself, huh?" The old guy pulls out statements from your former teacher to frame you as a gang member. He is claiming you are into robbery and extortion. Just looking at Jin Pyo injuries, he says it is obvious. He insists this is not Mu Hyuk's first rodeo. Faced with the charges, Mu Hyuk stays cool as ice. He just tells them straight up, "I was only defending myself. If I hadn't fought back, I would have been pulverized." The man's face twists in anger. He shouts, "What? You call that self-defense? I am asking one more time, and you better give me the real story. Why did you assault your classmates?" One side is being perfectly logical, while the other just hears it and says, "No, I do not like that answer." Mu Hyuk does not flinch. He explains he was just trying to save a friend and that Jin Pyo crew were the real aggressors. He stares the guy down and hits him with a question. "I didn't have a choice. Is that really a crime?" Realizing words won't break the kid, the man slowly unbuckles his belt. He wraps it around his hand and coldly declares, "If talking won't work, then maybe this will do the trick instead." Suddenly, 2 goons behind him grab Mu Hyuk and hold him tight. The man swings the belt, landing heavy blows while screaming, "I am asking you again, why the hell did you do it?" Despite the brutal beating leaving him seriously injured, Mu Hyuk grits his teeth. His breath is ragged, but he refuses to back down or change his story. "It was just self-defense." He is gasping for air but sticks to his guns. Pure self-defense. The kid's stubbornness drives the man insane. He roars, "You little brat, stop playing these logic games with me." "Fine, I will beat that attitude right out of you." A rain of blows falls on Mu Hyuk until he collapses, his breathing getting heavier and more desperate by the second. In the middle of the room, the man keeps screaming at the exhausted teenager. "Now, talk. Tell me why you did it, and do it fast." Mu Hyuk whispers through the pain. "It was protection." The man in glasses puts on more pressure. No matter how stubborn you are, you have already lost this game. You get it, right?" He leans in close, eyes glaring for the final question. "Last chance. Did you use a weapon to attack them unprovoked? Is that the truth?" Mu Hyuk does not budge. "Everything I said is the actual truth. Jin Pyo was the one who actually had a knife." The man in glasses snaps, screaming, "Damn it, you are really starting to get on my nerves now. Tie him to the chair." When his henchmen hesitate, he yells even louder, "Don't make me say it twice. Are you losers trying to disobey my orders too?" The terrified goons obey, rushing to bind Mu Hyuk's hands to the chair in that suffocating room. The man in glasses sits across from him and coldly says, "Kim Mu Hyuk, you brought this on yourself. You know that, right?" He pulls out a long, sharp needle with a wicked grin. "So don't go blaming me." Mu Hyuk silently watches the weapon, his bruised face showing absolutely no fear despite the terrifying threat. Out of nowhere, Mu Hyuk starts laughing like a maniac, catching the man in glasses completely off guard. He shouts in shock, "What? Laughing? Have you finally lost your mind from fear?" Mu Hyuk just keeps smirking, his sharp eyes locked on the guy. He whispers, "Man, you are so screwed." He challenges him with a low, menacing growl. Carrying a weapon and using one are basically the same crime, right? Mu Hyuk's sudden dominance makes the guy tremble. "What? This kid is literally tied up but acting like he is the judge?" Losing his cool, the man in glasses screams, "Hold him down!" Just then, the door slams open. A man rushes in, panicked, shouting some urgent news. Prosecutor." "The prosecutor?" Getting cut off, the guy in glasses snaps back. "Why the hell did you just barge in here?" Suddenly, the door flies open and a powerful figure walks in while everyone stares in shock. Someone gasps, "Chief Prosecutor." It is Yun Chang-ho himself, the head of the Busan District Prosecutor Office. The corrupt official freezes, breaking into a cold sweat when he sees his boss standing right there. Yoon Chang-ho roars in fury. "You bastard!" He swings a massive slap that sends the man glasses flying as he hits the floor. He screams in a total rage. "Is this supposed to be a republic? What do you think you are doing to a minor, huh?" Yoon Chang-ho lunges forward and grabs the guy by his collar, tearing into him. "You idiot! If you want to ruin your life, do it alone. Why did you come to Busan to pull this crap?" He is incredibly pissed that this moron actions forced him to drop everything in Seoul to clean up this mess. "Don't you know I was in Seoul, and you caused this disaster, making me rush back here?" The corrupt guy is shaking, pale as a ghost, stammering, "Chief Prosecutor, what are you doing here?" Yoon Chang-ho grits his teeth and barks, "Do you even have a clue whose grandson that is? Actually, if you knew, you wouldn't have been this stupid." One minute he is acting like a big shot. The next he is getting chewed out like a corporate intern who missed his deadline. While the man is still reeling over the kid identity, Yoon Chang-ho reveals the truth. Chairman of P owner in Pyeongchang-dong. The prosecutor is in total shock, his mouth moving but no words coming out. Chairman of P owner, Pyeongchang-dong? Before he can even process that, Yoon Chang-ho points right at Mu Hyuk tied to the chair. He drops the bombshell. Why? Because he is the actual grandson of the chairman of P owner. Looking over at Mu Hyuk, the corrupt official completely falls apart now. Absolute terror is written all over his face, knowing he just messed with the most powerful family. Inside a massive luxury mansion in Pyeongchang-dong, Chairman Cheon Tae-san stares at his grandson's battered face and finally speaks coldly. "Tell me, how did this happen to you?" Mu Hyuk does not look away. He calmly explains the whole situation. "They abused their power and conducted an illegal, brutal interrogation, so I asked for your help." Cheon Tae-san narrows his eyes, testing him. "You could have just avoided all of this." Mu Hyuk explains that if it were just a direct fight, he could have easily dodged it, but it was worse. They had people holding him down so the guy could attack. Since he couldn't escape, he had to find a way to stop them. Sitting on the sofa, his face is a mess of bruises, but his eyes are burning with determination. "I didn't want the people around me getting dragged into this. I just wanted to protect my own family. That is just how I live." Mu Hyuk admits he is now in his grandfather debt, but it was worth it to protect those he cares about. Cheon Tae-san watches him silently, then drops a challenging question. "What if I hadn't helped?" Facing the cold stare of his powerful grandfather, Mu Hyuk does not blink. He drops a bombshell. "If that were the case, then our relationship would probably end right here." The tension in the room is so thick, even a fly wouldn't dare to buzz through it. That statement leaves Cheon Tae-san absolutely stunned. Mu Hyuk keeps the pressure on with his sharp, calculated words. "If you have the power but refuse to help me, then your position in this family doesn't really matter anymore." Faced with his grandson's sheer arrogance and nerve, Cheon Tae-san suddenly bursts out laughing. It is the kind of laugh that makes you run. He laughs heartily, as if he just discovered a hidden treasure. The sound echoes through the entire office. Tae-san nods in approval. "Exactly. To be the pillar of this family, you pay whatever the cost." Mu Hyuk silently watches his grandfather, knowing deep down that those were the most honest words he has ever spoken. Deep down, Mu Hyuk flashed back to the brutal life lesson he once learned from this man. If you can't escape the threat, you make them disappear so they can never strike again. He knew a sloppy win or a weak apology just gives the bad guys an excuse to come back for blood later. Cho Tae-san stands up, brushing past Mu Hyuk with a heavy warning. "If you have a weak heart, you better change the channel to something lighter right now." Looking at his grandson, the old man drops his code. "If you can't make it yours, pull it out by the roots and destroy it." Mu-hyun bows, saying, "Yes, sir." Right after, Chairman Tae-san demands an update on that mess down in Busan. Mu Young-hoon reports inspectors found the prosecutor knee-deep in bribes and torture since his Seoul days. The speed of the dirt coming out is so fast, even internet trolls would want to take notes. If the public found out, it would be an absolute scandal. Putting him behind bars is child's play now. The chief prosecutor is just waiting for the chairman's final call. Then, the old man pivots the conversation back to school stuff. Mu Young-hoon confirms the bully ringleader and all those involved punks confessed. Even the homeroom teacher from last year got snatched up. That snake lied to screw over Mu Hyuk, but got busted for taking way too many bribes. Tae-san looks at the bruised kid on the chair and asks if he is finally satisfied with the result. Mu Hyuk stays quiet, then drops a heavy request. "I have a favor. Can you hand that chief prosecutor over to me?" The question leaves his grandpa totally stunned. Why? At a high-end restaurant called Taesan Bakjip, the air is thick as a suit asks for an update on the dirty prosecutor. The tension in the room is high. Yeon Chang-ho nervously reports the guy is locked up and heading for the most brutal punishment. There is no way he is getting out of this one. Standing behind him, Mu Young-hwan gives a chilling warning. "Do not ever mention the chairman's name during this process." You got that? The chief confirms immediately. Mu Hyuk says someone wants to meet. The door slides open to reveal a familiar face. The chief prosecutor gasps in shock. Kim Mu Hyuk. Mu Hyuk sits down, face covered in bandages, but his eyes stay cold and weirdly calm. He looks like a man with a plan. Inside a quiet, traditional spot, Kim Mu Hyuk faces off with the Busan chief prosecutor over a massive, expensive feast. Bandaged and bruised, Mu Hyuk listens to the powerful man beg for forgiveness. The sweating chief promises this drama will never happen again on his watch as long as he is at the Busan office. He is desperate to stay in the chairman's good graces. While the guy is shaking, Mu Hyuk stays smooth, calm, and totally polite. He tells him to relax and skip the formalities. He knows the chief is clean, then casually mentions his scary grandfather as a subtle threat. The old man doesn't usually sweat the small stuff. But since this was the first time the grandson got hurt, the old man won't be playing nice anymore. Noticing the chief is about to lose it, Mu Hyuk says he asked for this meeting. Suddenly, he stands up and gives a deep, formal bow. He apologizes for causing a scene. The panicked chief waves it off, blaming himself for not keeping his dogs on a leash. He says a simple sorry isn't enough. Mu Hyuk sits back, his eyes looking sharp and calculating. Thanks for understanding, he says. He says sorry for the mess at the prosecutor's office. Then, after a heavy pause, he gets serious. Chief, can you help me with one more thing? The prosecutor listens closely as Mu Hyuk goes straight to the point. This is the real reason he came here today. The intro was polite enough, sure, but anyone could tell some serious business was coming. The chief nods immediately, saying it is no problem. Mu Hyuk promises this won't hurt his career or cause any trouble for him at all, but only the chief can pull this off. Getting a green light, Mu Hyuk smirks and gives a small smile. He promises to tell his grandpa the chief is off the hook. The heavy vibe finally lifts, and the chief breathes a sigh of relief. I get it, he says, feeling much better now. The chief hopes for a win next time. Mu Hyuk mentions the chief's upcoming move to Seoul. You're heading to the capital soon, aren't you? It is a bold question. The chief nods as Mu Hyuk heads out. It felt like passing a brutal final exam without knowing any of the answers. He is just glad the conversation is over. He casually mentions he is back to school tomorrow after missing a few days because of all this chaos. Watching the kid walk away, the sweating chief forces a laugh at how mature he is. Oh right, you're still a student. See you next time, kid, he stammers. Mu Hyuk leaves Mu Hyuk deep in thought at the table. Even for a high school student, this kid is way too cool, calm, and calculated. He knows how to play the game. He wonders if this genius comes from the blood of the legendary loan shark king, Cho Ni-jung, flowing in his veins. Life at school finally settles down. Mu Hyuk buries his head in books, sometimes passing out right at his desk from pure exhaustion. Time blurs between the library and intense martial arts training. Outside, the world flips as the Soviet Union falls in 1991. It is a time of massive change and major global shifts. Mu Hyuk and his crew make memories, watching massive sports and political drama shake their country to the core. They witness history unfolding right before their eyes. Most kids are busy growing up, but he is already making history. Finally, the 1993 college entrance exam arrives. It is the moment of truth. It is the last dance before the CSAT system takes over. Mu Hyuk rushes in to report the scores from a professor at the university. Chairman John Tae-san snaps. Well, did he get in? The old man trembles, looking at the result, eyes wide with shock. With the right music, you could replay this scene 3 times and still feel the hype. He cannot believe the numbers. Outside Dongsung High, a mob of reporters is waiting to swarm Mu Hyuk. They are desperate for a scoop. One reporter asks about his perfect score on the big test. Mu Hyuk checks his pager, coolly confirming he just set a record that might never be broken. He stays calm under the pressure. He is the first student ever to score a perfect 340. Reporters scream out questions about his study secrets and if he had any private tutors helping him out. The crowd is going wild. He gives a humble smile, saying he never had a tutor or special prep classes, he just stuck to the textbooks. It is a simple but legendary answer. Asked for advice for next year's students, he looked dead at the camera and dropped a truth bomb. Listen up, guys. Studying is actually the easiest thing in the world. At the office, Chairman John Tae-san stared at the headlines, gasping in total shock. VKPA, look at this. Meanwhile, under the city's neon lights, Kim Mu Hyuk and his squad hit the Rabion nightclub to celebrate. Park Hyun-seong raised his glass with a shout, "To friendship forever!" Lee Myung-soo hyped him up, screaming, "Forever!" Seeing his friends getting wild, Mu Hyuk frowned. Yo, chill with the yelling, keep it down. Myung-soo, face flushed from the drinks, just giggled. Man, we studied for 3 years straight. Tonight, we let loose. His best friend flexed, bragging that his dad owned the joint, so the food and the VIP table were all on the house. Myung-soo flexed a bottle, shouting, "Check it out, this stuff is pricey." Staring at his glass, Mu Hyuk just shrugged internally. In his past life, he had tasted everything from cheap soju to top-shelf bottles meant for high rollers. He grinned and nodded. "All right, let's party tonight." Even though he had a gut feeling that being expensive didn't always mean it would actually taste good. But the second that first sip hit his tongue, Mu Hyuk realized the flavor was absolutely, 100% disgusting. His eyes bugged out. What the heck? The harsh sting made him cough, his throat feeling like it was literally on fire. When Myung-soo eagerly asked for his thoughts, Mu Hyuk just gave a forced smile. Well, it is definitely eye-opening. He told himself to take it easy since he had to meet Myung-soo's dad later. Talk about eye-opening, the drink was so strong he almost saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Right then, a stunning woman in a sharp business suit walked up to their table. Myung-soo was quick to introduce her, claiming she was the most beautiful customer in the place tonight. She flashed a charming smile and wished the group luck. While Myung-soo and Hyun-seong were turning bright red from excitement, Mu Hyuk kept his usual cool and calm composure. She started chatting with Mu Hyuk, saying he looked young. "How old are you?" "I am 21. Mu Hyuk calmly replied that they were all 20 and had just passed their college entrance exams a few days ago. When she curiously asked which school they were attending, Myung-soo almost blurted it out, but Mu Hyuk quickly covered his mouth. He played it down humbly. "Oh, it is just a small school in Seoul." Suddenly, a stranger appeared from behind and called the girl's name Na Gyeong-sa. Things were chill until this guy showed up, dragging a whole mountain of drama with him. A massive dude in a purple suit, flanked by a squad of goons, suddenly showed up looking like he wanted to kill someone. He glared at the girl sitting with Mu Hyuk's crew and growled, "I was wondering if you were coming back. Turns out you are just hanging with these kids?" He looked like a B-movie villain ready to start a major action sequence. Looking annoyed, she coldly replied, "I can't deal with you guys right now." The big guy snapped. "What? So, how are you going to pay for all those bottles you ordered earlier?" Without hesitation, she jumped up and got in his face. "I didn't even have a drop of your booze. I am sick of looking at your ugly face. You look like a wild boar." Humiliated in front of the crowd, the guy started sweating from pure rage. He roared out, "Oh, damn it, I am seriously losing my mind here." Mu Hyuk watched silently, feeling annoyed about getting dragged into this pointless argument. He told himself it was definitely time to get the heck out of there. Mu Hyuk stood up and spoke politely. "Excuse us, we really have to go now." He turned to his friend, Myung-soo. "Come on, let's get moving." But Myung-soo was totally wasted. He slumped over the table and suddenly mumbled a curse. "Screw you, you jerk." The guy in the purple suit froze, then erupted in fury. "Hey, what did you just say to me? You dare swear at me?" Mu Hyuk quickly tried to pull Myung-soo up. "Hey, you are drunk. We need to leave now." But Myung-soo just struggled. He shouted back, "I am not drunk. Why should I be scared? These idiots are messing with my dad's business." Mu Hyuk and Hyun-seong tried their best to drag him away. The purple suit guy completely lost his cool. He screamed, "Hey, you little punks! Where do you think you are going? Get back here right now!" A waiter rushed over to intervene, trying to de-escalate. "Please, sir, calm down. This is the owner's son and his friends. They just passed their exams and had a bit too much to drink." Reaching his breaking point, the purple suit swung and knocked the waiter down. "Get off me, you loser!" He then stomped on the guy while he was down, cursing him out repeatedly. "You piece of trash! You think I am some kind of joke?" Amidst the absolute chaos, the crazed man vented all his rage on the poor waiter. It is always the unlucky ones who suffer. Panic gripped the nightclub as screams echoed through the air. "Oh my God! What is happening? Please, somebody make him stop!" In the middle of the crowd, the owner tried to stop the aggressive guy. The thug sneered, "Old man, don't you know we have the whole Nampo district on lockdown?" The owner tried to stay calm and negotiate. "Of course I know. That is why we have been drinking together for so long, to keep things friendly. But if you keep acting like this..." Watching the guy's attitude, Mu Hyuk grew suspicious. Beside him, Park Hyun-seong stood there in total shock as the tension reached a boiling point. The owner lowered his voice, pleading for an apology. "Look, my son is young and reckless. I am sorry for his behavior. Just relax, and I will make sure you are taken care of." He hurriedly urged Mu Hyuk's group to leave. "Didn't you boys have somewhere to be? Go home and wait for me there." Mu Hyuk grabbed his friend's shoulder. "Let's go, Myung-soo. Now." Instantly, the purple suit guy roared, "Hey, where you going? Stop!" The owner rushed to grab him, trying to hold him back. "Boss, please, let me handle the kids. Let's just go back inside." Suddenly, the thug landed a stinging slap that sent the owner reeling back. Mu Hyuk, Hyun-seong, and Myung-soo all turned back, faces pale with horror at the violence. The thug glared at the owner, who was clutching his face. Listen, I am not playing around here. I respected you because you are older, but that means nothing now. He gritted his teeth. God, what a trash night this is. Showing no mercy, the guy delivered a brutal kick that sent the owner crashing to the floor. Teach your kid some manners. Seeing his dad get attacked, Myung-soo snapped. You bastard! He charged straight at the man to settle the score. He was wasted, but his loyalty was in overdrive. However, the purple suit easily caught him and slammed him onto the hard ground. He grabbed the boy and growled a threat. Listen, little rich boy, today I am going to teach you a lesson you will remember for the rest of your life. Picking a fight with someone you don't know is a huge mistake. Seeing his son in danger, the owner fell to his knees, begging, Please, God, just stop. This is all my fault. Can you let him go just this once? If you want to hit someone, hit me. The fat guy let out a mocking laugh at the scene. Ha! Damn, this father-son bond is actually touching. His face darkened as he made a grim announcement. Then, he lunged forward, ready to brutally assault the poor father. Right then, a massive hand shoots out, catching that punch midair like it was nothing. Kim Mu-hyuk steps up, eyes cold as ice, and drops a chill line. Please, just knock it off. You are taking this way too far. The thug freezes, eyes wide with pure shock. Who the heck is this kid? And just like that, our hero makes his grand entrance, perfectly timed down to the second. Mu-hyuk stays cool, looking the guy dead in the eye. He tells him that no matter how mad you get, you never hit a father in front of his kid. He stands between the brute and the family. Is that enough, or what? The man just laughs, his face twisted in a smug smirk. Ha, kids these days really have some guts, don't they? He glares with pure killer intent, screaming, Do you even know who you are messing with? He throws a wild punch, typical villain line before the author serves him a massive loss. Mu-hyuk effortlessly dodges those sloppy swings. The guy roars in frustration. Hey, where do you think you are looking? He lunges at Mu-hyuk like a wild animal, but Mu-hyuk is done playing games. One lightning-fast counter later, and the guy never even saw it coming. He is stunned. The man hits the floor hard, out cold at Mu-hyuk's feet. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the tension like a knife. Stop the car. From the shadows, the massive Park Dong-soo steps out with his crew. He looks at his pathetic underling on the ground and growls. What were you doing while I was gone? Mu-hyuk spots the infamous boss and whispers under his breath, Park Dong-soo. Park Dong-soo flashes a cocky grin, radiating pure power. Inside the noisy, chaotic nightclub, he slowly marches over to face off with the big guy who started all this drama. This idiot still doesn't get it. He sneers, You haven't been caught yet? You are such a loser that even the cops won't bother with you, huh? He tries to flex his status, yelling, Dong-soo, I am still the one in charge here. Dong-soo just smirks with total contempt. So what? Nampadong never belonged to you anyway. Dong-soo walks up and casually drops a hand on the guy's shoulder. His eyes turn freezing cold as he whispers, Look, I am back now. Get lost before I crack your skull open. That heavy threat has the guy sweating buckets, frozen in place. Then, Dong-soo instantly flips the script, waving happily at Mu-hyuk. Hey, it is my favorite guy. How have you been lately? It is so good to see you again. Man, his mood shifted faster than a stunt double switching places. Shaking off the drama, Dong-soo excitedly suggests grabbing a drink. Once things settle down in the lobby, the two of them head to a luxury VIP room to talk. While pouring the drinks, Dong-soo can't stop the compliments. I saw you in the newspapers, kid. Your scores were at the top of the whole country? I always thought you were a weirdo, but I guess you are actually a genius. Mu-hyuk sips his drink and asks, When did you get back? Not long ago. It took some time to reclaim my old turf without drawing too much heat. Mu-hyuk asks if he used to run this place. Dong-soo nods. Yeah, from Nampadong to Bosadong, all of it. Everything used to belong to my crew. Reclaiming power takes a minute, but everyone knows the drill, so there were no major street wars. Thinking back on the past, Dong-soo sighs. That old gang I was part of is completely gone now. If you hadn't warned me beforehand, I would probably be eating prison food right now. Dong-soo looks at him with total sincerity and gratitude. Thanks to you, I dodged a major bullet. He sets his glass down and gets serious. So, what do you need me to do for you? Mu-hyuk gives a mysterious smile, then drops a question that makes Dong-soo freeze. How long until you run all of Busan? Dong-soo eyebrows shoot up. Hey man, I asked what you needed help with. Why are you asking about my business? Mu-hyuk calmly replies, because that is exactly what I am after right now. Dong-soo crunches the numbers. At least 6 months, maybe a year if things go sideways. Most of the big players are locked up anyway. There are only a few small fish left out there. He sounds like he is planning a corporate takeover, not seizing a city. Mu-hyuk gives the order. Good. Keep a low profile from the cops and prosecutors, and you need to tighten your grip on everything. He stresses the golden rules. Most importantly, do not get caught. Oh, and stay far away from MTI. You do not want any part of that mess. Mu Hyuk warns him that things are about to get wild. Soon, they will launch a massive crime crackdown like nothing anyone has ever seen before. If you mess with the cops now, you are finished. He looks at Dong Shu and suggests slowly moving your operations from the shadows into the light. Dong Shu just laughs at that crazy idea. The light? Listen to this kid. People like us can't just step out into the daylight. It doesn't work that way. The gangster explains the harsh rules of the underworld. If I do that, others in the shadows will just rebel. The war never ends. Mu Hyuk shuts him down. That is just an excuse. If you follow the law, you won't have to worry about some random thugs. He drops some facts. The Seoul gangs are already working together on business deals. Busan needs to hurry up, or those Seoul guys will crush you. Mu Hyuk tells him to change how he operates. Hire a good lawyer and start a real business immediately. Once you own Busan, you can expand straight into Seoul. Imagine being a gangster and having to learn how to be a businessman overnight. Dong Shu chokes on his drink, totally stunned. What? Seoul? That is way too big. He asks in total disbelief, do you really think it is that easy? Seoul is a total battlefield where giants from all over the country come to fight. Mu Hyuk just smiles confidently while pouring more. Don't worry, I will help. Just trust me and get ready. Dong Shu sighs deeply, but he is starting to feel swayed by the kid's sheer confidence. Ha, you make it sound like a joke, but for some reason, I am actually convinced. Finally, the guy raises his glass, ready to take the risk. Fine, it is a solid plan. Let us give it a shot. He was against it at first, but 5 minutes later, he is all in. Inside the fancy room, the sound of pouring drinks fills the air. Kim Mu Hyuk drops one final condition. I have one condition. The boss looks surprised. A condition? Mu Hyuk looks him in the eye and says, during this whole process, my identity cannot be revealed to anyone. You and I have absolutely no connection. Mu Hyuk takes a sip, silently making a vow to himself. No one can find out about me until I am ready to take down the Tron family. High-level business, but strictly anonymous. At a massive mansion, news of Kim Mu Hyuk getting a perfect score on the exams is everywhere. The headlines read, learning is the easiest thing in the world. Holding the newspaper, Chairman Tron Thi-san lets out a triumphant laugh. Myung-hwan stands nearby and asks, Sir, what is you feeling so happy? The old man couldn't hide his hype. Why wouldn't he be stoked? Not only did he get the family name into law school, but he snagged the highest scores in the whole country. He took a sip of tea, feeling totally chill. Now he could finally walk tall and hold his own whenever he hopped on the phone with that old Samsung chairman. John T-san thought back to all that past shade. You know how it was. They looked down on us thinking we were just loud kids with money. Their own brats all went to Ivy League schools abroad. Myung-hoon stepped in smoothly, saying that in reality, those people are still borrowing cash from you, Mr. Chairman. He smirked. Exactly. They talk trash behind my back, but when they need something, they crawl over here. They will wait hours and won't say a word. That is just how they are. His eyes went dark, thinking about his biggest regret. He never finished school because he had to start hustling for money early on. My own kids aren't much for books either. He looked around his massive office and sighed. If it wasn't for my cash, none of them would have even smelled a college campus. Myung-hoon gently reminded him of another win. Ko Jisoo, your second granddaughter, actually got into Korea University as the runner-up just last year. You even gave her 1% of Samsung Electronics stock back then. The old man nodded. True, Gisu is actually a sharp kid. Then he looked at the kid's photo in the paper and sighed. But I really like this Mu Hyuk kid. If he were my actual son and heir instead of just a grandson, life would be perfect. Ha! He shook off the family talk and asked about the political scene. Any news on the president-elect? Myung-hoon gave a serious report. He is still quietly rounding up support from the government. He shifted from family drama to national business in a single breath. Myung-hoon told the chairman he had a chance to pick people for 2 major roles. Since it is a new civilian government, the rules are strict. He asked Myung-hoon which spot he should choose. Myung-hoon suggested putting one person in a top economic leadership role and the other in a major political position. Hearing politics made the chairman go quiet for a beat. Myung-hoon explained that controlling politics means owning the police and the prosecutors. It is basically a massive insurance policy for the company. The chairman nodded. Good, let us do that. They get a straight shot into the Blue House, right? Yes. After his guy nodded, the old man started asking how his 2 sons, Suhan and Sumin, were doing. Myung-hoon hesitated, reporting that the second son was chasing some risky business deal. Sensing something was off, the chairman barked, "What is the problem?" Myung-hoon dropped the bomb. "This business is tied to some serious gangsters." The old man roared in shock. What? He couldn't believe it, thinking all those gangs were wiped out in the last sweep. Myung-hoon explained a new crew was growing under the protection of the Than Phong Club. That name made his face pale. He was fuming. What? The Than Phong Club? Why would they even work together? When he heard about the illegal slot machines, his face twisted in rage. He cursed his useless son. Slot machines? That is all he can do? Gambling? I can smell the failure from here, and it is number 8. Myung-hoon added that his father-in-law, Congressman Kim, took bribes to handle the permits. This brought in some serious political cash. The chairman scoffed. Congressman Kim is going to pay for having such a moron for a son-in-law. I warned them to stay away from that gang, but they ignored me. When asked if he should step in, the old man gave a sharp order. Just watch them for now. Do not let them cause any more drama. Myung-hoon bowed and quietly backed out. Left alone, Cho Tae-san drifted into some dark memories about that old gang. He regretted his younger days when he borrowed their power. He sighed heavily. This is just karma coming back for me. His eyes turned cold and determined. He promised himself he would end this cycle before he kicked the bucket. Kim Mu Hyuk stood at the massive mansion gate and called out for his grandpa. The gate slowly opened. Seeing his family waiting, he said softly, I am here. Chairman John T. San gave a kind smile and replied, So, you finally made it. I have been waiting. In his fancy office, the chairman sipped some hot tea while Myung-hoon stood by his side. He asked his grandson if he found a place to live in Seoul yet. Before the kid could answer, he offered some major perks. Tell me where you want to live near school. I will even hire a maid for you. You just need to focus on your books. Hearing that, the kid made a bold request. Would it bother you if I just lived here? That question made the chairman pause. The kid explained that from the moment he walked in, he wanted to live there. He looked at the garden and the fountain, places full of memories of his late mother. After all, this is where she lived when she was just a little girl. Every time I come here, it feels like she is right next to me. He looked his grandpa in the eye and added, Plus, I can see you way more often. Those honest and smooth words totally won the old man over. You really know how to play me. If you are comfortable here, then do it. Sitting across from his grandpa, the kid thought back to his bitter past life. Back then, he was only allowed here when called. He was banned from family parties and treated like a total outsider. He remembered with a sting how they treated him like he was just another servant. But this time, everything was different. Since he crushed the law school entrance exam with a perfect score, he was officially one of them. That status flip meant he got the VIP treatment now. While they chatted, he brought it up. 8 years ago, you said that after you got into Korea University Law, you would tell me what gift you wanted. So, let us hear it. The kid smirked with confidence. He knew his grandpa was dying to know how he got that top rank. He said plainly, You must be curious, which is why you called me here right after graduation. Sitting in that posh room, Chairman John T. San admitted that law school is not a place you can just win at with pure willpower. He looked his grandson in the eye and pushed him. Come on, tell me. What do you need? What do you want from me? Without flinching, the kid dropped a bombshell. I want you to teach me about the business you run. That wild request left the chairman stunned, and Myung-hoon was just as shocked. The chairman asked to be sure. Teach you the business? The kid answered firmly, Yes. The old man warned him this is not simple. Mu Hyuk coolly admits he is a rookie, but since the high-interest loan game is a shark tank, he wants to dive deep. While John Teason weighs the options, Mui is busy running the numbers on his next power move. His brain is redlining at max capacity. If he had a cooling fan in his head, it would be screaming like a jet engine right now. To snatch the family fortune and get payback on the John clan, asking for cash or stocks is amateur hour. It smells like a trap. With his future knowledge, getting rich is easy, but he needs a solid cover to stay off their radar. Mui knows if he shows his hand too early, his uncles John Soo-man and John Soo-han will definitely try to delete him before he is strong enough to fight back. The situation is so sketchy that a game over screen should be popping up. His best play is acting like the perfect, studious grandson, asking for an internship to win over grandpa's absolute trust. From that position, Mu Hyuk will strike. John Teason watches his ambitious grandson closely. John Teason mulls it over, repeating the request to learn the business. He figures this is a fair trade for the 8 years of brutal studying the kid just powered through. Still, that reward feels like a massive upgrade from 8 years of instant noodles. The old man wonders why Mui picked such a grind instead of just grabbing something easy. He slowly quotes the old wisdom. Giving someone fruit is nothing compared to teaching them how to grow the tree. Mui keeps his cool, insisting this experience will pay off later. Sensing the kid's resolve, John Tae-san turns to his right-hand man, Manager Ha, for his take on things. Manager Ha seems hesitant, wondering if this is moving way too fast. He suggests it would not be too late to start once the kid actually finishes university. Mui cuts him off with a total bombshell, declaring he could not care less about going to school. He wants to start right now. Chairman Taesan's eyes go wide as he snaps, asking what on earth the boy is talking about that is Korea Law University. He cannot believe the valedictorian is treating education so lightly. He demands to know if the kid ever actually planned on becoming a lawyer or a judge in the future. Mui quietly stands up, looks his grandpa dead in the eye, and drops the real truth. He only went there to prove his skills and grit to the old man. Then, he boldly lays out his true ambition. He wants to be a powerhouse, just like his grandfather. John Taesan watches in silence while Mui offers a deal. Of course, if Grandpa really wants him to be a lawyer, he will still play along with the plan. He is confident he could crush the bar exam whenever. He sounds less like a student and more like the guy who wrote the test. Standing nearby, Mi Eung-hon is floored. Hearing him talk about the bar exam like it is, a walk in the park makes Mi Eung-hon start to shiver at how unpredictable this kid is. He wonders if this teenager has some hidden god-tier abilities beyond his wildest dreams. After a moment, John Taesan decides to give him a shot. The decision was so fast, a board of directors would not have even opened their mouths yet. He barks a direct order to Mi Eung-hon to get moving. Start handing over your current workload to the boy immediately. Mi Eung-hon bows respectfully, agreeing to the chairman's order as the mansion lights blaze through the silent night. Inside the office, Mi Eung-hon starts the first training session for Kim Mui on the dark reality of this massive financial empire. He sits across from Mui, explaining that the work he does for the chairman is basically money lending. To put it bluntly, most people just call it loan sharking. Despite the shark label, Mi Eung-hon insists every move stays strictly within the law. That is why Mui needs to master the law. When you are dealing with massive amounts of cash, knowing everything about the collateral is a matter of life and death. Collateral usually means real estate or bonds. He notes that while they take stocks, they are too volatile, so they only prioritize them when the company holds the shares directly. Mi Eung-hon goes deeper into the legendary status of Chairman John Taesan, the man who deals directly with the nation's biggest corporations. He handles the emergency cash that traditional banks cannot touch. Since banking has not fully evolved yet, the chairman's high-interest lending is the hottest ticket in the financial world. Back then, most businesses grew side by side with guys like him. Mi Eung-hon stresses that Mui needs to learn the legal drill and how to vet borrowers. Just as he finishes, Mi Eung-hon slams a massive stack of files onto the table, the loud thud echoing right in front of Mui's face. Pointing at the mountain of paper, Mi Eung-hon coldly lists the spending records, contracts, and legal documents for the collateral. The stack is so tall it is clear why people quit. He drops a brutal challenge. Read and summarize everything in 3 days. Looking at the massive pile of folders, Mui lets out a heavy sigh. Thanks to his past life, he already knows all this stuff. Mui looks at the documents with pure annoyance, even wondering if he should just pretend to be struggling to memorize it. A week later, Chairman John Taesan asks for a late-night update. So, how is the kid doing with his lessons? Mi Eung-hon reports back with total respect. He says Mui has a freakish grasp on cash flow and can spot the hidden patterns behind those boring, dry documents. Mi Eung-hon admits this kind of instinct usually takes years of real-world grinding. You just cannot learn or understand it overnight like that. Yet, Mui seems to understand it all perfectly, almost like he knew it beforehand. John Taesan raises an eyebrow, clearly finding the whole thing very interesting. Mi Eung-hon goes on about how Mui carries himself around business managers. He is never rattled or stressed. He is just naturally professional and totally in his element. He is so calm you would think he was taking a walk, not negotiating billion-dollar deals. Mi Eung-hon admits he does not even need any help. John Taesan stares into the void, totally stunned, only able to mutter in amazed, "Really?" Mi Eung-hon cannot stop praising the kid's lightspeed progress, convinced that in just a few more days, he will be handling everything like a pro. Hearing that, Chairman John Taesan decides it is time to give his grandson a real challenge. Mi Eung-hon is worried, asking if it is too soon since the big firms won't respect him. The old man shuts him down with a cold stare, asking why he would need permission from anyone to give an assignment. Still, Mi Eung-hon cannot help but feel uneasy. He brings up 2 heavy hitters, directors John Soo-man and John Soo-han, doubting if Mui is actually ready to go head-to-head with them. John Taesan coldly says he will have to face them eventually, so starting now is better. It is that do it while it is hot mentality, not giving anyone time to prepare. He gives the final order: find the directors we have loaned to and bring back every cent of the principal and interest. Do not come back short. Scrutinizing Mu Hyuk's record, Taesan knew this kid's potential was definitely worth a real challenge. High in a dark skyscraper at night, news of the rookie's new mission started spreading through the office like a total wildfire. One man shouted into his phone in total shock before losing his temper and slamming the receiver down so hard it made a deafening, echoing crash in the room. Staring out the window at the glowing city lights, Ji-won couldn't hide the anger boiling inside him. He kept asking himself what the hell his dad was thinking, letting some random kid join the family business. Myeongdong looks like a bustling shopping paradise, but it's actually the shady heart of the financial underground. Glitzy on the outside, but it is a total bloodbath for cash on the inside. Sitting in the car, Mu Hyuk wondered why they were there. Myung-hoon explained that Myeongdong is the absolute ground zero for the loan shark industry in South Korea. Since the top 5 commercial banks are all based here, the predatory loan market naturally grew around them like a shadow. Myung-hoon kept explaining how the major corporate power plays were personally handled by the chairman themselves. As for the smaller businesses, they are usually handed off to directors like John Soo-man and John Soo-han. On top of that, Myeongdong has specialized sector directors. These guys are the biggest players in the predatory loan market. They might be smaller than the chairman, but their daily transaction volume can easily hit tens of billions of won. Myung-hoon said the chairman invested heavily with them, and now Mu Hyuk's job is to see if these guys are actually handling that cash the right way or not. It sounds like a routine job audit, but it's really about seeing who's actually playing fair in this business. Total corporate power move. He warned that these sharks have decades of experience, so dealing with them won't be a walk in the park. Seeing Myung-hoon's concern, Mu Hyuk just smirked with confidence. Chill out, I can handle this, no problem. His eyes burned with grit. If he had to face these monsters eventually, why not start right now? After all, the legendary 4 masters of Myeongdong were feared by everyone in the game. Back then, the loan shark business was only for the heartless, just a bunch of predators constantly clawing at each other. Even the most dangerous street gangs were terrified of these guys. These 4 masters had ruled their territory for decades, earning the absolute trust of the old man himself through years of loyalty. Mu Hyuk knew these guys weren't to be underestimated. They were predators who fought tooth and nail to get where they are today. But deep down, he knew he was also a seasoned pro in this industry from his previous life. Staring out the car window, Mu Hyuk felt a wave of confidence. Since he'd already died once before, there wasn't anything in this world he couldn't find a way to handle. The car pulled up in front of a sleek, modern building. As soon as they stepped inside, a man with a wide, beaming smile was already there waiting to greet them. Hey there, Manager Ha. That smile was so bright you'd think he was hosting a VIP, not a financial shark. This was Kim Ho-sik, one of the legendary 4 masters of Myeongdong. I heard you were coming today, so I made sure to wait. After asking about the chairman's health and getting a nod from Myung-hoon, Ho-sik turned his gaze toward the kid. He asked curiously if this was the chairman's grandson. Mu Hyuk stayed quiet, sizing up his first real opponent in the high-stakes Myeongdong money game. Kim Mu Hyuk bowed and introduced himself. The shark smiled and gave him a friendly handshake, saying it was a real pleasure to meet him. I am Kim Ho-sik. He patted the kid's shoulder, acting all friendly once he heard Mu Hyuk was heading off to law school later this year. I am a law school grad myself. Just call me your senior, he said. Mu Hyuk played along politely, saying he looked forward to the help. Internally, Mu Hyuk was checking this guy out. Anyone with a weak heart would have quit the game just hearing this guy's impressive resume. We're talking about an elite student from Korea's top law school. This guy literally walked away from a prestigious career just to jump into the Shark Tank and survive for 10 years. He's not average, and he's incredibly hard to read. Once they were in the office, Mu Hyuk cut to the chase. Can I take a look at the financial records for this place first? Ho-sik was caught off guard. Slow down there, Junior. Why the rush? Let's just have some tea and talk for a bit first. Mu Hyuk didn't budge. Since I'm still not used to how things work here, I need plenty of time to go through everything. I'd like to see the records first, if you could help. Seeing the kid's stubbornness, Ho-sik handed them over. Fine, here are the books. Take a look, he said, looking like he was sure the kid would find absolutely nothing. Mu Hyuk took them and said thanks. While he focused on reading, Ho-sik sipped his tea, totally relaxed, thinking the kid was just wasting his time. My major was business administration, after all. When it comes to the numbers and the books, I've never messed up even a single detail. To be honest, the spending records were handled with extreme care and clarity. Still, Mu Hyuk narrowed his eyes in suspicion. It looked way too clean, and the Kim Ho-sik he remembered from before was never this organized. Mu Hyuk closed the ledger and noted how incredibly detailed everything was. But then, he immediately made his next move. He asked to check the bank books next. Ho-sik walked over to the cabinet and brought back a thick stack of them for the table. Mu Hyuk counted them quickly. 12 in total, right? Ho-sik acted all confident. Of course, bank books are the most important part. If even one went missing, we'd have a massive problem on our hands. I handle these bank books every single day, so there is never a single mistake in my accounting. Mu Hyuk grabbed the stack and firmly told him he'd be taking them with him. Hearing the demand to take the bank books, Ho-sik's face went pale. He stammered out, "What did you say?" Mu Hyuk stayed completely calm. He told him the chairman had ordered a full recall of every bank book held by the regional directors. Noticing the guy's face turning pale, He asked with a sharp tone if there was some kind of problem. Hosik's mind was spinning out of control. Was this really a direct order from the boss? He realized with absolute horror that Mu Hyuk might actually know exactly how he'd been messing with the financial records. Hosik tried to scramble for an excuse. Look, Junior, things are crazy busy right now. If you just take them all, how am I supposed to work? Mu Hyuk asked coldly. Are you really questioning the chairman's direct orders? If you still don't believe me, call the office right now to confirm the order. By now, Hosik was dripping with sweat, looking like he was on the verge of a total panic attack. He was sweating buckets like he'd just finished a marathon, not just standing in an office. Mu Hyuk kept the pressure on, asking why he was so worried about handing over the bank books. He kept his voice low but full of pressure. If there's something wrong, Senior, just go ahead and say it. I really don't want things to get tense between us on the very first day that we meet. Trying to save face, Hosik forced a fake smile. No problem at all. I was just so surprised by the news that I reacted a bit weirdly. That is actually great news, Mu Hyuk replied coolly. He stood up and turned to look at the pack of goons standing behind Hosik. Anyway, Director Kim, I have some business I want to discuss with you privately. Getting the hint, Myung-hoon glared at the men. What are you idiots still doing here? Did you not hear him? Everyone out now. The grumbling henchman shuffled out while Myung-hoon watched them like a hawk. Suddenly, trying to act tough and hide his panic, Hosik lunged forward, slapping his men across the face with everything he had. He roared in a fury. You useless punks! How dare you ignore the young master? He kept screaming and hitting them until they finally scrambled out the door. Get out now! Move it! You lazy losers just standing there. Mu Hyuk watched the old man's pathetic little performance in silence. Once the room was empty, and it was just the two of them, the tension got thick enough to cut. Hosik lit a cigarette, trying to play it cool as he muttered, Man, my bad. Seriously, my apologies. Those guys are a bit slow. Hope you can overlook it, kid. Taking a long drag, his eyes turned cold as he stared at Mu Hyuk. So, what did you want to talk about that required all this drama? Under the dim lights, he flicked his lighter, ready to face whatever the grandson was plotting. Mu Hyuk stepped in close, leaning right into Kim Hosik's face to drop a heavy warning. Hey, Kim Hosik, if you are going to be a servant, then start acting like a real servant. You feel me? Faced with the man's arrogance, he growled, Don't you get it yet, you moron? Or do I need to beat some sense into you before you finally realize exactly where you stand in this food chain? Snapping, Kim Hosik slammed the table and stood up, screaming in a total rage, You little brat, what did you just say to me? Get out of here! Suddenly, a loud shout startled Kim Hosik. Flashback to earlier in the car, Mu Hyuk had lowered his voice and said, Manager Ha, I need you to do me a small favor. Myung-hoon kept driving in silence and asked, Just say the word, kid. Mu Hyuk gave a firm order. Later, when I talked to Director Hosik alone, do not come in, no matter what noises you hear. Myung-hoon looked worried and warned him, That guy is dangerous. Are you sure you will be okay? Staring out the window with ambition in his eyes, he replied, If I cannot handle a guy like him, how am I supposed to take down the big corporate chairman later on? Once Myung-hoon left the room, Mu Hyuk marched toward Kim Hosik, who was slumped in his chair, and laid down the law. Kim Hosik, stop acting tough and listen close. I already know you have been messing around with those bank ledgers. Don't even try to deny it. He acted sympathetic about the man's family burdens. You have kids to feed, so I get it. Hosik was sweating bullets, but he still stubbornly insisted that Mu Hyuk should never touch the chairman's secret transaction accounts. Instantly, Mu Hyuk leaned in with a gaze that could pierce a soul. There is still one secret account ledger left. Why isn't that book here on the table? Answer me. Hosik was absolutely terrified, sweat pouring down his pale face. He trembled, wondering how a kid like Mu Hyuk knew about a secret ledger that was only supposed to be known by him and the chairman. His brain was buffering and his heart was definitely overclocked to the max. Seeing the total mental breakdown in the guy's eyes, Mu Hyuk smirked. He had completely fallen for the trap. Staring into the man's ghostly face, Mu Hyuk growled about the secret account. This was one of the major accounts that Kim Hosik was personally managing behind the scenes. He issued a firm order to hand over that account number immediately. Panic was written all over Hosik's sweaty face. You could tell just by looking at him that his world was falling apart. Mu Hyuk knew a massive, earth-shattering secret. Years ago, his grandfather had entrusted 4 bank accounts, all under fake identities, to 4 major credit bosses in the Myeongdong district to manage. Each of these accounts held a massive sum of 100 billion won. That meant a grand total of 400 billion won was scattered across the system. Mu Hyuk had uncovered this truth while searching for his grandfather's hidden money after his death in a previous life. He vividly remembered the fateful deadline in August 1993 when the official real-name financial system was implemented. All 400 billion won in those accounts had completely vanished without leaving a single trace. Hosik must have been celebrating like crazy back then after stealing that massive fortune. Back in reality, Mu Hyuk asked coldly, "Why are you so flustered? Did you really think I would not know?" Hosik shook, wondering how this kid knew about a secret account only he and the chairman shared. Had the chairman really told him everything? It did not make any sense to him. Without giving him a second to think, Mu Hyuk pressured him. "Get it out here, now." His voice was as urgent as a ticking time bomb about to go off. Kim Hosik was totally broken, stammering and begging. Give me more time, just a little more." Mu Hyuk turned his back and asked mockingly, "More time?" He sat down casually on the sofa, crossing his legs like a boss and questioning him. "Director Kim, is this really something that needs more time?" His eyes were sharp as he barked, "Bring that ledger here right now. If you do not bring it to me in 10 minutes, I am going to report this whole mess to the chairman immediately." Kim Hosik completely panicked and started begging for mercy. "1 month. Just give me 1 month, please. I am literally begging you for more time." Mu Hyuk just smirked coldly. "Why are you acting like this, Director Kim?" He stared right at the trembling man and applied more pressure. "You think this is how someone asks for a favor? You are shaking so much it is obvious you have been up to some shady business." Under Mu Hyuk's absolute dominance, Kim Hosik looked like he had seen a ghost. He kept begging for a month to fix the secret account situation, but Mu Hyuk coldly cut him off and only gave him exactly 2 weeks. He stood up, looking down at the man cowering before him, and warned him that every single cent had to be there, not one penny missing. Mu Hyuk growled Kim Hosik's name to make sure the man had that order engraved in his soul. Hosik was dripping with sweat, his mind a complete wreck after being crushed by the Cho family's grandson. Mu Hyuk warned him that only the two of them could know about today. Then, snapping back to a fake smile, he suddenly changed his tone. He announced that the books and accounts looked fine and even complimented the guy's hard work. Before leaving, Mu Hyuk reminded him that he would be back in 2 weeks for a follow-up check. He walked down the hallway like he owned the place. Seeing the goons blocking his path, Myung-hoon immediately shouted at them to get out of the way and clear the road right now. The thugs watched in shock as Mu Hyuk strolled past without a care. They rushed into the office only to find Kim Hosik sitting on the sofa looking like he had completely lost his mind. He was soaked in sweat. In total shock, Hosik realized he had made a massive mistake treating Mu Hyuk like some random kid. Yeah, he is young, but his skill level is definitely endgame boss tier. Back at the luxury mansion, Myung-hoon was reporting the whole situation to Chairman John T-san. He confirmed the audit was over and all 12 proxy accounts were secured. Director Kim also promised updates every 2 weeks. The chairman nodded and asked, "Mu Hyuk did not have any trouble with Hosik, did he?" Myung-hoon spills the truth. Initially, Director Kim totally underestimated the young master. This made the old man shout in shock. "Seriously? Looks like another person just chose to play life on hard mode." Myung-hoon continues describing the weird vibe. But after those two had their private talk, the young master walked out looking totally cool and unbothered. Hearing this, Chairman T-san pauses to think before asking, "All right, who is next on the list?" Myung-hoon respectfully replies that the young master is headed to see Director No Se-eung. Seeing things go so well, T-san commands, "Good job. Go get some rest." Myung-hoon bows low, says yes, Chairman, and then quietly disappears from the room. Now alone in his office, T-san immediately dials Kim Ho-sik. The other end picks up instantly. "Yes, Chairman, Kim Ho-sik here." T-san cuts right to the chase and asks, "Well, give it to me straight. How is my grandson?" When the other side goes quiet, the old man snaps impatiently. "Why the silence? I asked you what you thought of him." After hesitating, Ho-sik finally gives his nervous take over the phone. "He is more like you, Chairman, than even Director Suman or Su-an." Chairman T-san narrows his eyes. "You really think so?" After getting a firm confirmation from Ho-sik, the old man starts grilling him about their private chat. "What exactly did you two talk about in secret?" When Ho-sik hesitates, T-san's voice turns heavy with pressure. "Stop making me repeat myself. I asked what you discussed with the boy." That is when Ho-sik drops the total bombshell. "He mentioned those secret accounts you entrusted to us. The ones absolutely nobody is supposed to know about." Chairman T-san's eyes go wide with shock. His mind is spinning around one single question. The secret accounts? How did Mu Hyuk find out? This shock is like hiding cash under your bed and having someone point to the exact spot without missing an inch. Tizan listens silently to the other end, then asks coldly, "And then what?" Ho-sik nervously reports that within 2 weeks, Mu Hyuk expects every cent tallied up and handed over. Plus, he even asked if that cash could be transferred directly back to the chairman. Tizan just shrugs it off. "Sure, send it over." He acts like he is approving a breakfast bill, not hundreds of billions of won. As Ho-sik tries to hang up, T-san suddenly calls his name, voice dripping with pressure. Ho-sik scrambles to be polite, but the chairman immediately puts him in his place. "I heard you had the nerve to raise your voice at my grandson." The Myeongdong boss panics, immediately bowing his head to apologize. He promises that nothing like that will ever happen again. Tizon's gaze turns ice cold. He mocks the servant who got too comfortable living the high life, forgetting he is not allowed to sit at the master's table. He growls a sharp reminder. Do not forget who helped you reach your position today. Hyuk breaks into a cold sweat, whispering a promise to remember. Tizon abruptly hangs up. The room falls silent as he mulls over the secret accounts he only ever trusted the Myeongdong bosses to manage. One massive question starts burning in his mind. How did the kid find out and demand them back? Even his own sons, Sumin and Suhan, plus loyal guys like Myung-hoon, have absolutely no clue they even exist. Tizon wonders how on earth Mu Hyuk got Hyuk to cave and agree to hand it all over so easily. It is suspiciously easy. He asked for cash, and they handed it over faster than a robbery. He recalls his subordinate's words. The young master is more like the chairman than his own sons. His powerful gaze softens for a moment. He lets out a satisfied smirk as he whispers his grandson's name. Mu Hyuk. Is the boy really that much like me? Night falls at the luxury villa. Kim Mu Hyuk lies in bed, deep in thought. He knows he has the upper hand, but he still wonders if those other Myeongdong directors are currently messing with the books behind his back. That 400 billion won sitting in anonymous accounts is the exact target Mu Hyuk is aiming for. He knows if the real name transaction law kicks in this August, that massive pile of cash might vanish without a trace. If he can grab that money first, it will be the perfect weapon for Mu Hyuk to finally launch a life-or-death war against the Chan brothers. With his hand on his forehead, he focuses on how to snatch the funds before the financial verification system goes public. The next morning, Mu Hyuk tracks down another member of the Myeongdong Big Four to push his plan forward. Looking at the pile of bank books on the table, Mu Hyuk casually announces, "No problem here. I will just check the books once a month from now on." He decisively takes back all the bank books and asks with heavy pressure, "Is that okay?" Facing the Chan family's young master and his intense vibe, the man across from him can only mutter, "Please, young master, help yourself." The man sitting across from Mu Hyuk is No Se-ung, one of the powerful elite. Suddenly, Mu Hyuk digs deep into the issue. Say, "Director No, if I remember correctly, you are still holding on to a few of the chairman's bank books, right?" That question turns No Se-ung's face pale as he starts sweating buckets. He stammers in pure terror. "The chairman's bank books?" Watching the man's panic, Mu Hyuk realizes Kim Ho-sik hasn't breathed a single word about him, knowing the secret accounts to any of the others. He smirks triumphantly, thinking that the Kim guy isn't stupid for keeping his mouth shut. Mu Hyuk looks No Se-ung dead in the eye and declares, "The chairman gave you a secret ledger that nobody knows about. Now, he wants me to bring it back." Se-ung gasps. "What did you say?" Drenched in sweat, the old man stammers that only he and the chairman were supposed to know about this. Mu Hyuk calmly tells him to just hand over the ledger. He thinks to himself that the chairman leaking this secret proves he has finally earned his grandfather's absolute trust. Mu Hyuk realizes that from Kim Ho-sik to No Se-ung, they all know the money in those accounts won't just vanish when the new verification system kicks in. He sees right through these people. They've been secretly splitting the cash, thinking nobody would ever know. Too bad for them, they just ran into a human version of a financial X-ray machine. Mu Hyuk looks at the trembling man with pure disgust. They only became directors because his grandfather backed them, yet here they are, ready to stab him in the back. He asks coldly, "So, how much time do you need to get that ledger to me?" Terrified, Se-young begs for half a month, or at least a week. Mu Hyuk sighs and agrees to come back next week. Before walking out, he drops a chilling warning. "Just so you know, I haven't reported this little situation to my grandfather yet." Mu Hyuk reminds him that he owes his entire current career to his grandfather's massive favor. He plays right on the man's fear, asking point blank if he was actually planning to mess with that ledger. Mu Hyuk claims his grandfather might be old, but he is still sharp as a tack, so he'd better watch his step. He growls a metaphor. "You know what happens to a dog that bites its master, right?" No Se-young sits frozen, sweating through his shirt in pure terror. Leaving the high-rise office building, Mu Hyuk heads off to his next location. Sitting quietly on a sofa, he begins flipping through and carefully studying every single page of the secret ledger he just recovered. The next person Mu Hyuk visits is Shin Seon-in. Among all the Myeongdong directors, Mu Hyuk figures this guy is probably the most loyal to Chairman Tizon. Dropping a folder on the desk, Mu Hyuk says firmly, "I have thoroughly checked these bank accounts." He looks straight at Shin Seon-in and asks about the main thing. "So, can I take a look at my grandfather's secret ledger as well?" Shin Seon-in is stunned. He stands up abruptly and asks, "So, he actually wants to take back that ledger too?" After a long pause, he requests, "Please, wait here for just a moment." Shin Seo-young walks over to the portrait of Chairman John T-san hanging on the wall. He quietly slides the frame aside, revealing a high-tech secret safe hidden right behind it. He pops the safe open, grabs a package wrapped in yellow paper, and hands it straight to Mu Hyuk. Here. Taking the package, Mu Hyuk realizes this guy might actually be clean. Out of all the greedy people in this game, it looks like he finally found someone who actually plays it fair. Leaving the office, Shin Seo-young walks Mu Hyuk and Myung-hoon to their car with a deep bow. See you soon. Mu Hyuk nods politely, saying that next time they meet, things should be a lot more chill. Thanks for your help. Shin Se-young stands there all humble and polite as the car starts pulling away. On the road, Myung-hoon brings up their final target. Just one more guy left, right? Director Kang. He warns that this dude is a total snake and the most experienced shark in all of Myeongdong. In the backseat, Mu Hyuk reviews the file on Director Kang. The guy was practically raised and trained by the chairman himself before he went off to build his own empire here. This guy was already a big shot in the industry way back then. Myung-hoon glances at the rearview mirror and asks, "Do you even know Director Kang's nickname?" Mu Hyuk smirks and stays cool. "I already know all about him. I don't need ChatGPT for this one. His past sins are already burned into my brain. He's the guy who used a literal hammer to clear out every thug trying to take over the Myeongdong loan market. They call him the Hammerhead Shark for a reason. He left behind a trail of broken bodies, leaving his enemies completely crushed and unable to fight back." Inside the office, Director Kang sits with his hair slicked back, looking busy as he grinds through a huge pile of paperwork on his desk. When Myung-hoon leads Mu Hyuk inside, the guy doesn't even look up. He just coldly tells them to wait a second and points toward the sofa in the middle of the huge room, acting like he's the king of the world. Myung-hoon signals for Mu Hyuk to take a seat first, while he stays standing right there next to him like a bodyguard. They both wait in total silence in the quiet room. The only sound is the steady ticking of an old grandfather clock, making every single second feel like it is dragging on forever. As the clock keeps ticking, the vibe in the room gets more and more suffocating. Kang just keeps acting like his two guests do not even exist. After a long, awkward silence, he suddenly pushes back his chair and towers over Mu Hyuk with a heavy, serious look. Honestly, the pressure he is putting off feels like a final boss just activated his second phase. Kang walks over looking all smug and drops a totally fake apology. "Sorry for keeping you guys waiting. I had to double-check the books before handing them to the chairman, so it took a minute." He takes a puff of his cigarette, looking down at Mu Hyuk with pure disrespect. "You don't mind, do you, young master?" Mu Hyuk just stays calm and tells him, "Fine, then bring the books out so I can see them." But Kang just ignores the request. He turns to Myung-hoon with a sarcastic smirk and says, "So, I heard Manager Ha has been working pretty hard lately, huh? Following a little brat around all day must be exhausting. This guy can't help himself. He clearly loves starting drama way more than actually doing his job." He mocks the idea of the chairman making an experienced veteran like Myung-hoon babysit some kid. He leans in and adds, "You must be pretty tired of this, right?" Kang keeps pushing, saying that if it is too much trouble, he should just let him handle the mentoring. He promises to teach the kid a real lesson. Myung-hoon snaps and yells out, "Director Kang! You better watch your mouth. Regardless of what you think, he is still the chairman's grandson." But the old fox just smirks. He puts his cigarette out in the ashtray and says, "Look, it is a new era. Nobody cares about those old school manners anymore, especially when dealing with some kid. Honestly, even calling him young master is me being way more polite than I need to be. He probably thinks he sounds cool, but to everyone else, he just looks like a total clown." He warns Myung-hoon not to force that blind loyalty on him and brags that his experience in the loan shark game is second to none. He looks over at Mu Hyuk reading the records and mockingly asks, "Hey kid, do you even understand what you are looking at? If it is too confusing, just let Manager Ha handle it." Mu Hyuk keeps his eyes on the files. He thinks to himself, "Does this guy really think he can distract me with such weak trash talk?" He realizes something is wrong because these books are way too clean. There is not a single mistake. Mu Hyuk decides not to waste time on this smokescreen and cuts straight to the real point. "These records look fine on the surface, but how about you just hand over the secret ledger instead?" Kang is absolutely shocked by the question. Mu Hyuk adds that the chairman wants it back right now so he can personally check all the numbers. Kang's face instantly tightens up with stress. He snaps back, trying to push them out, and says, "If the chairman wants that, tell him he needs to come down here and ask me himself." He emphasizes that since the chairman gave him that ledger personally, the old man needs to be the one to come here and take it back from him face to face. Kang slams his cigarette into the tray, staring at Mu Hyuk with an intense, threatening look. "You understand what I am saying, right?" His eyes make it clear that there is no other option. Myung-hoon warns him to stop playing games. "Director Kang, do not push it." Kang just gives a cocky smirk and says, "Have I ever looked like I was joking when it comes to business?" He leans in, looking Mu Hyuk dead in the eye. "I am giving you a serious lesson here, kid. You need to learn that in the world of business, procedures and formalities matter, He turns back to Myung-hoon with a sneer. Manager Ha, did you really fail to teach the young master the most basic rules of the game? Kang gets right in his face with a nasty grin. You have gotten soft, old man. After that blatant disrespect, Myung-hoon's face turns dark as he tries to hold back his rage. Mu Hyuk stays perfectly calm through it all. He quietly gives an order. Manager Ha, go wait outside for a bit. Myung-hoon looks worried and stammers, but young master? Mu Hyuk just smiles at him and repeats, go get some fresh air and cool off. Even though he is worried sick, Myung-hoon bows and listens. Yes, sir. He quietly leaves the room, leaving the two of them alone for the showdown that is about to go down. Once they are alone, Mu Hyuk leans back in his chair, his eyes turning ice cold. Director Kang, quit the act and just hand over the account books to me right now. Oh, and I want my grandfather's secret accounts too. Kang strokes his chin, a calculating smirk spreading across his face. Wow, so you even heard about the secret accounts, huh? Looks like the chairman really wants to train you the right way. He is laughing, but you can tell his brain is working overtime trying to come up with a way out. Kang looks at Mu Hyuk with a mocking grin and asks, but what is even in there? He casually claims that those records are not special at all and challenges him, saying there is absolutely nothing different in them. Tell the chairman to come here and get them himself. Seeing that arrogance, Myung-hoon jumps up and yells, Director Kang! But Kang just roars back with pure aggression. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? He starts bragging about his history with a vicious look on his face. I was working for the chairman before you were even born. I was there, drinking with him, and cleaning up the mess every time secret agents tried to start trouble with the boss. He probably thinks he deserves a medal for it. Kang glares at Mu Hyuk and spits out an insult. You are just a little kid. You have no right to talk down to me. Kang makes it crystal clear. The big boss is the only one who calls the shots for him. He even brags that the chairman's own son, Director Chon, can't tell him what to do. Then, he gets right in Mu Hyuk's face, warning the kid not to act like a big shot just because he's family. You are not on my level, brat. Myung-hoon snaps again, totally losing his cool. Director Yu. Out of nowhere, Kang slams a hammer onto the desk with a deafening crack that sends sparks flying. He grips the handle tight, staring Mu Hyuk down with pure malice. Do you have any idea how many times I used this very hammer to save the chairman's life? This human shark starts reminiscing about the bloody messes he made, crushing every gangster who dared step foot in his office. He brags that this hammer isn't just a tool, it's the history of Myeongdong itself, a living witness to the brutal rise of the city's underground credit market. He points a finger right at Mu Hyuk and screams, so stop acting like a tough guy in front of me, you little punk. Mu Hyuk doesn't even blink. He just stares back with ice in his veins and asks, you really want to start some beef with me, old man? That just makes Kang burst out laughing. He mocks the kid, telling him that a little brat who knows zero about the criminal underworld should just keep his mouth shut. Mu Hyuk sees right through the act. He knows he's being baited, so he just watches the guy with sharp, calculating eyes. Mu Hyuk figures that even though their accounting looks suspiciously clean on the surface, the real prize is that secret bank account. He locks eyes with Kang, who is still waving that hammer around like a total lunatic. His look says it all. I do not care about your little performance. I'm just here for the cash. Mu Hyuk drops the hammer with a cold ultimatum. Director Yu, I am giving you one more day. By tomorrow, I want every single bank account ready and waiting for me. He lets a final warning hang in the air. If you still have this attitude tomorrow, do not say I didn't warn you. He turns toward the exit, but suddenly, Kang barks out from behind him. Hey, young master! The second Mu Hyuk turns his head, that human shark lunges at him like a total psycho. A massive crash echoes through the room, but Mu Hyuk doesn't drop. Instead, he calmly raises his hand and blocks the strike right in front of his face. Kang wears a twisted, sinister grin, clearly getting a kick out of seeing the kid actually fight back. The hammer is literally inches from Mu Hyuk's nose. Kang pulls the weapon back, mocking him with a smug sneer. Well, look at that. At least the chairman's grandson has some spine. I half expected you to pee your pants right here, not even flinching. Mu Hyuk stares the guy down and hits him back with a voice of pure steel. What he says next catches the old fox completely off guard. Mu Hyuk leans in, his gaze sharp enough to cut. You actually think those weak threats scare me? If you've got the guts to touch me, then do it. He firmly repeats his final demand. If you want to keep living a quiet life, have those accounts ready by tomorrow. I've said this so many times now that if you still don't get it, I might have to print it out and hand deliver it just to be sure. Walking out of the office with total authority, Myung-hoon drops one last chilling threat. If things go down like this again tomorrow, you better start worrying about your own head, old man. Kang just stands there frozen, his face twisted in pure terror as he breaks into a cold sweat. Just a minute ago, he was a tough guy with a hammer, and now he is standing there like a kid who just got sent to the principal's office. As their black sedan rolls away from Myeongdong, Myung-hoon grips the steering wheel and asks Mu Hyuk, "Hey, it sounded like a total war zone back there. What actually happened?" But then, Mu Hyuk casually drops a line that sends a shiver down Myung-hoon's spine. "That lunatic actually tried to cave my skull in with a hammer." Tires screech across the busy street as the car slams to a halt. Myung-hoon whips around, his face pale with shock as he yells, "Director Yu did what? Are you okay? Did he actually hit you?" While all the cars behind them are blasting their horns in a total rage, Mu Hyuk just sits there with a calm smirk and reminds him, "Myung-hoon, we are literally in the middle of traffic." Soon after, inside the Choen mansion, the air in the office turns icy. Chairman John Tishan's eyes bulge with pure fury as he hears the report. "What? What the hell did that Eugene Kang say to you?" Myung-hoon repeats the traitor's challenge. "He said that if you want those bank accounts, you have to go down and get them yourself, Chairman." Tishan rubs his chin, thinking hard, and asks, "Okay, then what?" But when Myung-hoon tells him the guy actually tried to hammer the young master, the old man completely loses his cool and roars in a total rage. "He did what?" Even though Myung-hoon says everything is fine, Tishan's eyes are burning with a murderous rage. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, thinking, "Eugene Kang, you absolute traitor. Why the hell would you pull a stunt like this?" Myung-hoon stands there in the office, looking totally puzzled as he tells Chairman Tishan, "Honestly, sir, I cannot figure it out either. Back in the day when he first hit Myeongdong, he was your rival, but in all the years I've been with you, he has never acted out like this. Something is off today. It's almost like he is trying to bait us into a war." Fed up with the guy's arrogance, John Tishan drops a cold order. "Myung-hoon, you handle this yourself. Improvise and do whatever you need to do, but fix it quietly. I do not want any messy loose ends or consequences." Myung-hoon bows low and accepts the mission. "Yes, Chairman, I'm on it." Meanwhile, in a car racing through the dead of night, Eugene Kang is laughing his head off while talking on his phone. "Ha ha ha, everyone is blowing this way out of proportion. He is just a little brat, and I just gave him a little scare to show him who is boss. He is nothing special," Kang thinks with a smug smirk. The old man is clearly losing his mind. Suddenly, a massive truck with blinding high beams slams into his car head-on, causing a brutal collision that sends metal flying everywhere. Deep in a deserted construction site at night, Eugene Kang wakes up in a total mess. He is tied tight to a chair with heavy tape over his mouth, and all he can do is let out muffled, desperate screams for help. Out of nowhere, a massive, dark figure steps out of the shadows behind him, scaring him half to death. The man stepping into the light is none other than Myung-hoon, with a face as cold as ice. Kang starts thrashing around in total panic when he sees the other man calmly gripping a heavy iron hammer in his hand. Myung-hoon raises the hammer high, staring down the shaking director. "Director Yu, care to have a little chat?" He looms over the tied-up man and slowly, painfully rips the duct tape right off his mouth. Eugene Kang stammers out through his chattering teeth, "Manager Ha." He tries to sound tough, asking, "You really think you can get away with this and just go on living your life?" All he gets back is a freezing cold "huh" from Myung-hoon. It's like a scene straight out of a gritty action flick, but there's no cool music. Myung-hoon raises the hammer, points it at the traitor's face, and growls, "I heard a little rumor that you were planning to use this hammer to bash the young master's skull in. Is that right?" Without a second of hesitation, Myung-hoon swings the heavy hammer straight at his target. Kang squeezes his eyes shut and lets out a terrified scream, but the hammer stops just a fraction of an inch from his forehead. Myung-hoon asks him coldly, "How does that feel? What were you even thinking, doing that to the kid?" Kang is drenched in sweat now, stammering out a pathetic explanation while he totally panics. "I was just testing his courage. I just wanted to see if the chairman was actually trusting the right guy with the job, that's all." He starts screaming and begging for his life. "I swear, I would never actually hurt him. You have to believe me." He keeps pleading like a coward. "Why would I ever dare to touch the chairman's grandson? Just think about it. I am telling the truth, man. Please believe me." To save his skin, Kang desperately offers a deal. "I will give you every single secret bank account I have. I swear I will never pull a stunt like that ever again. Just please, let me go." A loud crash echoes from the doorway. Eug's terror spikes when he sees two guys silently rolling a blue metal drum toward him. Myung-hoon stares down the shaking director, demanding to know who's pulling the strings. Eug panics, stammering that nobody gave him orders. He tries to talk his way out of it. "Look, I was just testing the kid. I only wanted to scare him, I swear." Myung-hoon doesn't flinch. He signals his goons to slide a heavy wooden table over to the bound director. Eug thrashes like a wild animal as they pin his hand to the surface. He's begging to know what's about to happen. His struggle is totally useless. His hand is slammed down against the raw wood, held there in a complete death grip. Myung-hoon gives him a stone-cold stare. "Listen, director, you had better start telling the truth right now." Do we have an understanding? He leans in closer. One last time, who put you up to this? EU Gay is still sobbing, insisting it was nobody. Who would even order me around? That was the final straw for Myung Hoon's patience. No warning, no hesitation. He swings a massive iron hammer straight down onto the director's pinned hand. The impact is brutal, and EUG lets out a blood-curdling scream. His hand is basically wreckage. All that is missing is some scary music for this to be a nightmare. Hovering over the broken man, Myung Hoon repeats the question. Who was it? EUG is a total mess now. Sweat is pouring down his pale face while he gasps, begging him to believe there is no one else. He is staring at nothing, eyes wide with pure terror. Myung Hoon brings the hammer down again, smashing his hand with enough force to kill any remaining fight in him. Myung Hoon demands to know, who's the boss? Spill it! Face twisted in agony and sweat, EUG still tries to act tough, yelling that he already said no. Without missing a beat, Myung Hoon raises the hammer for another round. In the middle of a rainy, desolate construction site, the wet thud of bone on wood signals a brutal interrogation. Myung Hoon looks at the broken shell of a man. Last chance, pal. Start talking or else. EUG just howls in pure agony, staring at what is left of his mangled hand. Myung Hoon shifts the hammer to the other side. Okay, right hand next. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. One wrong move and things go south fast. His eyes are like daggers as he asks again, who put you up to this? When he gets nothing but silence, Myung Hoon barks a command to his crew. Pin him down. Broken by the pain, EUG starts trembling, whispering that he will talk. He is so pathetic now that a stiff breeze would probably knock him flat on his face 3 times over. He looks up with begging eyes, pleading for him to stop. In a total state of panic, EU Gay Kwai finally cracks and snitches on the real mastermind director John Suman. As the name drops, the scene cuts back to 1 week earlier. We are at a luxury villa in the dead of night. Inside a fancy room, the heavy hitters are gathering around a marble table for a secret meeting. In the hallway, rows of goons bow low as the big bosses strut through the building. A guy in a sharp gray suit walks in and greets the room. It has been a minute, has it not? Right on cue, everyone stands up to show some respect. Under those dim lights and the hum of a slow ceiling fan, the vibe in the room gets heavy and dead serious. A bearded guy in a white suit looks confused. What is the deal, director? Calling the 4 of us in at once seems pretty heavy. He is lounging on the sofa, looking totally suspicious. John Suman cuts to the chase. I assume you all heard about the kid my old man just brought home? Yeah, he is claiming him as blood. My nephew, apparently. Another director pipes up. So, this kid is the chairman's grandson? The son of the late Lady Mu Hyuk? He sounds more like he is spilling tea than running a business meeting. John Suman nods. Exactly. And I bet you have heard he is trailing manager Ha lately, trying to learn the ropes of the family business. This news does not sit well with the short-haired guy. Where did this kid even come from? He has been a ghost for years, and now he just shows up? So he is just going to shadow his old man and learn the game? Someone in the corner grumbles, clearly annoyed by the whole situation. This is unbelievable. John Suman watches them closely before dropping another bomb. Besides that, has anyone else caught wind of any weird rumors lately? The bearded guy is totally lost. Weird rumors? John Suman starts playing his cards, trying to rally the troops. We have been like family for years, and we are the ones who should be running this empire. But now, everything we worked for is about to be handed to some kid. The other directors go quiet. They are finally realizing their piece of the pie might be disappearing right before their eyes. Suman keeps twisting the knife. Look, my father is not getting any younger. He could go any day, so now we had better start looking out for number 1. He stands up, trashing the kid's reputation. This grandson just appears out of thin air after years? I am telling you, he is probably just here to mess with the old man's head and judgment. Director Shin tells everyone to watch their mouths. This is not some game. He is certain the chairman is still sharp as a tack and knows exactly what he is doing. Suman plays it cool and says he misspoke, but then he tells Director Shin he might want to think that over again. He flashes a nasty grin, making it clear that getting rid of any threats near the chairman is his main goal. Director Kim pushes back, reminding everyone the kid is family and they should stay out of it. Suman shuts him down fast. This is not a family feud, it is business. He takes a sip of wine, claiming he is not scared of the kid, just worried the old man will blow it. With the new president in office, the political landscape is messy. Every move they make could wreck the company. The directors just watch him. They are not staying quiet because they agree. They are playing it like gamblers, trying to figure out which side is going to pay out the most. He drops the news that manager Ha is bringing the kid in right now. The whole room starts buzzing with shock. Suman suggests they put the kid to the test to see if he has actually got what it takes to survive here. The room goes dead quiet until someone slams the table in agreement. It is hard to tell if he is actually on board or just showing off. He is dead set on challenging the kid. He wants to see if the boy can actually hold his own in this game. EUG pours a drink, clearly hating on some 20-year-old kid trying to enter their world. He is dying to see what the brat actually knows, especially since Suman just put him in charge of teaching the boy a lesson. The suck-ups start praising Director EU, saying they feel much better with him involved. Suman takes another sip and reminds them all to choose wisely. His father's time at the top is coming to an end. Those directors are staring each other down, feeling the heat from that low-key power struggle announcement. Finally, Suman locks eyes with a death stare, telling everyone to watch his nephew's back. In his office, Chairman John Tezon stares at files, looking totally buried in thought. Mu Hyuk bows low, spilling tea on the son's secret plot. Apparently, they are just trying to see if the young master actually has any real skills. Mu Hyuk keeps going, naming names. Turns out Director EUG Kang was the one who volunteered for this dirty work. Volunteering for that is basically a death wish. Taeson's eyes go cold as he asks what happened to that traitor Ji Kang. Mu Hyuk reports with a straight face. They rushed him to surgery for his arm, but that left hand is probably done for good. Even after the betrayal, John Tezon feels a little sting. That guy served him for 30 years. 30 years of work, ending in forced retirement that is bitter. He makes the call. Give the guy enough cash to live on and make him retire early. Myung asks nervously about the sons. What is the plan for them? Should we send a message or give them a serious warning? Taeson rubs his forehead, eyes shut tight. After a long silence, he growls that he will handle those little brats in his own way. Meanwhile, Suman's losing it in another room. What? What happened to Ji Kang? He is sweating bullets as he grills his guy for details. Did you just say Manager Ha smashed both his arms? Sitting across from him, Suhan asks what their next move is. Dad definitely knows. Suman's about to blow up when the desk phone starts ringing like crazy. He snaps. What is it? I said, do not bug me, sounding like he owns the place. The voice apologizes quickly. The chairman is calling. He wants to talk. Suman turns white. His dad's voice cuts through the phone like a blade. Suman? Is Suhan in the room with you too? Suman flips the switch instantly, sounding all polite. Yes, father. John Tesson gets right to it, asking about that little test they ran on Mu Hyuk. Facing his powerful dad, Suman panics and starts stuttering. No, not at all. What test? I do not know. It is not what you think, he scrambles. I just asked them to look after the kid a little bit. Chairman Tesson is livid. You little punk, I am your father. When are you going to grow up? On the other end, Suman is shaking and sweating as his dad shames him for playing dirty just because he is scared of a 20-year-old kid. Taeson warns him that this little stunt is making him rethink the inheritance. He is even thinking about training Mu Hyuk to be the next boss. Suman tries to deny it, but his dad just barks. Shut up, I am not listening. The chairman is not done, I am warning you. If I hear even one rumor about you hurting Mu Hyuk again, you are finished. John Tezon declares he will show them what real power looks like. His terrifying presence hangs over the brothers like a dark cloud, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Suman is frozen and speechless. His younger brother sits there, asking urgently, Brother, what did Dad just say to you? Terrified and enraged, Suman screams, Damn it, and smashes the phone on the floor. He stands up among the wreckage, face twisted with pure hate. All he can think about now is getting revenge on Kim Mu Hyuk. He grinds his teeth and mutters, How does a little brat like you dare come between me and my own father? The scene shifts from family drama to a luxury mansion for a big talk. Mu Hyuk is updating Chairman Taeson on the news. New President Kim Man-sam is cleaning house in the military. Mu explains that the Hao Society was a powerful private group within the military back then. The president is overhauling the whole military structure, forcing everyone from that group to pack their bags. It sounds like a massive corporate layoffs, but on a national scale. So, the Hao members are meeting up constantly to talk. Hearing this, John Taeson realizes the president had this hit list ready before he even took office. He smirks at how aggressive the new guy is. Mu Hyuk notes that the current president probably has a major grudge against the old military regime. He figures that even though the guy teamed up with the military to get elected, keeping that peace forever was always going to be impossible. It is a classic case of fake smiles but hidden daggers. Mu worries if the army will just take this lying down, considering the country's history. Back in the fancy office, Mu Hyuk keeps reporting on the government's major fear, a potential military coup. Chairman John Taeson repeats it slowly. A coup? He thinks it over, then suddenly looks at his grandson reading the paper and asks for his take. Kim Mu Hyuk calmly lowers his newspaper, looking totally sure of himself. The military will not fight back, grandfather, he says. He sounds so certain, like he was actually in the room with them. He explains the president already swapped out the top generals and the intelligence chief. This massive shakeup happened in just 4 hours. Mu Hyuk explains that even with the Hao Society gone, the conservatives still hold all the cards. It was so fast the people involved probably did not even know what hit them. He claims only the Hao Society wants a coup, not the rest of the army. Plus, if they tried to take over now, the public would not stand for it. John Tezon is shocked by his grandson's sharp insight. Wow, you really know your stuff. Mu Hyuk just plays it cool. He says politics is the biggest wild card for his grandfather's business, so he makes sure to track every single detail. Deep down, he is smirking because he already knows every major event for the next 30 years. Tesson asks what else is coming next. Mu Hyuk reports that very few people know what the big bosses are planning. Even the undercover secretaries are completely in the dark right now. However, Mu mentions he has heard some whispers that the government is about to launch a massive campaign against corruption. Chairman's jaw dropped when Min Hoon confirmed the plan to leak high-level officials' net worth. It is risky, but Min Hoon knows the new president. That guy is a wild card. He is definitely pulling the trigger on this. Chairman John Tae-san looked grim, noting things are moving way too fast. He grilled them on whether the real name financial system was actually coming. Min Hoon reported that the president has kept quiet. Even the top brass and big corporations are totally in the dark. He turned to Mu Hyuk and asked, "Yo, what is your take?" Mu Hyuk just smirked, looking stone-cold confident. "The real name transaction law?" he said. "It is dropping this year, guaranteed." The old power player was shocked. "This year? You serious?" Mu Hyuk explained that while politicians have blocked this since the 70s, the new president is a different beast. He will have a small team, prep it in secret, then drop the bomb on the public out of nowhere to catch them off guard. This plan is enough to give anyone a heart attack. John Tae-san let out a massive laugh. "Ha ha ha, kid, you are a genius, but you clearly do not get how politics actually works." He claimed that once you step into the political meat grinder, there is no escaping. It is just the destiny of anyone in the game. The chairman warned that once real names are required, every dirty dollar gets exposed. Big business won't just sit there, so this won't happen overnight. Mu Hyuk agreed, but still gave him the heads up. "We should scrub those anonymous accounts now before things get messy and something unexpected happens." John Tae-san brushed it off, saying he already split the cash among his most loyal and trusted circle. Mu Hyuk's eyes went cold as he warned that people change. Right now, the chairman holds the stamps for those anonymous accounts, so he thinks it should be fine for a while anyway, right? But if the law hits, only the official owner can touch the cash. Mu Hyuk sounded just like a weather reporter, except this storm is going to blow away stacks of money instead of just house roofs and cars. In Mu Hyuk's memory, his grandfather took a massive hit when the real name financial system originally launched back then. All the cash in those shadow accounts vanished instantly because of this policy. 25% of his net worth just went poof, faster than any Vegas magic trick you have ever seen. Mu Hyuk turned up the heat. The real name system hits in August. We only have 6 months left before it is game over. Fix it now, or you are losing trillions, maybe even tens of trillions of dollars. John Tae-san stroked his beard, thinking hard for a long while before asking, "Mu Hyuk, do you really think it is happening this year or not? Is this just a gut feeling?" Mu Hyuk looked him dead in the eye and confirmed it. "Exactly. It is my intuition. It will happen early in his term by summer at the very latest." The chairman still had one doubt. "How did you know about the secret bank books I gave the directors in America?" "Only me and them knew. Nobody else should have known about that secret at all." "How did you find out?" Mu Hyuk thought to himself, finally. "I have been waiting for this question for a long time." He played it cool, saying when he went to get the books, those directors looked totally shady. He claimed it was just a hunch, pressured them in private, and they folded and admitted everything to him right then. John Tae-san grilled him one more time just to be sure. Was it really just a hunch? Mu Hyuk did not flinch. "Yep." After a long silence, John Tae-san dropped a bomb. "Fine. I am giving you the whole 4 trillion. 4 trillion from those secret slush funds." Mu Hyuk froze. That is way more cash than he had ever even imagined. The chairman explained that if the real name law hits, the money is toast anyway. He looked at Mu Hyuk with total trust. "I trust you to keep this safe, so I am authorizing you to use it however you want." It was basically a massive bonus and a career-ending test all wrapped into one for the kid's career. John Tae-san stared him down, dead serious. "But if that money grows wings and flies away, you are cut off forever." "I got you, Grandpa." Mu Hyuk bowed, sounding solid. But deep down, he was losing his mind with joy. This is perfect. He only wanted a small slice, but he got the whole cake instead. 4 trillion whole dollars. With 4 trillion in the bag, he could finally fast-track his plans against the John brothers. He looked professional on the outside, but his brain was already throwing a 3-day rager with a massive party in his head. Thinking of his 2 shady uncles, Mu Hyuk smirked. Building trust with the old man was definitely the right move for him. Back at the mansion, he gave Minhoon the order. We need to clear these accounts. Get me a list of every anonymous one. July is the deadline, so move fast. Minhoon bowed low. With sharp orders like that, it felt more like a military war than just a simple banking errand. Sitting alone, John Tae-san chewed on his grandson's prediction. August? If he is right about the real name system, then what happens next? He watched Mu Hyuk walk away, totally impressed. This kid was clearly born to lead and run the entire show himself. His eyes were so bright, you could probably save a fortune on the monthly electric bill. February 25th, 1993. President Kim Man-sam takes office, the first civilian leader in years instead of a military man. He immediately started gutting the old system and pushing hard for reform, while his government quietly prepared for the birth of the real-name financial system to change the entire country and surprise all the citizens. That same year, Korea University held its big 1993 freshman welcome ceremony with total style. Mu Hyuk grabbed his certificate on stage while the crowd went wild with applause. Afterward, his buddy Min Eung-soo just groaned and sighed. Man, this ceremony is so boring. I am totally over it. What is the move, Mu Hyuk? Classes start tomorrow. Mu Hyuk just shrugged his shoulders. I am heading straight over to the library right now. His friend lost it and screamed, The library? Are you a psycho? Who actually studies on the first day? Mu Hyuk just grinned. Hey, we are college kids now. Might as well check it out once, right? His friend squinted at him with total suspicion. Wait, how is your Seoul accent so perfect already? You trying to pick up local girls or what? You barely got here. Forget the library. Let us hit up Gujong and celebrate. Mu Hyuk laughed and reminded him. Remember, you said you would not drink with me anymore. Myung-soo quit capping. That was a total fluke, and it is never happening again. Just go. Seeing his friend only cared about partying, Mu Hyuk shot back. Is fun all you think about? You ever plan on passing the bar? Myung-soo bragged. Duh. I am passing that exam first try within 2 years. But tonight, we rage. Apgujong. Baby, let us move. His friend's hype was just too much, so Mu Hyuk finally caved. Fine, 1 drink, and then we are out. Deal? Myung-soo pumped his fist. Bet, let us get it. Night hit, and a white car ripped through the neon-soaked streets of downtown Seoul, weaving past the traffic. That 1 drink promise? Total cap. The Rock Cafe was banging with neon and bass, and Lee Myung-soo was losing his mind in the crowd. He screamed, Oh yeah, this is what real youth feels like. Then he signaled his buddy, Yo, Mu Hyuk, check this out. This is a rock cafe, man. We do not have spots like this back in Busan. He said it is not a club, no weird matchmaking services here. People just show up to catch a vibe, dance, and do their own thing. While his buddy was going wild, Kim Mu Hyuk just chilled at the table with a beer. Drop him in that crowd and he would look like he wandered into the wrong high school reunion. Right then, a girl in a purple hat walked up and gasped, No way, is that really him? The top-scoring law student from Korea University, Kim Mu Hyuk? Recognizing the guy with the perfect score, the upperclassmen were totally starstruck. Wow, he is even hotter in real life. Top of the class and a law major? They smirked and asked, Mind if we sit with you? Mu Hyuk kept it classy but shut it down. Sorry guys, we are just finishing these drinks and bouncing. But Myung-soo cut him off, hyped as ever. Hold up, we are staying till sunrise. One wants to sleep, the other wants to rage. Talk about friendship goals being tested. Everyone sat down as the heavy bass rattled the walls. The girls started the small talk. So, Kim Mu Hyuk and Lee Myung-soo. You guys been boys for a while? Myung-soo nodded hard. Yeah, I mean, we have basically been brothers since we were kids. When they asked where they were from, Myung-soo chirped. We are Busan boys. You guys been to Busan lately? Gwangali Beach is stunning. His energy was infectious. Your dialect is so adorable. Keep talking and you will be the official Busan tourism ambassador. Noticing Mu Hyuk was still being all mysterious, they laughed. Why so quiet, Mu Hyuk? Honestly, when you are that fine, you do not even need to speak. Just looking at you is enough. Out of nowhere, a cold voice killed the vibe. Yo, Lee Yuri, what are you doing here? Mu Hyuk glanced up at the random guy who just stepped up behind Yuri. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air that made Mu Hyuk freeze. He thought, wait, I definitely know that voice. A guy stepped up looking totally stunned. It was Jang Ji-won. The girl with him blinked and asked, Ji-won? You actually know these guys? Mu Hyuk took a slow sip of his beer, already annoyed by these random flies showing up. He figured it was best to bail now. Standing up, he said, We are leaving. Myung-soo, move it. Myung-soo looked confused and totally did not want to leave. Going where? Let us hang with the girls for a bit. But Mu Hyuk doubled down. They were out. Ji-won spoke up with that trashy, privileged attitude. Feel free to play, kids. Just do not get too wild. Try not to start trouble. Mu Hyuk spun around, stared him down, and said, G1, making the rich brat turn pale. Seeing Mu Hyuk heading for the door, the girl yelled after him, Yo, Kim Mu Hyuk, where do you think you are going? Suddenly, Ji-won grabbed her wrist hard. He sneered, Why are you slumming it with these losers? You are better than this. Seriously, the guy has zero self-awareness to say something that cringy. The girl was visibly disgusted by his fake rich attitude, always acting so high and mighty. What are you even saying? Who I hang with is none of your business, she barked. Let go of me. Mu Hyuk let out a heavy sigh. He wondered why every single time he grabbed a drink, drama followed him. The girl was still screaming at Ji-won, Are you insane? Let me go! Mu Hyuk finally stepped in, put a hand on Ji-won's shoulder, and said, Drop it. Ji-won exploded, Get your hands off me. You think you can touch me? His reaction was faster than a high-speed Wi-Fi signal. He violently swung his arm to shove Mu Hyuk's hand away, shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Jang Ji-won had been a total disaster since he was a kid, always giving his grandfather a massive headache. Kim Mu Hyuk stepped right into his face and called him out. Yo, Jang Ji-won. He smirked. Honestly, I would love to pretend I do not even know you. It is that embarrassing. But quit making a scene in public. Mu Hyuk twisted the knife. We both know your grandpa is just going to have to bail you out again. Ji-won started sweating, whispering in a rage. What did this psycho just say? Then he screamed, You are finished today, and whistled for his group of thugs hanging out nearby. One of the thugs stepped forward, chin up. Who is this loser? Mu Hyuk just sighed to himself. Figures. He has got his little bodyguards with him. Ji-won introduced him like he was some dirty cockroach that crawled into his house. The thugs let out a dark laugh, telling Ji-won he better be ready to mop up the floor once they were finished. Ji-won bragged that this was not his first rodeo, so they should not worry. Mu Hyuk muttered, What a coward, then told Myung-soo to get the girls out of there. His friend looked back, worried, asking if he could handle it. Mu Hyuk smirked and asked, Me? You seriously forgot who I am? But Myung-soo shook his head, looking more worried about the thugs. Nah, man. I meant, are those guys gonna be okay? Mu Hyuk did not wait. He unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast strikes, sending the goons flying. One guy literally caught air before slamming onto the hard floor. Mu Hyuk stood in the middle of the chaos, wearing a cold, confident smirk. The club lights flickered over the total wreckage, highlighting the broken glass scattered across the entire floor. The thugs were spread out all over the ground, completely neutralized by Kim Mu Hyuk. It looked like a fire sale, 50% off for anyone willing to pick these losers up off the floor. He stood over Ji-won, who was shaking and gasping for air, looking totally lost. Mu Hyuk leaned in right next to his ear and growled a warning. Stop playing these stupid little games with these people. You really think grandfather has no clue what you are up to? Mu Hyuk's gaze was heavy, making it clear that Ji-won's little reign of terror was officially over. Backed into a corner, Ji-won could only stare. Ji-won gritted his teeth, silently calling Mu Hyuk every name in the book. Before he could say a word, Mu Hyuk dropped the final ultimatum. If this ever happens again, cousin or not, I will absolutely destroy you. Got it? You hear me? Faced with that terrifying intensity, Ji-won could only stutter out a response, nodding his head in total, pathetic humiliation. From a big shot to a nobody in 3 minutes flat. Mu Hyuk turned his back, telling him to clean up the mess and never, ever call him again. He dropped one final threat that sent a chill down Ji-won's spine. If you do not, we are going to have a real problem. Ji-won stood there, face twisted in absolute rage and hatred. Back at Korea University, things were getting serious. In the middle of a lecture, the professor called out, You there, tell the class what Article 1, Section 1 of our Constitution says. Some four-eyed kid raises his hand fast. Yo, prof, that is the Republic of Korea. A democratic republic, obviously. The prof nods and doubles down. Cool. Now what about Article 1, Section 2? The kid starts sweating and stuttering. His brain is hit with major lag, stuck at 5% loading, and this professor is not waiting for a reboot. The professor steps in with the answer. Sovereignty in South Korea belongs to the people. Period. All power comes straight from the citizens. He scans the room, dropping a truth bomb about ethics. You might pass the bar and become a hotshot prosecutor, lawyer, or judge. But if you lose your moral compass, you are trash. You do not deserve to represent the law. Kim Mu Hyuk is just chilling in the back, looking all deep and mysterious. As soon as the bell rings, someone screams his name from the hall. Mu Hyuk! Lee Myung-soo runs up out of breath. Do not forget our hang with Hyun-seong tonight. Mu Hyuk just smirks. I know, man, that dude is always training. It is basically a miracle he even agreed to step outside for once. Suddenly, a soft female voice stops him in his tracks. Kim Mu Hyuk. He turns around and sees this absolute bombshell standing there. She looks him up and down and asks real quiet, "You are Kim Mu Hyuk, right?" Myung-soo is standing there with his jaw on the floor. This lady is a literal 10, and he is totally glitching out. "Whoa, check out this goddess. I am ready to start her fan club right now." He nudges Mu Hyuk, whispering like a weirdo. "Yo, Mu Hyuk. Who is that?" The woman steps up and introduces herself. "I am Cho Jisoo." She locks eyes with him, throwing out a vibe that says, "You already know who I am, don't you?" Mu Hyuk just stares. His head is spinning with all kinds of crazy thoughts. This is their first time meeting in real life, but those eyes, that look, it is freaking hauntingly familiar. He clocks her identity instantly. She is the daughter of Cho Sung-man and granddaughter of the Samsung chairman. Looking into her eyes, all the warnings about how dangerous she is come flooding back. I remember that stare. It is cold, calculating, and feels exactly like a venomous snake. Looking at her, he remembers the truth. To her, he was just a bug, a little insect born to serve the mighty Cho family and nothing more. She breaks the silence. "Got a minute to talk?" Myung-soo is still standing back there, totally dazed by this mysterious beauty appearing out of nowhere. Mu Hyuk keeps his guard up, his eyes icy. Deep in the quiet underground garage, she lets out a soft sigh. "Honestly, I should have come to see you sooner. It has been a while since I visited my grandfather." They hop into the back of her luxury ride. She starts fishing for info. "So, the word on the street is you are the top law student. Pretty impressive. I am actually a business major here myself." But Mu Hyuk is not in the mood for small talk. He cuts her off cold. "Look, I am busy. Why don't you just get straight to the point?" Jisoo gives him a wicked little smirk. "Wow, you are intense. It is not every day we get a family reunion between cousins, you know?" Mu Hyuk does not hold back. He fires back with pure sarcasm. "Your family has been giving me quite the education lately. So yeah, I am on high alert whenever a cousin shows up. If words were bullets, this conversation would have us both in the emergency room right now." Jisoo dodges the shade and brings up his recent win. "Oh, I heard all about that. You actually took down every single director over in Myeongdong. That is quite the flex, isn't it?" She finally drops the act. "That is exactly why I came to find you. Kim Mu Hyuk. Let's team up. We should work together." Mu Hyuk squints, totally suspicious. "Team up? When you say the word cooperate, it sounds more like you are asking me to sell my soul to the devil." Jisoo plays it cool. "Look, I have zero interest in my grandfather's shady loan shark business. We do not need to build our own empires. Whatever you are doing with the old man is your business. I could not care less." Her eyes turn sharp and hungry as she reveals her endgame. "There is only one thing in this world I actually give a damn about. The Samsung Group. That is the real prize." Mu Hyuk freezes. A thought hits him instantly. "Of course. We are chasing the same thing because Samsung is my target too." Inside that fancy, quiet car, Jisoo starts laying out her cards. She is ready to play. She offers to back him up so he can slide into his grandfather's spot as heir without any drama. The catch? He has to have her back when the time comes. She breaks it down. Before he showed up, the succession plan was a lock for her brother, but now that Mu Hyuk is in the picture, everything has flipped. She is dead serious. "You and my brother are heading for a total war over that throne." To sweeten the deal, Jisoo promises to leak top-secret intel. It is the kind of stuff that would give him a massive edge in this fight. Mu Hyuk stays cool as ice. He asks her straight up, "What can that thug brother of yours actually do to me?" He wonders if she is just overhyping him because they share the same blood. Is she being objective? Jisoo shuts that down immediately. Do not sleep on him. At the end of the day, her brother is still the eldest grandson of the powerful Cho family. He has got serious reach. She reminds him that even if Grandpa loves him, he is still an outsider to the main line. He cannot touch her brother's status. If Samsung decides to back his rival, Mu Hyuk is not just losing a chair, he is losing his life. Play it wrong, and you are dead. She drops the threat like ice water. Here is the deal. If you take the old man's place, you give me every single share of Samsung stock he currently owns. Mu Hyuk plays dumb for a second. He asks why she is coming to him. Wouldn't it be way easier to just ask your own brother for a favor instead? Jisoo just laughs. As soon as my brother gets that power, he will swallow the whole company. He would never help me. He would just delete me from the picture entirely. To her, her brother is just a greedy, narrow-minded snake who wants it all. Mu Hyuk watches her, calculating her hunger for power. He knows Samsung already picked an heir, but this whole situation is getting messy fast. Jisoo clarifies that she is not trying to take the whole cake. That is too risky. But she needs at least half to make sure her mother, Seo Hyuk-young, is taken care of. Mu Hyuk watches in silence. Suddenly, memories from his past life come rushing back, crystal clear. He remembers it all. After the chairman died of a heart attack, Jisoo went absolutely feral for that throne. She walked away with a third of the company, but the brutal civil war trashed Samsung's reputation. They never recovered. Mu Hyuk takes a long look at the woman sitting across from him. He knows Jisoo is not the type to back down. She would stab anyone in the back to get what she wants. And yet, here is this venomous snake actually asking him to be her partner. He calls her out on how ridiculous this deal sounds. You would be losing way too much in the long run. Besides, we are just talking here, and honestly, I can already smell something fishy in the air. This feels like a setup. He keeps pushing her. If I fail to become the heir, you get 0. And even if I actually make it to the top, aren't you terrified that I am just going to betray you immediately? Jisoo smirks and admits he is right. She knows this deal looks terrible for her on paper, but then her vibe shifts. Her eyes turn ice cold with pure hatred. I cannot just sit here and watch that scumbag brother of mine steal every last dime. This partnership chat is starting to feel like the sequel to a family massacre. She growls, revealing how possessive her brother has been since they were kids. He is the type of guy who has to grab everything for himself, no matter who he hurts. She basically said she would rather lose everything to a stranger than let John Jae-won steal it all. Seeing his cousin's savage determination, Mu Hyuk smirked like a villain and dropped a bomb. Fine. I will think about your offer, cousin Gisu. Gisu just watched him, putting on the pressure and demanding an answer right now. She made it clear she did not have time for games or waiting around for him to make up his mind. Before dipping, she left him with a cryptic threat. If you say no, I'm going to have to find another way to handle this. You know what I mean, do not you? The luxury car sped off, leaving Mu Hyuk standing there in the cold. Right then, Lee Myung-soo came running up, panting and shouting his name. Hey, Mu Hyuk! I thought you left already. Seeing his buddy just hop out of a high-end ride, Myung-soo was totally starstruck. Who was that girl? She looked like serious money. Is she your new girlfriend or something? No way, man. Every day you are with a different smoke show. This world is so unfair. Mu Hyuk just played it cool and said, she is my cousin. First time meeting her, actually. Talk about a plot twist from family drama to total jealousy in 2 seconds. The second he heard she was a cousin, Myung-soo flipped the script. He started acting all thirsty, leaning in with a massive grin. Oh, big sister. Sorry, I did not recognize your hidden potential before, bro. Myung-soo tried to pull him into a huge hug, but Mu Hyuk was grossed out. Get off me, man. You are being weird. Mu Hyuk walked away, already scheming about Jisoo's offer. Dude changed his tune faster than a TikTok trend. 1 minute he is complaining about unfairness, the next he is acting like family. He thought back to his past life where that woman would not even look at him. Now, here she is in this life, practically begging to work together. He knew this deal was a massive win for him, but he still had his doubts about what was coming. Mu Hyuk wondered if this was a golden ticket or just a trap waiting to snap. Is it a fresh start or a total disaster? After the first day of school, he headed back to the mansion to face his grandfather's intense gaze. Over hot tea, Chairman John Taishan asked him how it went. How was your first class? Was it interesting? Mu Hyuk kept it casual and mentioned he met his cousin Jisoo. Hearing his granddaughter's name, the old man's eyebrows shot up. Oh? You met Jisoo? Sipping his tea, the chairman reminded his grandson that since he has no siblings, he needs to stick close to his cousins. Mu Hyuk played the part of the good kid, promising to see Jisoo more often. He acted totally obedient while plotting his next move in the background. Secretly, he was already drawing up a plan for Jisoo to take over Samsung while he kept the cash for himself. Setting his teacup down, the chairman got straight to the point. So, what did you want to see me for? What is so important that you had to come see me the second you got home? Mu Hyuk did not beat around the bush. He talked about the 400 billion won in the secret account his grandfather gave him. Then he dropped the bomb. He wanted to move all that money overseas. The old chairman was stunned and nearly choked on his tea. Mu Hyuk kept pushing. If you do not have a plan for that cash right now, I want to take it and play the international markets instead. The chairman squinted at him, testing his resolve. Do you really think you can handle a deal this big? He reminded Mu Hyuk that this might be the last bit of money he ever gets. Hearing the words last time felt like a crushing deadline from a scary boss. The chairman figured keeping that mountain of cash in the country was a safe bet. He could not understand why the kid was so obsessed with moving it all abroad. But Mu Hyuk knew the future. Moving money was already tough, and it would be impossible once the new financial laws hit. He told his grandpa that with his power, this should be an easy fix to handle right now. It is not just international investing, it is about staying one step ahead of the system. You have to be smart with your money, right? Mu Hyuk stood up and broke down the political scene. He explained that the government would keep making things hard for the old man, especially with those new financial tracking laws. He warned him that even if he was not the target, the underground economy was going to get wrecked. Moving those assets overseas now was not just a choice, it was an emergency. If they did not act fast, they were going to lose it all. He suggested using the foreign branches of big companies that owed him money. That way, they could move the 400 billion won quietly without anyone noticing. It was the perfect way to protect the cash. Get the money out before the server crashes. John Taishon admitted moving it was easy, but he still did not get why his grandson was in such a huge rush. The old man looked at him with pure suspicion. Moving all that cash because of laws that have not even happened yet? Is not that a bit paranoid? Mu Hyuk did not flinch. He just looked the old man right in the eyes. Just trust me on this, Grandpa. His blunt honesty caught the powerful old man off guard for a second. Mu Hyuk knew he was being a bit cheeky, but it worked. Being direct was the only way to go, since he could not exactly tell him he had seen the future. Suddenly, the chairman burst out laughing. It was a loud, genuine laugh. "Haha, that is my boy." He looked at Mu Hyuk with real interest. "Your uncles are so scared of me they can't even talk. But you? I don't know if you're brave or just crazy. Either way, you're the only one making me laugh lately." The old man nodded. "Fine, let's do it." Mu Hyuk made his request clear. "Move the full 400 billion to my account in America. And for the next 7 years until the year 2000, do not ask me about that money. Just let me cook. This bet is solid." The chairman's eyes widened. "You want to invest 400 billion won and I cannot ask about it for 7 years?" Mu Hyuk did not blink. "Yes, but I promise you will not lose a single cent of it." Seeing the kid's confidence, the chairman finally caved. "Fine, let's see what you have got." He stood up and told his secretary to transfer the whole bag to the United States, but he still dropped a cold warning. "If you lose this money, there are no second chances. You got that?" Mu Hyuk bowed respectfully like a pro. "Yes, sir. I understand completely." Deep down, he was already crunching the numbers. He needed that capital to go head-to-head with the big players. If he kept it local, they would just block him. He knew he had too much on his plate to manage 400 billion won all by himself. He needed someone he could trust to handle the heavy lifting for him. He needed a pro to manage the funds. Right then, a specific name popped into his head. He knew exactly who he had to find. A legendary investment shark who worked for foreign firms, the guy who absolutely crushed the stock market back in the late 1990s. He was a beast. Even though the guy was struggling right now and stuck in a wheelchair after an accident, in 10 years, he would be worth hundreds of billions. He was the god of the Korean stock market, Han Kyung-yang. Chapter 25 starts with Mu Hyuk searching for a rundown boarding house called Jiaoma. Standing there as the sun set, he checked his notes. This must be the place Myung-soo told me about. The guy he was looking for was drowning in debt, so tracking him down was not exactly rocket science. He was basically hiding in plain sight. It was almost too easy to find him. Looking at the guy's file, Mu Hyuk could not help but wonder why him. The sunset was pretty, but the guy's life was a total mess. Real life is not like the movies, that is for sure. He walked into the lobby and asked the old lady behind the glass, "Hey, I am looking for someone. Is there a guy named Han Kyung-yang living here?" The old lady looked him up and down, looking suspicious. "You a cop?" Mu Hyuk was confused. "Huh?" She rolled her eyes. "Who else comes to a dump like this?" Mu Hyuk stayed calm and changed his approach. "I am not the police. So, are there any young guys in their 20s staying around here long term?" The old lady stops to think. "Young folks?" She eyes him like a top-tier federal agent, colder than a cop. Mu Hyuk gets the hint and slides a couple of fat stacks through the opening. Money talks, and she's definitely listening. Once she sees the green, her mood flips 180 degrees. She's all smiles now. "Oh, looking at your face, it all comes back to me." She starts flipping through her ledger. "Let's see, which room was it? Ah, there he is." Right then, a guy with messy hair and glasses wearing a bright green tracksuit stumbles outside. The old lady shouts his name out loud. "Hey, Han Kyung-yeon." Hearing his real name makes him jump. He looks like he just saw a ghost totally pale. Without waiting a single second, Han Kyung-yeon turns and bolts. Mu Hyuk panics and chases after him, yelling at the top of his lungs. "Wait up, please, I just want to talk to you for a minute." But Han Kyung-yeon isn't listening to anything. He's too busy sprinting like a maniac toward the rooftop door. Mu Hyuk screams his name in vain. "Hold on," but as he hits the roof, he freezes. Han Kyung-yeon is already at the edge, looking like he is about to end it all. If this guy entered a track meet, he would definitely be taking home the gold medal with that speed. Seeing Mu Hyuk approach and call out his name, Han Kyung-yeon starts shaking. Are you one of those loan sharks?" Mu Hyuk is stunned. A loan shark? Talk about a massive misunderstanding. Before he can even explain, Han Kyo drops to the floor and lets out a huge sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought I was a goner for sure." He looks up at Mu Hyuk, totally confused. "If you're not here for the money, why are you looking for me? I really thought you were coming to finish me off." Staring at this pathetic guy, Mu Hyuk realizes this is the legend himself, Han Kyu-ni-an, the man destined to become the absolute god of the stock market. Right now, though, he is just a broke dude hiding in the shadows from a bunch of dangerous loan sharks. Mu Hyuk helps him up and makes an offer. Get up, let's go grab some food and talk this over. They head to a barbecue joint. Watching Han scarf down food like a starving animal, Mu Hyuk tells him to slow down. Hey, take it easy or you are gonna choke. Han keeps chewing, his voice cracking. I can't even remember the last time I had meat. I've got no cash and I'm hiding from everyone, so I can't even go out to the store. Mu Hyuk pours him a drink and gets straight to business. So, how much did you actually take from those loan sharks? You're eating like you're in some kind of survival competition. Han trembles as he admits the original debt was only 5 million won, but now it's spiked to 25 million. Hearing that insane interest rate, Mu Hyuk can't help but sigh. Sweating buckets, he explains that he planned to pay it all back within a week, but got sucked into a mess with stock manipulators. He swears that with just 10 million more won, he could beat them at their own game. Seeing how desperate the guy is, Mu Hyuk makes a shock offer. I will pay off that 25 million for you, but in exchange, you're going to work for me. Han jumps up in a total panic, screaming his head off. Are you trying to scam me? He simply cannot believe a total stranger would offer to clear his debt, give him a job, and even buy him this high-end beef dinner instead of some cheap food. In the middle of his meltdown, he points a finger right in Mu Hyuk's face, looking at him with pure suspicion. Are you planning to kidnap me after I'm full and harvest my organs? Mu Hyuk just stands there, stunned by the guy's wild imagination, only able to mutter a confused, huh? Han seems to make up his mind. He signals the waiter and declares, if that's the case, bring 4 more orders of beef. If I'm going to die, I'm going out on a full stomach. Watching the future stock god act like a total weirdo, Mu Hyuk is speechless and totally confused. He suddenly stands up and asks where the money was borrowed from. As soon as he hears Myeongdong, he's ready to move. That's the spot, right? We're going there right now. Under the cover of night, Mu Hyuk leads Han Kyu-ni-an to a crumbling old building, the headquarters of the Jowon Capital Finance Company. Standing in front of a rusty iron door, Han asks with a shake in his voice, "We're here?" He's clearly terrified. He keeps worrying. Are you sure about this? These guys are legit scary. But Mu Hyuk is perfectly calm. I'm just here to pay back a debt, nothing to be afraid of. Let's go. He pushes the door open and walks right in. Inside the sketchy office, it reeks of instant ramen. 2 low-level thugs are busy eating when they're suddenly caught off guard. A guy with long hair shouts in surprise, "What the heck?" The bald guy next to him immediately recognizes their favorite debtor. Han Kyu-ni-an, is that really you? The long-haired thug jumps up and points right at Han's face. You got a death wish or something? Get over here right now, kid. The thug reaches out to grab Han, who's so terrified he's just frozen in place not because he's brave, but because his brain is totally shut down. Instantly, Mu Hyuk steps in and blocks the guy's arm. He twists the thug's wrist back with lightning speed, making him scream out in pure agony. Mu Hyuk doesn't hold back at all. He locks the guy's arm behind his back, leaving him squirming. Oh, you jerk! What is this? Let go of me right now! Mu Hyuk's voice is low and heavy with pressure. I'm just here to pay a debt. Stop making a scene and go get your boss out here. The noise brings a man in a white suit rushing out from the back, shouting, "What is all this racket? I can't even finish my ramen in peace." Then he sees Han and stops dead in his tracks, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Well, if it isn't Han Kyu-ni-an, he walks closer, putting on a fake, sarcastic show of being friendly. "Oh, Han, we've been looking all over for you. We missed you so much." He narrows his eyes at the debtor and gets right to the point. So, did you bring the cash or what? Facing the loan shark, Mu Hyuk flatly declares, I'm paying for him. How much? The guy in the white suit casually flips through his ledger. Is that so? Let's see. 6 months ago, he took 5 million at 30% interest. He starts mumbling, calculating the interest on top of more interest, plus compound interest at 28% and a late fee of 12%. Mu Hyuk is quickly losing his patience. Look, cut the crap and stop reading from that useless ledger. Just tell me the final number you want already. The loan shark pauses for a second and lets out another greasy grin. Well, look at you. So young, but you talk like you've been around the block. You're a sharp one. He casually tosses out a massive number. Fine, after adding up all the fees, it's 50 million won. 50 million and this whole thing is over. Hearing that, Han Kyung-yeon immediately freaks out. What the hell are you talking about? A few days ago, you said it was 25 million. How does a 5 million won loan turn into 50 million in just 6 months? Pulling a price hike like this out of nowhere is absolutely insane, man. Ignoring the debtor's protests, the old man just leans back in his chair. It's all right here. Every single term was clearly written in the contract you signed. You really are a careless customer. He starts listing ridiculous fees to justify the 50 million won total. That's late interest plus 17 million won we spent just trying to track you down. Add 8 million for emotional damages, plus 50 million for my lost sleep. Total 50 million won. Watching this happen, Mu Hyuk realized how the world turns 5 million into 50. Loan sharks really are just bloodsuckers, draining people dry when they are down. As Mr. Yang stood there shaking because it was so unfair. Looking at this blatant scam and the boy's attitudes, the creditor slammed the table and screamed, "You still owe me money and you are acting all high and mighty? Do you really want me to end you right here?" Kyo Young turned pale with fear. Mu Hyuk stayed terrifyingly calm. He asked one last time if 50 million was enough. The old man nodded and said yes, that is the exact amount. I will rip this paper up once I get my 50 million. Mu Hyuk glanced at the phone on the desk. Can I use your phone for a second? After the shark nodded, he picked up the phone and called his assistant. Hey, this is Mu Hyuk. Is Secretary Ha there? Who orders 50 million won as casually as a large boba tea? Get 50 million ready and bring it to my address. Mu Hyuk paused for a moment, then hung up. He coldly told the loan shark the money would be here in 15 minutes. The kid's confidence actually surprised the guy. He chuckled. Oh, really? Well, that is pretty bold. He narrowed his eyes, curious about them. What is the deal with you two? Why are you so willing to pay his debt? Are you family or just friends? Mu Hyuk just shrugged and said they actually just met today. The shark and his thugs were stunned. Mu Hyuk explained his goal. I want to work with him, so I'm just clearing his tab. Seeing Mu Hyuk's vibe, the shark tried to recruit him. You are young, but you got guts. I kind of like you. Want a job? Mu Hyuk shut him down instantly. I am a student. The guy laughed loudly. A student, huh? Well, if you cannot find a job after graduation, give me a call. I will pay you well. Collecting debts while scouting talent on the side. Mu Hyuk secretly hated the guy. He had zero respect for this bottom feeder loan shark. He was probably just another shark destined to vanish once the new financial identity laws kicked in. He looked around the office and smirked. I do not care. How much can you even make in a tiny hole like this? That bruised the shark's ego. The thugs growled, calling the kid a disrespectful little brat. They rushed him, but Mu Hyuk just stood his ground. Even for a legal loan shark, you should have some limits. You really think hiring goons to bully debtors is fun? The shark smirked shamelessly. Yeah, it is a blast. It is more than fun. Then he snapped. Were you never taught any manners? How dare a kid talk to an adult like that? Mu Hyuk sneered. A bunch of immoral loan sharks talking about manners and respect? That is actually hilarious. Losing his mind, the shark ordered his men to grab him. Forget the money. I need to teach this brat a lesson today. If logic does not work, it is time to get physical. That is how they do things. Kyo Young was standing next to Mu Hyuk, sweating bullets from pure fear. Mu Hyuk stayed cool. He checked his watch, knowing the person he called was almost there. Right then, the door swung open. Mu Hyuk grinned. Perfect timing. Talk about main character energy. Myung-hoon walked in looking sharp in a black suit. He calmly asked what was going on. The thugs had no idea. A guy in white grabbed Myung-hoon's shoulder and started insulting him. Who told you that you could just walk in here? You with that kid? You want a beating too? Suddenly, the boss in the back screamed for them to stop immediately. He turned white as a ghost, terrified to see Myung-hoon. He stammered out boss and rushed over, bowing low in respect. Hello, Secretary Ha. It is an honor to see you, Myung-hoon. Myung-hoon looked at the shaking man coldly. Do you know me? The shark bowed, saying everyone in Myeongdong knows Secretary Ha, the man working for the powerful Chairman Young. He could not believe a big shot like him would visit such a dump. Myung-hoon did not say much. He just put the briefcase on the table. The shark immediately told Mu Hyuk. 50 million is here. Mu Hyuk watched it all. Everything went exactly as planned. Before the cash even opened, the shark's attitude changed faster than interest rates. He was sweating and pale, stammering out young master in total shock. A terrifying thought hit him. No way. Is he Chairman Young's grandson? Right then, Myung-hoon handed the cash to Mu Hyuk and asked if everything was all right. Mu Hyuk took it casually. He looked at the shark with cold eyes. It seemed like the boss here cared more about teaching lessons than the actual money. He was acting tough a minute ago, but now he is a coward. The shark hit the floor and begged for mercy. He slammed his head on the ground, terrified. I did not recognize you. Please forgive my disrespect, young master. Please spare me. His thugs were just standing there confused, so he screamed at them. What are you doing? This is Chairman Young's grandson. Get on your knees right now. Every single one of them dropped to the floor. They shouted together, We are so sorry. Please forgive us, young master. Kyo Young stood there in total shock at Mu Hyuk's real identity. Mu Hyuk stayed calm and put the cash on the table. He told Kyo Young that his money was right there. Mu Hyuk smirked with total confidence, leaving the submissive thugs behind. He dropped the heavy suitcase full of cash onto the desk and coldly told the boss to count it. The shark's hands shook as he checked the bills. Once he confirmed 50 million won, he bowed. Mu Hyuk immediately demanded the debt papers. The old man handed over a brown envelope, bowing deeply. Here are the papers. Counting that money was probably more stressful than taking a final exam. Mu Hyuk handed the envelope to Kyo Young. Kyo Young's hands were shaking. He stared at the documents inside with a look of pure emotion. Suddenly, Kyo Young tore the debt papers into tiny pieces, letting them fly all over the floor. The massive weight was finally gone. He took a deep breath, feeling reborn. Mu Hyuk confirmed that Kyo Young's debt was officially settled. The sweating shark nodded quickly. Oh yes, of course, it is all settled now. Deep down, Mu Hyuk knew the real game was just beginning. He glanced at the suitcase full of cash and declared it was finally his turn to settle the score. Most people would call it quits here, but for him, round 2 was just starting. The old loan shark just stood there, totally clueless. Mui started pulling out stacks of cash, itemizing the bill. First up, a massive mental health fee for those pathetic threats I had to listen to earlier. 10 million won? The old geezer could only gasp out a confused what? Payment for what exactly? Mui kept grabbing cash. Second, a 15 million won finder fee for tracking down Han Kyo and dragging him here. As the suitcase emptied out, the loan shark started freaking out, yelling, "Young master, what on earth are you doing?" Mui stayed cool, still counting. Third, Secretary Ha is a busy guy, yet he had to haul this heavy suitcase here just to pay you. That is another 10 million for overtime. He stared the old man down with a smirk. What am I doing? I am just settling the debt using your own crooked math. He was not done yet. Fourth, a 15 million won penalty for wasting my precious time. After clearing out every last bit of the cash, he snapped the case shut and asked, 50 million won total, that is the exact amount, isn't it? Mui casually grabbed the empty suitcase. Guess I will be taking this back with me then. The loan shark chased after him, looking absolutely desperate. Young master, you're joking, right? You can't just make up rules to cancel out a debt like that. Mui smirked and turned back to the stunned shark. Oh? You saying my math is wrong? I am just following your lead, aren't I? He added with a cold, heavy stare. If my math is off, then how exactly were you planning to calculate it? The loan shark was dripping with sweat, his face turning ghost white. He could only stutter out a pathetic, well, you see, the thing is, since we are all squared away, Mui grabbed the suitcase and headed for the door. It's settled. We're out of here. Come on, Hankyo. The thugs just stood there like statues, watching the show end. Before stepping out, Mui turned to Secretary Ha with a deadly look in his eyes. From today on, I don't want to see these people in Myeongdong ever again. Not even a single hair. I need you to handle this situation for me. Secretary Ha bowed respectfully. Understood, young master. The moment Mui and Han Kyu stepped out, Secretary Ha slammed the door shut with a bone-chilling thud. The air in the room instantly turned heavy, thick with a sudden, murderous vibe. Inside the office, the boss and his thugs were shaking as Secretary Ha casually took the head seat, looking every bit like the man in charge. He asked coldly, "Who's the boss here?" The loan shark bowed frantically, stuttering his name. Secretary Ha narrowed his eyes. CEO Sec, right? You used to be a low-level debt collector for hire. As the old man stood there stunned, Secretary Ha growled with pure malice. A bottom feeder like you really thought you could mess with our young master? If Chairman John hears about this, you are dead meat. He had barely sat down before digging up dirt faster than a Google search. The boss collapsed to the floor, sobbing and begging for his life. I messed up. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. Secretary Ha looked down at him with pure disgust. You heard exactly what the young master said, didn't you? If I hear you're still in Myeongdong tomorrow, I'll personally break your legs and bring them to the young master as a gift. The loan shark was paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. Secretary Ha stood up slowly, delivering his final warning. I have said my piece, so get out of Myeongdong tonight. From king of the hill to a nobody in a single night. The thugs stood frozen, their faces pale after witnessing Secretary Ha's true power. Back at a quiet roadside tent late at night, Han Kyung sat alone, washing away his heavy burdens with a glass of strong liquor. He slammed his glass down, still unable to believe he had actually escaped that living hell. Kim Mui spoke up, breaking the silence. Feeling better? Your debt is officially a thing of the past. Han Kyung looked at Mui with a mix of suspicion and total awe. He finally blurted out, Who exactly are you, Kim Mui? How can a guy like you just pull 50 million won out of thin air? And why on earth were those gangsters so terrified of you? Facing the intense questioning, Mui casually pulled out his student ID and chuckled. I am just a student, don't believe me? Here, check the ID yourself. Han Kyung just shook his head, not buying that weak excuse for a second. Stop playing around. I am being serious here. I really want to know who you are. He thought back to that powerful guy from earlier. That man, Secretary Ha. Are you seriously the grandson of the legendary John Day San, the absolute king of the bond market? Mui took a sip of his drink and calmly asked, Does that really matter to you? I am here because I need a favor from Han Kyung. Han looked down, feeling bitter. Why would someone who has everything need help from a broke loser like me? When a man who has everything goes looking for a guy who has nothing, it is usually for something that money cannot buy. Mui looked the future stock god right in the eye and stated it plainly. Because no one is better at this than you. Han Kyung, I want you to trade stocks for me. Han was so shocked he nearly dropped his drink. He stuttered, What? You want a broke guy who lost his life savings and was hiding from sharks to run your stock portfolio? Mui stood up, looking powerful. You probably never imagined this, right? Right now I have nothing but cash, and with enough capital I am ready to take on the whole world. Others are terrified of losing their shirts, but I see money as ammo for one massive shot. I am ready to go all in and win big. Han Kyung nodded with newfound fire. You are right. If I have the cash, I will do whatever it takes. I will find a way to protect what is mine. They sat in the quiet tent as Han added bitterly, but without any money, I am as good as dead. Mui silently slid a bank book across the table. Open it up. Starting tomorrow, use this money to run wild in the stock market. Show me exactly what you are capable of. Mui stared him down as Han Kyung froze, his hands shaking while he held the book. The number 100 million won was written clearly on the page. He gasped. 100? 100 million? Mui stayed perfectly calm. This is just the starting deposit for our partnership. Watching the man struggle to breathe from the shock, he continued, prove to me that you actually have what it takes. I have only one condition. If there is a specific stock I want you to buy or sell, you must follow my orders without question. Han was totally stunned. He asked, But why? Why on earth do you trust a guy like me this much? You don't know anything about me. Most jobs have 3 rounds of interviews, but you just tossed me 100 million won before even looking at my resume. What if I just run away with it? Mui didn't even blink. If you want to do that, go ahead. The answer left Han completely speechless. Wait, what? Mu Hyuk stares straight into the guy's soul. Listen, Kyung, even if you manage to smuggle every cent of that cash overseas, can you actually promise me you are done gambling on the stock market for good? Kyung just stands there paralyzed, stammering like a complete idiot. Mu Hyuk says he does not care who the guy is or his history. It is not about trust. This is just the cold mindset of a high-stakes gambler. He doubles down. All I care about is that I handed you a chance with 100 million won. Now, just show me what you can actually do. Kyung just stands there, totally stunned. Mu Hyuk thinks back to his own memoir, where he wrote that if the Korean stock market actually played by the rules and followed any kind of logic, he would just need one shot. He promised to become a capitalist hunting dog abroad before making a massive comeback to Korea. Mu Hyuk boldly declares, I am going to give you that exact chance. The only difference is that this time, you are my hunting dog, and you are going to go out and kill for me. Deep down, he is crunching the numbers. If Ki-young sticks to the script and follows the plan, his massive financial headache for taking on the Choen brothers will be totally solved once and for all. Mu Hyuk takes a sip of wine, his eyes burning with the drive to find more people ready to go to war for him. He tells himself he needs his own inner circle to pull off this grand plan. The two of them sit quietly under the dim yellow light of a street stall in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, in a high-end luxury club, 4 guys in pink vests slam their drinks onto the table. They declare that they are finally going to coordinate with Park Dong-soo and split up the turf. Hearing this, the guy with the mustache looks pretty skeptical about the whole thing. Like, right now? The guy in the pink vest explains that even though Park Dong-soo technically controls almost all of Busan, the truth is that his actual circle of loyal soldiers is surprisingly small. He breaks it down, saying most gangs are already behind bars. The leftovers are just clinging to Dong-soo because they are desperate for protection. It sounds like a major power move, but it is really just an excuse to jump the guy. He insists that instead of useless infighting, they should focus everything on protecting the professor. Glancing at his allies, Pink Vest snaps, "We are keeping this clean and fast. Just take out Park Dong-soo and we are done." A guy in sunglasses chimes in, asking what the plan is once the target is handled. He specifically wants to know exactly how the territory is going to be split between them all. This kind of impatience really starts to get under Pink Vest's skin. He brushes it off, telling them to wait until the boss is dead before they start splitting the loot. Truly a pro-gamer move. But another member still looks nervous. Wait, he pleads. Before we do this, we need to agree on something. He is worried that once Dong-soo is out of the picture, all these gangs will just start stabbing each other in the back to grab more power. The guy with the mustache agrees instantly. If that nightmare scenario actually happens, every single person in this room is a dead man walking. The guy in sunglasses tries to settle the room, promising that they still have everything under control. He warns that if they let chaos take over now, a brutal, bloody war will explode and everyone here will pay with their lives. But Pink Vest just coldly brushes off their fears. He claims he will handle it personally. He reveals that his team has been watching Park Dong-soo like a hawk, and he is taking full responsibility for everything that happens next. His eyes burn with pure bloodlust as he gives the order to kill Park Dong-soo. "We are taking over Busan," he growls. Cut to the suffocating atmosphere of Dampusan prison. Deep inside the stuffy visiting room of the Dampusan prison facility, Park Dong-soo sits silently across from his old boss, Lee Saseong, the leader of the Saseong gang. As soon as they meet, Dong-soo asks if he is holding up okay in there. Lee Saseong just flashes a calm smile and asks why the kid is so worried about his health. The boss just laughs it off. "You should come in here and try it yourself, then you would get it." A prison review like this would probably go viral for the authentic experience. He leans back, looking surprisingly happy with the disciplined prison life. "Honestly, my health might be better in here," he says. "No booze, lots of exercise, and 3 square meals a day." Lisa Seong even jokes that with this lifestyle, he will probably live to be 100 years old. The only thing weighing on his mind is his wife and kids back home. Other than that, he is doing just fine. When Dong-soo mentions that Myung-hoon is dying to see him, Saseong gives a small nod and thanks him for taking care of everything while he is locked up. Dong-soo looks down, filled with guilt, and apologizes for being the only one left on the outside. Saseong quickly tells his subordinate not to sweat it, because having him out there is the only reason he is not losing his mind with worry. The boss starts checking in on the turf. "So, how is your area looking? Is everything stable? I heard all the big names got locked up, so Busan is basically yours to run now, is that right?" Dong-soo humbly explains that he is just a face for the Saseong gang's reputation, and his subordinates are actually the ones handling most of the day-to-day business. He sighs with regret, saying if his big brother were out, everything would have been settled ages ago. Dong-soo promises he will keep holding down the fort until the day his boss is free. Seeing how loyal the kid is, Saseong asks quietly, "If I get out, are you just going to leave? I am getting old now." He tells Dong-soo to stop worrying about him and focus on building his own empire. The talk is cut short by the guard. Time is up. Saseong stands up with a sigh. "Well, looks like time is already up. It has been forever since I saw you, and it feels really good." He tells Dong-soo to just focus on the business outside and not to worry about visiting him so often. Before walking back to his cell, Saseong reminds him to stay healthy. Dong-soo stands up, watching his boss walk away and yells at the top of his lungs, "You stay healthy too, big brother." It is an emotional goodbye, like they are at an airport or something. On the drive back, 3 cars speed through the city streets. Sanji finally speaks up, asking how the meeting actually went. Myung-hoon stares out the window, looking pretty down. He has aged so much after all these years, he sighs. "I am really worried about him." Sanji notes that the two of them clearly share a very special bond. Myung-hoon starts flashes back to his bitter past. Both his parents abandoned him when he was just a little kid, and he grew up being raised entirely by his grandfather. But then his grandfather died suddenly. The old house felt empty because nobody bothered to come to the funeral. In all that loneliness, Myung-hoon heard that his grandpa had actually helped out boss Saseong back in the day. That is why, when he died, Saseong was the only one who showed up to pay his respects and share the grief. Myung-hoon was actually going to drop out of school to find a job, but Saseong stepped in and gave him 300 million won just so he could finish his education. At the time, 300 million was a massive fortune, equal to years of backbreaking labor for any normal worker. After graduation, Myung-hoon rushed to pay him back, but Saseong just gave him another 10 million won. He told him to go think it over and come back when he was ready. Still in the car, Myung-hoon tells Sanji just how much that money was worth, since even the top lottery prize back then was only about 3 million won. A month later, he went back to Saseong with the 10 million won and told him straight up. He said he would be way happier working for him than just keeping the cash. From that day on, Saseong officially became Myung-hoon's big brother. Thinking back on his face, he laughs. The boss just said, "Man, you are a total psycho. Fine, I get what you were after." The truth was, Saseong had actually hoped Myung-hoon would just take the money and run away to find himself a much better life. Now that Myung-hoon is the only one left outside while the boss is behind bars, he is sweating. He thinks back 3 years. He told the boss to lay low, but it was some student's advice that actually kept the boss safe until now. Myung-hoon snaps his fingers and asks Sanji, "Oh, right. Sanji, I haven't met Mu Hyuk yet, right?" He laughs, noting the kid isn't simple, he is a beast in a nerd's clothing. Since he is heading to Busan anyway, Myung-hoon decides to go meet the kid. The convoy swerves and heads straight for the Samsung building. Walking in, Myung-hoon waves like a madman. "Hey," he shouts, using that old nickname Powerless Kim. He looks at Mu Hyuk and realizes the kid has grown into a total unit. He claps his shoulder and teases. "Look at you, all grown up." Mu Hyuk smiles and asks, "How you been, Unk?" Myung-hoon laughs. "Still kicking? You still cutting class?" It feels like a parent-teacher meeting in a crime den. Boss Dong-soo introduces the new guy. "Hey, meet the kid, this is my lawyer." The lawyer bows and says, "I am Lee Sang-gun." Dong-soo explains that flipping a gang into a legit business is a nightmare, just like Mu Hyuk warned. So, he hired a pro. Mu Hyuk calmly asks for the status. "How much of Busan have you cleared? When is the whole thing going to be a wrap?" Dong-soo says only the HAEU district is left, then he will hand the keys over to his most trusted men. Time really flies, it has already been 6 months. He looks at Mu Hyuk. "You in a rush?" Mu Hyuk analyzes the capital's war. Since Seoul is being scrubbed of criminals, some areas are wide open. But the other syndicates will try to snatch them back fast. That is why we need to expand and take over Seoul as quickly as possible. Kid sounds like he is in business school. Suddenly, a massive crash shakes the building. A lackey bursts in. "Boss Dong-soo, we are under attack." Dong-soo pales. "What? Where?" The kid rattles off locations. From Yonsan to Bosu and the southern sectors. Every major hub is getting hit at once. He is talking so fast it sounds like a frantic news bulletin. Dong-soo bolts for the door. Outside is pure chaos. Glass is everywhere. A mob with bats is sprinting down the hall. They spot the target and scream, "That is him! That is Park Dong-soo!" Leading the charge is a guy in a purple suit, brandishing a blade. He wears a lethal smirk. "Ha, Park Dong-soo, you absolute piece of work. You're still living the high life, huh?" Dong-soo grits his teeth, recognizing his old rival Baek Seong-ho. In the hallway, Mu Hyuk, the lawyer, and Dong-soo face a wall of thugs armed to the teeth. The men in black suits choke the corridor, making the air feel thick enough to drown in. The guy with the buzz cut narrows his eyes at Mu Hyuk, wondering if this is the legendary South Seoul kid. He grins wickedly, realizing this catch is going to be a major payday. He glares at Dong-soo, mocking his bad luck. Mu Hyuk watches silently, confused because he thought Busan had been scrubbed clean a long time ago. Dong-soo recognizes the leader as Baek Seong-ho and barks, "Who the hell is pulling your strings?" Seong-ho pulls a knife, claiming Dong-soo brought this entire mess on himself. Now, the 4 top leaders step out from the massive crowd of goons. Mustache guy gives a totally fake-ass apology while the guy in shades makes his demands. Mu Hyuk hopes the senior-junior bond still means something, but Dong-soo just asks why they are doing this. That apology sounds like a death warrant. Mustache guy growls that if Dong-soo wants the city, they do too. They won't let him eat all of Busan while they starve. The guy in shades also talks trash about his attitude toward his seniors. Dong-soo realizes his kindness was spat on, but he calmly says backup arrives in 10 minutes. This sets Seong-ho off. He swings his knife, screaming to end this now because it is too annoying. Seeing Dong-soo drowning in rage, Mu Hyuk puts a hand on his shoulder. He asks if he is feeling bothered and offers to lend a hand. 10 minutes sounds short, but it is enough time to flip the script 3 times. Dong-soo is stunned by the kid's offer. He stands tall and declares he is the head of the Saseon faction. All hell breaks loose. Dong-soo dives into the shark tank. It is pure mayhem with clubs swinging and knives flashing as the thugs tear into each other. In the middle of the storm, Mu Hyuk moves like a ghost. He lands a thunderous punch right in the ribs, dropping the guy instantly. This fight is brutal. The lawyer guy looks like a bookworm, but his reaction time is no joke at all. His knife skills are insane. They are fighting side by side. But hey, if a lawyer has to do this much overtime, the fees are definitely going up. Seeing his men waver, the purple suit leader screams, "Don't just stand there, kill him! Let's take out the trash first, then we talk details." They agree and charge in to sweep the rest of the floor. Backed into a corner, the guy with the mustache goes wild, swinging a heavy steel pipe. He roars in a total rage, ready to die. Dong-soo lands a massive punch to his face, leaving Seong-ho dazed. Before he can recover, Dong-soo kicks him straight to the floor. Looking at his bloody enemy, Dong-soo steps forward, eyes burning with murderous intent. Seong-ho looks up in pure terror as the beast prepares to deliver the final, crushing blow. That combo isn't in any textbook, but it works. Boss. A lackey rushes over as Dong-soo clutches his head, bleeding and completely exhausted from the fight. Surrounded by thugs with bats, the group is in deep trouble. Suddenly, a sharp shout calling his name rings out from behind them. Seong-ho lunges at Dong-soo like a maniac, pinning him down in a blind rage. Dong-soo is trapped, unable to fight back. "Don't hate me too much when you're dead." He reveals he is doing this because Dong-soo made him look like a fool. He stabs him, and Dong-soo's eyes bulge from the sheer agony. Out of nowhere, a massive, heavy punch slams right into Baek Seong-ho's face. The impact sends the leader flying across the floor. Mu Hyuk appears, looking down at his uncle's bloody state. "You still with me, Unc?" Dong-soo gives a bitter, bloody smirk. This is embarrassing. The guy in purple goes ballistic, charging with a knife and screaming. "Look at this punk!" The guy gripped his knife tight and growled. "Fine. If you are asking for death, I will send you there first." He lunged like a beast, but Mu Hyuk dodged him with smooth, effortless grace. He kept cursing in a total rage. "You little dog, this is what you get for playing hero." He swung the blade wildly, cutting nothing but air, while Mu Hyuk danced around every single strike like a total pro. He roared in pure hatred. "Everything is ruined because of you. Just die already." But right when the guy left a massive opening, Mu Hyuk locked his knife arm in a vice grip. Before he could react, a brutal uppercut caught him square in the jaw, sending blood and spit flying everywhere. Hyuk grabbed his shoulders and slammed a knee straight into his junk, ending the fight instantly. Talk about an expensive lesson, looks like he just graduated on the spot. The guy's face was a twisted mess of pure agony. Blood leaked from his nose as he hit the floor, gasping for air. Even though he was totally spent, the guy was still trying to act tough, staring up with venomous spite in his eyes. "You think you can touch me and live? I am going to end you. I swear I will not let this go." He wheezed through grit teeth. "If I get out of this, I am hunting you down until you are dead." Hyuk just leaned in close and whispered. "But," Hyuk asked coldly, "who is behind this? Speak up." His eyes burned with a terrifying purple glow that made the guy shake. Sweat poured down his face, but he stayed silent. Frustrated, Hyuk delivered one final heavy blow that knocked him out cold. The place was a total wreck, bodies scattered everywhere among the debris. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the entrance. Big brother, are you all right?" A squad in black suits stormed in with bats, looking for blood. Wipe them out. The purge was over in seconds as the goons were crushed and pinned to the floor. Reinforcements finally arrived, classic late to the party but just in time to save the day. Song-ho and his traitors were backed into a corner. They had no choice but to drop to their knees, completely overwhelmed by Director Bach's heavy presence. Looking at the men who used to be his brothers, now his enemies, he choked out, "Why? Why did you guys have to take it this far?" he asked, voice dripping with frustration. "I held the power, but did I not let you guys run everything? I trusted you, and you stabbed me in the back." He reminded them of the old days, when they were all loyal to Saseung, riding in the same boat. He swore he never wanted to take away their livelihood, but instead of gratitude, all he got in return was this bitter, cold-blooded betrayal. He glared at the cowards hanging their heads and roared, "How could you guys team up to backstab me like this? Do you not feel any shame?" When the traitors stayed silent, he yelled, "Say something. Why would you do this to me?" One traitor, covered in sweat and shaking like a leaf, finally stammered out a pathetic late apology. "I am so sorry, sir." Director Beck demanded to know who the mastermind was. "Talk. Who ordered the hit? Who gave you the blades?" Despite the intense pressure, the guy just sat there, paralyzed by fear and silence. Baek turned his gaze to Song-ho kneeling nearby and ordered him to speak. Unlike the others, Song-ho stayed cocky, wearing a defiant smirk and muttering, "You arrogant punk." That stubborn attitude was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Baek completely lost his cool. He barked out the name Soo-hyung and moved with lethal intent. Baek grabbed the traitor's head and slammed it into the hard floor to set an example. He pulled out a razor-sharp knife and walked toward Song-ho, his eyes dead and full of murderous energy. Standing over the man who betrayed him, Baek growled, "You did this to yourself." He gripped the knife tight, looked down one last time, and said, "Do not blame me for this." Pinned to the ground, Song-ho shrieked in terror, "Wait, just wait." Suddenly, a blade plunged down. Baek stood there, coldly watching the man gasp for air. "You piece of trash. Who put you up to this? Talk fast, you bastard." Baek's rage exploded. He held the knife to the guy's throat. "You are going to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, Song-ho, get it?" Song-ho completely lost his mind and started screaming, "Wait, please." Real tough until the blade touches skin, then he starts begging. In a total panic, he blurted out the truth. It was Saseung. Myung-hun froze, stunned to hear the name of the man he respected. Song-ho kept going. Before he left, he gave the order himself. "He told us to take you out. He is the one who wanted you dead." Myung-hun's jaw tightened in fury. "You liar. You dare frame boss Saseung? Why would he ever do that to me?" He screamed in agony, unable to believe what his ears were hearing. Why would he betray me like that? A plot twist this crazy even has the main character confused. That is when Baek Dong-soo stepped forward and dropped a bomb. Song-ho is telling the truth. We went to Saseung and asked for permission to move. He gave us the green light. Myung-hun turned pale, his heart shattered by the betrayal of the man he served. Dong-soo just kept twisting the knife. Sasung has doubted you for a long time. Ever wonder why everyone else got arrested except for you? The goons pinned Myung-hoon down hard. He collapsed onto the floor, completely lost in a sea of despair. Dong-soo finished it. He took out Song-ho to send a message to everyone, and the war finally ended. Later, Dong-soo sat quietly in his office, body wrapped in bandages. His crisp white shirt was now stained a deep, ugly red. He leaned back on the sofa, exhausted. His hand shook as he downed a glass of liquor, trying to drown out the physical and mental pain. A guy in a black suit walked up with an update. Injured or at the hospital. The big players are under heavy watch. Dong-soo just stared into space, his face a mask of pure, bitter disappointment. He sighed and asked himself, "Tell me the truth. Do you really think Sasung ordered them to kill me?" He looked down at the bloody wound on his stomach, his heart aching more than the cut. "I do not get it," he choked out. "I worked so hard so he would not have to worry. I even took care of his family. What did I do wrong?" As Dong-soo sank deeper into his own despair, Mu Hyuk suddenly appeared from the shadows behind him. Hyuk looked at him and remembered the tragedy of the past life. Back then, they had still executed Baek Dong-soo, even though he took the fall for all their crimes. Hyuk spoke up. "Sasyung was never a man of honor like you." He looked Dong-soo in the eye and warned, "No matter what you are planning, if you keep letting those snakes slide, this nightmare is just going to repeat itself." Dong-soo sat there, completely stunned by the kid's cold, hard words. "It is your own hesitation that gave them the chance to keep pushing you," the kid said. Brutal. It felt like getting slammed with a bad performance review. He stared into the boss's tired, bruised eyes. Hyuk gave him some cold, hard advice. "Forgive those who deserve it, but the ones who need to go? Do not hesitate. If you wait, the consequences will be way worse later on." His eyes were ice cold as he made a shocking demand. "Boss, it is time to take out Sasyung." The kid's words left the director shook. He roared in total ego-bruised fury. "Watch your mouth, kid. You don't know a thing about him, but I do." Man, this guy was taking it way too personally. But Mu Hyuk didn't back down. He kept hitting him with cold, hard logic about Lisa Zeung. "You treat him like he is your own blood, but look at the dirt he has done. It is written all over him. What century is this? You still clinging to that ancient loyalty garbage?" Mu Hyuk saw him wavering and dropped a psychological nuke. "Everyone else sees his moves for what they are. It is not a mystery anymore, so quit acting like it is. Time to wake up and face the facts." Absolutely triggered by this punk's sheer arrogance, the director bolted out of his chair and screamed, "You little brat!" He was losing his mind. Ignoring the explosion of rage, Mu Hyuk stayed ice cold. "End things with Lisa Zeung now, or our deal is dead." Without another word, he turned his back and ghosted out of there. He was strictly business. The director screamed after him, feeling completely helpless. "Kim Mue, Hyuk, don't you dare just walk out on me. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now." Mui Hyuk stopped at the door and glanced back with a heavy, soul-crushing gaze. "Old man, do you still see me as that high school kid from the rooftop? Because that kid is dead and buried. I gave you a shot to roll with me on a plan I've staked my entire life on." He walked out, leaving an aura so heavy it felt like the air turned to lead. Total main character vibes. He dropped one last cold ultimatum. "If you're still tripping over a simple choice like this, I'm going to have to rethink everything. If you haven't cleared out and moved to Busan by October, we're done. Period." The door slammed shut with a dry thud, leaving the room thick with tension. The director just stood there, paralyzed by the weight of the kid's threat. It was official. The clock was ticking. The director sighed, feeling completely drained. Man, that kid is seriously on another level of arrogant. That guy Kim Mui Hyuk is definitely not normal. Clear deadlines and intense pressure. All he is missing is a giant KPI chart on the wall. He wondered what kind of hell a 20-year-old had to survive to grow up that fast. The director smirked, finally admitting it. "You see it too, right? That kid is anything but ordinary. He's built different." After thinking it over, he realized Mu Hyuk was right. It was a bitter pill to swallow. If you only rely on brute force to survive, you're never going to last. I know that better than anyone. It was time for a change. He stood up tall, eyes burning with a fresh sense of purpose. If you want to talk about honor and loyalty, you need to have cash first. Without money, all those big speeches are just empty noise. This world runs on cold, hard cash, period. So, how are we handling this? The director made a snap decision, rubbing his head. "Go clear everything out. Get the car ready. We're moving." Now, at a luxury high-rise hotel, a maid and a man in a sharp suit stood outside a room, pounding urgently on the door. The maid said nervously, "Excuse me, it is past 4 p.m. Checkout time was a while ago." Given the eerie silence from inside, the man coldly gave the order. "Just open the door, now." As soon as that door swung open, a horrific sight hit them. The maid let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed down the hall. A middle-aged man was hanging from the ceiling, long dead. Seeing that would wreck anyone's mental state for good. Meanwhile, in a parking lot, a guy in a blue jacket was glaring at a car blocking his way and mumbling to himself. He was seriously annoyed. Who parks like this, seriously? He tried calling the owner, but nobody was picking up, which just made him even more frustrated. Is anyone even going to answer? This is ridiculous. Suddenly, a deafening crash shook the air. A body plummeted from above, smashing right through the windshield of the car directly in front of him. Glass flew everywhere. It was total carnage. He was about to call the owner, but the owner literally just dropped in. Scene changed to a seafood market at night. The place was buzzing with late-night activity and busy vendors. From the cold storage area, a man yelled out, "Hey Kim, help me get some ice out of the freezer." Kim shouted back and headed inside to help out, but the moment he stepped inside, he froze and let out a horrified gasp. Right there, among the ice blocks, was the frozen body of a man. He was completely naked and covered in brutal bruises from a savage beating. It looked like a scene from a nightmare. In the middle of the silent night at the warehouse, heavy and painful gasps filled the air. Gasp, gasp. Someone was struggling to breathe. A wheelchair was racing across the ground. The dry sound of spinning wheels mixed with the ragged breaths of a man trying to hide in the shadows. He was desperate to disappear. At the deserted port, the man in the wheelchair was panting hard, trying to stay out of sight. Behind him, the shouts of henchmen in suits echoed through the air. "Check over there! Go that way!" He hid behind some blue shipping containers, his breath coming in heavy, exhausted gasps. He was trapped. Looking down at his mangled legs, he ground his teeth in pure hatred. "Dong-soo, you bastard, you already crushed my legs, and now you're trying to hunt me down and kill me too?" He spun his wheels frantically, his heart boiling with a thirst for revenge. "You jerk. I'm not letting this go. I'm going to get my payback if it's the last thing I do, I promise." He screamed in his head. "You think I die that easy, Dong-soo? I'm coming for you." But suddenly his wheel hit a massive rock right at the edge of a cliff. He could only let out a desperate, muffled cry before he and his wheelchair plunged into the deep ocean. A massive splash echoed through the night, leaving the water eerily still. His revenge plan was huge, but the plot just twisted. Cut to the Busan prison, where everything feels cold and grim. The atmosphere in the visiting room was dead silent. Attorney Lee Sang-gyuna sat across from an inmate and spoke up. "I'm Attorney Lee Sang-gyuna. I'm here to represent someone today. I'm here today on behalf of Director Park Jong-soo." The man asked in total shock. "A lawyer? Did something happen to Jong-soo? Is he in some kind of trouble?" The lawyer spoke in a serious tone. "A few days ago, Director Park Jong-soo was attacked. The members of the Seom gang were the ones who jumped him." The man repeated in total disbelief. "What? Jong-soo was attacked?" Seeing his concern, the lawyer quickly reassured him. "The director is safe now. He's doing fine, so don't worry too much." Hearing the bad news but relieved he survived, the man quietly lit a cigarette and let out a long sigh. "Really? Thank God. That was a close call." The bad news, followed by a quick twist, really had his heart racing. Attorney Lee Sang-gyuna adjusted his glasses, calmly repeating the statements from the guys who took part in the hit. Yes, according to what those men said in their confession, Mr. Lee Seung was the one who ordered the attack. Hearing that shocking accusation, Seung froze, his cigarette hanging mid-air. He exploded in a fit of rage, roaring with fury. "What did you just say? Do you have any idea who you're accusing right now? You better watch it." His temper flared as he glared at the lawyer. "You're saying I ordered the hit on Dong-soo? Where's the proof? What kind of evidence do you have to be talking that kind of trash?" His hands were shaking violently from pure frustration. He leaned in and screamed right in the lawyer's face. "Does Dong-soo actually believe that crap?" In all the excitement, his cigarette dropped right onto the floor. Seung tried to pull himself together. He slammed his hand on the table and made a demand. "Fine, if you still have doubts, tell Dong-soo to come see me face to face. Tell him to get down here so we can clear this up once and for all." This guy was acting so innocent, all he was missing was a sign saying he was framed. Despite all that aggression, Attorney Lee Sang-gyuna stayed terrifyingly calm. He slowly pulled out a voice recorder, placed it on the table, and said coldly, "Fine. Why don't you just listen to this?" The tape started rolling. Dong-soo's low, sad voice broke through the suffocating tension. "Seung, I'm so sorry. I couldn't make it today, so I asked my lawyer to come and deliver my message to you personally." Through the recording, Dong-soo hesitantly admitted, "I know you're doubting me. You have every reason to, because I wasn't there when everyone else got arrested." An image of Dong-soo sitting in deep thought appeared as he bared his soul. "I have been working so hard to clean up this mess. I just want you to walk out of that prison and finally live a normal, quiet life without looking over your shoulder." The voice on the tape keeps going, detailing that nightmare from a few days ago when Dong-soo and his boys were cornered by a mob armed with heavy clubs. He bitterly reveals he was jumped just a few days ago. Those thugs claimed they had your blessing, but I did not believe a word of it. I know you would never do that. The trust is still there, but things are getting harder to believe. Even in that loyalty, a crack is forming. Dong-soo realized that just like you, I have a monster inside me called greed. The recording finally winds down with one last promise from Dong-soo to his big brother sitting behind bars to you, the boss. I will still look after your Will and Samly. I swear it. At this moment, Dong-soo's eyes turned cold as ice and absolutely determined. Sa-seung goes silent as he hears the final words. Goodbye, brother. Dong-soo's voice sounds heavy and final. If you stay alive, that monster in my heart will just get more out of control. If that happens, I will end up seeing even more blood on my hands. Dong-soo sits motionless at his desk, head down, admitting that if the boss refuses, the distance between them will only grow. He is practically begging Sa-seung to make a final, decisive move right this second. Hearing this, Sa-seung panics and keeps repeating his brother's name. He stares at the lawyer in disbelief. Did Dong-soo really say those things to me? The lawyer just nods calmly. Sa-seung collapses against the table, his world crumbling from the harsh truth. Did Dong-soo really say that? He bitterly realizes the loyal brother he once knew is gone. He asks, Dong-soo has already swallowed Busan whole, so what else does he want? The lawyer explains that protecting Busan is not just about what you want. He reveals that once everything is settled, Dong-soo plans to hand over the entire territory to his most trusted subordinates. The lawyer looks Sa-seung in the eye and drops a bomb. We have a plan to hit Seoul. Talk about max-level ambition. Sa-seung's eyes go wide. Seoul? You mean Dong-soo? He lets out a sharp breath of shock and then suddenly starts laughing his head off. That laugh echoes through the visiting room, finally breaking the heavy tension. Staring into space, he smirks with pride. That kid, Dong-soo. He stands up and tells the lawyer to pass along an apology to the boss for him. Sa-seung makes sure to tell his little brother to stay healthy and not get himself hurt out there. He mutters with absolute faith that his family is in good hands. Outside, a heavy rain pours down on the old weathered buildings in the heart of Busan. Inside a quiet office, a lone figure sits deep in thought at a wooden desk, preparing for what is next. An underling rushes in with shocking news. Director, I just heard that Boss Sa-seung passed away yesterday. Hearing that his big brother ended it all in prison, Dong-soo freezes in total shock. The purge begins in Hyundai. Dong-soo's crew sweeps through the area, forcing the rival gang to crawl on the floor in pure terror. In the middle of the chaos, the rival leader points a finger and screams, You bastard, you finally showed up, huh? He grinds his teeth, calling Dong-soo an ungrateful snake. Sa-seung is dead, and now you want Hyundai too? Dong-soo just fixes his hair and smirks. Big brother, you talk too much. Stop barking. If you have the guts, come try and stop me. The leader roars back. You ungrateful punk, this spot is your grave. The henchmen rush in like moths to a flame, but Dong-soo dodges and lands some thunderous strikes. Night falls on the empty beach. A subordinate in glasses reports that Hyundai is clear. Dong-soo pours a drink and simply nods. Good work today. He sits alone in the dark, sipping the stinging liquor and sighing heavily. Looking out at the vast ocean, he whispers the name Mu Hyuk. He tells himself that after everything he has done, Mu Hyuk definitely will not feel ashamed when he stands before his uncle again. Dong-soo stands alone on the pier while the waves crash around him. The scene looks like a sad music video, but the tension is real. Inside the mansion, Chairman John speaks. I hear the government has been acting very strange lately. He looks at his grandson with a sharp eye. Did you see this coming? Mu Hyuk stays perfectly calm and asks, Grandpa, what exactly do you mean by that? The chairman explains the secret shifts he has noticed. High officials in finance and economy are all moving. Some are taking long leaves, others want overseas transfers, but nobody has actually left. His face turns grim as he realizes even his planted economic advisors have no clue. It looks like they are secretly planning something big. In his mind, Mu Hyuk confirms it. Finally, it has begun, the era of real-name financial transactions. If this leaks, the public will hunt for drama faster than a K-pop comeback. Mu Hyuk knows the big firms will get suspicious once the officials vanish. Back in the real world, he gives a sharp take. I think they are starting the real-name policy, Grandpa. They are probably verifying things in secret right now. Chairman John nods. Only a massive policy change like this would force the government to act with such extreme secrecy. He asks his grandson for his opinion. Mu Hyuk, what should we do? Will they announce this policy during the New Year's speech next year? Mu Hyuk shuts that down. No way. Based on what I know about President Kim Man-sam, this will go live by August at the latest. The timing shocks the chairman. August? That is next month. Is that not way too fast? Mu Hyuk explains that the element of surprise is everything here. The government wants to land a knockout blow by dropping the news exactly when businesses are least prepared for it. Chairman John is still skeptical. He thinks it is too risky and impossible without National Assembly approval. It is a classic case of the old man doubting while we already saw the spoilers. Mu Hyuk realizes that other major corporations are probably just as overconfident as his grandfather is right now. They are going to be in total shock when this hits on August 12th of this year. Both parties in the assembly will agree and pass it in under a week without a vote, Mu Hyuk advises, but in my opinion, we are better off being prepared. I think we should start by cleaning up those anonymous accounts right away. Chairman Tae-san just dropped some news. He says those anonymous accounts are almost squared away, thanks to my tip. But those fake name accounts? That is going to take a bit longer. There are just too many of them spread across the board. Prep early and live large. Drag your feet and you are done. I convinced the old man to clean up those hidden accounts, saving his massive fortune. We just dodged a trillion-won disaster that wiped us out in my previous life. Now, the family legacy is actually secure. Inside his luxury office, Chairman John T. Son announced he successfully moved 400 billion won over to the United States, exactly the way I requested. Manager Ha handled all the dirty work and scrubbed the cash clean first. Now, the old man expects me to manage that fortune perfectly and reminds me about a massive meeting with a business legend later today. As we cruise through the city, I start talking strategy with Manager Ha about shipping Han Kyo Yeon off to America by the end of the year. Someone has to keep a close eye on that 400 billion won investment while I am away. Manager Ha looks stunned. He asks me straight up if we can really trust this person with that kind of insane mountain of money. It is a valid concern, honestly. I tell him I am launching my own investment firm under my name. Kyo Yeon will be running the show and getting a massive paycheck for the trouble. Fair is fair. Seeing I am dead serious, Manager Ha nods and promises to make it happen exactly the way I want. No questions asked. 400 billion is serious money. The vibe in the car shifts when I suddenly ask about Manager Ha's real identity. The guy is like a ghost, handling everything from high finance to top secret missions like some kind of corporate superhero. It is time for some answers. I get right to the point. I ask him if Director Kang's mysterious disappearance back in the day was actually his handiwork. I need to know just how far he is willing to go. After a heavy silence, he coldly admits he just executes every order from the chairman without ever asking why. For him, a command from the boss is absolute, no exceptions. It is a sacred vow between them. I start thinking and decide to test that absolute loyalty with a crazy hypothetical. I ask him, if the chairman gave a totally insane order that would literally get him killed, would he still follow it without a second thought? I had to know where the line was. Without flinching for even a second, he calmly confirms he would do it. If the chairman orders it, he is all in. I stare out the window with ice in my eyes and drop a question that actually rattles him. What if my grandfather ordered you to kill me? The silence was deafening. Looking at his reaction, I realized that in this life or the last, Manager Ha is blindly loyal to my grandfather. He is a soldier who does not care about the moral cost of his missions. It is actually kind of terrifying. I remember in my past life, after the old man died, he just left a note saying the mission was over and vanished. Not a single trace. Nobody could ever find where he went or what happened to him. Back in the car, I break the quiet and tell him I need a favor. When he lets me continue, I just cut to the chase. I tell him I need someone exactly like him, a person who can handle the heavy lifting without making a sound. He looks shocked, but I keep pushing. I need someone who will follow my orders unconditionally, a loyal soldier who answers only to me, someone I can actually trust. Manager Ha probably wonders if I am hiring an assistant or an urban legend. He just nods and says he gets it. Our luxury ride speeds through the streets, pulling up to a massive, intimidating mansion that looks like a fortress of power. In a stunning living room, I keep it polite. I thank him for making time to see me today. Chairman Song Yong-do greets me with a grin, surprised I showed up so early. This guy runs the Dahyun Group, the top dog in Korea's corporate rankings. He is basically the king of the business world, and I am in his court. He studies me with real interest. He says he was curious to see the grandson that Chairman Son is always bragging about. I can feel him sizing me up right now. Song admits he only agreed to this because my grandfather asked him personally. He is blunt, saying he is not sure what he could even teach a kid like me. I just smile back and tell him that is not the case at all. I tell him I am here to hear his life story. After all, he is a legend in the business world. My flattery hits the mark, and the chairman lets out a huge, satisfied laugh. He loves the attention. Ha! A legend? You are making me blush, kid. He says he is embarrassed, but that grin tells me he wants more. He is absolutely loving every word of it. Go on. Keep it coming. He settles down and admits that if there is one person he actually respects, it is my grandfather, Chairman John T. Osen. They have a long, complicated history together. Song thinks back and says, "My grandfather only failed once. It was 1972 when the government suddenly froze every private loan in the country. It was a massive hit that almost brought everyone to their knees. I jump right in, asking if he is talking about that emergency freeze the president ordered back then. It was a brutal move against the shadow banks and the underground economy. I dive deeper into how that move crushed the underground cartels and moneylenders of that era. It sounds like a high-stakes economic drama with way more tension than a typical bank heist movie. I note how ridiculous it was to force lenders to disclose their cash sources just to collect. Plus, they used martial law to back it up, leaving the creditors totally defenseless." Song nods, impressed. "You really know your history, kid. Most people your age would be clueless." He admits that exact chaos is why his group is so huge today. He is not shy about the dark side either. He basically screwed over all his creditors and walked away with a massive pile of profit while they burned. It was a ruthless power play. People see the massive skyscraper today and feel proud, but they have no idea what it actually took to build this empire. It was built on blood, sweat, and some very dirty tricks. He tells me he risked everything. He took out predatory loans to manufacture goods, then used those same goods as collateral to borrow even more cash. He was constantly doubling down to expand the business, playing a very dangerous game. It is a financial loop that makes advanced math look like child's play. Chairman Song gets quiet and reveals the government stepped in with its power, cutting the chain and wiping out all his debts overnight. It was the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card for him. That brutal policy crushed almost every private lender in town. They went from kings to beggars in a heartbeat. He looks at me with a knowing glint in his eyes. He asks if I know how my grandfather managed to survive that specific crisis. A terrifying memory surfaces of Chairman Son being cornered by a mob of angry lenders. They were totally out of control, splashing water on him and screaming at him like animals, demanding to know what he was doing. Facing that insult, Son did not back down. He glared at the heartless crowd and let out a deafening roar. He was absolutely terrifying. "You heartless bastards, you borrowed the money, now pay it back." He pulled out a lighter and threatened to set the whole place on fire with everyone inside. He told them if he was going down, he was taking every single one of them to hell with him. That was the start of a brutal purge. It was like a corporate version of Game of Thrones, but with cash and blood. He went after every company that dared to stiff him, using some incredibly ruthless tactics to get his revenge. He would torch their cars and houses, even wiping out entire families just to send a message to everyone else. His logic was simple and cold. If you do not pay, the damage you suffer will cost you exactly what you owe. That kind of brutality made sure no one ever thought about skipping out on a debt to the chairman ever again. As his rivals started disappearing, his empire just kept growing. Eventually, he took over the entire high-interest loan market. He was the undisputed king of the shadow banks, and nobody could touch him. Chairman Song sums it all up. Any crisis can be beaten if you are smart enough. Sensing an opening, I decide to pivot the conversation toward the modern era and see how he reacts. "So, what is your take on the new policy for real-name financial verification?" That question totally catches him off guard. I tell him that kind of law is coming whether people like it or not, because the country needs to stop relying on the criminal underworld. It is like a finance lesson with a side of action. I look out at the rising city skyline and offer him my final thoughts. National growth is not just about clean cash. Deep down, it takes more. Chairman Song is stressed. He knows financial transparency is vital, but pulling the trigger now, that is pure chaos. Even martial law could not keep the peace if things pop off right now. He figures the president is losing sleep over this mess. Mu Hyuk watches from the sidelines, then drops a total bombshell of a theory out of nowhere. "Hey Chairman, hypothetical question. If the country went belly up and you could bank a massive fortune by playing the resulting chaos, what would your move be? Tell me straight." That word bankruptcy hits the old man like a truck. He asks if Korea is really going down. Mu Hyuk just smirks, looking all mysterious, and says it is just a maybe. It is coming, just not today. Song narrows his eyes, trying to read between the lines. He asks, "So you really think there is money in a disaster?" He realizes the kid sees everyone else's pain as a massive payday. He asks if that is really the plan. Mu Hyuk does not blink and says, "Absolutely." Even if the country does not crash, the old man admits he would jump on the chance if it did. Economy is all about chasing profits, and let us be real, the loot is never shared equally. Hearing that clears the fog for Mu Hyuk. The old man confesses he never even imagined the country going broke and wonders why the kid is so stressed about it. Mu Hyuk plays it cool, listing off other countries that tanked to show exactly why he is staying so on guard. Song nods, liking the kid's hustle to make bank. He says Mu Hyuk is a dead ringer for his grandpa, smart, dangerous, and kind of charming in a twisted way. But the chairman drops a heavy warning about being too greedy. He says the economy is like a giant snake, feeding on human hunger until it turns into a straight-up monster. Behind the kid, an image of a fiery-eyed snake bearing its fangs looms large, a nasty little reminder of just how brutal the market can really be. That monster of ambition eventually eats its own. It is an eye for an eye. Meanwhile, Gudu remains the beating heart and undisputed financial hub of all South Korea. From a high-rise office with a view of the whole city, Kim Mu Hyuk stands quietly by the glass, watching the money flow like a river below. Ki Young stumbles in, loosening his tie and whining about the heat. Seriously, man, I am roasting alive in here. He sees Mu Hyuk waiting and greets him. Hey, Kim Mu Hyuk, you are finally here. Mu Hyuk turns around with a smirk. You are looking way better lately. The guy is beaming with gratitude. Thanks to you, I have got this sick office with a killer view. Honestly, it has totally changed my whole vibe for the better. Mu Hyuk kicks back on the sofa and cuts to the chase. So, what is the word? Any hot stocks on your radar lately? He is basically testing his friend's temperature. That hits the spot. Ki Young gets all hyped up and shouts, I am loving life right now. I stumbled onto a massive investment play just yesterday. I jumped in right before the bell. He snaps his fingers with a grin. Then, this morning, as soon as things opened, the stock shot straight to the moon instantly. You have to understand, hitting the ceiling means the stock reached its max trading limit for the day. You cannot go any higher than that during the session. Ki Young is throwing his hands around, face glowing from the win. Just today, in a single session, I pulled in 2,000. Yeah, 2,000. He starts thinking back to the dark days. A few months ago, I did not have $500 and nearly went broke from loans. Look at me now. Mu Hyuk just listens, then kills the vibe with a stone-cold question. How much is in your trading account right now? Ki Young pauses. About 150 million. Why? Mu Hyuk's face goes dead serious. He gives a direct order. From now until next Monday, I want you to dump everything in that account. Sell it all. You have to be out by the time the market closes on August 12th. Ki Young is stunned, sweating buckets already. He stammers out, what are you even saying? The market is on a total tear right now, so why sell? Everything is fine. Then the boss just drops a sudden deadline out of the blue. Talk about stress. Then Mu Hyuk asks about his American citizenship. Ki Young freezes. He looks exactly like a guy who just got asked to give up his home Wi-Fi password to a stranger. Mu Hyuk calmly drops that he knows everything because he tracked the guy down himself. He lays out his whole past, from moving to America to coming back for college. A cold shiver runs down Ki Young's spine. He is absolutely terrified by how these high-level money guys can dig up every little secret about a person. Mu Hyuk laughs to himself because it was all in his notes anyway. He gives the command, go to America, set up an investment firm, and get moving. It hits him like a ton of bricks. The kid wants to flip this cash into American capital just to keep everyone else in the dark. Mu Hyuk lays out the long game. Stay over there and do not come back until the Korean branch is ready. Then he drops the bomb. I am transferring 400 billion into the company account. Ki Young literally spits his water everywhere. He is coughing and gagging, unable to believe his own ears. 400 billion? You have to be kidding me. If there was a meter for his sanity, it would be crashing through the floor right now. That number is way too huge. He is desperately hoping it is only 4 or maybe 40 billion. Mu Hyuk says the cash is for specific targets he has already picked out. The rest, Ki Young can play with it. The American stock market is about to enter a total golden age. As the guy keeps shaking, Mu Hyuk reassures him. It is clean money, taxes fully paid by his grandpa, nothing for the feds to get mad about. He cannot stay in the States long term, so he needs a loyal rep to watch the trends. Ki Young is completely folding under the weight of those billions. He stares at his 301 coffee and spaces out. How many cups of this stuff would it take to equal that kind of mountain of cash? Mu Hyuk just leans back and tells him to relax. In 3 years, that 400 billion will feel like the price of a single cup of coffee to you. Fast forward to August 12th, 8 p.m. A shocking announcement breaks the silence of the night. President Kim Ma-sam appears on every screen. He officially announces a massive new financial policy to protect secret info according to the Constitution. That moment is enough to make the entire country freeze in their tracks. Everyone is probably losing their minds. Then, more info drops like a thunderbolt. It is confirmed. From now on, every single financial transaction must use real names. No takebacks, not even if the military steps in to stop it. Inside his luxury suite, Chairman John Tayson is losing his cool. He is shocked and beyond furious at the news. If he was hooked up to a blood pressure monitor right now, the needle would be spinning like a fan. He demands to know if some traitor is targeting him. When the report comes in that even his top assistants were totally in the dark and only found out from the TV, things get real. Tayson was absolutely losing it. If his economic advisor was clueless, who actually knew anything? To make things worse, the political advisor was straight up ghosting him. Taesan's gaze turned icy as he demanded an update on the group's secret accounts. Min Aung-han reported that the anonymous accounts were handled, but there was still a massive 500 billion won sitting in fake name accounts that were still unresolved. Most were tied to directors and debtors, making them trackable, but Taesan never felt safe when his cold hard cash was on the line like this. He barked orders to mobilize everyone and seize every bank card and ID from those debtors immediately. Taesan demanded everything be wrapped up by tomorrow, because every second of delay meant more dangerous gossip. Min Aung-han bowed his head and hurried out to get the job done before his head ended up on a platter. Alone now, Taesan narrowed his eyes at Mu Hyuk with total suspicion. That stare was so intense, most people would have confessed every sin they had committed since kindergarten. Mu Hyuk stayed cool as ice, claiming he just made a lucky guess based on the president's old campaign promises. But Taesan was not buying that weak excuse. He stared him down with a chilling intensity. This was not a guess. I feel like you knew the announcement was coming today. Mu Hyuk just shrugged. He said anyone could have seen it coming if they actually read the campaign pledges. He explained that everyone else was just lying to themselves, hoping the policy would never happen, which led them straight into making these massive, idiotic mistakes. Mu Hyuk stated confidently that this was the exact reason he was just built different from everyone else. Taesan let out a loud, booming laugh. So, things you noticed were totally invisible to me? Is that what you were saying? He laughed to hide how annoyed he actually was. Mu Hyuk did not flinch. He told him it was not just his grandfather, but every major corporation and power player was acting just as blind. He analyzed how the president used that fear to drop an emergency order, a move nobody has seen since World War III. Taesan nodded, admitting the kid was actually right. The old man realized everyone knew the truth but ignored it because they were terrified of change. Even Mu Hyuk admitted he did not expect the blow to land this early. Taesan praised his grandson for reading the global vibes perfectly, then asked about the future. So, what do you think happens to the world starting tomorrow? Mu Hyuk predicted total mayhem. The market was going into a tailspin, sending stocks straight into a dumpster fire. You could practically smell the financial bloodbath in the air. He pictured a nightmare where everyone, from CEOs to regular people, rushed the banks to withdraw cash. Big companies would be scrambling to hide their slush funds in offshore accounts. Taesan agreed that stopping the money from fleeing the country was impossible. Honestly, if he had the chance, he would probably be doing the exact same thing right now. But Mu Hyuk insisted the chaos would be short-lived. He believed real name trading would actually build trust, eventually making the stock market even more massive than before. Blown away by how sharp his grandson was, Taesan suddenly made a decision that would change everything in an instant. Mu Hyuk was stunned. Grandpa was transferring every single share of preferred stock to him. The old man admitted he wanted to wait, but now he trusted the kid completely. Taesan gave him total control to sell for cash or hold. He called it his final gift to the boy. Mu Hyuk bowed, promising to never forget this moment. Deep down, Mu Hyuk knew exactly how much power those shares held, shares his grandfather had never trusted anyone else with until today. This was a priceless fortune linked to the biggest players in the country. Standing among the city skyscrapers, he finally understood the true power he now held in his hands. These shares were not just money. They were a remote control for the nation's biggest companies, allowing him to pull the strings of the entire country from the shadows. Over at the Samsung Tower, a financial hurricane was ripping through the chairman's office. Sao Ayon-gun was screaming at his staff, demanding to know what the hell was going on. He could not believe his plans were trashed. Did you not tell me this real name policy was still years away? How did this happen? Facing his boss's pure rage, the head secretary just bowed and trembled. He apologized, saying he never expected the president to move with such brutal, decisive force. He looked like a man facing a death sentence. Chairman Sao kept yelling, demanding to know why their spies were silent. What are we supposed to do now? And what about the people you sent to the Blue House? Why are they not reporting? The secretary replied in despair that there was absolutely zero contact from them. Feeling cornered, Sao Ayon-gun let out a threatening roar. Are we just going to sit here and die? Is that the plan? I think you are getting old. Do you want an early retirement? Because I can make that suggestion very permanent. He glared, suggesting he could put the man in a coffin for a long rest. The secretary dropped to the floor, begging for forgiveness. I am so sorry. I am too ashamed to even look you in the eye right now, Chairman. After trying to calm down, the chairman sighed in defeat. Fine. What about the slush fund? How bad is the damage? The secretary nervously reported the massive loss. It looks like 300 billion won is frozen. The powerful old man could not believe his ears. 300 billion? The secretary tried to pivot, suggesting they check accounts under employee names. But for the anonymous ones, he feared there was absolutely nothing they could do to save them. Sao Ayon-gun rubbed his head, exhausted. Just find those cards and IDs and get them here first. We need to salvage whatever we can and figure out how to get back what is missing. You got it? The secretary scrambled to agree, promising the chairman he understood perfectly. He realized the president had just schooled the entire elite class, and Samsung was not the only one drowning. He noted that every other major business was caught totally off guard, but Chairman Cao pushed for more. However, what? The secretary suddenly dropped a bombshell that shook the room. Word is that Chairman John Tae-san already started clearing his secret accounts a long time ago. The air turned heavy. Cao Ion-gun's eyes widened in total shock and horror. He was completely floored by the old man's legendary foresight and that brilliant, aggressive move. Meanwhile, in another luxury office, a middle-aged man with silver hair was losing his mind. He screamed in terror. What did you just say? If there was a glass in his hand, it would have been smashed into pieces, his face twisted in a panic. Are you telling me Chairman John knew about the plan this whole time? He realized with a bitter sting that they had been played. Standing in his massive office, he could not believe the betrayal. He roared, wondering how John Suman could have known everything and left them all out to dry like that. His eyes were bloodshot with pure hate. He hissed through his teeth that brat John Suman. How dare he backstab his own father-in-law like that? Meanwhile, in a private apartment, Han Kyo-an was watching the news in total shock. He turned to Mu Hyuk and asked, "Is this the thing you were talking about?" Kyo-an gripped his beer, still stunned by the news. "You want me to handle these shares because of this mess, right?" Staring at the screen, he muttered, "Man, this is going to trigger a massive earthquake in the stock market. Tomorrow is going to be wild." He squinted at Mu Hyuk, totally suspicious. "How the hell did you know all of this was about to go down?" Mu Hyuk calmly took a sip of his beer and replied, "It was just my gut feeling." Kyo-an started sweating, repeating the words in disbelief. "Gut feeling? If your gut is this accurate, you are a high-end fortune teller for the future." He pressed for answers, feeling desperate. How could anyone predict August 12th like that? Does any of this even make sense? Kyo-an began to doubt his partner's identity. Is this the kind of intel processing power you get from working for loan sharks? Deep down, Mu Hyuk knew this was a day he would never forget. This was the day his grandfather saw his multi-trillion-dollar empire crumble instantly, all because of a single policy change regarding real-name financial transactions. Mu Hyuk looked out the window and coldly declared, "Information is power." Kyo-an mused, "The rich stick together to stay wealthy for life, while the poor just get played like fools over and over again." Mu Hyuk let out a smirk, looking incredibly confident. "So, I guess I win, right?" Kyo-an sighed, feeling totally defeated. "Honestly, you never even planned on paying me that 50 million won, did you? What a waste of breath." By now, he just accepted he was getting played by a pro. Without letting him complain, Mu Hyuk gave a firm order. "Tomorrow, go and open a bank account in your own name." Kyo-an asked, totally confused, "An account in my name? For what?" Mu Hyuk dropped a bomb. "Tomorrow, I am putting 100 billion in it." Kyo-an was so shocked he did a total spit take. Water went flying everywhere, soaking Mu Hyuk from head to toe. He screamed in pure terror. "Hey, are you kidding me? Every time I take a drink, you drop some life-changing news." Kyo-an's eyes were bulging and he was sweating. 100 billion? Mu Hyuk looked him dead in the eye and said firmly, "Starting tomorrow, every stock on the market is going to crash hard." He sounded so certain. He emphasized that even Samsung shares would tank, so Kyo-an had to scoop them all up immediately. Mu Hyuk gave the mission clearly, just buy them. The prices won't recover for a while. Your job is to grab every Samsung share you can find. Do not worry about anything else. Just focus all our power on Samsung. Kyo-an stood there stunned, sweating buckets. Do you actually know how the whole stock market is going to change? But why only buy Samsung? Then he quickly backtracked. "Oh, forget I asked. I promise not to pry, like I just leaked secrets in a top-secret nuclear lab." Mu Hyuk smirked, assuring him that once the market stabilizes in a few days, those stock prices will definitely skyrocket. Seeing Kyo-an's doubt, Mu Hyuk was firm. "That is why you have to grab everything while the price is bottoming out. Even if we invest every cent we have, it does not matter. This is the endgame." Finally, Kyo-an made up his mind. "Fine, I get it. I will scoop up every single share." Mu Hyuk sipped his drink, plotting in silence. He needed a secret weapon strong enough to crush John Suman. This was the golden moment to seize control of Samsung, right where John Suman was hiding out. The next day, when the real-name financial policy officially launched, the atmosphere turned incredibly tense. Over at Hansen Bank, the staff opened the shutters only to face a total riot. The bank opened later than expected, making the angry crowd scream. "Why are you late? You should have opened earlier." It looked like an action movie without the explosions. People were charging in, pushing and shoving like crazy. Everyone was yelling, "Get out of the way! Process my forms first! Give me my money!" At the counters, it was total chaos as everyone fought for priority. "Hey, get in line like everyone else. I was here first! What are you talking about? I have been a VIP customer at this branch for 20 years. The bank tellers were just frozen, watching the crowd lose their minds. Across the country, the banking system was melting down as people swarmed every branch like a massive, angry anthill. It looked like a real-life survival game to see who could withdraw their cash first. However, the big corporations and loan sharks were one step ahead. They secretly drained their accounts before the doors even opened. And when the stock market began trading, it was a total bloodbath. Over 1,000 stocks hit rock bottom instantly. The trading floor was pure chaos as panic selling took over. Honestly, the entire Korean economy was shaking from a financial storm like no one had ever seen. Looking down at the city from his window, Mu Hyuk thought to himself, the real game starts now, turning someone else's crisis into my own advantage. Just then, Kyuan walked in looking like a zombie, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Mu Hyuk asked him, "So, how is the situation at GUID?" Kyuan slumped into his chair looking exhausted. "Do not even bring it up. That place was basically a war zone. Before the market even opened, I thought I was going to get trampled to death." He wiped his glasses, still shaken. It was pure madness. I don't even know how many people got crushed. Not just Samsung, but Maka, Gusung, and Seven are all tanking. These massive tech giants are falling apart, and the chaos is totally out of control. Mu Hyuk just asked calmly, "So did you manage to buy a lot?" He sounded like he was just ordering a casual cup of coffee. Q-An confirmed, "I used the entire 100 billion you put in the account to buy everything. Everyone was selling, so I just kept buying. A few people gave me weird looks, like they wanted to ask what I was doing. But I am still worried. Looking at this mess, it feels like prices will never recover. Throwing 100 billion in feels like suicide." Mu Hyuk just smiled and said, "You did a great job." Then he dropped another bombshell. "I am transferring another 100 billion. Go back and buy more." Q-An was totally speechless, holding his head. "Talking to you is crazy. I should not teach a rich guy how to spend. 100 billion today, 4 trillion tomorrow. Your vision is actually terrifying." The other guy stayed quiet. Kim Mu Hyuk just smirked and asked, "What is the matter? Not happy with the deal?" Hang Kyo-Yang adjusted his glasses, eyes practically glowing with excitement. "Who said I was unhappy? Messing with money is the ultimate high." He bragged that the more cash he burns, the better it feels. And Mu Hyuk is the one making it happen. Mu Hyuk just watched before dropping the next move. "Listen, once this wraps up, you are heading straight to the States." Hang Kyo-Yang was caught off guard by the sudden rush. It felt like a 911 call. Mu Hyuk explained they had to move fast. He could not keep flying to America, so every big play over there depended on Kyo-Yang's ability to pivot on the fly. Kyo-Yang was dying to know what the American mission was. Mu Hyuk kept it simple. Set up the company just like we talked about. An investment firm that takes zero outside cash. A private financial empire powered only by Mu Hyuk, massive bankroll. He told him that once in the States, he would name the targets. Kyo-Yang just had to scout them and dig up the dirt. Mu Hyuk made it clear. "I will handle the heavy lifting. For now, you just focus on getting settled in." Sounds easy on paper, but Kyo-Yang brain was probably redlining like a computer with 50 tabs open. To keep his partner hungry, Mu Hyuk made a big offer. "I am giving you 5% equity. How does that sound?" Hang Kyo-Yang froze, totally blindsided. He stammered, "What? Me? I actually get a full 5%? Mu Hyuk just smiled, telling him it was a well-deserved payout for all the hard work he had put in lately. Overwhelmed, Kyo-Yang admitted that since meeting Mu Hyuk, his life felt like a high-stakes roller coaster ride. Pure adrenaline. He nervously asked if they could really pull this off, and Mu Hyuk did not blink. "We will do it. Stop stressing out. You have done great." To him, that 5% felt more like 500%. Pure bliss. Mu Hyuk painted a picture of a golden future. "One day, I will have you flying around the globe in a private jet." The thought of a private plane had Kyo-Yang completely geeking out. Floating, stunned, speechless, out of this world, beyond stoked, leveling up, big time, huge, just wow, crazy, unreal. Mind blown, shaking, hyped, losing it, pure insanity, total shocker, wild. Mu Hyuk just gave him a knowing, subtle smirk. "Relax. You might be the one to quit on me first. Just do not stab me in the back, and I will never leave you behind." Before wrapping up, Kyo-Yang asked what they should call the new firm. Mu Hyuk played it cool and handed him the keys. "Pick whatever name you like." He thought for a second, pushed up his glasses, and announced it with total confidence. "The Undying Dream. We gotta fly higher than ever. Undying." Staring at his family photo, No XC felt the sting. He had worked his tail off and saved every penny for them, but now everything was going south. Lost in thought at his desk, his secretary suddenly burst in. Director, Director No is on the line for you. He grabbed the phone fast. Yes, Director No? What can I do for you? But the second he heard the voice on the other end, his face went pale. Cold sweat started pouring. What? No way. Inside the office, Kim Mu Hyuk was chilling on the sofa while three directors stood there shaking in their boots. He finally broke the silence. Long time no see. Everyone doing okay? Noticing their stiff faces, Mu Hyuk raised an eyebrow. Why are you guys just standing there? Take a seat. He leaned back, rubbing his neck and sighing. Man, my neck is killing me. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, but Mu Hyuk was acting like he was just hanging out at a coffee shop. Totally intimidated, the three directors sat down across from him. Mu Hyuk knew why they were sweating bullets. They had definitely heard what happened to EUG Can and were terrified they were next. Mu Hyuk started digging into the current mess. I bet things have been pretty rough since that new real cash transaction policy kicked in, right? No XC was dripping sweat, stammering out a reply. It is not too bad, sir, really. Luckily, the chairman stepped in to smooth things over, so the damage was minimal. He said it was fine, but he was sweating like he just sprinted through 10 impossible deadlines back to back. Deep down, Mu Hyuk knew his grandfather bonds were safe. But as for the slush funds these guys had been pocketing, those were definitely gone for good. He smirked internally, watching them play pretend. Then, Mu Hyuk cut straight to the chase. I called you all here today because we need to have a very direct conversation. I am here alone, no managers. Mu Hyuk's gaze turned ice cold as he made his move. I am going to be completely blunt with you. Which side are you on? The question froze the entire room. Mu Hyuk stared down the trembling men and gave them the choice. Is it me or my uncle? Director John Suman. No, XC was panicking. Sweat rolled down his pale face as he stammered in pure terror. What? Sir, what exactly do you mean by that? Kim Mu Hyuk started breaking it down. Like I said before, this real cash policy is going to flip the entire loan shark market upside down. Under the current rules, we cannot just toss money around or borrow whenever we feel like it. He looked the directors in the eye, noting that even the chairman is torn about who should lead in this uncertain future. Mu Hyuk made it clear that the chairman is no longer just looking at his oldest son, John Suman. He dropped the ultimate question. So, who are you following, me or Director John Suman? Director No XE hesitated before asking the big question. So, if we actually choose you, sir, what is in it for us? Mu Hyuk leaned back and crossed his legs with total authority. He saw right through the man and threw the question right back. Director No, do you really think I cannot claim that successor seat without your help? No XE was sweating bullets under the pressure. Mu Hyuk told him coldly, Sorry, but I do not need your support. I have the talent. I am just giving you a chance. This is not a negotiation. It is an ultimatum. His hard stance left the directors sitting there in a thick, heavy silence. Suddenly, Shin Sung-in stood up and drew a line. I will follow whoever the chairman picks to lead. Whether it is you or Director John, I do not care. Man, he made that call faster than 5G internet. Watching him, Mu Hyuk realized that Shin Sung-in really was the most loyal dog in John Tae Sanpak. I expected as much. Shin Sung-in bowed politely and asked to be excused. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Mu Hyuk turned to the other two directors. So, what about you guys? Just sitting around and waiting for the chairman final call like Director Shin did? Yeah, that is not a bad move either. Kim Ho-sik made it crystal clear. Whoever they work with needs major street cred in this Myeongdong district. He narrowed his eyes, basically telling Mu Hyuk that without their backing, taking over as chairman wasn't going to be a walk in the park. It was a straight-up threat. No Sick O chimed in, saying the chairman never dared to disrespect loan sharks like them. Watching these two goons shake hands felt like a high-stakes action flick with a side of Myeongdong street drama. This vibe was getting seriously intense. Mu Hyuk realized these two old geezers were teaming up to squeeze him. He wondered what would happen if he just kicked the bowl right out of their hands for good. Mu Hyuk stared them down, calling out Kim Ho-sik and No-sik O by name. His voice was ice cold as he warned them. If they tried to block him, would they even survive the rest of their lives? His eyes were razor sharp as he watched the two directors squirm. Mu Hyuk asked what they really gained by picking Jin Soo-man. He mocked them, asking if Jin promised them a fat slice of financial freedom. Did they seriously think a guy like him would ever keep his word? No-sik O secretly knew the kid was right. Jin Soo-man was nothing but a cold, calculating snake. He never shared the loot with anyone, but Mu Hyuk offered an exit strategy, promising to give both of these old men exactly what they craved. He dropped his plan to take the chairman's business legit. Mu Hyuk claimed he would launch soon and make them the heavy hitters in the operation. Kim Ho-sik stood there stunned, actually considering the idea of having a legal job. Mu Hyuk broke it down. Once real-name financial laws kicked in, the old-school loan sharking game was dead. He planned to register a legal lending firm that followed state interest rates to the letter. No more hiding in the shadows. No sick. Oh, worried this would mean constant heat from the authorities. Who would have guessed that a few official documents could be more terrifying than a stash of razor-sharp knives? The legal route sounded risky. Mu Hyuk snapped that their old ways were totally ancient. He asked how long they planned on being labeled as dirty loan sharks. No sicko started to waver, wondering if this crazy plan could actually become a reality. Mu Hyuk knew it made sense that they didn't trust him yet. He was just a kid to them. Glancing at the piles of cash, weapons, and contraband, he saw the market for what it was. A lawless wasteland where anyone with enough capital and power could pull the strings and manipulate the whole game. But Mu Hyuk knew that after the IMF crisis, the government would legalize lending to jumpstart the economy. That was his golden ticket. He was determined to use those laws to bring the business into the light and scale it up. Looking the directors in the eye, Mu Hyuk made his demand. Give me 5 years. He promised them with absolute confidence that he would help them run this business without ever having to look over their shoulders again. Mu Hyuk stood up, stared them down, and made a heavy promise. If you uncles follow me, I will change everything. I am going to turn you from street sharks into real bosses who can work in peace. If you are not feeling this, you are blind. Crushed by Mu Hyuk's intensity, Kim Ho-sik was the first to fold. He silently bowed his head in agreement. Fine, I am in. He looked at his hesitating partner and spoke from the heart. Look, Kim Ho-sik, my daughter is already 12 years old. She is old enough to understand what her dad does for a living. He took a long drag of his cigarette, face full of worry. Being called a business director sounded a hell of a lot better than being a loan shark. Mu Hyuk turned his icy gaze toward the other director. So, Director No, what is it going to be? What is your choice? No sicko was sweating bullets, looking down in deep thought. I am not ready for this risky gamble. I would rather just keep my cash safe. Mu Hyuk didn't even flinch. He just calmly shrugged and said, Fine, have it your way then. Whichever side you pick is your business. But then, Mu Hyuk dropped a threat so cold it sent a shiver straight down Director No's spine. But if you ever try to block my path to the top, I promise you will never live a single peaceful day for the rest of your life. Walking out of the room, Mu Hyuk plotted his next move. If he won't join me, I will just stick to the original plan. He reviewed the names on his hit list. Yu Gang, Kim Ho-sik, and No Sicko. I'm going to slowly cut off every single one of Jin Soo-man's loyal henchmen. A wicked smirk spread across Mu Hyuk's face as he prepped his next play. Should I take out Jin Soo-man's main pillar next? Meanwhile, in a fancy lounge, Jin Soo-myung and Jin Soo-han sat across from each other, looking totally suspicious. Soo-myung took a sip of his drink and asked in a low voice, Hey Soo-han, have you met with those Myeongdong sharks lately? Soo-han shook his head. Those directors? I haven't seen much of them. I tried to grab a few drinks, but they all turned me down. It feels like they are blacklisting us or something. Like we are being totally isolated. Soo-myung narrowed his eyes, dropping a bombshell. I bet you heard the news, right? Dad gave the management of the Myeongdong banking directors over to that kid, Kim Mu Hyuk. Soo-han was floored. All of those bank records? Dad handed them over to that punk? He yelled in a total rage. The kid is barely 20 years old with zero experience. How could Dad let him handle that much cash? I have no clue what he is thinking. Soo-myung pondered the situation. You don't think Dad has already chosen that little brat as his successor, do you? Soo-han freaked out. Don't even say that. We are his flesh and blood, his actual sons. We are still right here. How could he just hand everything over to that kid? Soo-myung smirked, asserting his dominance. Exactly. We are the sons. We are the ones who matter. We are the only ones with a legal right to inherit. He gritted his teeth, bringing up his nephew, the son of the sister their father had disowned years ago. He has no right to come back and steal what is ours. Soo-myung acted tough, like he had everything under control, which was basically his trademark move. He looked at his brother and started his manipulation. Soo-han, don't you ever forget that we are brothers. Real brothers. I am the eldest son. When I get that inheritance, I promise I won't ever forget about you. He promised that Soo-han was the only one he trusted with the family assets because of their bond. We are in the same boat now. Soo-myung added that Soo-han needed to help him fight Dad's decision. We need to secure that fortune together. Soo-han smiled smugly and raised his glass. Of course I am with you, brother. If you trust me, then I definitely trust you. They clinked glasses, feeling like winners. Soo-myung said, That's right, blood is thicker than water. But before they could even finish their drinks, a booming voice echoed from the stairs. Jin Soo-han, how are you doing? A crew of suits from the Seoul prosecutor's office stormed the room. Their leader stepped forward and made a loud announcement. Jin Soo-han, we are from the Seoul prosecutor's anti-crime unit. We are here to execute an emergency arrest warrant for bribery and your alleged involvement in illegal slot machine licensing. You are coming with us. He hadn't even finished his drink before his future started looking like a jail cell. Caught off guard, Suhan struggled wildly. "Get your hands off me!" "What do you think you are doing?" 5 minutes ago, they were toasting as brothers. Now, he's the star of a legal thriller. Despite his screaming, the agents coldly cuffed him and dragged him out. "We suggest you come with us to the office quietly, sir." Jin Suhan was hauled away in a daze, leaving Sumyung shouting helplessly after him. That feeling when your brother gets hauled off to jail while you are left behind is pretty wild. The bad news hit the Jin mansion fast, turning the office air thick enough to cut with a knife. Chairman John Tazen is losing his mind. He is grilling Mu Hyuk like, "Are you serious? Suhan was actually arrested and hauled to the prosecutor office? This has to be a massive mistake, right?" Mu Hyuk hangs his head and drops the bad news. He was busted for helping Congressman Kim Chun-seung with some shady illegal business. Word on the street is he was greasing palms to get slot machine licenses pushed through. Taezon froze. "May casino? Are you telling me that business is actually in bed with the mob?" The old man went quiet. This one scandal should not be enough to wreck a 6-term heavy hitter like Kim Chun-seung. He started wondering, could the president be the one pulling the strings? Myung-hoon says no way. The prosecutor office leaked the story to the press themselves to stir up drama. When Taeson thinks someone big in the office is behind it, Myung-hoon shuts it down. "That is not it, Chairman. Word is, a single prosecutor from the Seoul office went on a crusade. Now, he is hunting down the entire gang that runs those illegal slot machine operations. On the evening news, this brave prosecutor is getting hailed as a hero. He ignored his boss's orders to dig deep into the dirty links between politicians and the criminal underworld. Mui watched from the sofa, scrolling through his memories of his past life. This slot machine corruption was the biggest scandal in history, dragging down dozens of congressmen and top officials. Back then, Suhan and his father-in-law Kim Chun-young were deep in the mud. But Chairman Taezon pulled some strings and Suhan somehow managed to escape the heat completely. Watching his grandfather freak out, Mui let out a dark little smirk. "Not this time, old man. There is no way you are getting away with it." Taezan absolutely lost it. He pointed a finger and screamed at Mu Hyuk. "Where were you while this was blowing up? And what about the guys we planted in the president office? What are they even doing there? I have been paying them for years, and now they have gone totally MIA when I actually need them." Myung-hoon kept his head down, explaining that everything moved way too fast. By the time the president office even caught wind of it, the media had already blown the story wide open. Right now, the president is still on the fence about handing the case over to the elite investigation team. Myung-hoon admitted that dodging a trial at this point is going to be nearly impossible. Taezon's eyes went cold and sharp. He growled out the question. "How much cash is it going to take to make this whole thing go away?" Myung-hoon looked at the chairman with pure worry. He warned him that trying to bail Suhan out could cost them everything. Pissing off the president this early in his term is a suicide mission. You do not go shaking someone else's chair before you have even settled into your own. Taeson sat in silence for a long time. Then he looked over at Mui and begged him, "Mui, is there really nothing you can do? No way at all to save your uncle from this mess?" Mui just watched his grandfather face before calmly breaking it down. Right now, the big boss over at the Seoul prosecutor office is a guy named Yun Chang-ho. When he heard that name, Taeson brow furrowed. Mui kept going. "That prosecutor who helped us handle your business back in Busan. That is who you are thinking of, right?" After a quick nod from Mui, he laid out the plan. "Exactly, Grandpa. If Prosecutor Yun Chang-ho is the one in charge, everything will go smooth as silk and Uncle will be home free." Mui pointed out the real danger. If this case gets handed over to the Central Investigation Bureau at the Supreme Office, the president will be the one calling all the shots. If they use him as an example to clean up corruption from the last administration, I am pretty sure Uncle is looking at some serious prison time. He looked his grandfather dead in the eye and gave him a choice. Should we let the chief prosecutor in Seoul keep handling this case? That is what I am thinking we should do. Mui added one more practical reason. Taeson ground his teeth, his face twisted with rage just thinking about his son, that idiot Suhan. He really brought this whole mess on himself. You finally dug your own grave, kid. I am ready to disown you a second time just to stop the headache. The old man put his hand to his forehead, sighing with regret. I never should have let you marry into a family of politicians. Lesson learned. Pick the wrong in-laws. Expect a life of non-stop drama. Taeson bitterly realized the true nature of power. Politicians do not cooperate, they just dominate. He squeezed his eyes shut to hold back his fury, then turned to his manager with a cold, sharp look. "Manager Ha, I really hope you have a handle on this situation." Myung-hoon bowed. "Yes, Chairman." Taeson was practically radiating a death chill. He gave a cold, steel order. "Go tell Chief Prosecutor Yun exactly what I just told you. Word for word. Anyone involved in this mess, from top to bottom, including my own in-laws. I want those animals wiped out immediately. Every single one of them, he growled, making it clear how this ends for the traitors. No suspended sentences, no bail. Everyone goes straight to a cell. I do not care how much cash it takes to fund this purge. If we need bribes, I will pay whatever they want. Everything those bastards have done to my son, I am going to pay them back with 10 times the suffering. He knew money could not fix his son mess, but Tae-san was out for blood. If they are brave enough to touch the Cho family, they are going to learn what it is like to wish they were dead. Mui watched his grandfather rage boil over in silence. The second Tae-san gave the order. Chief Prosecutor Yun of the Seoul office wasted no time. He jumped straight into action to execute the plan. The official investigation kicked into high gear. First, they went after the top officials taking bribes. Then, the net spread out to catch dirty cops and even members of Congress. Once one falls, the whole chain comes down. Buy one, get the whole system for free. The scene outside the prosecutor office was pure chaos, crawling with reporters and news cameras everywhere. Some suspects just kept their heads down and shuffled inside to face the interrogation. Meanwhile, the loudmouth politicians were busy holding press conferences, trashing the prosecutors for making up fake news just to ruin their reputations. They were shouting that this was all a political hit job, even getting into heated face-to-face arguments with the reporters right there on the sidewalk. The drama inside was even more intense than the street fights. The prosecutor building loomed over the city, its flag snapping in the wind, signaling the start of a brutal power purge. Inside the suffocating interrogation room, the prosecutor stared daggers at John Suhan. He leaned in and said, "Look, everyone else has already spilled their guts and told us everything. The longer you wait, the worse it is going to be for you." He started dropping hard evidence to break the silence. "Is it true you were personally running the entire slot machine operation? 13 billion won went straight from you to politicians and top officials. How many times do I have to say this?" But Suhan just sat there, looking like he could not care less. He casually picked his ear and gave a cocky answer. "We are not saying another word until my lawyer gets here." Right at that moment, the door flew open, and the lawyer was announced. The prosecutor looked like he had seen a ghost. The guy in glasses just smiled and said, "Hey, Brother Park! It has been way too long since we caught up." Recognizing his senior, the prosecutor immediately scrambled to give a deep, respectful bow. "Oh my God, senior, it has been so long since I saw you." He flipped from a serious prosecutor to an obedient little brother in literally 0.5 seconds. After some quick small talk, the lawyer walked over to Suhan and made it official. "Director John Suhan, I am here because the chairman personally requested that I handle your case." Suhan just blinked and started grumbling about how late they were. "Man, what took you so long? This is ridiculous. I can finally get out of here now, right?" The slick lawyer asks the prosecutor to step out for a private chat. "Prosecutor Park, give me a little one-on-one time with my client." "Go ahead, grab a cup of coffee and chill for a minute. Just come back in a bit, okay?" The prosecutor keeps it respectful, asking if he should brew a pot for his senior. But the lawyer shuts him down with a smirk. "No thanks. I cannot have a busy prosecutor playing barista for me right now. Let me treat you instead. It is only right. Plus, I will need your help getting a good spot later on down the line." As soon as the prosecutor walks out, the lawyer sits down and crushes Suhan's spirit. "Director Chan, we need to talk. There is literally no way to get you out of this mess." Suhan gasps. "Wait, what did you say?" The lawyer confirms these are the harshest orders yet. This came straight from the chairman himself. He will look for a chance to help you get a special pardon eventually, but not right now. For now, just sit tight and think about what you did. Translation? Rot in prison while we figure it out. Hearing his dad abandoned him, Suhan starts sweating bullets. He screams in pure rage. "Did my old man really say that to me? Do not lie to me. My dad would never do that." He starts slamming the table like a maniac, but the lawyer stays ice cold. "My job is just to deliver the chairman's official message to you." He starts breaking down the messy political drama. The Chan family is still tight with the Blue House, so there is a slight chance they might go easy on him later on. But Congressman Kim is the wild card. Inside the interrogation room, Suhan frantically asks about his father-in-law. The prosecutor coldly replies that the chairman is absolutely livid about everything that just went down today. He is dead set on crushing everyone involved in this scandal so they can never show their faces in public again for a long time. All the shady details about the higher-ups are out. Suhan shakes with a tiny bit of hope. This is just a routine investigation, right? He gets a cold reality check instead. You are looking at 3 years. The prosecutor adds that the news is going to run with the headline, "Money Laundering Suhan. It is a public execution." Not just prison, but he is getting his big debut in the papers too. Suhan just stares in total horror. What? He panics and asks why his name is being dragged like that. The prosecutor calmly explains it was a promise to the VIPs. He tells the director not to sweat it. With all those high-ranking officials involved, Suhan's name will be old news in no time. Fame fades fast, but the prison sentence is forever. However, he reminds him that the chairman had to make some massive deals with the Blue House just to save him. The prosecutor drops a final warning. So, do not you dare forget that. Suhan goes dead, silent, drenched in sweat from the pure fear and total humiliation. Right after that, the news explodes. Headlines everywhere scream, the money laundering case. Suhan and the ringleader have officially been busted and locked up. Photos of Suhan being hauled off in a squad car go viral instantly. Back at the mansion, Chairman John T. Son is absolutely fuming as he scrolls through the news. He roars in a total rage. Suhan, you complete moron! The chairman screams with pure hatred. Why did you do this without telling me? You really had the guts to betray me like this? The vibe at the detention center is heavy as the guards lead Suhan to the visiting room. When he sees his older brother, Su-mung, waiting there, Suhan lights up and yells, "Brother!" Unlike his excited brother, Su-mung just sits there looking cool with his arms crossed. There is a tray of high-end sushi on the table, a total luxury for a prison visit. Suhan starts shoveling food into his mouth like he has not eaten in weeks. Su-mung just watches him. Jail food not working out for you? Suhan whines with his mouth full. It is freaking gross. The smell is enough to kill me, and the cell is tiny. Even in this dump, Suhan still manages to brag about how he is handling things. But hey, people live here too. Money makes everything happen. If you toss the guards a little cash, you can get cigarettes and basically anything else you need. You can even use hot water whenever. It is not that bad, honestly. Living that VIP life even behind bars. Su-mung just gives him a thin, mocking smile before cutting to the chase. Seriously though, Suhan, what was going through your head? What the heck are you saying? Su-mung growls as he starts listing off all his little brother's crimes for him. You were gambling? Why would you work with your father-in-law on this and not say a word to me? Suhan's face goes pale, and he starts sweating as his brother exposes the truth. Su-mung keeps the pressure on. Your name is all over the news as the mastermind, Suhan. Were you trying to make a secret score and stab me in the back? Caught red-handed, Suhan starts choking and making excuses. No, it is not like that at all, brother. My father-in-law said that besides family, there was no one he could actually trust with the money. He asked me to watch over it, so how could I say no? Nice try shifting the blame. It is not my fault. He claims he kept it a secret because he was told not to tell a soul, mostly to protect his brother's reputation. Su-mung narrows his eyes, totally skeptical. Is that really the whole story? Suhan insists. That is it. But Su-mung is not letting it go. You did all of this just because Congressman Kim asked you to, and you never thought to tell me? We are talking about over 100 billion here. Cornered, Suhan screams in frustration. I was just doing what they told me. I do not have any real power. I always have to worry about what my father-in-law thinks, and what you think too. Now I have to care about what some random nephew thinks? Rage and shame finally boil over. Suhan slams his hand on the table and screams, Damn it, how did I mess up this bad? Back in his cramped cell, Suhan breaks down and sobs his heart out. He yells bitterly. My dad threw me in jail and will not even call. My own brother thinks I am a traitor. What am I? A punching bag for everyone. Why is everyone taking their anger out on me? Looking at his pathetic, crying brother, Myung-hoon stays cold as stone. He is calm, like he knew this script by heart from the start. He slowly stands up and offers some fake comfort. Fine, stop crying, you idiot. Myung-hoon steps up and pats him. Myung-hoon looks him straight in the eye, sounding sincere but hiding a hidden agenda. Let us not fight and act like those other trashy rich families. We need to stick together. It is just us two brothers. We have to trust and help each other. It sounds warm, but it really means, shut up and stay loyal because I still have plenty of uses for you. He emphasizes every word, demanding total loyalty. So, do not you ever betray me or keep any secrets from me ever again. You got that? Feeling comforted, Suhan wipes his tears and promises his brother everything is fine. Of course, I have nothing to hide from you. Myung-hoon gives a mysterious smile and pats his shoulder. I will visit often. As Myung-hoon turns to leave, Suhan calls out with total gratitude. Brother, thank you so much for coming to see me today. Stepping out of the prison, Myung-hoon quietly slides into a black car waiting for him. Sitting in the silence of the vehicle, his eyes suddenly turn sharp and cold as ice. He is suspicious. Suhan is definitely hiding something. That kid has been a lapdog his whole life, so why is he trying to run his own game now? Meanwhile, Suhan dragged his feet back to his cell, following the guard. The silence of the hall made his boots sound like thunder. He couldn't stop thinking about his brother. Would that guy actually have his back? Or was he just talk? Bro is probably just using him. Best friends when things are Gucci, but once the heat is on, he is ghosting faster than a bad date. He gritted his teeth, eyes burning with a selfish need to survive. Both Cho brothers were playing a dangerous game now. planting seeds of betrayal right in the middle of their own family tree. It is every man for himself in this house. The car sped through the city streets, leaving a trail of dark secrets in its wake. The wheels were turning, but the drama was moving even faster, chasing them down like a predator on the hunt. A sleek black car glides past towering walls. 1 month ago, in a quiet traditional house, Mu Hyuk sat down for a massive power play with a high-ranking government official. This guy just got a big promotion and he is feeling himself. Ha, thanks. It is all thanks to you and the chairman, honestly. Yuen Trongho was the fixer who turned those messy Busan deaths into simple accidents. In return, Mu Hyuk pulled strings with his grandfather to land the guy the chief prosecutor job in Seoul. Sipping his tea, Yuen Trongho got curious and asked why they were meeting. He was even going to invite Mu Hyuk for a drink. But Mu Hyuk didn't play around. He went straight for the throat. Ever heard of the slot machine scandal? He sat there thinking, realizing it was a massive corruption case involving some heavy hitters in politics. This intel came straight from his own grandfather. Mu Hyuk coldly revealed the real target. The main character in this mess is Assemblyman Kim Cheon-seong, a major player in the ruling party. Hearing that name, Yuen Trengho's face went pale. Assemblyman Kim Cheon-seong? He started panicking because even though the guy was from the old guard, he still held insane power. This case was going to be a nightmare. It is like facing a final boss with an infinite health bar. Mu Hyuk just nodded. There will definitely be massive pressure from the top to buy off the investigators. He stepped closer, locking eyes with the guy, and demanded that the chief personally handle the investigation from start to finish. Yuen Trengho was stunned. Me? Mu Hyuk sharply explained that if they messed this up and handled it poorly, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office will jump in and snatch this juicy case away. We cannot let that happen. If they get their hands on it, big fish like Assemblyman Kim Cheon-seong will walk away scotangent-free. It is an unwritten rule. The biggest sharks always find a way out. Mu Hyuk looked deep into the chief's soul and dropped the hammer. This involves Jin Soo-han too. Yuen Trongho's eyes nearly popped out. Jin Soo-han? You mean your own uncle? His face froze at the bombshell Mu Hyuk just dropped. Mu Hyuk was certain a massive investigation storm was coming, one that would land right on the president's desk. He explained that the president's secretary for civil affairs is actually one of his grandfather's guys. They are going to do everything in their power to keep Soo-han's name off that investigation list. Mu Hyuk warned they would try to dump the whole case on the supreme prosecutors. He looked the chief in the eye and told him to block the pressure. Mu Hyuk would handle his grandfather himself. Yuen Trengho was shook. Are you really asking me to gamble my entire career just to throw your own uncle behind bars? Mu Hyuk didn't flinch. He promised to take the fall if things went south. Then he dangled the carrot. If you pull this off, the next person in the prosecutor general's seat will be you. Mu Hyuk told him his name would be carved into legal history in gold letters. Even if he wasn't from the elite special investigation units, he would be the legend who took down the giants. Yuen Trengho wondered if the chairman would actually buy it. He worried that if the Blue House stepped in, Mu Hyuk's grandfather would back down. At this point in the term, they wouldn't want a war. Look, even with all that money, you gotta watch the wind. Mu Hyuk knew that no matter how rich a businessman is, they still have to answer to the people holding the real power. Yuen Trengho was still on the fence. He wondered if ignoring the Blue House would cost him everything. Was he just doing all the dirty work while someone else took the credit? Mu Hyuk had the perfect move. Why don't you just leak this whole case to the media? He pictured Yuen Trengho standing in front of the cameras, boldly telling the world that the Blue House was trying to bury the case. He would refuse to back down and ask the people for their support. From a regular prosecutor to the star of the 7 p.m. news, you will become the face of the president's war on corruption, a true hero for the people. Mu Hyuk was sure the president would love it. They wouldn't even need to move the case to the supreme prosecutors anymore. Yuen Trengho sat in silence for a moment, stared at his tea, then slammed the cup down. He flashed an ambitious grin and declared, "Fine. Let's give this a shot. Just this once." Yuen Trengho admitted he planned to retire quietly in Busan. But now, he wanted that dream job. Mu Hyuk bowed his head in respect, thanking him for making such a gutsy move. The chief looked at Mu Hyuk skeptically. "Is this the favor you wanted? The thing you mentioned before?" Mu Hyuk kept it cool and confirmed that this was exactly what he had in mind. "Yeah, exactly. If you are okay with it." Yuen Trengho sighed. He felt like helping Mu Hyuk was like taking on a massive debt he could never fully pay back. Still, he knew this was a win-win for both of them. He promised that next time, he would definitely have a special favor waiting for Mu Hyuk that would only benefit him. They both stood up for a calculated handshake. As the meeting wrapped up, Mu Hyuk suddenly had one more thing. "There is one detail I need you to stick to when you announce this investigation." Just when you thought it was over, Mu Hyuk lowered his voice and got serious. Please announce this case specifically as the Jin-Soo Han slot machine scandal. Realizing the target was Mu Hyuk's own uncle, the chief didn't hesitate. Definitely. As the car pulled away, Mu Hyuk sat back and started thinking about his past life. Back then, the brothers Soo-man and Soo-han were thick as thieves. They had this unbreakable alliance, always teaming up to make his life a living hell and keep him in check. But this time, Mu Hyuk threw a wrench in their plans. He had planted enough doubt to make their bond start cracking. That unbreakable alliance was turning into a pit of venomous snakes real fast. Mu Hyuk smirked. After dealing with the managers in Myeongdong, it was time to take down another one of Soo-man's top guys. He was cutting off his uncle's right hand himself. His eyes were cold as ice. Everything was going exactly according to plan. He let out a sinister, satisfied grin as he watched his chess pieces move across the board just the way he wanted. Inside the massive mansion, the air in Chairman Jin's office was heavy. He finally broke the silence and asked about his second son, who was currently rotting away behind bars. How is Soo-han doing in there lately? Soo-man took a slow sip of his tea. Honestly, Dad, he is just surviving, but he is looking way more haggard than before. He acted like his heart was breaking for his brother. When are you planning to get him out? I went to visit, and man, his face was just covered in bruises and cuts. Facing that interrogation, Tizon gave his eldest son a look colder than ice. Since they were brothers, he basically demanded a confession about Suman's true nature right then and there. He was more annoyed than worried about his brother's disappearance. Hearing that, Tizon quietly decided the kid would stay locked up until next year regardless. He wasn't getting out any sooner. Tell him to go visit and explain he needs to endure this for a while. He is just paying the price for his own actions. The old man insisted he still cares, but he warned Soo-man that he was being incredibly stupid. Stop being a pathetic lapdog for those dirty politicians out there. Soo-man snapped back, saying they are in the loan shark business and can't survive without political muscle. He felt it was unfair that only his dad got the good connections while they were left with nothing. Smelling blood, Soo-man made a power move and told his dad to hand over the entire business empire right now. Dude literally asked for admin rights without even a trial run. He swore he could handle the cash and the intel perfectly, but Tizon shut him down fast, saying he wasn't even close to being ready for that kind of responsibility. Soo-man lost it and started disrespecting his own father, yelling that the old man was basically 1 foot in the grave. He asked what would happen to the business empire if his dad just kicked the bucket today. Tizon slammed the table, roaring at his son for being a brat who wished him dead. Soo-man didn't stop, screaming that as the firstborn, the family fortune belonged entirely to him. Tizon hissed through gritted teeth, asking if Soo-man really wanted him dead that badly. Finally, Soo-man's jealousy spilled out, mentioning those crazy rumors blowing up lately over in Myeongdong. He shouted about the gossip in the finance world that Tizon was picking the blind kid over him. Soo-man demanded to know why the eldest son was getting sidelined while he was still alive. He shouted that everyone says some kid who isn't even a real member of the family is taking the throne. Tizon just sneered, asking where he got the crazy idea he was entitled to anything. He told him straight up that he never planned on handing his life's work to a jerk. Soo-man turned pale, realizing for the first time that his inheritance was officially dead on arrival. In that quiet office, Tizon confirmed the rumors. He admitted he was passing the torch to Mu Hyuk, leaving Soo-man completely stunned as he realized he had just been demoted to a side character in his own life story. He couldn't believe he was out. Meanwhile, Mu Hyuk was on the stairs, hearing every single word. Soo-man screamed in protest, but Tizon snapped back that his money meant his rules, period. Soo-man tried to play tough, bringing up that shady Chongpeng assembly group. He warned that if the succession looked weak, those wolves would jump at the chance to strike. Outside, Mu Hyuk noted the name. Soo-man kept digging up old wounds. Tizon exploded, telling him to never mention her again. Mu Hyuk froze. His mother? Exhausted, Tizon kicked him out, telling him to vanish before he had him dragged away. Soo-man glared at Myung-hoon and stormed out. After the door slammed shut, the room went quiet. Tizon sighed and asked his assistant if he thought everything he was doing was just wrong. Chairman Tizon slumped in his chair, looking totally drained and defeated. He ordered Myung-hoon to finish the stock transfers by next month and keep things clean so the taxman doesn't come knocking later. They had too much cash to be sloppy. Myung-hoon just bowed and agreed. The old man worried about his grandson, Mu Hyuk, being unable to stand alone. He asked about that new assistant they were supposed to hire. Myung-hoon said the guy would be back in Korea next month. Tizon pondered how money ruins families. Greedy relatives turn into thorns. Who knows what happens when I am gone? Myung-hoon asked if he was scared for Mu Hyuk's safety. Tizon smirked with a cold, sharp gaze and said it was actually the opposite. He was terrified that the kid was going to end up eating his uncles alive. Total plot twist. He is not worried about the sheep, he is worried the sheep is a wolf. Remembering the kid's killer instinct, Tizan felt sure Mu Hyuk could handle the Chungpeng assembly. Mu Hyuk bowed politely, asking his uncle if he was heading out. Suman just scoffed and threatened him, warning him to stay in his lane or he would end up like his parents. He walked away, leaving the kid totally stunned. Mu Hyuk watched him go, questioning the threat. Was their death a hit rather than an accident? His old memories were suddenly updating. Memories from his past life flooded back, and he realized he never once questioned how his parents actually died. In the family house, mentioning his mother was always a total taboo that nobody was ever allowed to bring up. He started connecting the dots and getting ready to unlock the secret. His eyes burned with rage. His parents' deaths were definitely tied to that Chongpeng assembly group. Standing in a luxury mansion, Mu Hyuk mutters a name that haunts him: the Blue Wind Society. In his past life, he had heard whispers about this shadowy group that always stayed hidden in the dark. They were the masters of manipulation, controlling high-level politicians and government officials right after the Liberation era. He was absolutely certain they were behind every major historical event, even though the rest of the world thought the organization was just a ghost story spread by word of mouth. As for their true identities or actually meeting any members of that group, well, basically nobody has ever managed to pull that off. But now, since both John Summon and even his own grandfather mentioned the name of that organization, Mu Hyuk started wondering if they were actually the real deal. Standing in the silent hallway, a terrifying thought hit him. What if this secret group was somehow connected to his mother's mysterious death? Cut to beautiful Busan under a bright blue sky. At Y Cafe, Mu Hyuk meets with Hyun Sung's dad for a big favor. The man hands over a thick file and says, "Here is what you asked for: the investigation records for your parents' car accident." Just by looking at the thickness of the file, you can tell this drama is messy. Mu Hyuk takes the documents and quietly says, "Thank you, sir." Seeing him so formal, the cop just laughs it off. "Don't thank me, kid." Mu Hyuk had secretly asked Hyun Sung's father to track down the old files regarding his parents' fatal crash from 19 years ago. Flipping through the pages, Mu Hyuk goes quiet. It has been 19 years since the event, so almost every single trace of evidence has vanished. The officer across from him takes a long drag of his cigarette and explains that the detectives on the case have all retired by now. Witnesses are gone, and the truth is buried. The file says it was a hit and run where the driver fled but surrendered days later. Staring at the horrific crime scene photo of the car crushed under a truck, Mu Hyuk notices a few things that just do not add up. He reads some shocking info. When they checked his father's body, they actually found multiple wounds caused by a sharp knife instead of just the crash. Specifically, based on those wounds, the investigation team guessed his father had been stabbed more than 10 times. The officer emphasizes that the stab wound in his back was the fatal one. However, the autopsy report weirdly summarized the details, and the final conclusion was still death caused by a car accident. The killer was identified as just some low-life thug with a criminal record. He only served 1 year in prison before getting out, and now, nobody has any idea where he went. Mu Hyuk's eyes are glued to the file as a bloody memory flashes back. In the dark of night, his young mother is clutching her child tight, trying to protect him while the kid screams in absolute terror. A masked killer coldly swings a knife, stabbing the poor woman over and over in a brutal and heartless attack. Even though she was in agonizing pain, his mother still managed to whisper, "No, it is okay, my sweet Mu Hyuk." His eyes go wide and his pupils shake with rage at the horrific truth. Then, Mu Hyuk walks into Ze's restaurant, where his close friends have been waiting for him. As soon as he spots him, Lee Myung-soo shouts and waves, "Hey Mu Hyuk, we are over here." Hyun-sung grumbles and asks why he is late, so Mu Hyuk just laughs and blames the heavy traffic. Myung-soo excitedly mentions that even though they see each other at school, this is their first time hanging out for a real meal. Sensing the good vibes, Myung-soo tells everyone to order the most expensive stuff because Mu Hyuk is definitely picking up the tab for the group today. He excitedly announces, "Do not be shy today. Let us just order everything on the menu and feast until we drop." He sounds casual, but he basically wants to wipe the menu clean. Min Kyo teases Myung-soo about his thick country accent that he still has not fixed, while noticing Mu Hyuk looks like a total city boy now. Myung-soo tries to use a fancy Seoul accent to talk back, but everyone just cracks up at how awkward he sounds. The meal is a total blast, and everyone is happy until the very last plate is finally cleared from the table. The conversation shifts to school when Min Kyo asks a question, and Myung-soo reveals he and Mu Hyuk are planning to take the first exam next February. While the friends sit there in total shock, Mu Hyuk calmly shares that he is still debating whether or not to give it a shot this time around. He says he might just treat it like a practice exam to see where he stands. He asks what they think, but while Hyun-sung says they are all getting ready, Min Kyo is already discouraged and wants to quit. Myung-soo clicks his tongue and says this attempt is just to see the questions, since nobody is lucky enough to pass on their very first try. Hyun-sung suddenly remembers Mu Hyuk's impressive track record, always ranking first from freshman year through the first semester exams. Even though he always seems busy and vanishes right after school, the guy wonders when Mu Hyuk actually finds the time to hit the books. Myung-soo smugly repeats Mu Hyuk's legendary quote from that news interview. Studying is the easiest thing in the world. That one sentence immediately makes Hyun-sung and Min-kyo lose their minds with rage. Hyun-sung angrily rants about how he had to grind like crazy and take endless extra classes just to scrape his way into university. Min-kyo also complains about the struggle. Despite his friend's anger, Mu Hyuk calmly doubles down, saying he is just speaking his truth and that studying really is the easiest task in life. His confidence is maxed out, leaving the group screaming in frustration. At the table, Hyun-sung turns to Myung-soo and asks him to be real since they grew up together. Is Mu Hyuk actually some kind of genius prodigy or what? He asks with hopeful eyes if the guy was a total model student back in Busan, but reality was about to hit him hard. Myung-soo is about to spill the tea, saying Mu Hyuk was famous in Busan for being a total troublemaker, but Mu Hyuk immediately covers his mouth to shut him up. Mu Hyuk quickly changes the subject, suggesting they should start a social group to hang out. Seeing their confused faces, he starts to explain his idea a bit more. You know, after we graduate, we could grab dinner once in a while and stay in touch to help each other out with work and stuff, something like that. Mu Hyuk quietly watches his friends at the table and starts analyzing each of their potential. Oh, Hyun Woo's grandfather is currently a Supreme Court justice, while his father is a very respected lawyer. He is the oldest son of a prestigious legal family, and in his past life, he was even a candidate for prosecutor general. Next up is Hyun Jae. He is the son of a director at a top 3 law firm in South Korea, who will eventually inherit and own the biggest firm in the country. Finally, there is Han Min Kyo. After she passes the bar exam, she will start her legal career as a judge before transitioning into a lawyer. By the age of 30, she will enter the world of politics, and by 40, she will become the powerful leader of the ruling party. Mu Hyuk realizes these people are going to be the most successful ones after graduation. He needs to build a solid network now to eventually take on his powerful maternal uncles later. Mu Hyuk's idea is an instant hit. The topic shift worked perfectly, bringing the whole crew together like a real squad. One of them speaks up and says, "That sounds like a great plan." Once the exams start, everyone is going to be swamped, so forming a group to hang out occasionally sounds fun. Someone else jumps in and says, "I am down for that too. If I pass the bar, I will probably join my father's law firm. If we stay connected, we can all help each other out." They turn to the only girl, Han Min Kyo, and ask if she is down. Min Kyo looks down, clearly feeling hesitant about the whole thing. "I do not know," she says. "I am not really the type of person who fits in at these social gatherings." She adds in a sad voice that her family isn't anything special, so she probably won't be able to help the group much. Everyone immediately reassures her, saying she shouldn't think that way since they are all law students now. I told him softly, "Let me think it over. Thanks for the suggestion, guys." Watching Min Kyung walk away, Mu Hyo remembered her past memoirs. To others, she looked normal, but her history was heavy. Her family was broke. Dad died, mom was sick, and she raised the kids alone. She had zero time for school. Suddenly, Min Kyung stood up. "Look, it is late. I have to go teach tutoring now." She tutored in Pyeongchang-dong. Soon, the luxury car was rolling toward the fancy neighborhood with the whole crew. Min Kyung was shocked. "Honestly, this is my first time riding in a car. Rumor says you are loaded. Is your house in Pyeongchang-dong too?" Mu Hyu shrugged. "No, my grandpa is the rich one. Where do you tutor?" "Me? I have 5 spots now. How do you find time for your major?" "I grind for 2 hours at night. It is effort, but staying awake is hard. You are a beast. 5 jobs, no missed classes, and prepping for the bar exam?" She opened up about her family's struggle. Even though she is brilliant, she never ranked number 1. "I think I am smart." Mu Hyu just said, "The top student is me." That shut her up. She mumbled, "Mood killer." The car stopped at a house. "Thanks, you got me here early." Subway would have taken forever. Since it was early, she invited him to talk. "Wait, I know that look. Do not confess yet. Take a number and get in line. But fine, go ahead, I am listening." Mu Hyu got serious. "Have you thought about quitting those jobs to focus on school?" Her eyes went cold. She vented about her sick mom and the kids. "Who would not want that? My dad is gone, my mom is sick, and I have bills. If I do not work, we starve." Her life's deadline was intense. Feeling for her, Mu Hyu looked her in the eye. "What if I helped?" She looked at him suspiciously. "You? Helping me? What do you mean?" Mu Hyu just wanted her to study without the crushing weight of money. "Not a handout. When you are successful, you will pay me back." Her pride was hurt. Mu Hyu said he respected her talent, not pitied her. She stayed tough. She insisted she could handle her family without any charity. "I am fine without you. I can work, study, and take care of my family." Mu Hyu kept pushing. Imagine if we all passed the bar exam together. No one left behind. Stop looking down on me. I can do this alone. Do not think money buys everything, Kim Mu Hyuk. You have got some cash, sure, but your money cannot control the world. He realized he was hasty. She slammed the door, threatening to cut him off if he said it again. Thanks for the ride. If you say that again, we are done. He grabbed her hand. Wait, hold on. Listen to my story before you decide. Want to hear about my life? Under the sunset, Mu Hyuk started talking about his past as an orphan. He spoke of life with grandma and rent debt, no parents. Life was hard, always behind on rent. Every day was a fight. Everything was a blur. Every single day was a war. Sad times. Without my grandpa, I could not afford to help you. He looked at her, wanting to give a deserving person a real shot. It is your call. No pressure. Her defensive walls finally started to crumble. She felt bad. Sorry. I was just really angry and lost it. She promised to think. Later, Mu Hyuk met friends outside. A friend toasted. They asked how his training was going. He took a sip. Just the usual grind. Not bad. He turned to Mu Hyuk. Law school and your grandpa's business must be exhausting. Myung-soo is practically worshipping him now. Our busy buddy is on another level. In a few days, he is headed to the States to talk shop with Trump. Yeah, he is actually flying to America for negotiations. This news blows Hyun-sung's mind. Wait, you are heading to the United States? What is that all about? Mu Hyuk keeps it cool and says it is about his grandfather's diplomatic business. He promises to explain later. Myung-soo can't even hide his envy. Man, I am so incredibly jealous right now, flying across the ocean to America. Man, when do we get to take a trip like that? Hyun-sung stares off, dreaming of the future, wondering if they will ever get their big chance. If you make it to the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, you will definitely go. Myung-soo laughs, teasing him about whether he forgot that goal already. Watching his friends, Mu Hyuk feels grateful. Hyun-sung is just that kind of guy, someone he can trust completely. He always feels safe knowing that his friend has his back no matter what happens. He wants to keep them close forever, but the moment is cut short by a shout at the door. Delivery! Myung-soo jumps up, hyped because the fried chicken is finally here. I will go grab it. But as Hyun-sung stands up to leave, Mu Hyuk's eyes narrow. Something is wrong. He notices his friend is walking with a very noticeable limp. He asks nervously, "Hey, what is up with your leg? Why are you limping like that?" Hyun-sung freezes for a second, then fakes a smile, saying it is just from overtraining. Mu Hyuk stays quiet and watches him. He is definitely not buying that weak excuse for a single second. Cut to a fancy mansion. Myung-hoon brings Mu Hyuk to meet a massive, serious-looking guy. He introduces him, saying this is the person the young master asked him to find. Looking at his new assistant, Mu Hyuk wonders if anyone else like Myung-hoon exists, someone who just gets things done without question. As they drive through the city, Myung-hoon speaks up, saying he can recommend someone. However, earning that man's trust is all on him. Mu Hyuk nods firmly and says, "Fine, I will do it." He looks at Myung-hoon with real gratitude and adds that he really appreciates him just for making the introduction in the first place. Standing before Mu Hyuk is a powerhouse of a man with a rugged face that screams he has seen some serious action. He introduces himself loudly as Ma Suk-dae. He calls him Young Master. Mu Hyuk sits down to interview his new help and asks about his background. Seok-dae does not hold back about his rough past, mentioning he just got back from Africa last month. Seok-dae explains that he worked as a high-level bodyguard for executives at a PMC firm. When Mu Hyuk hears those three letters, his brain starts clicking. PMC means a private military company. So, the guy is basically a professional mercenary. Sensing a connection, Mu Hyuk asks about his relationship with his grandfather's right-hand man. How exactly do you know Manager Ha? With the way they are staring, a connection pop-up would totally fit here. Seok-dae answers honestly, saying that the two of them actually grew up together. Young Master. Mu Hyuk looks him in the eye and gives the ultimate order. From now on, you follow me and only me. Can you do that? He stresses that he needs someone with absolute, undying loyalty. Seok-dae studies the young master for a moment before being blunt. Since I do not know what kind of person you are yet, I cannot make that decision right now. That tough attitude does not bother Mu Hyuk at all. In fact, he actually likes it. The guy is straight up. He is starting to really dig this dude. He smiles and agrees. Fine, just stick with me for now and think over my offer as we go. Seok-dae bows respectfully and thanks the young master. Watching the massive man walk away, Mu Hyuk starts wondering about Myung-hoon's real identity. It feels like he just opened a secret map but has not found all the treasure yet. He asks himself if Manager Ha was also some kind of elite mercenary back in the day, especially since they have been tight since they were kids. Mu Hyuk realizes there is still a lot he does not know about his close uncle. Inside a luxury room, Myung-hoon and Seok-dae look at each other with deep nostalgia. You have definitely gotten older, man. Seok Dae lets out a hearty laugh and asks if he is really talking about him. Wow, I guess I really have aged that much. However, his expression turns serious as he looks at Myung-hoon. Those warrior eyes of yours have not changed one bit, though. Just like when we were on the battlefield together. Memories of life and death on the smoky battlefield flash back like a slow-motion movie. It is like watching a film where you already know all the big twists. Myung-hoon tells his old friend it is time to settle down. Stop being a sword for hire. That kind of work will get you killed sooner or later. Seok Dae just smiles and wonders why he always says the same things. Myung-hoon gets straight to the point, asking for his honest opinion. What do you think of the young master? Seok Dae says it with total confidence. Honestly, he is someone worth protecting. He says it so firmly it sounds like a lifetime contract for security. He tells Myung-hoon not to worry. In Mu Hyuk's eyes, he sees a level of fierce determination that you rarely see in young people. Seok Dae believes he will reach the end. After suggesting Seok Dae move into the room next door to make things easier, Myung-hoon gets hit with a really heavy question that makes him pause. Hey, is Chairman John actually thinking about making that kid his heir? Seok Dae is worried the move is too rushed. To him, the kid seems way too young to run an empire. Myung-hoon says they just need to follow the chairman's lead. He assures him that he does not truly know the young master yet because the kid is actually amazing. He says he is far beyond anyone's expectations. Seok Dae is skeptical and asks, an amazing person? Really? He is curious because he has only ever heard his grumpy brother use that word for one person, Chairman John Teason himself. Next, we are at New York International Airport. The chaotic energy of the city feels like a scene straight out of an action movie. As he walks through the terminal, a loud shout rings out. Hey, Kim Mu Hyuk, over here. It is Han Ki-young Ion waving from a yellow taxi. He looks totally hyped and yells out a big welcome to the city. Inside the car, Mu Hyuk notices Ki-young Ion looks great. His face is practically glowing. He laughs and admits that the fast life here suits him perfectly. Everything is smooth. Mu Hyuk officially introduces Ma Seok Dae as his brand new secretary to Ki-young Ion. Ki-young Ion greets him happily, while Seok Dae quietly judges Mu Hyuk. He thinks the kid looks prickly and has a bad attitude, so he hopes for some serious patience. Seok Dae watches him in silence, telling himself he is lucky he does not have to jump out of a skyscraper window just yet. When I asked where we were going, Kyun-win bragged about the best view in New York. We stopped at the World Trade Center, and he proudly called it our first U.S. base where he had been waiting for my arrival. Inside the swanky office, Kyun-win invited everyone to sit and talk shop. I stood by the window staring at the Twin Towers, lost in my own thoughts about the future. This was my first time seeing them for real. Being from the future, I knew this massive structure would crumble in 8 years. That tragedy would be my biggest shot at a massive comeback. Back to reality, Kyung Aeon pushed me for the next move. I didn't play games. I went straight for the juggernaut and started asking about the specific people I had researched. He confirmed the deal was done and got ready to drop the name. He handed me the documents for a little internet browser you might have heard of called Netscape. Instead of jumping into the daily grind, I decided to dump $5 million into the project to snag a 40% stake in the company. Q was totally confused. He asked why I was throwing money at some tiny startup founded by a bunch of nerds from a university research lab. I just kept it cool and told him that 5 million would turn into 10 million by the time we got home. Q nearly choked. 10 million? He couldn't believe it. I knew exactly what was coming. Netscape was about to launch and take over 60% of the entire internet browser market. In 1995, the stock price would start at $18 and rocket the company's value to $8 billion. But I had an exit strategy. I would sell right after the IPO before they had to face off against the beast known as Microsoft. Q flipped to the next file and asked why we were bothering with this guy. As far as he was concerned, the business deal was already finished. He pointed out that this man didn't just get kicked out of his old job, even his brand new startup was currently circling the drain. I held the photo, watching him silently. This wasn't over. I looked at the face of a man who was about to flip an entire era on its head and become a living legend. We're talking about the pioneer of the 21st century, Steve Jobs. I walked up to the front desk and asked if the boss was in. The receptionist asked if I had an appointment. I just said no. When the secretary tried to brush me off, I gave her a message for her boss. Tell him the god of fortune from Korea is here to save his neck. My assistant was freaking out because the rumors on Wall Street said this guy was washed up. But I wasn't budging. I knew this was the man who would change the world. I walked into the room and faced the man himself. I introduced myself with a grin. Steve Jobs, great to meet you. I am Kim Mu Hyuk from Korea. He looked stunned, but I knew the truth. In the future, every single person on the planet would know his name. He was the guy who revolutionized human life. Right now, Jobs was hitting rock bottom after being fired from Apple. His new companies, NXT and Pixar, were hemorrhaging cash. But I knew this was the only window I would ever have to invest in him. It was now or never. Hearing Korea got his attention. He asked if I was from Korea, then immediately thought of Samsung Electronics. He remembered studying them back at his old gig, but then he got heated. Thinking about being kicked out of Apple turned him into a ball of rage. He glared at me and pointed a finger. What do you mean, save me? If you're just playing games to get a meeting, you better get lost right now. I realized this guy's personality was definitely not normal. I stayed calm and hit him with the truth. You've been thinking about selling Pixar to someone else lately, haven't you? Next, he is in the same boat, right? Jobs jumped. He asked what I knew about his company, then tried to act like it was all total nonsense. I didn't give him a chance to recover. Stop acting tough, man. You're almost out of cash for your operating systems. I hit the nail on the head. Jobs looked ready to kill. He asked who sent me. I just put my hands up and told him to chill. Apple firing him was their biggest mistake ever. I knew how to work his ego. Touching that nerve made him explode. He yelled that he was the one who built the Apple brand from scratch. Those traitors threw me out like trash. Can you believe that? I looked him in the eyes and promised him that one day, Apple would be desperate for his help. They would beg for him to come back, and it was going to happen soon. Then, I hit him with a deal he never expected. I will solve your problems right now. I'll invest the same amount of capital you put into both companies. In exchange, I just want half the shares in both of them. Jobs was floored by the bold offer. He tried to stay tough and deny he was selling, but his shaking legs gave him away. I just smiled. Your body never lies, Steve. I told him he had it all wrong. I didn't care about running the business. You've already sunk $50 million into these two companies yourself. Since you've spent so much, it would be a shame to lose it all. I'll buy half your stake for $50 million cash. He was still suspicious, so I played my ace. I'll give you all the voting rights and I won't touch the management. With a deal like that, haven't I earned the title of your savior? Jobs thought it over. Half the shares, but I keep total control? Are you trying to feed me candy just to snatch it back later? I looked him in the eye and told him I wasn't like his old partners. I knew he was the goose that laid the golden eggs. I looked him in the eye and told him the truth. Without you, Pixar and Nexty aren't worth anything to me. I'm not here for some random business. I'm here for you. Jobs finally cracked a smile and laughed. I like your style, kid, but why should I pick you when there's a line of people out there wanting to give me money? I asked him if any of those people would give him $50 million and let him keep total control like I was offering. Is anyone else on Wall Street ready to dump that kind of cash into a company that's been bleeding money for years? I knew the tech giants were circling Jobs, but he was hesitant. If he sold everything and walked away, he'd lose his ticket back to Apple forever. I could already see the future clearly. 2 years from now, everything would change. Pixar would explode with 3D animation, and Nexty would merge to bring Jobs back as Apple's CEO. Having the script for the future makes investing feel like a cheat code. Jobs admitted that nobody else was offering terms like mine, even though there were plenty of people interested in taking over his company. He worried that tossing $50 million into a dying company was like throwing cash out the window. He asked what would happen if I never saw a return on my investment. I just smiled and told him the $50 million was just a little fee to make a new friend. I played it off cool, but I knew this deal was going to pay off 100 times over. Seeing how decisive this kid is, Jobs starts sweating. He hesitates, thinking $50 million is way too low for half the company. Mui drops his final card. Look, I will give you full voting and control rights. If I ever sell, you get first dibs on buying them back. Honestly, who else is going to give you a sweet deal like that? Mui makes it clear he can invest more later, but for now, the price tag stays at $50 million. Jobs tries to explain the PC market, but Mui shuts him down cold. $50 million. Jobs starts to say no, but Mui does not budge. He just keeps repeating that same number. Steve Jobs suddenly bursts out laughing. He throws his arms wide and says, "Fine, let us do it. Deal. $50 million for half the kingdom. You are officially mine, kid." Mui smiles and shakes his big partner's hand. He then introduces the guy with him as James Han, his main partner. "Since I will be in Korea, James is your main man for meetings." Jobs looks at Mui with pure curiosity. He asks, "Did you come to America just for me, or what?" Mui just shrugs and reveals he also threw some cash into Netscape, even though it was a small play. Jobs' eyes light up at the name. He nods in respect, saying our visions might actually line up. Netscape has a huge future. That place is going to change everything, especially the World Wide Web. Jobs gets hyped talking about his passion project. It started from Mosex and now it is almost ready to go. This is the future of humanity. He pulls out an old-school cell phone and says, "I am going to cram these features into a phone. It will be an audio device where you can call and play music. The best part? Users do not have to hit the store for CDs anymore. They can buy music online and listen whenever and wherever they want. Pretty sick, right?" Mui acts all impressed. "Wow, that is a killer idea. If we can stream music from the internet, then we could probably read books on there too, right?" Movies, games, pretty much everything, right? Mui is basically leading this genius right where he wants him to go. It is way too easy. That comment leaves Jobs totally stunned. Mui keeps going, saying the phone will basically be a computer, a tiny one for your pocket. Jobs gives a nervous laugh and asks, is that even possible? Jobs looks like he is seeing the future. He mumbles that he has actually tried to imagine that very thing. If everyone on the planet had their own pocket-sized computer, man, this world would be something else. It would be absolutely incredible to see. Mui promises that one day the world will look exactly like that. And if you want to make it happen, Steve, you are definitely the guy for the job. You know this stuff. These two are about to take over the planet together. Jobs shakes his hand again, smiling. Talking to you, Chairman Kim, is actually a total blast. We are in the same boat now, so let us meet up often. After leaving the office, Mui and James head back to their hotel to talk shop. Mui tells him the contract is done. You sent that $5 million to Netscape, right? Tomorrow, make sure to move that $50 million over to Jobs immediately. James looks stressed. Is this really okay? I am worried we are just throwing money out the window here. Mui tells him to relax. In 2 years, we will be drowning in cash. Suddenly, there is a loud pounding on the door. A man walks in and introduces himself as Mu Hyuk from DAE. Mui is confused. The man looks dead serious and says there is an emergency call from Seoul. It is about his friend. His friend, Hyun-sung, was in a brutal car crash and is in a deep coma. Mui is paralyzed seeing his best friend in a hospital bed with tubes and bandages everywhere. Back at the sports university, Hyun-sung is being bullied by his coach. The guy snaps, asking why he is being so stubborn. Why can't you just do what the school wants? Can't you just back down this one time? Despite the pressure, Hyun-sung stands his ground. It just doesn't feel right to me. That makes the coach lose it. You think you are the only athlete here? You think you are special? You are graduating soon. Just help your seniors. Is that so hard? He tries playing nice, putting a hand on his shoulder. Look, we know you are talented, kid. But you are only a freshman right now. He keeps pushing. Janjin is a senior. If he does not make the national team now, he is getting drafted into the army next year. It is his last shot. He expects him to help a fellow student, but it is all just fake talk. Hyun-sung stays silent, then drops the hammer. I am sorry, coach. Disappointed by the kid's thick skull, the coach sighs. Man, this guy is something else. He immediately barks an order to lock the gym doors. The coach snaps. He grabs a wooden stick and slams it into Hyun-sung's back while the kid is bracing for the punishment. He screams while swinging. Who do you think you are, looking down on your seniors and your coach? You want me to ban you from judo forever? He hits him so hard the stick snaps. He is still fuming and yells for a new stick. Someone tries to step in, begging the director to stop before he actually kills the boy. The coach stomps off, grumbling about how kids used to be obedient, but now they are all just stubborn brats who do not listen to anybody. He looks back at Hyun-sung on the floor. Still not changing your mind? He throws the broken piece of wood at him and calls him a total idiot. Watch yourself, kid. You could disappear and nobody would even care. Don't you know who Janjin's father actually is? The coach won't stop complaining. Why be so difficult? If you just yielded, everything would be fine. Right then, a supervisor walks in and shuts the practice down. Coach Kim suddenly acts all humble. Seeing Hyun-sung in pain, a teammate rushes over. Man, you need to get to the hospital right now. Limping out of the gym, Hyun-sung gets stopped by the senior, Chan Jian. Unlike his arrogant father, the director, Jian actually apologizes. He tells him not to listen to his dad. He is just worried about me, I guess. Sorry about that. Then he tells him to ignore the old man and just fight fair and square. Hyun-sung politely nods. Jian tells him to go get checked out. The kid watches him leave with a look of pure relief and serious determination. As the sun sets, Hyun-sung pedals his bike home. Suddenly, a massive truck comes roaring up from behind, its headlights blinding him. He looks back in terror. The truck is flying, closing the gap in seconds. He pedals like a madman to escape, but that giant grill is right on him. That truck came screaming out of nowhere, slamming into Hyun-sung and crushing his bike like it was made of soda cans. The driver threw it in reverse, catching him off guard. He couldn't move fast enough before it crushed his leg. He collapsed on the asphalt, clutching his bleeding wound while those blinding headlights pinned him down. Then, that animal actually hit him again. At Korea University Hospital, Mu Hyuk was sprinting through the halls. He spotted a familiar face and yelled out, Myung-soo. Both Myung-soo and Hyun-sung's father turned around, looking completely wrecked. Mu Hyuk asked, voice shaking. What the hell happened? What happened to Hyun-sung? His father sobbed, saying a witness found him crumpled in the street and called an ambulance. That's the only reason he's alive. Every bone in his body is snapped. He's got a massive brain bleed. If they'd been a few minutes later, he'd be gone. Looking at the mangled bike, his dad choked up. This wasn't an accident. This was attempted murder. These punks tried to erase his entire future. He hung his head, feeling useless. Someone targeted him on purpose, but there were no witnesses. What good is a cop for a father if I can't even help? I can't even track down a simple hit and run. I'm too ashamed to even look Hyun-sung in the eye. Mu Hyuk asked about the prognosis. Hyun-sung's dad was falling apart. It's been 3 days and he's still out. Even if he wakes up, his sports career is over. Walking again would be a miracle. Myung-soo just stood there, dazed. He remembered the call from the weekend. Hyun-sung asked to hang out but said he had to stop by the clinic first. Mu Hyuk was confused. Why a clinic? Myung-soo admitted he was told to keep it a secret. Athletes get roughed up sometimes, so he didn't think much of it. Sitting in the car, Mu Hyuk's mind raced. If Hyun-sung actually admitted he needed a doctor, just how bad was that beating? He pictured Hyun-sung limping, face twisted in pain. When asked if his leg was okay, his friend just forced a smile and brushed it off. He said it was just a training injury. Back then, physical punishment in sports was common, but this felt different. Hyun-sung wouldn't go to the clinic for something minor. His eyes turned cold as ice. He turned to the driver and said, "Manager Ma, I need you to do something for me. If Mu Hyuk is involved, that coach is toast." The next day, Manager Ma handed him a photo of a student and a detailed report. This kid, Jo Chan-ji, is set to face off against his senior for a spot on the national team. There's some serious drama behind the scenes. Turns out, the director demanded the match be fixed. Hyun-sung was the only one who refused to throw the fight, so they started brutalizing him during practice. Mu Hyuk pressed him. "Does this tie back to the accident?" Manager Ma shook his head. "Nothing is confirmed yet." Mu Hyuk snapped out an order. "Dig deeper. Check everything on this Jo Chan-gi guy." After Ma left, Mu Hyuk sat there, hands clenched. Match fixing was one thing, but running someone over for a spot on the team? Even if it seemed like a coincidence, his blood started to boil. If anyone is behind this, even a little bit, they're going to pay 1,000 times over for what they did to my friend. Hyun-sung was still motionless in that hospital bed, hooked up to a forest of machines. Outside in the hall, Myung-soo let out a heavy sigh. "Wake up, man. How long are you gonna sleep? You trying to be Sleeping Beauty?" He choked back a sob, saying, "We promised to make it big together." Mu Hyuk was surprised. "What promise?" Myung-soo looked back at him. "You know, the thing we talked about in high school?" Memories of their school days flooded back as they walked under the sunset. Mu Hyuk had made a sincere suggestion to Myung-soo and Hyun-sung. "I'm gonna make it in Seoul. You guys gotta come with me so you can take care of me. Working alone is a drag. It's better with friends." He threw his arms around them, confident they'd all hustle and end up in the big city together. Back in the present, Myung-soo continued, "We didn't know what you'd need us for, but Hyun-sung worked his tail off to meet those expectations. He practiced like a beast to win an Olympic medal." Mu Hyuk felt a sharp pang of guilt. In his heart, Mu Hyuk saw Hyun-sung as his absolute ride or die, just like Manager Ma. He respected that quiet, reliable guy who always got the job done. Regret started eating at him. He didn't even need that national team spot. Did my words do this? He put his head in his hands, feeling like his own ambition broke his friend. Later, Mu Hyuk sped through the night, hunting for the truth. He flipped through the files. Jo Chan-gi is the son of Jo Hyung-gu, the vice president of the National Judo Association. Manager Ma checked the report. Jo Hyung-gu is the CEO of Gukseong Construction and the main bankroll for the Judo Association. Mu Hyuk muttered the name, Gukseong Construction. They were a small-time outfit in Chungcheong province, but they were actually a front for a violent mob led by a ruthless boss. Ma added that Jo Hyung-gu was a notorious underworld figure back in the day. Mu Hyuk repeated the name, his eyes burning. "Did you track down that hit-and-run truck yet?" Manager Ma's expression was grim. "The police are still looking," he said, "but I haven't heard a thing." Money buys silence, apparently. Fed up with waiting, Mu Hyuk asked Ma if there was another way to find them. Manager Ma didn't hesitate. "I have my ways. If you're okay with it, I'll try it my way." Mu Hyuk called out softly. Manager Ma replied, "Yes, young master?" Mu Hyuk's gaze turned lethal as he thought of his friend. "Hyun-sung is more than just a buddy. We're brothers, and the bastards who did this to my brother, I'm going to handle them personally. An eye for an eye," he gave the order. "Find those lowlifes for me." Manager Ma bowed respectfully. "Understood." The car tore through the night toward the Gukseong construction building. Inside the penthouse office, Jo Hyung-gu was absolutely losing his mind. He hurled a wooden nameplate at his goon's head. "Of all the places to play with a truck, you do it in the middle of the street? You moron." The man just stood there, bleeding and stuttering an apology. As soon as he heard that, Mr. Trung lunged forward and started wailing on Woon Chun's face. "I told you to take him out of the game, not end his life. When did I say run him over with a car? Answer me." Still fuming, he kept swinging until Woon Chun hit the floor. He wouldn't stop trashing him, calling him a useless loser who shouldn't drag everyone else down with his idiocy. After cooling down, Jo Hyun-gu slicked back his hair and gave a cold reminder. Listen, Woon-chun, we aren't some back alley hoodlums anymore. We have status now. If you keep being this sloppy, how am I supposed to trust you with the entire business? Woon-chun could only tremble and sob, stammering out that he was so sorry. Jo Hyun-gu growled, asking about any evidence left at the scene. He made it clear they both needed to stay completely clean in this mess. He pointed a finger right in his face, threatening him. You always overcomplicate things, and then who has to clean up your garbage? That would be me. If you get busted, that is on you. Mention my name, and I will make you disappear from the police force forever. Woon-chun quickly nodded, promising he understood. Jo Hyun-gu lowered his voice, asking about the guys who did it. What is the plan for them? Woon-chun reported that he sent them to Garnium to lay low. Jo Hyun-gu growled a warning to keep their mouths shut. Woon-chun promised that the hitters did not know the boss's identity. He swore that if the cops caught them, he would take all the blame himself and never let it touch the boss at all. Talk about a loyal soldier, ready to go to prison for his boss. Jo Hyun-gu put his arm around his buddy, thinking back on 10 hard years of scrubbing their criminal past to save the gang from the heat. He gave a dark laugh. This is why you guys have a place in society and live such a good life now, right? Woon-chun just bowed and agreed, saying the boss was right and that everything they had was thanks to his leadership. Right after that, Jo Hyun-gu tossed a thick stack of cash on the table. Take this, get yourself patched up, and use the rest to keep the kids in line. Lighting a cigarette, Jo Hyun-gu complained about Baek Hyun-seong. What is up with that kid? He is so stubborn and always has to make things difficult for everyone. Meanwhile, at a deserted parking lot, Manager Ma was meeting an old face. The young guy greeted him warmly, saying it had been a while since they met. Not wasting time, Ma handed over a file and told him to find the hit-and-run truck. Based on the tire tracks at the scene, he figured it was a 1-ton truck. It looked like the driver was a repeat offender when it came to accidents. Seeing his old boss doing such small tasks, the guy couldn't help but wonder, a hit-and-run? Why are we worried about this? Why is a big-shot gangster like you doing this? You used to be famous on the streets, but now you are a detective for the rich? Manager Ma's eyes turned cold as he stated this was vital for the person he served. Seeing how serious it was, the guy agreed. Got it, boss. I will give you a call when I find something. As he turned to leave, Manager Ma asked how long it would take. Tomorrow, the guy replied. By midnight at an old warehouse, Mu Hyuk and Manager Ma finally tracked down the culprits. Stepping inside, he saw a group of guys surrounded and kneeling on the floor in total terror. Mu Hyuk coldly asked who these people were. Manager Ma reported they were just some local punks from the neighborhood. They staged the accident on purpose, and their real target was definitely the kid, Baek Hyun-seong. Mu Hyuk's gut feeling was spot on. He looked at their young, bruised faces and thought it was insane how these kids were already out here doing such terrible, life-ruining things at their age. He growled, asking who sent them. A long-haired guy trembled and begged, "Boss, please, we are just low-level hired help. Please don't take us out of the game yet." Mu Hyuk didn't care about their excuses. He pressed them for the reason and the name. "Speak up, because I never give anyone a second chance." Terrified by the pressure, the guy spilled everything. It was Bae Woon-chun. He ordered us to do it. He told us to make sure that other kids' legs were completely destroyed. Mu Hyuk quietly repeated the name, Bae Woon-chun. His eyes were sharp as he asked exactly who that man was. The long-haired guy explained he was just a neighborhood boss who gave them pocket money sometimes. He heard he was working for some big company lately. That name instantly made Mu Hyuk think of the executive director over at Gukseong Construction. The lackey kept talking, saying that when he gave them the cash, he told them to hit him once and then hide out in Gangneung. That is the whole truth. Mu Hyuk coldly asked how much cash they got paid. While the guy was still stuttering, Manager Ma didn't hesitate to swing his stick for a little rough punishment. Manager Ma is a man of few words but big actions. One hit and the guy was begging for mercy. "Wait, I will talk." But another heavy blow knocked him out cold. Mu Hyuk coldly stated, "I told you, no second chances. How much did you get?" The guy answered through the pain. 500,000 won each. Mu Hyuk did the math. So, 1.5 million won for all three of you. He let out a furious sigh. He couldn't believe that Hyun-seong's entire life and future were ruined over such a ridiculously cheap and insulting price tag. Right then, Mu Hyuk's phone rang. He picked up and told Myung-soo he was busy, but on the other end, Myung-soo was shouting with pure joy. "He is awake!" That tough ox of a guy finally opened his eyes. Mu Hyuk? Hearing his friend was out of danger, Mu Hyuk rushed straight to the Korea University Hospital. He burst into the room, calling out for his father and Myung-soo. Everyone looked back with total relief. Mu Hyuk rushed to the bedside, asking Hyun-seong if he could hear him. Hyun-seong, It is me, Mu Hyuk. Hyun Seong's eyes flickered open, and he weakly managed to whisper his friend's name. Mu Hyuk gripped his friend's hand, overwhelmed. Yeah, it is me. How are you feeling? Seeing him awake brought a massive wave of relief. Thank God, he thought, just thank God. However, that hope was crushed in the doctor's office. Looking at the charts, the doctor said fighting was over. Walking normally again would be a miracle on its own. Hearing the terrible news, Hyun Seong's father completely collapsed. He held his head in agony, crying out about what they were supposed to do now. My boy has lived for sports since he was a kid. If he can't compete, what is he going to do? Standing nearby, Mu Hyuk stayed silent, his eyes darkening with a murderous intent. In the quiet hospital hallway, Mu Hyuk stood by the window and called his team. Manager Ma, it is me. Grab Bae Woon Chun and bring him to me right now. In a secluded warehouse out in the middle of nowhere, Woon Chun was tied tightly to a chair with his mouth taped shut, struggling desperately to break loose. As soon as Manager Ma ripped the tape off, the guy started screaming. You jerks! Who sent you? Do you even know who I am? I am Bae Woon Chun. Mu Hyuk stepped out from the shadows with a cold stare on his face. Oh, I know exactly who you are. Bae Woon Chun from Gukseong Construction, right? Mu Hyuk popping up like that had the thug paralyzed with pure terror written all over his face. Staring at the guy tied up, Mu Hyuk sized him up. Pretty bold. You must have some serious street cred to be acting this cocky right now. You are totally different from yesterday's losers. I mean, just look at that intense, killer glare in your eyes. That killer aura means nothing when you are facing Boss Mui. Even pinned down, B.A.E. Wantun barked out, damn it, who even are you? You are the one who forced those punk kids to talk, right? Fess up. Mui stayed ice cold. He locked eyes with the man and smirked. B.A.E. Wantun. Do you really think my identity matters that much right now? Use that brain of yours for once? Or is that head of yours just for decoration? The gangster roared. What did you just say, you little brat? Before he could finish, a lightning-fast kick from Mu Hyuk's man sent Gwon Chun in his chair crashing to the floor. A rain of brutal blows followed, leaving his face a bloody, bruised mess of pure agony. Gwon Chun lay there crumpled, whimpering like a dog before they grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away like a sack of trash. Mu Hyuk looked down at the pathetic loser and coldly stated, I am only asking this once. Listen carefully. Who ordered the hit on Park Hyun Seong? Gwon Chun tried playing dumb, stammering, Park Hyun Seong, why are you bringing him up to me? Mu Hyuk's gaze turned icy as he leaned in. You had the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it? Think hard. Is your so-called loyalty really worth it? Jo Hyuk was the one who sent you, right? That hit home, leaving Gwon Chun speechless and rattled. Mu Hyuk kept backing him into a corner. I am going to ask you one more time. If I am right, all you have to do is nod. Park Hyuk refused to give Jo Hyuk that national representative spot, so he ordered you to take him out. Then, you paid off those punks to finish the job by ramming a car straight into him, am I right? Unable to argue with the cold, hard facts, Gwon Chun silently nodded, finally confessing to the whole crime. Mu Hyuk's patience finally snapped. He let out a frustrated sigh, fueled by pure rage. Man, I have seriously had enough of this. His face hardened as he snapped an order to Manager Ma. Send them on a trip to the salt mines. Let's see if that sea salt can scrub away their rotten souls. Manager Ma bowed deeply, accepting the command. Understood. Mu Hyuk turned to leave, tossing a final word to Manager Ma. I am heading out first. You handle the rest. Agonizing screams immediately erupted from behind him. A few moments later, Manager Ma walked out to report. It is taken care of, young master. Mui's eyes remained cold as ice. He issued another order. One more thing. I need you to dig up everything on the Gukseong Construction Company. Every last detail. Ongoing projects, financial records, the list of shareholders, everything. Beating people up is just a side quest. Hitting their wallets? Now that is a real death blow. Understood, young master. Manager Ma bowed. In the quiet city night, Mu Hyuk sat in his office, lost in thought, before picking up the phone to call an old contact, Director Baek Jong-soo. It is me, Mu Hyuk. On the other end, Baek Jong-soo sounded shocked. Oh? Mu Hyuk? What is going on? Did something big happen over in Seoul? Mu Hyuk cut straight to the point. Director Baek, it looks like we are going to have to start this earlier than planned. That bombshell left the director absolutely stunned. Cut to Mu Hyuk and Manager Ma walking into a high-end skyscraper right in the middle of Seoul. Spotting him in the lobby, Director Baek Jong-soo waved him over excitedly and shouted, Hey, Kim, get over here. You finally made it? Mu Hyuk sat down across from him and asked, You are here. Is everything back in Busan handled? Baek Jong-soo gave a confident nod to confirm it. Of course. When I handle things, nothing stays messy. Everything is exactly where it needs to be. He explained he followed orders and arrived in Seoul bright and early, then impatiently cut to the chase. So, spill it. What do you need? Mu Hyuk calmly got straight to business. Do you know director Jo Hyo Eun-gu from Gukseong Construction? Baek Jong-soo thought for a second, repeating the name. Oh, you mean Jo Hyo Eun-gu? That guy with the big reputation in Cheongju, right? Noticing Mui really knew his stuff about this guy, the older man mentioned he actually bumped into him on his way here today. According to his intel, Jo Hyo Eun-gu started out running dive bars and host clubs before pivoting into the construction business and climbing his way up to being a director. He tried to go legit, but you can still smell the mob on him. Anyway, why is a guy like that showing up here to mess with you? Mui looked him dead in the eye and dropped a bombshell. I am planning to eliminate Jo Hyo Eun-gu. As for Gukseong Construction, I want you to step in and take over the company yourself. Baek Jong-soo was so shocked he literally jumped out of his chair. He stared back, totally disbelieving. Kid, what did you just say? Take out Jo Hyo Eun-gu and seize his whole company? Even as a guy with street cred, Baek Jong-soo felt uneasy. Look, kid, that old man is more than just muscle. He has got a massive network of powerful people protecting him right here in Seoul. Those connections are exactly why he was able to jump into the business world so smoothly. Mu Hyuk stated firmly. Do not worry, I will handle those shadowy powers backing him up. Still, Baek Jong-soo could not help but ask nervously, but do we even have a shot at winning this? We will only know once we move. But if we are going to strike, we need to know exactly what we are up against first. Mui calmly laid out the game plan. First, we seize Gukseong Construction and establish a rock-solid foundation for ourselves right here in Cheongju. Then, we wait for the perfect moment to officially launch it in Seoul. Hearing this, Baek Jong-soo sighed. Man, you just got here and you are already diving headfirst into a war. So, what is the move? You planning to strike right now? Mui looked him deep in the eyes. Before we start, I need you to do something for me. He coldly revealed the target. Jo Hyo Eun-gu has a son named Jo Chan-jeon. I want you to turn that brat's life into a total living nightmare. That request caught Baek Jong-soo completely off guard. So you are saying, instead of going after the father, you want to wreck the son's career? He reminded Mui of his code. Kid, you already know how I operate. Before he could finish, Mui growled with killing intent. He trashed my friend's leg, so you go ahead and snap his entire future in half for me. Got it. I will handle it starting tomorrow. Mui nodded slightly. Thanks, I appreciate it. Baek Jong-soo stood up, straightened his suit, and laughed. What are you thanking me for? Your brothers are basically my brothers too. Am I right or am I right? Little brother Mui. His eyes turned icy as he doubled down on his rock-solid personal code of honor. Mess with Baek Jong-soo's people, and you will find out real quick why the ocean is salty. That is just how I live. Meanwhile, a luxury black sedan sped through the streets of Seoul, signaling that a brutal purge was about to go down. Manager Ma handed Mui a thick file and reported, Here is all the intel I have gathered on Jo Hyo Eun-gu and his Gukseong Construction. Yeah. Since the company is not public yet, most of the shares are still held by Jo Hyo Eun-gu and his family. However, a few high-level executives in the company still hold a certain amount of the shares. His connections are also anything but simple. He is childhood friends with Assemblyman Kim Se-yang, who is a major veteran in the ruling party. Kim Se-yang is the man behind the scenes providing political and financial support. In exchange, Gukseong Construction gets to handle almost every single building project happening in the Cheongju area. Taking down this clown is easy work. Plus, this construction company basically runs the whole judo association. Mu Hyuk is crunching the numbers. If we snag those free shares, the company is ours. It is not even a challenge for us. When asked about the dirty money, the manager drops a bomb, a whole collection of bribes just for the young master. We do not even have to dig. It is all right here. Once the feds step in, he is cooked. The manager asks, Boss, do we really need them? I can bring in my own heavy hitters if you want. They are way more effective than those guys at the office. Mu Hyuk just chills. In a real war, to crush the enemy, you do not just need guns. You have to turn their own people against them. Raw power does not always win matches. Seeing that look in his eyes, the manager asks, You planning to wipe out the whole family? Mu Hyuk nods. Yeah. This war is happening and there is no way around it. At a fancy mansion, Mu Hyuk meets the chief prosecutor. I looked into Gukseong, the lawman says. It is a small fish. Why bother? Mu Hyuk shuts him down. This is not about the chairman. This is personal. Jo Hyun-gu is going down, and I am the one doing it. The prosecutor looks shaky. Mu Hyuk asks, What is the holdup? You scared of something or what? He sighs. To dig this deep, we need the big guns at the Supreme Office. This goes way up. It leads straight to Assemblyman Kim Se-yang. We are small fry. He is a heavy hitter in the party. Even the president stays out of his way these days. Mu Hyuk is not hearing it. You handle this personally. If the Supreme Office takes over, I lose my shot at him. This has to stay with us, otherwise my plans are ruined. He looks him dead in the eye. My grandpa could fix this, but I want to collect this debt with my own hands. Total baller move. Revenge is better served personally. He starts mapping out the enemy's entire power grid. Assemblyman Kim Se-yang was the inside man who helped Jo Hyun-gu hijack the entire construction company. It started with sports, but now they have got friends in high places all over Seoul. This is not just some small-time scam. It is a massive political scandal involving the elite that is about to blow up. Mu Hyuk plays his cards. Handle this right, and it is your golden ticket. You want to be a superstar in the legal world or not? The prosecutor gets it. So, we are baiting the big shark into the open then? With this evidence, he could have cuffs on him in 1 week. But Mu Hyuk has a twist. Wait, I want you to leak this to the assemblyman first. The prosecutor is confused. Why tip him off? That is like sending an invite to a thief before you raid the place. Mu Hyuk does not flinch. He does not just want a jail cell. He wants total destruction and full cooperation from the prosecution. Meanwhile, at a loud bar, Yohan Jeon is living it up. A girl asks, "Hey, should you be drinking this much right now? You got a big match tomorrow, right? Plus you just made the national team. Maybe slow down?" The brat just laughs. "I am the king right now. Tomorrow is just a victory lap. Pour me another." That other kid? He deserved all that trouble. If he knew his place, he would be fine. But he was just some loser who did not know who he was messing with. Drunk as a skunk, Yokan Jeon stumbles to his yellow sports car in the dark Van Kant parking lot. Then, a voice from the shadows. Jokan Jeon. He spins around to find 3 massive dudes closing in on him. One guy barks, "Come with us. The Justice Department is here to make a delivery." Jokan shakes. "Who are you guys?" The thug just stares. "Shut up and move. You will find out soon enough." The brat tries to act tough. He grabs a guy's shirt. "You know who I am?" He tries a judo toss, but the big man does not budge an inch. "Cute. You really think you made the national team on talent? It was all daddy's money, kid. You are nothing." When he keeps resisting, another guy pulls out a sledgehammer. "We were gonna be nice, but you are slow, real slow." Jokan just shakes in total terror. A second later, blood-curdling screams echo through the empty building in the dead of night. In a parking garage, Director Bat calls Mu Hyuk. It is done. Mu Hyuk smirks. "Good work, uncle." His eyes go ice cold. Time to finish Jo Hyun-gu and take Seoul. Meanwhile, the dad sprints into the hospital, screaming for his son. He sees his kid in traction, legs totally shattered. He is losing his mind. "Who did this? Who broke your legs like this?" Standing there, fuming, he asks, "Did you see them? Were they people we know? Tell me right now." The kid is traumatized. They were dedicated. "They fixed my legs so good I will never step on a judo mat again." Reality starts hitting the dad. His main guy is missing. Something is seriously wrong. Who are these people coming after his family like this? Back at the office, Mu Hyuk picks up the phone. It is the prosecutor. The lawman is stunned. Guk Seong is dirtier than I thought. Corruption, bribes, even missing people. They have been getting away with murder for years because nobody was brave enough to stop them. He says Jo Hyun-gu is a snake. Without the assemblyman's protection, he would have been behind bars a long time ago. Mu Hyuk is cold. Once we grab him, he is never seeing daylight again. Send the team to their office tomorrow morning. He talks strategy with Director Bach. He is going to try to run today. Keep an eye on him. He is desperate now. He told Uncle Park to scour every rat hole for the guy and promised to be there the second they found him. Even though Park said he had it covered, Mu Hyuk wasn't budging. He just wanted to be there to watch it all go down in person. He wanted to see exactly what happened to arrogant jerks in the end. Meanwhile, Jo Hyung-gu's car was absolutely tearing through the city streets at top speed. Suddenly, a panicked call from one of his lackeys made him jump. "Boss, we've got a major problem." Hyung-gu frowned and snapped back. "What the hell is it?" Stuck in his car, Jo Hyung-gu froze as the voice on the line dropped a bomb. "The prosecutors are raiding the office," he screamed back, completely stunned. "The prosecutors?" Realizing there was a warrant out for his head, his face went pale. He barked at the driver, "Spin this car around, now!" Pride was out the window. It was survival time. He bolted straight to a luxury villa in Cheongnam to hide out. But little did he know, Mu Hyuk and Park Jung-soo were already on his tail. Mu Hyuk pointed at the mansion, saying, "There it is, right over there." Checking the perimeter, Uncle Park coolly counted about 10 guys. "Nothing we can't handle," he muttered, completely unfazed by the security. Mu Hyuk gave the cold order. "Time to take out the trash. Uncle, clear this place out. It is an eyesore." Park Jong-soo tossed his cigarette and smirked with total confidence. "Give me 10 minutes. Relax. I have got this." With that, He led the charge inside. Let's move. Inside the villa, Jo Hyung-gu was frantically calling everyone for help, but every single person was hanging up on him. He roared into the phone, "Prosecutor Park, think about all the cash I have fed you. Now you tell me to handle it myself?" The line went dead. He screamed at the silence, "You are just going to wash your hands of this?" He slammed the phone onto the floor in a rage. Absolute cowards. He wasn't done yet. Hyung-gu turned to his man. "Did you get a hold of Congressman Lee yet?" When he heard nobody was picking up, he grit his teeth in fury. That snake. He is fast enough when he wants a bribe, but the second things get real, he vanishes. Right then, the door was kicked off its hinges. Jo Hyung-gu jumped back, terrified. "Who the hell are you?" Park Jong-soo strolled in with a massive sledgehammer over his shoulder and a squad of goons behind him. "Big boss Hyung-gu, been a long time, hasn't it?" Jo Hyung-gu's face went white as he recognized the man. "Park Jong-soo?" Uncle Park gave a wicked grin. "Last time we crossed paths was years ago in Incheon, right? I heard the big boss traded the streets for a desk job to start a real business. Looks like you have been living the high life." Jo Hyung-gu snarled, backing away like a cornered rat. "You bastard, what are you doing here?" Park Jong-soo didn't waste words. He just signaled his crew, "Get him!" A brutal brawl erupted inside the mansion. Screams echoed through the halls as Jo Hyung-gu's guys got absolutely demolished by the overwhelming force. Once the dust settled and the room was cleared, Mu Hyuk slipped in, wearing a black mask to hide his face. A lackey walked up and gave the report. "It is all done, sir. You can go inside now." Inside, Mu Hyuk saw Jo Hyung-gu on his knees, beaten and humiliated. Park Jong-soo was lounging in a chair, dripping with sarcasm. "You had it too easy for too long, didn't you, big boss? Now that you are in this mess, hand over every last share of your construction company to me. You are losing it all anyway. Might as well make it easy. You are going to prison empty-handed." He laid out a cold deal. "Sign this, and I will let you walk into the prosecutor's office in one piece. If not, well, things are about to get a lot more painful for you." Park Jong-soo slammed the documents onto the table and growled, "Sign and seal this right now, big boss. Move it!" Jo Hyung-gu screamed in a fit of rage. "You absolute snake, Park Jong-soo. You are the one who sent people to break my son's leg, aren't you? You are insane if you think I am giving you a dime." Faced with that outburst, Park just coldly reminded him of the stakes. "Hey, I left the kid one good leg, didn't I? Or do you want me to make him a complete cripple?" His eyes turned lethal as he gave the final threat. "One phone call is all it takes to finish the job. What do you think? My boys are at the hospital right now, just waiting for my command." Terrified for his son's life, Jo Hyung-gu completely broke down. He started shaking and begging for mercy. "Please, I am begging you. Do not touch my son." But Park Jong-soo didn't let up. He kept the pressure on. "I am only being this nice because of our history. You should really appreciate that, do not you think? Come on, tell me what you are thinking. If word gets out that you are a loser who got his legs broken by his own lackey, you are finished in this business. If you want a peaceful life, just sign the damn paper." In total despair, Jo Hyung-gu could only wallow in his pain. Sung-yoon stepped up and handed the phone to Mu Hyuk while Jo sobbed and screamed, "Okay, I will do it, I will sign." Park Jong-soo gave a triumphant smirk as the defeated man tremblingly signed his life away. Once the paperwork was finished, Mu Hyuk's man grabbed the documents and confirmed everything was officially sealed. Park Jong-soo leaned in with one last threat. "Remember, if you say the wrong thing to the prosecutors, you are dead meat, and your entire family won't be safe either. Keep that in mind." He made it clear he wasn't leaving anyone out. "As for the shares your wife and cronies are holding, do not you worry. I am going to visit every single one of them and take it all back." Seeing the job was finished, he signaled his crew. "All right, that takes care of that. Let's head out, boys." The gang cleared out fast, leaving nothing but a wrecked room and a broken man behind. Mu Hyuk stayed behind, watching the fallout through his black mask. Once they were alone, Jo Hyung-gu crumpled the leftover papers in a fury and spat out a curse. "Just you wait. When I get out, I am gonna..." Suddenly, he realized he wasn't alone. There was someone standing right behind him. Jo Hyung-gu whirled around and barked, "What now? Who the hell are you supposed to be? If you are done here, then get lost." But the only answer he got was a lightning-fast kick straight to the face. The impact was brutal, sending Jo Hyung-gu flying across the room until he collapsed on the floor. He groaned in agony, gasping out, "You." Mu Hyuk slowly pulled off his mask, revealing a face full of ice and murderous intent. "My business with you is just getting started." He looked down at his enemy with pure disgust and made a promise. "You hurt my friend, and now you are going to pay the price you deserve." Jo Hyung-gu slumped on the floor, trembling. "Who? Who are you?" He was still bitter, spitting curses through gritted teeth. That coward Park Jong-soo. How could he do this to me? About to be slaughtered like a chicken, and he is still talking trash. Seeing him stay stubborn, a lackey grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up. Mu Hyuk stepped closer, mocking him. Still acting all high and mighty? He leaned in close, crushing the man's last bit of hope. If you are still counting on Congressman Kim to bail you out, you should probably just give up now. Because pretty soon, both of you will be catching up in a prison cell. Jo Hyung-gu gasped. What did you say? Mu Hyuk's words cut through him like steel. You have lived the good life for too long. It made you soft and arrogant. You thought you owned the whole world, didn't you? Figured you could do whatever you wanted as long as you had the ruling party politicians backing you up. You had the prosecutors and the cops in your pocket. He exposed the truth about his past, a low-life thug who got rich overnight thanks to his dirty connections. You started in the gutter as a street thug, and suddenly everyone is calling you director this and director that. Must feel great, right? Mu Hyuk's eyes went ice cold as he delivered the news. The whole system behind you, it is all coming down. Do you have any idea that everyone linked to you is getting stripped of everything because of your mess? Your own crew is lining up to throw you under the bus for dragging them down. Seriously, who the hell are you even dealing with? Mu Hyuk smirked, giving an answer that sent chills down the guy's spine. I am the debt collector, kid. I am here to collect the principal and interest for my friend's ruined legs. Recognizing the guy in front of him as the one coming for Baek Hyo-eun, Jo Hyun-gu froze in absolute terror. Stop, just stop, please, just stay back. But it was already too late. Mu Hyuk threw a massive punch straight into the villain's face. A barrage of heavy blows followed immediately, leaving Jo Hyun-gu with zero time to react or defend himself. He crashed into a glass cabinet, shattering it completely. No more acting like a tough guy, the Underworld boss was now groveling at Mu Hyuk's feet. He begged desperately. Please stop, I am begging you. Just let me live, have mercy on me, please. I know I messed up, I was wrong. Please, just forgive me. Seeing this pathetic guy begging for his life, Mu Hyuk felt a wave of sadness for his friend. Was Hyoen's entire life really destroyed by a coward like this? Right then, the authorities burst into the room to take control of the scene. Police! Nobody move! Hands where we can see them! Seeing the cops, Jo Hyun-gu thought he found a lifeline. He scrambled toward them, screaming for help. Save me! Arrest this guy! He is literally about to beat me to death right now. But things did not go his way. A sharp-looking man in a suit walked up and greeted Mu Hyuk. Hello, I am Prosecutor Choi Pae-soo from the Central District Office. I got the call from Prosecutor True. Glad to be of assistance. Jo Hyun-gu froze, realizing he was actually the one being busted. He could only make pathetic noises as the police cuffed him. He struggled and screamed in total desperation, but it was over. You bastards, let me go. Call 911. Call 911. For the next few days, the name Jo Hyun-gu dominated every front page and news channel in the entire country. The situation quickly spiraled into a massive political war. The opposition party called it a government scandal and pointed their fingers directly at the Blue House. The ruling party fired back immediately, claiming it was just a case of individual corruption to distance themselves from the mess. Amidst the chaos, Chief Prosecutor Yoon became a hero for staying strong against the money and winning the public's trust. However, those in power knew the hidden truth. Nobody has the authority to accuse or arrest a member of the ruling party without a direct green light from the president himself. It is all politics. Since the president didn't order the arrest, Mu Hyuk sat quietly by the hospital bed, watching his friend with white bandages wrapped around his head. In the silence of the hospital room, Mu Hyuk asked in a low voice, have you heard the news about Jokan Jian yet? Hyoen just stared at his friend, so Mu Hyuk cold-bloodedly dropped the truth. I had my guys cut his Achilles tendon. That jerk will never dream of stepping into a ring again, let alone becoming a professional athlete. Hearing those ruthless words, Hyoen was completely stunned. Is this really my friend? Mu Hyuk just stayed calm despite his friend's obvious shock. I mean, that jerk is the reason your leg is ruined, he said it firmly. Anyone who hurts the people close to me gets paid back 10 times no, 100 times over. That is the only way I can sleep. Hyoen was totally blindsided when he heard the news from his judo teammates. The entire team was falling apart in absolute chaos. His senior Chan Ji-yeon is now disabled for life. Their coach got busted by the police for taking bribes and rigging the national team selection. The rest of the coaching staff is under investigation and forced to resign. He looked at Mu Hyuk like a stranger and asked, did you really have to go that far? Mu Hyuk coldly asked him right back. You say that, but instead of making him pay, was I supposed to just bring you flowers? You think that is the right move? Is what I did really too much? Hyoen looked deep into his eyes and whispered, Mu Hyuk, right now you are actually terrifying. Mu Hyuk pressed him, terrifying? What does that mean? You think I would ever treat you the same way I treat them? Hyoen replied sadly, no, that's not it. Mu Hyuk, you've just changed too much. Mu Hyuk calmly explained the brutal truth he'd learned. You already know how it works. In this world, if you are too nice, you won't survive. If I didn't do this to them, they would have done it to us first. He said it with total certainty. If you want to survive here, you have to take them out before they make your life a living hell. Hyun could only ask sadly, Mu Hyuk, why did you turn out like this? Seeing his friend's total collapse, Mu Hyuk thought to himself, makes sense. At his age, he is still way too naive to understand how the world actually works. If I want to keep him close, I definitely need time to sharpen him up. One wants to be a saint, the other the boss. He stood up and gave some final words. Get some rest. Take care of yourself so you can get out of here soon. I probably won't be visiting much anymore. Despite his friend calling out, Mu Hyuk just walked away. Meanwhile, in a massive luxury mansion, the powerful Ion Chang-ho was quietly thinking about what his nephew had been up to lately. He wondered why the kid used up every single favor he owed Ion Chang-ho just to take over a tiny construction company and grab a few nobodies. In the fancy room, Chairman John Tae-san took a puff of his cigar. Mu Hyuk is still just a kid. He should have taken everything. Hearing that, the assistant nearby gave his report. The assistant reported that everyone involved was sent to the salt mines he manages, making escape impossible. The old chairman's eyes turned cold. They need to wish they were dead. If he only thought about stealing the company and hurting some gangster's son as revenge, he is being way too narrow-minded. Chairman, it is the modern age. Being too evil makes it hard for anyone to side with you. But the old man stuck to his ironclad rules. Times change, but the core principles of power never change. Once someone becomes an enemy, they can never be a friend. He emphasized that to truly win, you must make the enemy feel absolute terror. And it seemed Mu Hyuk still didn't quite get that. Jo Hyun-gu sat in the interrogation room. He asked impatiently, when do I get out? The man across from him shook his head, saying the political heat wouldn't let this slide. We have to wait until at least next year to even talk about a release. Jo Hyun-gu growled in frustration. What about my son, Chan Jian? Hearing his son was out of the hospital but could barely walk, he went ballistic, cursing Mu Hyuk and his entire crew. I won't let this go. He gritted his teeth and asked for the background of the punk kid who stood up to him that day. The assistant slowly revealed the truth. His name is Kim Mu Hyuk. He is the grandson of Chairman John Tae-san, the biggest shark in the entire private lending industry. That name hit him like a lightning bolt. Jo Hyun-gu stammered, What? Did you say the grandson of Chairman John Tae-san? He started sweating, face turning pale as the terrifying truth set in. We messed with the wrong person. In the dark prison hallway, Jo Hyun-gu walked behind the guard with a heavy heart, feeling the weight of his mistake. Jo Hyun-gu is losing his mind after finding out Mu Hyuk's real identity. He's Chairman John Tae-san's grandson? He stammers in total shock. I didn't even touch the guy. Why is this happening? The only person I messed with was that jock kid. What does some athlete have to do with a heavyweight like Chairman Son? He knows he's in deep trouble, but he's still acting like a total jerk. Strutting through the prison hallway, he grinds his teeth and hisses, Just wait until I am out. I will wreck everyone, even if I am 80 and using a walker. Suddenly, he freezes. Something feels wrong. What gives? Out of nowhere, an inmate blocks his path. The prison guard just turns his head, pretending like he doesn't see a single thing happening. Jo Hyun-gu gets blindsided by a flurry of brutal, fatal stabs. He only manages a choked gasp before collapsing hard onto the floor. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Chairman John Tae-san is laughing his head off. That is my boy. That is exactly how a grandson of mine should act. His assistant is sweating, worried Mu Hyuk is too young for this bloodbath, but the old man just shrugs. To survive, you must be the coldest monster in the room. Grandpa's version of homeschooling is absolutely wild. He casually snips the end off a fat cigar. He claims only being cold-blooded can truly finish an enemy or make them shake with fear. As he sparks a lighter, he grunts, that is the only way you are making it out of the Blue Wind Association alive. His eyes have that seen it all look the look of a man who has survived 100 shadow wars. Inside a swanky villa, Chairman John Tae-san kicks back and chats with another high-level power player. Glancing at his grandson, he hits the guy with some fake politeness. I hope my grandson has not been too much of a bother for you lately. Chairman Song of the Dahyun group just smiles back. Bother? Not at all. Honestly, I have learned a lot from young Mu Hyuk here. He has got ideas I would not have dreamed up in a million years. Song starts teasing his old buddy about the long trip. Did you really trek all the way out here because you missed the kid? Or are you playing the doting grandpa now? Chairman John does not flinch. No need to play a part when Mu Hyuk is this sharp. Song just laughs at how much his old friend has changed. Wow, Chairman Son must be ready for retirement. The man who never dropped a single tear or a drop of blood in his life is suddenly showing up just to look out for his grandkid. Chairman John fires right back. You are one to talk. He thinks back to when they first met. Song was just some construction boss who acted more like a street thug than a businessman. Chairman John remembers the hilarious mess. Let us see. Back then, you were building a factory and you were completely broke, right? You came to borrow money with a hidden weapon and yelled that I would be sorry if I did not help. Song admits he was hanging by a thread back then. If I did not get that cash, the company was toast, so I went all in, Song says. Thanks for the loan. It finished the project and turned us into the Da-hee-un we are today. Chairman John just lets out a loud, smug laugh, clearly enjoying the walk down memory lane. Suddenly, Chairman John gets serious. He wonders why a high-energy guy like Song would lock himself in dark rooms and dive into the absolute garbage fire of politics. Song sighs, sounding pretty bitter. He explains he is sick of politicians treating him like a mouse they can just play with whenever they are hungry. Being a mogul is a drag. I am basically just a delivery guy for their campaign cash, he rants, complaining how they always come begging. They take our bribes, get into power, and then turn around and screw us over. That is why I am running. I would rather spend that money on myself. It is a huge gamble, but I have got to take the shot. Mu Hyuk sits there quietly, but his brain is racing through future memories. He knows Song is about to get massive support in the upcoming election, way more than anyone ever expected. But that sudden popularity is exactly what makes the current president, Kim Man-sam, start shaking in his boots. Mu Hyuk is basically watching a future documentary. To crush his rival, the government will choke off the banks and launch brutal tax audits. They will force Chairman Song to ditch his political dreams just to save his business empire. Chairman John sees right through his friend. He asks if Song is really going to just submit to the government forever. We are old, man. Let us just retire and leave the stage to the kids. Mu Hyuk gets quiet. He knows the brutal, tragic fate waiting for this corporate empire. Chairman Song Aeon-ju will pass away in a few years. Right after, the world-class Da-hee-un group will be ripped apart by his own heirs. They will smash it into pieces while fighting over who gets to wear the crown. Mu Hyuk is busy crunching numbers. He sees the future where the Samsung Group takes the lead. He is determined to snatch up all his grandfather's shares, take over the whole game, and rewrite the future of every Korean megacorporation. Suddenly, a sharp-looking guy with a ton of style walks into the room and politely asks, "Are you busy right now, Grandpa?" Chairman Song smiles and introduces him as Hyun-soo, his eldest grandson. Mu Hyuk immediately recognizes the future third-generation chairman who will eventually rebuild the company from the ashes by snapping up failing businesses. Hyun-soo K. Hello, Chairman Son. You are still looking healthy enough to keep lending our family money, I hope? Chairman Son greets him warmly. Ah, Hyun-soo. It has been a while. He gestures to his own grandson. This is my grandson, Kim Mu Hyuk. Hyun-soo steps up and offers a handshake. I have been seeing you all over the news lately. Great to finally meet you. I am Song Hyun-soo. To give the old men some space, Chairman Song suggests, Hyun-soo, why don't you take Mu Hyuk and give him a tour of the estate grounds? As the boys leave, the two chairmen watch them go. Song gets all sentimental. Look at us. When we were young, we feared nothing and just chased whatever we wanted. Now we are sitting here watching our grandkids grow up. Looking back, it is really something. Seeing his friend get mushy, Chairman Song cuts in. All right, enough with the deep thoughts. Just tell me why you are here. Chairman Song bursts out laughing. You have not changed. Always straight to the point. You are acting like a guy who is desperately trying to hold it in. Chairman John admits he can't hide anything from him. He drops the big news. I am planning to transfer all my shares over to my grandson very soon, and that includes my shares in the Da-hee-un subsidiaries. This leaves Chairman Song floored. Looks like those rumors floating around Myeongdong were actually true. Song is worried about the other heirs. Wait, what about Suman and Suhan? Are they really going to be okay with this? If you skip your kids and give everything to the grandson, you are asking for a world of trouble. I mean, he is your daughter's kid. Why are you favoring him so much over your own blood? Chairman John stays cool. I am still alive and sharp, so I am not worried. I just do not want the boy to have to live a life like mine. His eyes turn cold as he decides the boy's future. I will give part of the business to the kids, but Mu Hyuk, I want to raise him in a clean environment, far away from all the filth of this society. Chairman Song was skeptical. I mean, the kid is only 20. Don't you think it is a bit too early for this? Chairman John just chuckled at his concern. Honestly, for a guy in your position, you are not very sharp. Mu Hyuk is not some ordinary kid. You are just getting old and losing your vision. My grandson sees the future. But that is not all. He might look humble, but when it is time to pull the trigger, he is cold, decisive, and follows his own gut every single time. Over the years, Mu Hyuk has never broken a promise and always crushes expectations. Chairman John then dropped a heavy question with a smirk. Do you honestly think any of my own sons could ever outshine this kid? Chairman Song went quiet for a second. Wow, John, I can't even wrap my head around that. Fine, you have got my attention. So what exactly do you need from me right now? After a tense silence, John lowered his voice and made his request. He mentioned the Blue Wind Society, a name that sent a visible shock straight through Chairman Song. Meanwhile, out in the garden, Mu Hyuk and Hyunsu were having a private chat. Hyunsu smirked and started teasing him immediately. Hey, I saw you all over the news lately. Man, rich kid saying school is easy is just peak comedy. Mu Hyuk just laughed it off, explaining it was a random comment he made while surrounded by reporters. He did not realize they would keep roasting him for it all year long. Hyunsu was hyped. Huh, fair enough, but you are still pretty amazing. Just talk to me casually, okay? I mean, you are 3 years older than me, so no need for formalities. Mu Hyuk nodded. All right, let us do that. He was curious about Hyunsu's goals at Korea University Law School. Did he want to become a prosecutor or was he aiming to be a judge? Hyunsu admitted he was just focusing on passing the bar exam first. As for the long-term future, he had not really figured it all out yet. He mentioned Mu Hyuk's business degree and the typical Chibol plan to study abroad after graduation. Honestly, going overseas is usually just a way to polish a resume, but since he wanted to make his grandfather proud, he was actually putting in the work. Staring at Hyunsu, Mu Hyuk thought back to his past life. He had only ever caught a glimpse of the chairman's portrait at a funeral once, never actually getting the chance to meet. This conversation made him wonder, could this kid sitting in front of him really be the same cold, powerful figure he was destined to encounter in the future? Hyunsu suddenly asked, so what is your grandfather really like? He seems caring toward you, but I bet he gives off some seriously heavy vibes to everyone else, right? Hyunsu opened up, saying his grandfather was the absolute biggest source of pressure in his entire life. Mu Hyuk just chuckled and replied, man, if Chairman Song was my grandpa, I would be stoked out of my mind every single day. Want to try swapping grandfathers with me? Talking about grandpas like they are just toys you can trade. That wild joke caught Hyunsu completely off guard, and he burst out laughing. Inside the room, Chairman John told his friend that Suman and Suhan were no match for Mu Hyuk, but he warned that once he is gone, the Blue Wind Society won't just sit back and watch. He made a solemn request. If anything happens to me, please protect Mu Hyuk. In exchange, I promise to make sure Dahyun has everything he needs to grow and succeed. At the mention of the Blue Wind Society, Chairman Song looked regretful. Back then, we were so desperate we sold our souls to them. Looking back, it was honestly the stupidest move ever. He admitted they had no choice. We started with nothing but our bare hands. Without their help, we never would have built this empire or reached the level we are at today. Chairman John agreed. You are right. They did not just help us here. They backed our global expansion too. Without those guys in our corner, we would not have accomplished a single thing. But that debt turned into exploitation. They used us for everything. Chairman Song revealed the brutal truth. Every time I tried to break free from their control or stand my ground, they just retaliated even more ruthlessly. Chairman John's face hardened. He realized the Blue Wind Society was not just his problem anymore. It was a massive threat to every single one of us. That is exactly why I am here today. I need your help. He looked him dead in the eye and spoke with weight. Chairman Song, please protect my Mu Hyuk. It was a plea from one old friend to another, and Chairman Song slowly nodded in agreement. On the ride back, the chairman spoke up and asked, so how did you and that kid get along? Mu Hyuk shrugged. Honestly, he is way more chill and down to earth than I expected. I thought a Chibol's son would be all stiff and arrogant, but he is actually a pretty cool guy. You probably think he is simple because you are way too complicated, kid. He advised Mu Hyuk to stay in touch and hang out more often. Who knows? Having connections like that might really pay off for you down the road. Mu Hyuk politely agreed. Yes, grandfather. Looking out the window with a distant stare, the chairman's mind drifted back to the dark shadows of the Blue Wind Society. In the end, the mess we created is falling right onto the next generation. All these sins and grudges should have been buried a long time ago, but here we are. Over at Korea University, Hyun-soo was curious. So, Mu Hyuk, I bet you have been grinding hard to get ready for the bar exam, right? You must be prepared. Mu Hyuk just brushed it off, saying he had only done a bit here and there. This made Hyun-soo even more anxious. Look, everyone else seems so confident. Honestly, people are actually starting to worry about you. You barely even show up to class. Are you even a real student? Mu Hyuk just gave a confident smirk. Me? Don't worry. I have always got my gear ready for whenever it is time to hit the battlefield. That cryptic answer just made Hyun-soo click his tongue. Fine, whatever you say, you total dreamer. Suddenly, a classy woman appeared and called out Mu Hyuk's name. Hyun-soo's face turned beet red. Oh my god, is she an actual angel? She is breathtakingly beautiful. My heart just skipped a beat. She walked right up and started grilling Mu Hyuk about how busy he has been lately. You barely got back from the States before your grandfather dragged you off to meet with Chairman Song from Dahyun Group, did he not? Grandpa really favors you lately, huh? Me and Angie have been trying to get an audience with him too. Mu Hyuk looked her straight in the eyes and asked, Are you stalking me or something? She flashed a mysterious smile. Stalking? Let's call it sisterly concern. She leaned in close and whispered, everything is going exactly according to plan, right? Don't you forget it, we are in this together. We are allies. After leaving that calculated reminder, she waved goodbye. See you later, little brother. Hyunsu was still totally dazed, clumsily waving back. Bye, beautiful. Hope to see you again soon. Right then, Mu Hyuk's phone started buzzing. He picked up. Hey, Director Park, if this is not an emergency, can I just call you back in a bit? But Director Park's voice on the other end was dead serious. Mu Hyuk, it is me, Dongsu. I found him. I found the guy you have been looking for. Mu Hyuk froze when he heard the final word. I found the guy from that old blood debt. Get your head in the game. Kid, it is time to go collect. Moments later, Mu Hyuk was standing in front of a building with a flashing sign. As he started to walk inside, a janitor sweeping the floor stepped in his way. Sorry, kid. We are not open for business yet. Mu Hyuk calmly replied, I am here for a meeting. The guy looked annoyed. Meeting? Give me a break, kid. Beat it. You are way too young to be trying to get a drink this early in the morning. Suddenly, a man in a black suit rushed over and smacked the employee across the head. He bowed deeply to Mu Hyuk. You are here, sir. Mr. Dong-soo is waiting for you inside. A staffer asks, Yo, who is the heavy hitter? Who is that guy? A man growls back, Him? That is Boss Dong-soo's right-hand man, obviously. The guy stammers, Wait, for real? Boss Dong-soo's personal muscle? Inside a hazy VIP room choked with smoke and expensive booze, Mu Hyuk sits right across from Director Park Dong-soo. He holds up a photo and says, Yeah, that's him, Choi the driver. I spent 3 whole years in the slammer with that guy. Dong-soo stares at the picture and keeps talking. In prison, the kid looked like a saint. Who knew he was the one with your parents' blood on his hands? He thinks back to their time inside. I asked why he was there, and he said it was an accident. That whole mess got my son hauled into the station constantly. I heard it was a hit and run that left a couple dead right on the street. The cops dragged us in and grilled us for hours. Hearing the details of the crash that killed his mom and dad makes Mu Hyuk's blood boil. Mu Hyuk stays silent, his eyes going dark with pure rage. When he asks why the guy did it, the witness says Choi was just a hired wheelman. Back in 1974, if you were behind the wheel, you were stacking paper. The pay was better than months of hard labor. When things went south, the bosses gave him 10 million won to take the fall. 3 years in prison, then another 10 million won when he got out. The old witness scoffs. The guy was actually proud. He thought the car owner had already fixed everything with the cops and the prosecutors. He had no clue he was just a pawn for the powerful elites. When Mu Hyuk asks where Choi is now, the old man downs his drink and says coldly, he is dead. Hope vanishes in a heartbeat. He had barely finished his sentence before he was killed in another car crash. Mu Hyuk freezes in shock. The old man is certain it was a hit to tie up loose ends, since dying right after getting out of prison is way too convenient. Mu Hyuk grinds his teeth. His only real lead on his parents' murder has been completely cut off. He demands to know why the others in the car weren't arrested, but the witness explains that Choi was actually a pretty sharp guy. Apparently, he secretly recorded the entire conversation of the two masterminds while waiting. Mu Hyuk is desperate to hear it, but the old man starts acting senile, claiming his head hurts and his memory is shot. Knowing the game, Mu Hyuk slams a stack of cash on the table. Suddenly, the old man's headache is cured. Seeing 500,000 won in cash, the old man's eyes light up. Dong-soo is a bit embarrassed by his partner's flashy move, but he still forces the old guy to spill everything right now. The old man takes a sip and remembers. When they hauled him off, they said, Relax. The Thon Fong Syndicate has your back from A to Z. That name hits Mu Hyuk like a ton of bricks. Thon Fong. He remembers his grandpa and ma mentioning them. Was his parents' death tied to this group? He demands to know more. Did you hear any names or specific street names of those thugs? The old man shakes his head. Nah, that is all I know. Nothing else. The old man hesitates. Oh, wait. There was one more thing. Dong-soo loses his cool and snaps at him. Stop playing around, just spit it out. I told you I would take care of you if you told us everything, didn't I? Everyone is losing their minds here, and you are still stalling. The old man mumbles. Fine, fine. Stop yelling. Apparently your mom was targeted because she was born into money and did not watch her back. Something about the Joan bloodline being against the rules and having to kill off your own siblings. Hearing this, Mu Hyuk stands up so fast the table shakes. His mind is racing. Thon Fong, Jo and Sumin, Jo and Suhan, you are the ones who murdered my parents. Pure fury takes over as the brutal truth about his enemies finally comes to light in the dark city. On the drive back, Mu Hyuk stares out the window, piecing it together. If Sumin killed her, it was definitely for the cash. No other reason makes sense. He wanted Grandpa's massive fortune, so he and Suhan decided to take her out. Killing your own sister for money? But why use the Thon Fong Syndicate? If Grandpa ever found out, he would have destroyed them all. He keeps analyzing the play. Suman is a snake. Connecting the dots to his talk with Grandpa, it's possible Grandpa already knows Thon Fong hit her. His eyes turn cold with suspicion. What is the real deal between my grandfather and the Thon Fong Syndicate? Sitting in the car, his mind is a total mess. Did Grandpa know Suman was behind this? And if he knew, why the hell did he stay silent? Did he view her as an outsider, or was he just hiding the truth? The headache and the betrayal are too much. He groans in frustration. Ugh, I am done. Forget the schemes for now. Just take me to Busan so I can eat my grandma's cooking and clear my head. The car rolls through the night toward his old apartment in Busan. When he shows up unannounced, his grandma nearly jumps out of her skin. Oh my, who is this? She starts fussing over him immediately. How is school? You must be working so hard. Is your grandfather doing okay over there? Mu Hyuk just smiles. One question at a time, Grandma. I can't keep up. He puts a hand on her shoulder. I am starving. She panics. Oh, okay, just wait. I'll get dinner ready. A warm spread of home-cooked food is on the table in minutes. It's exactly what he needed. Grandma sits next to him, watching him eat. Were you that hungry? My little puppy is eating like he hasn't seen food in days. Is the food in Seoul that bad? You're a big shark out there, but you're still my baby here. Mu Hyuk eats and says, my stomach's been off lately, and the food up there is bland. This is the real deal. She rubs his head gently. Oh, you poor thing. Then eat as much as you want, my little puppy. Mid-bite, Mu Hyuk goes quiet. He looks at her and says, Grandma, I found the people who killed my mom and dad. Her face goes completely pale. His eyes turn cold and murderous. I am going to catch every single one of those bastards and tear them apart. Every person involved, one by one. None of them are getting away. I will gut them myself. I am going to kill every last one of those scumbags. Seeing him freeze with his spoon midair, Grandma asks worriedly, Honey, why'd you stop eating all of a sudden? Is it not good? He snaps out of it and smiles. It's great, Grandma. Give me another bowl, please. This soybean soup is fire. I was ready to wreck the entire world, but now I am just a hungry kid eating well. Looking at her working in the kitchen, he knows she should not hear this yet. She has tried so hard to move on. Dragging up the truth would only rip open those deep scars again. Revenge is my job now. The next morning, Mu Hyuk leaves the apartment to head back to the big city. Sitting in the car, he tells manager Ma he is going back to driving cabs tomorrow. But first, he has to visit Jun Soo-han in prison at least once. In the prison, Jun Soo-han walks out under heavy guard. He freezes when he sees Mu Hyuk and manager Ma sitting there waiting for him. Soo-han snarls, Kim Mu Hyuk, why are you here? Where is my brother? Mu Hyuk calmly asks. Is it weird for a nephew to visit his favorite uncle? He pushes a plate across the table. Sit down, uncle. I know you love sushi, do not you? Feeling insulted, Soo-han turns to leave. Looking at your face makes me sick. Guard, take me back. Mu Hyuk coldly stops him. Sit back down right now, uncle. If you do not want to lose everything while you are locked up, that one sentence makes Soo-han stop dead in his tracks. He sits down bitter. You little brat, you are just here to steal my father's chairman's seat, are not you? You little piece of trash, he glares with total suspicion. What do you want from me? Mu Hyuk stays calm and asks a question of his own. Uncle, why do you keep messing with me? Soo-han snaps. You do not know? Your mistake was ever joining this family. Stay in Busan. Why come here and cause all this trouble? Mu Hyuk looks him in the eye and starts the mind games. 'Cause trouble? Really? Do you really want to live like this forever, uncle? Always playing second fiddle and cleaning up after your older brother? Soo-han slams the table and screams at him. You want to die, you little bastard? Soo-han is raging, but Mu Hyuk's man stands there like a solid brick wall, not moving an inch for anyone. Soo-han grits his teeth. Who do you think you are, glaring at me like that? The man calmly replies, Sit down, Director Jun Soo-han. Do not make a scene. Mu Hyuk stays sitting with his back turned. Sit down, uncle. Soo-han flops into his chair, growling with pure frustration. Did you come here to mock me? Being locked up here is bad enough. What do you want, you bastard? You love playing the victim, do not you? It is honestly pathetic to watch. Mu Hyuk stays scary calm. I have questions, he says. I heard the truth about how my parents actually died. And I have got some follow-up questions. That shuts Soo-han up. Sweat starts dripping down his forehead. Mu Hyuk leans in close, staring straight into his soul. Something about that story feels very wrong. You feel it too, do not you? My mother was Grandpa's only daughter. Even if they were fighting, she was still family. It makes no sense that he gave up. His daughter and son-in-law die in a crash, and he just ignores it? He never looked for the real killer. That is completely impossible, uncle. Soo-han stammers, trying to cover it up. The police caught the guy already. Why are you bothering me with this? Mu Hyuk smirks, his voice turning ice cold. You know that guy was a fake. It was an accident, right? Then why were there knife wounds on the bodies? He reveals the truth about the fall guy. Someone powerful protected him, and he was out of prison in only 3 years. Who pulled those strings? Soo-han is shaking with fear. I found this out from the police easily. So why did Grandpa never look into it? Did he just choose to ignore it? He squints, pushing a theory that makes Soo-han tremble. Or maybe someone was intentionally hiding the truth from Grandpa this whole time. Like blocking the info or just flat out lying to his face. Under the pressure, Soo-han turns pale. Mu Hyuk watches him closely and confirms it. He is hiding a secret. He asks coldly, "Don't you find it strange, Uncle?" Soo-han sweats and stammers. "It has been almost half a life already. Why dig up old ashes? You will just get the house dusty." Mu Hyuk pretends to agree. True, it has been so long there are probably no clues left. Then he drops the bomb. But someone who knows the real killer is still alive. Soo-han is stunned. "What did you say?" Uncle loses his cool and screams. "Who? You know who did it? Tell me. Who was it?" Mu Hyuk notes that his reaction is very suspicious and strange. If he cared, he would ask who killed his sister, not who did it. Mu Hyuk reveals the target was his mom, and 2 men carried out the hit. I heard from those men that someone named June hired the Thon Fong gang to murder his own sister. Soo-han stares at him in total horror. Soo-han is sweating buckets now. Mu Hyuk keeps the pressure on. This is too good for Grandpa to miss. I am going to tell him everything right now. He adds that a close associate must have blocked the information. Soo-han completely loses his mind and starts waving his hands around in a total panic. "No, it was not me. I do not know anything about that." Mu Hyuk stares him down. "You remember now? Do not you? Tell me what you know. Prove to me that you were not part of it." Soo-han just sits there, silent and paralyzed with pure terror. Mu Hyuk secretly hopes his uncle did not kill his mom. Finally, Soo-han screams in despair. "I did not know anything until after she was gone. If I had known sooner, I would have stopped it. No matter what it took, I would have definitely saved her life." Soo-han panics and screams. "It was Jun Soo-man. He and that gang killed her. I even fought him when I found out the truth, but it was late. Why did not you tell Grandpa?" He slams the table. "Are you even human? Even wild animals care about their own family. You are worse than filthy beasts. You people are worse than animals." Soo-han just hangs his head in silence, broken by his nephew's rage. Mu Hyuk realizes the bitter truth. They tried to kill me too. If they can murder their own sister, a nephew means absolutely nothing to them. He glares at Soo-han with a final threat. "I hope you are telling the truth. If I find out you lied to me, I will make you wish you were dead. Don't mess with a law school valedictorian. He knows how to follow the rules to bury you." Stepping out of prison, Mu Hyuk stands alone by the river as the sunset bleeds red. Questions about his grandfather flood his mind. Did the old man really not know? Or was he just playing dumb because he couldn't let go of his own empire and family ties? He wonders if he can handle it if Grandpa wants to forgive those guilty children. Would he actually dare to defy the old man and chase his revenge all the way to the end? Manager Ma interrupts his thoughts. "The wind is picking up, young master. Let's get in the car and move out." Mu Hyuk asks quietly, "What should I do?" Ma's answer is straight. "Do whatever you want, sir." But Mu Hyuk wonders, even if it goes against the old man's wishes? Ma's eyes turn sharp and he cuts right to the chase. "What are you scared of, sir? Losing your grandfather's favor or getting kicked out of the family and losing your inheritance?" That hits Mu Hyuk hard. He tells himself, he's right. What am I even afraid of right now? Manager Ma pledges his total loyalty. "No matter what you choose, I am sticking with you. Even if I have to leave the chairman, I will go wherever you go, boss." Realizing he said too much, he bows. "Sorry, young master. I crossed the line." Mu Hyuk taps his shoulder. "No, thank you for being real with me. If you ever see me making a bad call, stop me." He walks to the car, eyes fixed on the horizon. "Let's go home, Ma. I need to have a talk with Grandpa." Entering the mansion as the light fades, Mu Hyuk heads straight for the office. "Grandpa, I'm home." The old man sits in his chair, looking up at his grandson. "I thought you would be back earlier. Been that busy lately?" Mu Hyuk doesn't try to hide anything or play games. Mu Hyuk calmly says, "I visited Uncle Suman today." The old man's face drops in shock. He narrows his eyes. "Suman, why would you go see that man?" Mu Hyuk sits down. "I just needed to verify a few things." When Grandpa looks confused, Mu Hyuk stares deep into his eyes and throws the question right back at him. "Grandpa, I assumed you knew everything already." Since the old man stays silent, he drops the bomb. "The truth is, my parents didn't die in an accident. They were murdered." The air in the room turns freezing cold. Grandpa is speechless, totally stunned. Mu Hyuk's eyes turn ice cold as he adds more. Both Uncle Suman and Uncle Suhan were involved. Hearing that, the old man closes his eyes. His face is a mask of pain and regret. like a dark family secret was just ripped out into the light. Mu Hyuk stands up and snaps. You knew this whole time, didn't you? If you knew, why did you stay silent and keep me in the dark? Years of bottled up rage finally explode. He screams, all these years, I have been bowing and calling the people who killed my parents uncle. Mu Hyuk growls in bitterness. Were you going to take this to your grave and let me hate you forever? Deep down, he finally starts to understand the truth. He realizes why, in his past life, Grandpa kept him around even after everything fell apart. It was because the old man felt crushed by guilt over his daughter's death. He knew that if the family fortune went to those cold-blooded snakes who would even kill their own blood, the entire dynasty would eventually crumble and rot away for good. In his painful memories, Mu Hyuk remembers Grandpa dying before he could fix anything. And in that life, those same people ended up killing him too. Back in the present, Grandpa is shaken. How did you dig up such a deep family secret? Mu Hyuk reveals. I heard Suman hired the Thon Fong Association. At first, they only wanted my mom, but then they killed my dad too. Mu Hyuk glares at him. What kind of organization is this Thon Fong Association anyway? Why would he need them to take out my mother? The old man closes his eyes, sounding broken. Every sin in this family starts with me. He starts telling the brutal truth. The Thon Fong Association isn't just some gang. They control politics and finance both here and across the ocean. You know how it works. Loan sharking doesn't survive without heavy backup. In the past, I used their power to expand my reach. At first, it was just business, but then they started demanding more. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore and yelled at them. Get out! I am not giving you another cent, a man in a hat told me coldly. Chairman John A., you are making this difficult. You promised to help us unconditionally whenever we called for a favor, remember? I snapped at them to stop the fake morality. You have been sucking me dry for years. You know exactly what you've taken from me already. The debt is paid. Get out of my sight and don't come back. The group just turned and walked away without saying another word. Before leaving, the leader dropped a lethal threat. You will soon realize that today's decision was the biggest mistake of your life, Chairman John. Not long after, he got the news that his daughter was gone. He admits to Mu Hyuk, her death was the price for me standing up against them. Mu Hyuk wonders if this group is really that powerful. Can they actually trample over everything his grandfather has built? Grandpa remembers the horror. After that tragedy, he was forced back into a deal with them. In that meeting, he set one clear rule. Don't touch my family. He reveals that Suman was pressured so hard he had to give up his sister's location, even though she had cut ties with the family years ago. The old man sighs, trying to defend his son. Suman was just a messenger. The other guys were the real monsters. He is only a little bit evil. Mu Hyuk counters coldly. No, you know how greedy your sons are. He looks Grandpa in the eye. You might want to believe that, but I definitely don't. Mu Hyuk faces the bitter truth. Even if the gang pulled the trigger, the ones who gained the most from his parents' deaths were his two uncles. His eyes burn with a murderous intent. No matter what, I am never going to forgive them for what they did. Shocked by his grandson's intensity, the old man stands up and yells. But Mu Hyuk doesn't flinch. He stays calm and says, I am not stopping this revenge. The deal for payback is sealed. Nothing is going to stop him now. Looking at his cold face, Kim collapses into his chair, totally drained. He hides his face and asks, They are your own blood, aren't they? They carry my legacy. Must you really do this? Mu Hyuk just stays silent, letting the tension choke the room. After a long silence, he speaks. Chairman John, I'm leaving this to you. Mu Hyuk stares his grandpa down with a chilling warning. If the old man stays silent now, it won't be long before the next person murdered by those monsters is his own grandson. Right now, the once powerful chairman did not look like an unshakable mountain anymore. He just seemed like a frail old man ready to let everything go. His grandfather replied in pain, Even if you are right, how could I ever kill my own children with my own hands? I promise you, that will never happen as long as I am still breathing. Mu Hyuk does not back down. He makes one final demand. At the very least, get them out of my sight. Send them somewhere far away where I cannot see them. Take back everything you gave them so they finally learn their lesson. Do that and I will let them go. Without cash, those uncles are nothing but paper tigers. It was a cold move. He knew he could end them any time, but he did not want his grandfather to see the family crumble into pieces again. The old man stays silent, so Mu Hyuk stands up. If you won't agree, I am out of here. He coldly declares that he is going to level up. When he returns, those uncles are officially done for. Watching his grandson walk away, the old man panics and calls him back. Mu Hyuk, wait. After an internal struggle, he finally caves in and says he understands. Grandpa hangs his head in defeat. Fine, I accept. Do whatever you think is best. That night, at a small rooftop apartment, Myung-soo jumps when he hears a loud pounding on the door. He opens it and asks who is there. Seeing Mu Hyuk looking totally crushed, Myung-soo worries if he got dumped. Mu Hyuk does not say a word and just asks for a drink. He grabs a bottle and chugs the whole thing in one go, leaving Myung-soo totally speechless. Myung-soo keeps pushing him for a real answer. Is it something serious? Did something happen in Busan? Crushed by the truth about his family, Mu Hyuk starts sobbing. Deep down, he feels sorry for himself and his late parents who are already gone. In the quiet room, Chairman Jin mutters bitterly, "My daughter is gone, and there was nothing I could do." He painfully admits that he knew all along how Ju-man teamed up with the Alliance to commit that horrific act, yet he was too weak to stop them. He looks at his loyal assistant and scoffs at himself. "You probably think I am just a useless old father, do you not? I know you always loved her like she was your own flesh and blood sister." When she was mentioned, memories of the kind girl flooded back into the mind of Myung-hoon. He stays silent, his face showing sadness over the chairman's family tragedy. Suddenly, the old man calls his name, Myung-hoon. He quickly replies, "Yes, sir, I am here." The chairman's eyes turn ice cold as he asks a heavy question. "If I decide to take on the Alliance right now, can we actually win?" The question leaves Myung-hoon totally stunned. The chairman growls, "Only one side gets to survive. It is either me or them." The old man is finally fired up, and when he gets like this, you better just stay back. Facing his boss's declaration of war, Myung-hoon quietly analyzes the reach of their powerful enemy. He knows the Alliance does not work alone. Even if they take out one branch, dozens of other groups would jump in to take their place. It is like fighting a many-headed monster. Unfazed, the old man plays his final ace. "What if we use the secret ledger of illegal payments to take them down?" Myung-hoon is absolutely floored by such a bold and dangerous move. The chairman reveals he has a book documenting every single bribe he ever gave to politicians, high-ranking officials, and officers who have been working for the Alliance all these years. After a moment of silence, Myung-hoon thinks it over. However, he points out the steep price. The second you use that book, every bit of power and influence you have will vanish instantly. He warns his boss that even if they win, he will lose his wealth, his family, and even his life. The chairman sighs deeply. "So, even with my ultimate weapon, it is still only a 50-50 shot at winning, right?" Back in his office, he realizes that the Alliance is just waiting for him to finally pass away. He knows that compared to him, dealing with his sons would be easy. If he dies, those boys will inherit everything and become even bigger puppets for the organization to control. Turning to his assistant, he says firmly, "Myung-hoon, playtime is over. Tell them to hand over the deeds and cards." This old man is taking everything back. Meanwhile, at the corporate office, Chairman Seo is shocked when his in-law calls him up. He asks, "What is going on? Why are you suddenly talking about a divorce?" Chairman Jin calmly says, "It is not about your family, it is about mine. Please understand the asset split. Anyway, move on." Seo demands an explanation about the divorce and the future of the kids. Chairman Jin stays firm. "I am sending them abroad forever so I do not have to see them. I will provide for them." Before the other guy can react, he adds, "Myung-hoon is on his way. He should be there. Tell the kids to sign the papers." This demand makes Seo furious. This old man always gives orders. "My whole life, I have been spinning like a top, following his every command." He is bitter about being forced to obey without even getting a real explanation for it. Seo wonders if the chairman still thinks he is just a yes man. The chairman simply says, "I respect you, but stay out of my family business." "Not backing down," Seo growls a threat. "Do not underestimate me. Don't forget, I can still help your older brother." Even though he is the leader now, he knows his older brother is just waiting for a chance to steal his seat. He has to be careful. Seo worries that if the chairman supports his rival brother instead, he will definitely lose everything. When he hears the pushback, the chairman asks if he is being threatened. Seo says he will act. The chairman warns him not to make a mess. Just wait for Myung-hoon and sign the papers. Once the call ends, Seo explodes with rage at that nasty old man who acts sweet on the phone but is pure evil. He wonders when he will finally stop being a puppet. A million questions race through his head. Is the chairman trying to cut ties, or is he planning something behind his back with his rival brother? Right at that, the daughter and her husband enter. "Dad, we were shopping nearby and decided to stop by." Seo screams at them. He is losing it because the chairman wants a divorce for some reason. A divorce? For real? The daughter is shocked. Seo mocks the situation. "Your father-in-law must have lost his mind. He says he does not care about the money. Just sign the papers and leave forever." Manager Ha is heading here with the divorce papers. Gisu is freaking out. She asks what the heck Dad is up to. Suman looks like he is totally in the dark on this one. Haekyoung keeps going. She says they just saw his father a few days ago, but lately, they barely even talk. "You know how our relationship is," she starts, but the secretary cuts her off. "President, excuse me, Manager Ha Myung-hoon is here." He walks in looking like a literal ice cube. It has been a long time, everyone, he says. President, Madam, and little Miss Gisu. Nice to see you. Ha Myung-hoon coldly drops the file on the table. These are the divorce papers for the young master and his wife, he announces. The sudden appearance of that folder makes the room feel incredibly tense. Seo Eungan cannot believe his ears. Is this for real? What is the actual reason? Manager Ha just stays stone-faced and tells him he cannot say anything. It is strictly business, apparently. Knowing how stubborn his in-law is, Seo Eungan sighs in total defeat. He turns to his daughter and gives her a sharp order. Haek-young, just do it. Haek-young is shocked. But Dad, I am too old for a divorce. What about the kids? Can you please talk to my father-in-law for me? He is someone we can negotiate with, right? But Seo Eungan just yells, stop making a mess of this, just sign it and get it over with. With her dad breathing down her neck, Haek-young reluctantly signs while Gisu watches. Seeing his daughter in pain, Seo Eungan silently fumes with rage. That old man Cho Dae-sun is really something else. Standing next to her mom, Gisu is totally confused. This drama feels way too familiar. She is betting her monster cousin has something to do with this whole mess. Meanwhile, over at the corporate headquarters, Cho Soo-min is about to face a very harsh reality check. Manager Ha Myung-hoon slides the signed folder across the desk. The madam has already finished signing. Now we just need your signature, director. Soo-min loses it. He flips the papers into the air and screams. Damn it! Is everyone insane? Whose idea was this divorce anyway? Ha Myung-hoon stays totally chill. He leans down to pick up the scattered papers and says firmly, this is a direct order from the chairman. Then, he drops a heavy threat. If you do not sign, the chairman will handle this personally. Soo-min is stunned. He cannot believe what is happening. A divorce? Why is he forcing me to get a divorce? Is he really trashing a 20-year partnership with the Samjin group? Soo-min finally sees his father's deep scheme. He growls, knowing that Ji-hoon and Gisu will soon be running the whole show. This is just a play for the Cho family to take over Samjin, right? He planned this from the start, forcing me into a marriage just for this power move. But Ha Myung-hoon just coldly tells him to pack his bags for an overseas trip. Soo-min explodes with rage. What did you say? Is this all because of that Mujin kid? He wants to hand everything over to that brat and kick me out of the country? I am his eldest son. Soo-min starts swearing like a sailor, totally losing his mind. Damn it, has that old man gone senile? Hearing the director's insults, Ha Myung-hoon shoots him a sharp look. Director, I suggest you be very careful with your words right now. But Soo-min is not having it. No way, this cannot be happening. Do you think I am some idiot who will just walk away quietly? Seeing how stubborn he is, Ha Myung-hoon drops a warning. Do not expect your gangster buddies to come save you. That plan failed a long time ago, director. Soo-min flinches and tries to deny it. What does the Storm Association have to do with anything? Ha Myung-hoon stares him right in the eye. Do you honestly think the chairman has no idea what you have been doing behind his back? Soo-min starts shaking. What are you even talking about? Ha Myung-hoon's eyes turn ice cold as he presses for an answer. Why? Tell me, why on earth would you do something like that? He brings up the painful memory of Soo-min's poor sister. She said she did not want a massive inheritance built on the blood and tears of others. She chose to walk away and leave everything to you. Pure hatred flashes across Ha Myung-hoon's face as he corners him. But why? How could you be heartless enough to send people to hunt her down and kill her like that? Cho Soo-min is terrified, sweat pouring down his pale face as his old crimes come to light. He starts panicking and denying everything. No, that is not true. That is not how it happened. Myung-hoon, you have got it all wrong. You are totally mistaken. How could I possibly kill Mi-suk? It was not me. I would never kill my own sister. Sweating bullets while still playing the victim, he tries to rush out to get help. I am going to see my father and clear this up. But Myung-hoon coldly blocks his path. You will not get a chance to see him. Myung-hoon delivers the cold, hard orders from the chairman. He was very clear about his instructions for you. If you keep trying to go to the mansion, your only option left will be a final sacrifice. He pushes the documents forward. Please finish signing these divorce papers now. I still have to handle all the asset division. Then Myung-hoon announces the exile. Once you have seen your family, you better be ready to go. You are leaving for Australia tomorrow. Feeling totally humiliated, Soo-min roars. You are just a lackey. Who are you to give me orders? Despite the screaming, Myung-hoon keeps a totally deadpan face. He just repeats the demand. Please hurry up and finish the stamping procedure. Now, he threatens him in a terrifyingly calm voice. If you keep stalling, I will have to cut off your finger and stamp it myself. Consider it a special divorce service, complete with sharp butcher tools. The pressure is suffocating. Soo-min is shaking like a leaf, with sweat pouring down his entire face. He holds the seal, but fear makes his hands shake uncontrollably over the divorce papers. Finally, under that terrifying threat, Soo-min is forced to slam the seal down onto the contract. Myung-hoon takes the papers and coldly announces that the flight to Australia is all ready. Do not be late. After he leaves, Suman sits frozen in his office, his face twisted with pure, bitter hatred and resentment. He grits his teeth, wondering how his father could just kick him out like trash. Is this really it for Cho Suman? He quickly picks up the phone to make an emergency call. Once the call connects, he sounds dead serious. Yes, it is Cho Suman. I have a major emergency right now. We need to meet immediately. Only when he is in deep trouble does he remember his gangster brothers. Soon after, he arrives at a fancy estate to meet the powerful chairman. The boss is calmly trimming a bonsai tree. He speaks up. Suman is kneeling on the floor, his face full of fear and bitterness. If things keep going like this, I am going to be kicked out of my own house and left with nothing. My inheritance will vanish, and I will lose everything at Samshing. Seeing how pathetic the man looks, the boss gets straight to the point. So, what you are saying is, you want to get rid of that Mujin kid? Suman confirms it without a second thought. Yes, boss. The boss narrows his eyes, judging how cold-blooded his subordinate is. You went after your sister, and now you are targeting her only son? Suman, you are even more ruthless than I imagined. Suman keeps pushing his calculated argument to win him over. Look, boss, if that kid runs off with all the money, you will definitely be left with nothing too. The boss goes quiet, thinking it over. Has Cho Daesun really chosen his grandson as the new successor? If your plan is to take out the heir, do you think your father is just going to sit there and watch? He is warning of a brutal war if Suman acts like an idiot. If we push too hard, he might just bring his entire crew here for a final, bloody showdown against us. And if that happens, both sides are going down hard. The damage would be absolutely insane. While casually trimming some leaves, he drops a cold piece of wisdom. Everything is planned out. Like a bonsai tree, you cannot just hack away whenever you feel like it. You wait for the branches to grow, then you snip them to get the look you want. The leader calmly cuts a small twig and says, "Relax, do not sweat it. That disrespectful brat is just a side branch. When the time comes, I will snap him off." He tells Suman to play nice for now to avoid the chairman. "When the time is right, I will bring you back." He growls. "But remember, I never give second chances." Suman bows low, trembling. "Yes, thank you, leader." But leaving the room, his eyes burn with rage. Mu Hyuk, just you wait. I am definitely coming back for you. The boss wonders, what is the deal with Mu Hyuk? What makes that kid so special that Taesan chose him as the heir? He would rather dump his own flesh and blood than cross him. He smirks. Time to investigate. If Taesan betrayed me, I want his head. Mu Hyuk wakes up at Myung-soo's place looking like a wreck. His friend checks in. "Oh, you are finally up. How are you feeling, man?" Mu Hyuk mumbles and rushes to leave. "Sorry about this, man. Go back to studying. I am heading out now." But Myung-soo stops him. "You drank way too much to just walk out. Sit down, eat some ramen, then go wherever." Over a simple meal, Myung-soo gives him a pep talk. "Mu Hyuk, whatever happens, just do your thing." He looks him in the eye. "If you need anything, just holler. I will be your right-hand man." Mu Hyuk smiles, feeling the love. "Yeah, thanks, Myung-soo." Myung-hoon reports back. Hearing his son left without a fight, the old man wonders, did that kid really just give up so easily? He knows his son too well. That guy will never let someone else decide his fate, so he tells Myung-hoon to keep a close eye on him. Suhan is headed to Prison E. He is losing all his perks, just like the chairman ordered. But deep down, the old man still cares a little. He tells Myung-hoon to make sure the families are taken care of. If they need cash or anything else, handle it. Myung-hoon nods. Understood. Mu Hyuk walks in. His grandpa asks where he has been. Mu Hyuk calmly says, "Just had to clear my head, Grandpa." Mu Hyuk sits down. "I am not mad. Stop letting your conscience eat you alive. I am trying to understand you. You are just protecting the family, scared to lose everything you have built." Mu Hyuk promises he will crush it so Grandpa does not feel lonely with the others gone. He tells him, "You have to trust me." The chairman nods. "Fine, thank you." Mu Hyuk immediately brings up the next plan. "I am ready to get serious about work." Grandpa is shocked. "I need to see all your loan records. They just made up, and now he wants the money." Grandpa is still stunned by the record request. He explains he needs to see how things run to reorganize. Keep the good stuff, trash the rest. The market is shifting fast with new rules. If we do not prep, we get swept away. Mu Hyuk looks hungry. "I want to lead this change. When I take over, I will build an untouchable empire for us." Grandpa watches him, impressed. Mu Hyuk stares back. "I want to build a golden legacy that no one can mess with." Chairman Taesan smiles. "That sounds pretty interesting." He calls the assistant. "Myung-hoon, get in here. Give the kid all the deeds and the debt lists. He is the boss now. Every last record." Myung-hoon bows. "I have got it, sir." Chairman says, "Looks like you got your way." Mu Hyuk smiles. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa asks about his goals. I have one question for you, about changing the world. Mu Hyuk stays cool. I promised, right? Just watch me. I need one more favor, though. Tell me everything. I need to know every detail about the Blue Wind Society. Who are these people and how do I take them down? I want to know why even you could not stop them, even after they were so brutal to your own daughter. Suman and the others teamed up with them to kill Mom for the money. Maybe they even killed me in my past life. If that is true, I will never forgive them. My life is on the line. They could strike again. Grandpa warns him. Do not dig too deep. Do not go up against those people directly. It is a cursed history, and I will end it myself. Mu Hyuk snaps back. I am already involved. In this position, we are bound to clash. Let me handle it. I will never forgive who killed my parents. Grandpa is silent. He looks completely exhausted and totally helpless. Finally, the old man decides to act. He shouts, Myung-hoon, bring me the ledger from the safe. Myung-hoon heads straight for a secret corner, revealing a hidden safe tucked behind the bookshelves. Watching his every move, Mu Hyuk thinks to himself, I knew Grandpa would stash it right here in his office. So this is it, my grandfather's secret safe. Mu Hyuk flashes back to his past life. Word was that after the old man passed, they found the safe, but it was totally empty. Talk about bad luck for his uncle. Myung-hoon respectfully hands the ledger over to the boss. Grandpa cracks open the book and starts spilling some seriously dark secrets. Inside is a massive list of Thon Fong Association puppets, all the people they own. We are talking about the country's elite politicians from every party, government officials, the military, police, judges, prosecutors, journalists, and even university professors. It is a dense web of corruption. Mu Hyuk shudders, realizing how terrifyingly huge this group really is. They are literally trying to puppet the entire nation. Mu Hyuk looks his grandfather in the eye and asks, who is the actual leader of this crazy pyramid scheme? Chairman John T-san goes quiet for a long beat before shaking his head. Honestly, I have no clue. I have never actually met the boss. He explains that the Thonfong Association isn't just one group. It is made of countless tiny cells and individuals. It is so massive and spread out that even low-level members have no idea who is on their side. He reveals that whenever he gets a money transfer order from the group, he plays along and pretends to follow it. But behind the scenes, he is tracking exactly where that cash goes and why. Never underestimate a boss's memory. This secret book is a full list and a detailed diary of every move the association makes. Chairman John says he has bet everything on this. He knows that when things finally reach the breaking point, a total war with the association is inevitable. He sees this book as the ultimate weapon, something that could take down the entire organization in the blink of an eye. He is confident he has these loan sharks by the throat and can control them at will. Still, he is being careful. Now is not the time to show off. If they fought today, his chances of winning would only be 50%. Watching him, Mu Hyuk realizes his grandfather has zero intention of quitting. He is just playing it cool and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Payback for the people who murdered his family is right around the corner. Suddenly, Mu Hyuk makes a bold move and asks, Grandpa, that ledger? Please give it to me, okay? That request catches the old man so off guard he actually loses his legendary composure. He flatly refuses. No way. If you hold this book, you will have immense power, but you will also never be safe again. He insists he is not handing that book over to Mu Hyuk because he refuses to let him get dragged into this death trap. The old man says, This is my fight. Do not get your hands dirty for nothing. He is worried that the kid's stubbornness will just get him killed early, and that is something he could never live with. Seeing how firm the old man is, Mu Hyuk just nods. I get it, Grandpa. I have memorized everything you taught me, but he is not giving up on his goal. His eyes burn with determination as he declares, Fine, from this moment on, I will build my own strength to take them down. I will be strong enough to win. Mu Hyuk looks his grandfather in the eye and says, When that day comes, you have to give me that book. The old man just sighs, his mind racing as Mu Hyuk stares him down. I am begging you. Seeing his grandson's drive, Chairman John finally nods. I understand. Once you are strong enough, I will hand it over. I will hand the ledger over to you then. Mu Hyuk bows respectfully. Thank you, Grandpa. I appreciate it. Before he walks out the door, he turns back with a sharp challenge. Keep your eyes open, Grandpa. I am going to turn that whole association into nothing but dust. Watching Mu Hyuk walk away, the old man sits in silence and wonders, did I just say something completely pointless? He sighs, conflicted. I do not even know what I want anymore. Should I keep this secret until I die, or drag the Thon Fong Association down to hell with me? Standing nearby, Myung-hoon says quietly, I think young Master Mu Hyuk is going to figure everything out sooner or later anyway, and he is definitely already planning his revenge in secret. Chairman John nods in agreement. Yeah, If it is Mu Hyuk, he will never let this go. He worriedly tells his assistant, keep an eye on Mu Hyuk for me. That association is not going to just let him be. Especially their leader, Lee Eon-hyun. The image of the boss with bloodshot, murderous eyes flashes in his mind, cranking up the tension. The old man growls, we cannot let Mu Hyuk fall into his hands. Night falls as Mu Hyuk sits lost in thought, his car speeding through the city. He cannot stop wondering, why is Grandpa hiding the identity of the big boss? Tired of being in the dark, he turns and gives an order. Manager Ma, I need you to dig into the Thon Fong Association. Find out who is really running the show. Manager Ma accepts the mission. Yes, sir. I will report back the second I have the details. Mu Hyuk stares out the window, his gaze hard and focused. This group is way more powerful than I ever imagined. He tells himself, if I want to crush these guys, I need to level up and become a powerhouse right now. His eyes turn cold with rage. He swears to himself that he will make them pay for murdering his parents. Right after that, he heads over to the headquarters of the Gukseong Construction Company. When he walks in, Director Baek Jong-soo greets him with a huge grin. Oh, it is you! The kid finally showed up. Walking into the office, Mu Hyuk calmly sits down and asks, how are things going? Is business still booming? Baek Jong-soo kicks his feet up and laughs. I have no idea. Ha Myung-hoon handles everything. Anyway, thanks to you, I managed to snag that construction company. It is actually a pretty sweet setup. You handle the hard stuff while I just sit back and relax. Mu Hyuk keeps pushing, asking how the company has been lately. Ha Myung-hoon adjusts his glasses, looking totally serious. He explains the lingering issues and the specific construction projects they took over from the Jo Hee-eun side. After this round, it is basically over. I am worried it will be hard for us to land more contracts. Before, they always had to pay someone off under the table to get the work. Totally unfazed, Mu Hyuk states firmly. Do not worry about the workload. I am going to make Da Hyun hand over plenty of contracts to us. Ha Myung-hoon is stunned. Isn't Da Hyun the biggest company in the country? Mu Hyuk warns everyone. Keep the business clean, guys. I do not want to have to bail you out of jail. That is too much work. Turning to Baek Jong-soo, he gives his next order. Director, make sure you take good control of the Yeongdeung-po area. From what I know, there are no big gangs there, so it should be easy. He made it clear cash was no object and told Uncle Pak to beef up the squad. When asked about Jo Hyun-goo's old goons, Uncle Pak said he'd already kicked those losers to the curb and sent them packing for good. He only kept a few errand boys around so Uncle Mai could see if he could talk some sense into the club owners first. Mu Hyuk was dead serious. Look, if you need funding, just holler. I can get you whatever you need, but there is one rule. Do not ever touch the drugs. Baek Dong-soo just laughed it off. Man, don't worry about that. You think your uncle is still some low-level street thug? Still, he wondered why Mu Hyuk was in such a massive rush lately. We just touched down in Seoul, so is not moving this fast a bit much. Mu Hyuk stared back with eyes that could drill holes through him. Uncle, I need you to push this expansion into overdrive right now, because we are about to go head-to-head in a much bigger war, a war that is going to be brutal. Huge congrats to us for crushing the first round of exams. To our friendship, everybody, bottoms up! The sound of glasses clinking echoed through the expensive room during our celebratory bash. The results for the first bar exam were finally out, and all 5 of us totally nailed it. Holding his wine glass high, one friend cheered. Man, it feels incredible that every single one of us actually made the cut. Everyone really put in the work, but someone else immediately shot back with a smirk. More like we were the only ones actually grinding. This guy Mu Hyuk is a total freak. He did not even study, just ate and slept the whole time. Our friend in glasses stayed serious though, warning us that we better double our efforts for the next round. Round 2 is a whole different beast, so getting ready is going to be a nightmare. You can practically smell our brains frying already. Since Mu Hyuk just sat there smiling, his friend got suspicious. Mu Hyuk, why are you just sitting there? You need to get ready too. To everyone's absolute shock, Mu Hyuk dropped a massive bombshell. I am not taking the second exam. The whole group gasped in disbelief. Wait, what? Why not? Mu Hyuk looked them straight in the face with total confidence. Look, I never actually planned on becoming a lawyer in the first place. If I keep going down this road, I am just wasting my time. I would rather quit now than do something halfway. That bold answer made our friend in glasses sigh. That is such a shame. I really thought we were all going to be lawyers together. Mu Hyuk gave a reassuring smile. Look, just because I am moving on does not mean our friendship is over. Not by a long shot. We might be headed in different directions, but I know if any of us get into trouble, the rest will have our backs. Right? We should hang out all the time, okay? He was dropping out, but still acting like the group's big brother. Right then, the friend in glasses remembered something huge. Oh man, that is right. My grandfather said he really wants to meet you. Let me know when you have some free time. Mu Hyuk was stunned. Wait, your grandfather is the former Supreme Court Chief Justice Oh Dong-siu-si, right? His friend nodded, saying as soon as the old man heard your name, he insisted on a meeting. He leaned in close, totally nosy. Okay, seriously, who are you? Tell the truth. How does my grandpa even know who you are? Mu Hyuk was confused. Why on earth would your grandfather want to see me? His friend just shrugged his shoulders. Honestly, I have no clue. I can never tell what is going on in that old man's head. Just then, Eon Jaeha chimed in. Oh yeah, my dad said he wants to meet you once too. Mu Hyuk fell silent. Even Ion Jaha's father, the most famous power player in the legal world, Jaha kept talking, explaining that his dad had met everyone else, but not him yet. Since the other guys are all pursuing law careers, meeting them was just about networking. But you are the outlier. I told my dad you do not care about the law, but he was still dead set on meeting you. Mu Hyuk realized his reputation was spreading fast, even if some of the rumors floating around were not exactly what you would call friendly. But that was the whole point of starting this little social circle. If you cannot buy people with cash, you use your personality to recruit them to the team. Mu Hyuk turned to JH. Fine. I will meet with Hu Yengu's grandfather first, and then I will get in touch with you. Just let your father know for me, okay? JH happily agreed. No problem. Oh Hyu Un-u looked totally baffled. My grandfather has never cared about my friends before, but even GHA's dad wanting a piece of you, it is unbelievable. Kim Mu Hyu, who the heck are you? Seeing his friend get suspicious, Mu Hyu figured it was time to change the subject fast. He shot back with a question. Hyu Un-u, you are still planning on becoming a prosecutor? Is that really the move? My grandfather was a Supreme Court Chief Justice and always wanted me to be a judge. But being a judge is the same road he already walked. It is just a repeat. It feels like such a cliché. As a prosecutor, I can actually climb even higher. I do not want to be some legacy judge just because of my family. I want to hunt down criminals myself. He took a sip of his drink and kept going. My dad and my brother both chose to be judges, but not me. I never even considered that as an option for my life. Mu Hyuk gave him an encouraging smile. Whether you are a judge or a prosecutor, I know you will crush it. Hugh Nu whispered a thanks. Right then, Min Kyu walked up and called out softly, Mu Hyuk, want to get some fresh air? I think I drank a bit too much and my head is spinning. The two of them headed outside for a little heart-to-heart. He is the classic rich bad boy that every girl falls for. She finally agreed to his investment deal, adding that if she could not pay it back, she would pay him with herself. Seriously, any guy would love that, but he did not let it shake him because he had way too much on his plate. Mu Hyuk finally got the chance to meet OD, a man of serious principles. As soon as he saw him, the old man sitting in the chair spoke up. Now that you are here, have a seat. I am Dan Siyuk. He turned to his grandson. Hyu Un, go help your grandmother with something. I think she is looking for you. Sending the kid away to interrogate his friend, huh? Hyu Un politely obeyed and left. Mu Hyuk sat down slowly. Yes, sir, thank you. Oh, Dan Siyuk looked him dead in the eye. So, you are the grandson of Chairman Tran Pai? Mu Hyuk calmly corrected him. Actually, I am his maternal grandson. The old man made some polite small talk. Is Chairman Tran still doing well these days? Mu Hyuk nodded. Yes, sir. My grandfather is doing just fine. Hearing that, Oh Dong-ziuk's lips curled into a slight smirk. Is that so? Well, that is good to hear. Mu Hyuk could feel the atmosphere getting heavy. The old man was definitely playing mind games. Suddenly, the look in Oh Dong-ziuk's eyes turned razor sharp. He grilled him with a direct question. Tell me the truth. Staring back at Oh Jon-seok's piercing gaze, Mu Hyuk realized this meeting was about much more than just saying hello. Facing the suspicion about his motives, Mu Hyuk calmly explained his side. Are you suggesting I am getting close to people for a specific reason? I think you have got it all wrong. Hyu Un-u and I are just classmates. Oh Dong-zio would not let it go, though. He kept digging. You are saying you have no other agenda? Mu Hyuk did not flinch for a second. He was totally blunt about his philosophy on making connections. If you are asking if I had a plan, then yes. Ever since I entered the real world, I have learned to be much more selective about who I call a friend. Look, when I vibe with someone cool by accident, I call it fate. It would be a total waste not to keep that energy going, right? The old judge still has that stone-cold face. He is grilling me again, asking if I am just using his grandson for some shady endgame. I looked him dead in the eye and told him straight. None of us, not even his grandkid, know where we will end up. Life is a gamble. Honestly, I am way too busy to waste my time investing in anything that does not have a guaranteed payoff. I do not do charity work with my schedule, and I definitely do not play games. That real talk made the old man smirk. He asked if I was so busy cleaning up after my uncles that I skipped my exams. Deep down, he was low-key blown away by how cold and decisive I was standing right there. He is thinking about the guys who were supposed to inherit the loan shark throne, the heavy hitters of this country's shadow economy. And yet, they all got wrecked by some kid who vanished for 20 years only to show up and snatch the crown while they were not looking. That is why he had to see me. I realized this former Supreme Court judge is not just some retired boomer. He knows exactly what is happening on the streets. It is actually pretty wild. This guy is not your average judge. He is built different. You cannot just throw a stack of cash at him and expect him to fold. Then he pivots to school. He says, "You are the valedictorian, but you ditched the exam? You just gonna let that degree collect dust?" I told him the truth. I passed the first round, but if your heart is not in the second half, you are just wasting space. I quit because it was better for me and better for everyone else competing. No point in half-assing a law career when I have bigger fish to fry. The old man actually looked impressed for a second. He nodded and said, "Yeah, kid, you have a point." He told me that taking the test without wanting the job is an insult to the kids who actually care. Then he leaned in, eyes narrowing. "So, what is the move then? You gonna follow Chairman's son and become the new king of the underworld? Are you ready to get your hands dirty?" This old judge sure loves his dramatic titles. I just laughed. King of the underground? Man, if my grandpa heard that, he would lose it. But seriously, without guys like him, none of those big corporations back in the day would have survived. He was the engine keeping the whole economy running when things got ugly. He tried to backpedal, said he was not dissing the chairman. He knows my grandpa was a legend of that era, but he thinks the path he took was just too violent. Too much blood on the money, I guess. That is how he sees it from his high bench. I did not even flinch. I clapped back at him immediately. Back then, everyone was playing dirty. You think law, business, and politics were clean? No way. It was all extreme and violent. I told him straight up that it is thanks to people who survived that chaos that my generation even has a world to live in today. We owe them for that. I looked him right in the eye and dropped the truth. I told him my era with Hugh New is going to be a completely different animal. He went quiet, then said he could tell by my vibe I was prepping to be the next big loan shark boss. I did not deny it. I told him I actually see it as my responsibility to take over. I have got bigger dreams than just hiding. I do not want to stay in the shadows forever. It is time to step into the light. The world is changing, and we have to evolve if we want to stay on top. But look, you cannot have light without the dark. If the shadows disappear, the whole world falls into pure chaos. The old man just sat there in silence for a long time after I said that. He said he thought his grandson was just some innocent kid who only hung out with good boys. He never expected him to have a friend as intense as me. His grandkid might be soft, but his circle is definitely built different. I am the wild card. I told him I would be stopping by more often. He just laughed and said, "Sure, why not? What power does a retired old man like me have anyway? I am just a guy in a chair." He says he just watches the news now, but I know better. This guy was the Supreme Court most ambitious player. He has still got that hunger for legacy, even if he is acting retired. He does not care about fancy stuff or money, but he will die for his honor. To me, honor is just a fancy word for leverage. And leverage? Well, that is the real secret to holding on to power in this game. That is why people still chase his ideals. When the whole country finally goes bankrupt, this guy's reputation is going to be my ultimate golden ticket, my life jacket in a flood of red ink. I am playing the long game while everyone else is panicking. Back at the mansion, Grandpa's son was waiting. He asked, "So you are done meeting with that judge? What is the verdict?" I told him yeah, and I am pretty sure he did not catch any of our weaknesses. Honestly, if you two had met back in the day, you probably would have been best friends. Total partners in crime. Grandpa just gave a dry laugh. Me? Friends with that guy? Yeah, right. He got serious fast and pivoted to the business. He asked about the loan audit. I pointed at the yellow files on the desk and told him I finished checking everything. It is all junk debt, Grandpa. Just a bunch of bad IOUs. He looked at me with big expectations and asked what the plan was next. I broke it down slow. Most of these loans are about to go toxic, so I have decided we are calling them all in. Every single cent. I know the score. If someone is coming to a loan shark, they are already totally underwater. I was doing the math in my head. Most of the debt Grandpa holds will be worthless the second the IMF crisis hits like a hurricane. He was shocked. "You mean all of it?" I did not blink. "Yeah, every bit. We are grabbing everything we can before the whole market burns to the ground." He frowned, looking suspicious. "So you are just going to quit the family business? You are walking away from the money?" He said we live in an era where loans build empires. You cannot just snatch it all back at once. It is impossible. I stayed calm. That is exactly why we deal with them now. I can see the future. And this currency crisis is not some sudden accident. It is a slow-motion car crash that has been building for years. It is the result of mountains of debt finally collapsing under their own weight. Grandpa's son just stared at me, processing the logic. Then he turned to his assistant, Myung-hoon, who was standing in the shadows. and asked for his take on my crazy plan. What do you think? Myung-hoon broke the silence. Honestly, sir, I think the young master plan actually makes a lot of sense. Our job is not just paperwork, and it looks like his top guy has already switched sides to Team Youth. Grandpa finally nodded. Fine. Do it your way. If you need some muscle or backup, just tell Manager Ha. He is all yours for this operation. I bowed politely and thanked him, but then he looked deep into my eyes. One more thing, he said. What exactly are you going to do with all that cash once you get it back? I laid it out. I am going to loan that money to the biggest, most legit corporations. We are only doing deals with solid collateral. No more risky gambles. We are moving up the food chain and playing with the big boys now. I already had the whole board mapped out. I knew that after the IMF crisis hit, the guys holding the debt would have the ultimate power to decide who lives and who dies. My goal was to be at the top of that food chain, holding the leash. And look, the 1997 Asian financial crisis did not just pop out of nowhere. The fuse was actually lit way back in 1994 over in Mexico. It was a global domino effect. Over in New York, inside the Dream High Invest office, Han Ki-young was grinding away. The hustle never stops in the city. He picked up. Hello? I told him it was me. He got all hyped up. Big boss, New York is popping off right now. We are just waiting for your signal to pull the trigger and make some real bank. I casually asked how things were going. He gave me the rundown. Everything is moving smooth. The trap is set and we are ready to roll. Found our guy. Mui keeps digging, asking if he has rubbed elbows with the local finance big shots yet. Raising a glass at a fancy gala with foreign partners, Kyung Yang confidently says, yeah, I am always at these parties. Everyone knows me. Mui is cold and calculating, telling him not to get cozy with them, just keep burning through the cash. Suddenly, Mui's voice gets dead serious. Listen up, I have got something huge for you. You need to hear every single word I'm about to say. Kyo Ui-an is confused, asking what is up. Mui starts his financial assault. If the Mexican government tanked the peso against the dollar, what do you think happens next? Kyo is stunned, asking about a currency devaluation. Mui sounds certain about the massive market crash coming in late 1994. Mexico will slash the peso's value to boost exports and refill their foreign reserves. Kyo yells into the phone, totally shocked. You have got to be kidding. No government is that reckless. That is financial suicide. Mui calmly fires back. But what if they actually do it? He starts breaking it down. If that happens, trust in the peso vanishes. Foreign investors will yank their cash out and Mexico's economy will dive into pure, unadulterated chaos. The reality, devaluing the peso will make everyone doubt emerging markets. Dollars will flee even faster, forcing Mexico to beg the IMF and the United States for an emergency bailout. Mui realizes that Han Kyung-yang finally gets the master plan. Choosing Han Kyung-yang was the right move. He predicts that by the end of the year, right before Christmas, the peso will get slashed twice. If we go all in and leverage up to $300 million, Kyung-yan starts sweating bullets just hearing that number, nervously asking about the risk. Will any bank even touch a deal that big? Hold on, are you seriously planning to use $300 million as collateral for this insane bet? Mui stands firm. You heard me right. That is why you need to get close to the big corporate finance guys. Someone will take the deal. Q snaps. You are tripping on some crazy AI power if you think this works. Unfazed, Mui sets the timeline. December 20th and 22nd of this year. That is when we bet it all on the peso crashing into the dirt. Just max out the leverage for me. Q warns that if they lose, all $300 million will go up in smoke. Mui just smirks with cold, sharp eyes. But if we win, we will be making trillions of won. And trust me, losing is not an option. Kyo literally screams into the phone. What? Seriously? $300 million? He cannot believe his ears. That is basically your entire net worth, minus what you put into those stay shop companies. You are putting it all on the line. Mui, if we lose this, we are jumping into the river. Tell me you are just messing with me right now. He sighs, exhausted, and slumps into his chair. Well, win or lose, I have confirmed one thing for sure. Kyu Eung-yang groans in defeat. Man, you are a total freaking lunatic. Mui stays chill and asks about the deadline. Q warns him, we need this done fast. The contract has to be signed by August because of the Mexican elections. After that, people will start catching on and it will be too late. Mui is decisive. Go find a place that will give us that leverage. Mui gives his partner full control over the deal. You handle the contract. You are the expert here. Way better than me. I am just the information guy. If I could do it myself, I would not need you. He ends with total confidence. I trust you, so you just need to trust me. Mui knows this is the ultimate test for Han Kyo Eung-yang. He calculates coldly. If I give him the info, and he still cannot pull this off, then he is useless to me. No point in keeping him around. Standing in front of the massive Manga USAK building, Kyo repeats Mui's words like a vow. I trust you, so you just need to trust me. Guess I am all in on him. This is either going to make me filthy rich or leave me stranded on a desert island. Kyo grips his briefcase and steps inside for the gamble. That night, in a luxury mansion, an angry roar shatters the silence. Mu Hyuk, you absolute scumbag. Who does this guy think he is dealing with? In Seoul, before the sun is even up, Mu Hyuk gets a call from the States. Q is on the other end, shouting with excitement, Hey, you crazy bastard, I signed it. He describes the meeting with Tom House, the CFO of Mango Sack. The guy with the smug mustache introduced himself. Hey there, I'm Tom House, but call me Tommy. Tommy's laughing now, but he will be crying later. He heard the offer and thought only an idiot would say no. He basically summarized the whole bet for us. Right now, Mui is betting that the exchange rate goes from $1 for 3 pesos to 5 pesos per dollar by next January. The bank is cocky because Mexico just joined NAFTA in early 1994. With those deep U.S. ties, everyone expects them to join the club of developed nations very soon. Foreign investment is flooding in. Everyone sees Mexico as a stable, high-potential rising star in the global market. They think the country is a safe bet. A 60% crash in just 6 months was unthinkable to the finance world back then. Tommy double-checked the numbers. Is the total transaction 300 million? Q didn't flinch. Yes, I want to use that as my margin and max out the leverage as high as it goes. He played a mind game, saying, either we do it or I take my business across the street. Scared of losing a whale, Tommy panicked and kept him there. No need to look elsewhere. We can handle it. He shakes Q's hand warmly. Dream high investment. This looks like a great deal. Let's do this more often. Behind Tommy, the junior staff couldn't hide their smug grins. After the signing, Q sat alone with a stiff drink, calling Mui with a sarcastic little smile. Those guys are grinning ear to ear thinking about their bonuses. They probably think some dumb Asian guy just walked in and handed them a fortune on a platter. He scoffs. Honestly, only a fool would pass up a deal like this. Mui hears the news and just says, good work out there, man. Kyo reminds him to stay sharp. I set the expiration for the end of January. Mui is still just lying in bed. When Mui asks about the leverage, Q just says 30 times. The number stuns Mui for a second, but he immediately tells him he did a great job. On the other end, Q is losing his mind from the stress. Mui just smiles and says, that is my guy. I knew I could trust you. Deep down, Mui is thrilled. You did it, you crazy bastard. He calculates that with this leverage, he's just placed a $90 billion bet using only $300 million. While Mui stays calm, Q is hitting full panic mode. $300 million. That is more money than most people could even dream of touching. Just like that, it's all gone. Man, I can't believe this. The pressure from that mountain of cash is killing me. Q Neon is literally losing it, asking, Hey Mu Hyuk, can I just go back to Korea already? Mu Hyuk just stays frosty. Calm down, man. We are only getting started, so do not go getting cold feet on me now. He promises a golden future to settle his partner down. Hang in there, buddy. Suffer for a few more days and you will go back to Korea as a king. But things move fast. The North Korean leader, Kim Il-sung, suddenly drops dead right before the big summit. In South Korea, Chairman Song Yang-do of the Jia-hyun Group officially announces he is stepping down and walking away for good. Meanwhile, Mu Hyuk's crew is totally killing it. Myung Hong-soo and the others all crushed the second and third rounds of the bar exam. 4 sophomores passing this elite test at the same time? It was a massive shock to the law department at Korea University. As December 20th crawls closer, Mu Hyuk's stress levels are hitting the roof. Under the glowing Christmas lights downtown, he is silently watching the Mexican peso slowly bleed out, just like it has been doing since June. He stares at the newspaper, low-key panicking. Crap, did I buy too much? What if I accidentally derailed the entire future? Over in America, Kyo Yang is having a total meltdown. He calls up, whining, Mu Hyuk, man, are you sure about the 20th? I cannot eat, I cannot sleep, nothing. But Mu Hyuk stays solid as a rock. He looks out the window and quietly reminds him, look, it is going to be fine. Just trust me and wait. Everything starts playing out exactly the way Mu Hyuk remembers it from the original history books. Chaos in Mexico hits a breaking point. Assassinations, government infighting, and armed revolts everywhere. Mu Hyuk stares at his phone. It is a tragedy for the Mexican people, but he is secretly praying for the disaster to hit hard. Even with the guilt, he knows there is no turning back now. Please, brain, do not fail me. Trillions of one are riding on these memories stuck in my head. Then, Judgment Day finally arrives. It is December 21st, 1994, Korean time. Mu Hyuk sits frozen in his room, laser-focused on the phone sitting on the table, just waiting for the final results to drop. While Mu Hyuk is lost in thought, the phone suddenly starts vibrating like crazy. He grabs it immediately. It is Q Yang on the line. Q Yang is screaming with pure excitement. Mu Hyuk, the Mexican government just blew the peso's exchange rate wide open by 13%. Just like you said, they devalued the currency. Mu Hyuk stands there, totally stunned. Everything is actually happening exactly the way he predicted it would. In Mexico, foreign investors start panicking and pulling their cash out fast. It is a full-blown crisis of confidence for the peso. In just one single day, a massive $6 billion was drained right out of the Mexican central bank. Absolute chaos. But that was only the beginning of the nightmare. By the 22nd, the Mexican government pushed the rates even further and triggered another massive round of devaluation. Nobody on Wall Street saw this coming. They did not think the new government, just elected in August, would have the guts to tank the peso that aggressively. Kyo Yang is dripping sweat, his voice shaking over the phone. Mu Hyuk, you were right. Do we cash out? Do we close the deal now? Mu Hyuk stays cold. No, wait until next month. He knows the history. The peso is going to keep crashing until it hits rock bottom in January. Despite the insane stress, Kyo Yang decides to bet it all on Mu Hyuk. Fine, let's do it. Look, if you told me to jump off a bridge right now, I would probably do it. I am in this until the end. Just tell me when it is time to cash in. The year 1995 rolls around, and just like Mu Hyuk remembered, the peso keeps into a freefall even after the new year. Mu Hyuk's eyes turn stone cold as he watches the numbers drop. He puts the phone to his ear and gives the order. It is time. Close the deal. Sell everything. A moment later, Kyung-yeon confirms it. Trade closed. The money is in. We are billionaires now, boss. The multi-billion-dollar deal wraps up as a massive success over at the Mango Sack headquarters. Kyung-yeon walks into the office and tells his partner, "Good job today. I am glad our first big play with Mango Sack was such a banger." Tommy is just sitting there, totally paralyzed, sweat pouring down his face in pure shock. He stares at Kyo Yang and stammers, "Did you know? Did you actually see this coming? Did you really predict all of this 6 months ago?" Kyo Yang just lets out a slow, mysterious smile that says it all. He shrugs and says, "No way, Tommy. I am not some kind of god. How could I have known? But everyone knew the peso was overpriced, right? Man, talk about overacting. That smirk is a little too obvious, buddy." Kyo Yang flashes a triumphant grin and says, "Look, I just placed my bet on the inevitable, and I won big." Meanwhile, over at the Mango Sack office, the mood is straight up depressing. The assistant rushes in, looking terrified, and tells Tommy, "Boss, the chairman just called. The whole team is fired. We are all done." Inside a fancy luxury villa, Mu Hyuk stands by the window, listening to the final report on the other end of the line. Kyo Yang tells him, "Mu Hyuk, it is over. We cashed out." Mu Hyuk calmly asks, "So, how much did we make?" The answer leaves even him stunned. $25 billion. $25 billion. That is a truly insane amount of money that even Mu Hyuk cannot believe. At the current rate, that is 20 trillion won. But if the exchange rate spikes to 2001 per dollar during a crash, that fortune would explode to 50 trillion won. Mu Hyuk smirks, feeling himself a little. "I wonder if I am officially richer than the chairman now." For him, this massive win was only the warm-up. In a fight between someone who knows the future and big banks just taking guesses, Mu Hyuk is 100% sure he cannot lose. Not a chance. How could you possibly fail in a game where you already know the other guy's hand before the first bet? With all the huge opportunities coming his way, this was just the very first card he played. Mu Hyuk stares out at the sparkling city lights, already planning his next move. The opportunity will come back around. In 2 years, the same disaster that wrecked Mexico is coming for this country. His buddy clinks glasses with Mu Hyuk, cheering loudly. "Great results, man. Seriously, thank you. This is all because of you. Without you and the chairman, I would probably still be a total bum." Mu Hyuk looks at his friend and asks thoughtfully, "So, what are you going to do about school now?" His friend replies, "Well, I cannot just drop out completely. I will probably just take a break. No matter how good the legal training centers are, they cannot beat having a degree from Korea University." Mu Hyuk takes a sip of beer, thinking about the unwritten rules of the prosecutor's office. Hierarchy and rank are everything there. If someone with a lower rank gets promoted to chief prosecutor, all the higher-ranking officials usually just quit on the spot. It has basically become an unwritten rule in their intense world. He realizes that all he is doing right now is just bringing a few people together and giving them a small push toward change. He knows they would have ended up in law anyway, but Mu Hyuk still cannot predict how this tiny little shift will cause a massive butterfly effect in the future. He is just along for the ride right now. Myung-soo suddenly brings up their friend. Even Se-hong called me to say congrats, but I guess some people still haven't checked in. Mu Hyuk just shrugs. Let him mope for a bit. He will come crawling back eventually. After that mess, Hugh and Hwon Zi-hong ghosted the sports world, dropped out of school, and bolted to Busan. Neither of them has sent a single text since. Mi Eung-soo was totally heated. What is with these guys? Are you two dating or what? Mu Hyuk thought to himself, maybe I should head down to Busan too. You coming with me? While you are there, stop by and check on Grandma for me. She is probably lonely. Hearing that, Myung-soo just froze in his tracks. Lonely? What are you talking about? That guy is practically living at your grandma's house eating her food every single day. She did not tell you? Mu Hyuk was stunned. Meanwhile, at the family mansion, the chairman asked about his exiled sons, Soo-man and Soo-han. How are they doing? Myung-hwan gave a formal report. Soo-man is currently laying low at the house in Australia. He refuses to even step a foot outside the door. As for Soo-han, after being moved to a different prison, he is keeping a low profile. He is struggling, though, since all his previous royal perks were stripped away. His glory days are officially over. Chairman Cho sat in his office, letting out a heavy sigh. Gi-hwan and Gi-shu probably hate my guts for what I did to their father. To this day, not even one phone call. Manager Mi-ung-hoon added to the report. I heard that young lady Gi Yi-ang arrived back in Korea with her mother just last week. The old man was shocked. Gi Yi-ang is back? Why did she not call me? When the manager suggested calling her over, the chairman waved it off. Forget it. They probably hate me. Right then, Mu Hyuk walked in. Grandpa, I am home. The old man looked up. You are back? Seeing his grandfather's gloomy face, Mu Hyuk asked if something was wrong. Chairman Cho dodged the question and told him to go to his room. Watching the old man's lonely back, Mu Hyuk wondered if he was finally feeling guilty for cutting everyone off. He realized that even a stone-cold man like Tran Tae-san was just a lonely old guy once he reached his sunset years. Back in his room, Mu Hyuk was taking off his jacket when his phone started buzzing like crazy. Who could be calling at this hour? He answered, This is Kim Mu Hyuk. After a long silence on the other end, he snapped, Hello? If you have something to say, just say it. A shaky female voice answered, Brother Mu Hyuk, it is me, Tran Chi-yang. Out of nowhere, his long-lost cousin was calling. Mu Hyuk realized it was Tran Swan's only daughter. Since Gi Yang studied abroad her whole life, they barely knew each other. He remembered her living overseas, only seeing her a few times at funerals or family memorial services over the years. Unlike her brothers Gi Hwan and Gi Soo, this girl never showed any interest in the family business or the corporate power struggle. Mu Hyuk figured she was 4 years younger than him, so she must be starting high school now. He calmly asked, Okay, what is the matter? Gi Yi-ang hesitated. Do you have any free time tomorrow? The question made Mu Hyuk pause. He realized he had almost forgotten about this specific family member. He figured if things went like his past life, she would not be a threat to his plans. But she still had Tron blood. When they met, Gi Yi-ang immediately burst into tears and apologized. Mu Hyuk was confused. The girl just kept sobbing. I'm sorry, she cried. I am just so sorry for everything. His cousin was clearly a total wreck. Mu Hyuk handed her a handkerchief to calm her down. Stop crying or people will think I am a bully. Gi Yi-ang took it, shaking. She wiped her eyes and then let out a massive honk, making him jump. Gi Yi-ang started opening up. I heard everything about your mother. Even though I do not know exactly what my dad and uncle did to her. Mu Hyuk brushed it off immediately. Why are you apologizing for that? That happened before you were even born. It is not your fault at all. But she would not let it go. Even if he is my father, if he treated a sister like that, I could never forgive him. What my father did was absolutely horrific. She looked down. That is why I had to see you and apologize in person. It seems the kids always end up paying for the father's sins. Mu Hyuk looked at her. Honestly, it would be a lie to say I was not uncomfortable meeting you. But I know this is not on you, so stop feeling guilty. If you need to cry, just do it and then move on, he said firmly. We are still family, so you can always talk to me. She started to relax a bit. I was so worried, she confessed. I am an only child, and when I met Ri Kwan and Ri Soo, they were always so cold. I was terrified that you were going to be just like them. Mu Hyuk was impressed by her guts. You were brave to come see me. That is respectable. She is only 17, not even out of puberty yet. But she has got some real spirit. I would have hidden away. He changed the subject. I heard you were studying abroad. Are you just visiting family before you head back out? Ji Yi-ang shook her head. No, I am staying in Korea for good. After the drama with my dad, things got messy with my mom's family. Mu Hyuk realized he caused that mess. He asked what her plans were. She looked lost. I do not know. I guess I will have to register for school here soon. Everything is so different from my school overseas, so I am pretty overwhelmed. Mu Hyuk pushed further. Do you have any dreams? She shrugged. I am only 17. Memories of his past life flashed back. He remembered rumors that Gi Yi-ang wanted to be a singer, but her family shut that down fast. She hesitated. I am not sure yet. It is all blurry. but I know I want to do something that involves music. Mu Hyuk questioned her. Don't you need some kind of natural talent for that? He looked at her doubtfully, but she stood up immediately to prove him wrong. No way. I can actually sing really well. If you heard me, you would be obsessed. The future idol of the Cho group was standing there with a red face. Mu Hyuk realized this version of her was much brighter and more energetic than he remembered. Since she was still hesitating, he told her to just go for it. There is nothing to be afraid of. If you want it, do it. I will even help you convince Grandpa if he tries to stop you. We can worry about the future later. He used some older brother wisdom to encourage her. Look, you are only 17 years old right now. Just try everything. Your youth is yours to spend, so experience it all. Even if you fail, you can just get back up. She laughed. You sound so old, but we are only 4 years apart. Man, this kid talks like he has lived 100 years already. Hilarious. Hugh just smiles, suggesting they go see her grandpa because the old man clearly misses his favorite granddaughter. They head back to the Chon mansion. The second they step inside, Ji Yang shouts out for her grandpa, completely overcome with emotion. Old man Chon turns around, his wrinkled face lighting up instantly. Is that you? My little girl? They fall into each other's arms, tears everywhere. She is sobbing, telling him how much she missed him. He comforts his little treasure, joking that she has been gone so long he almost forgot what her face looked like. While they reunite, Hugh slips away down the hall with his crew. He has got business on his mind. How is our prisoner Jo Soo-han doing? Is he still under tight watch? The henchman reports that since the transfer, Soo-han has been totally isolated under Park Jong-soo men. The guy is a mental wreck. He even tried to end it all, but they stopped him. The guard cold-bloodedly suggests he can take care of the guy permanently whenever the young boss gives the word. Hugh's eyes turn to ice as he drops a brutal order. No. Please make sure that man stays alive and safe. Do not let him get hurt or die. Just break his spirit completely. I want that monster living in pure shame, never able to hold his head up again. No matter how sweet Ji Yang is, Hia will never forgive Jo Soo-han for covering up his parents' deaths. He watches the old man laughing with his granddaughter. Hugh thinks to himself, let the old man have his fun. But that debt? I am still collecting every penny. Just then, Park Jong-soo calls with an update. Hey, your uncle just finished taking over Yeongdeungpo. The Seoul Underworld is not ready for the storm that is Hugh. Hugh just smirks. Thanks for the hard work, uncle. Director Park Jong-soo sees everything falling into place. Hugh agrees it is time to move. But before they head out, Park suggests they hit the bar and celebrate. My treat today. Get down to Yeongdeungpo. At a gritty roadside bar, Hugh and his inner circle gather around a table full of food and booze. He says they should toast to their move on the capital. Park Jong-soo laughs, saying they have already hit a major milestone. It is Saturday night and I booked the whole place out. Pouring the drinks, he gets sentimental. It has been way too long since he has had a real night out like this. Let us see. We met in 1990. Wow, has it really been 5 years already? Hugh smiles and pours a drink. Then he calls him Brother Jong-soo. The change in title shocks Park. He is genuinely touched. Finally, the kid is calling me brother instead of just some old geezer. He is hyped up now, shouting that he is in a great mood. Bottoms up, boys. We are drinking until we drop tonight. Then he turns to Hugh's assistant. Jang Pung-ma, right? First time meeting. The guy stays serious, though. I am on the clock, so I will just have one glass to show respect. Park lets out a huge laugh. No need to ask permission. Having a guy like you around makes me feel a lot better. He tells the guy to look after his golden boy and keep him safe. Hugh, meanwhile, is curious about how they actually took over Yeongdeungpo. Tell me the story. Probably was not even a challenge, right? Park scoffs. Yeongdeungpo? Man, that was so easy I thought I was dreaming. He pictures his rivals kneeling at his feet. All I had to do was lean on them a little and they folded immediately. Park gets serious. Taking out Do Hyun-gu and swallowing that construction firm made waves, but even if we own Busan, holding our ground in Seoul is a whole different beast. He warns him that those Seoul sharks are smart. One slip up and they will dig up everything we are hiding. Hugh calmly takes a sip of his drink. Park leans in, anxious to know the next move. Where are we hitting first? Gangnam? That is where the easy money is. But Hugh is chill. He says they should start by mopping up the small crews in West Seoul. He explains that Gangnam takes time to squeeze. For now, they expand the territory. But then Hugh gets deadly serious. Mess with whoever you want, but stay away from the Chinese gangs in Garybong. His tone is so heavy it leaves both Park Jong-soo and Ham Young-hoon completely stunned. Hugh is firm, Park nods, promising to keep the young hotheads in line. He turns to Director Lee, asking him to keep the business side of things running tight. Lee does not hesitate. You got it. Lee pours a drink and admits he is a stickler for the 9-to-5 schedule. Working for a mob boss with a corporate attitude is weird. He confesses he sometimes forgets if he is a high-powered lawyer or just another office drone. Hugh just laughs it off. Just because the boss is a gangster does not mean the staff has to be. They need smart guys like Lee to keep things looking legit. Hugh adds that as they grow, they need to scout more talent. Big business needs more boots on the ground to keep the gears turning and the money flowing. Lee gets the memo, but he has got a suggestion. Maybe it is finally time they start taking on some actual construction contracts of their own. Hugh says he will talk to the Dahyun group and get back to him. He tells Lee not to stress about the numbers or where the cash is coming from, but Lee has his own vision. He does not want to rely on Dahyun forever, so he is already scouting other bids. Having an employee this ambitious, Hugh is loving it. He explains that since the last guys in power did a bunch of urban projects, the current government is totally ignoring new development. Lee looks Hugh dead in the eye. You think the projects are dead? Think again. He adjusts his glasses and reports on a massive redevelopment happening right near Yongdaeongpo. Another crew is already in there, but Lee wants a piece of the action anyway. Hugh nods. Sounds good. Whatever you need, just ask. Just keep it clean. No drama, no scandals. Park Jong-soo beats his chest confidently. Relax, kid. This is our turf now. Nothing bad happens without us knowing about it. Hugh shifts the focus back to their home turf. So, what is the plan for Busan? How are we handling things down there? Park shrugs it off. Busan is in good hands. My right-hand man has it covered. He has been with me forever, so you can sleep easy. Hugh is already thinking 3 steps ahead. Busan is gold. Once those Japanese Yakuza shell companies start moving into Korea, that city is going to be our main base. You gotta lock down Busan to keep the wheels greased. Stay sharp and do not get sloppy. Keep up the surveillance. Dong-soo nods like, yeah, I got it. They drink till dawn. Then he yells, all right, enough shop talk for tonight. Drink up, the sun is coming. Total gangster move. After leaving the bar, Mu Hyuk sits in his car, staring at the city. While Dong-soo expands in Seoul, I need to make moves elsewhere. He calls manager Ma. Ma answers, yes, young master. Mu Hyuk barks orders. I have a job for the Myeongdong heavy hitters. Meet them tomorrow. Set the schedule, got it? Next morning, he hits a fancy office. There is a middle-aged guy looking like he is carrying the weight of the world. Mu Hyuk sits down, cold as ice. Director Cho is gone. You know how this looks, right? The guy stays quiet and tense. Mu Hyuk stares him down. Let us talk reality. Who do you think Grandpa is actually going to pick to take over? Realizing he is screwed, No Seong bows low. If I disrespected you before, please forgive me. Mu Hyuk just gives him a stare. He tells him straight. If you were useless, you would be dead. If you were not part of my plan, you would be gone. He traps him with an offer he cannot refuse. You are taking this. You got nowhere left to run. No, Seong just nods. Mu Hyuk thinks to himself, sometimes you gotta be big enough to forgive a rat if you want to own the whole pack. No Seong asks if he is finally stepping out. Mu Hyuk says, you bet. Then he drops the bomb. Cut off all new credit. Pull back every loan. I want all that liquid cash back before next year. No Seong is completely stunned. You mean we have to freeze the entire lending business? Mu Hyuk calmly explains that the government is about to drop a hammer on private credit. They need to separate their capital and clean up the books before the new regulations blow everything up. He wraps it up. You will be my man in the shadows. That is the role you are playing now, director. You are already in too deep, so quit stalling. No Seong bows. I hear you. Your word is my law. Mu Hyuk digs deeper. You are tight with the Myeongdong Sharks, right? When he hears yes, his eyes turn cold. Go get tighter. Consider that an order. Mu Hyuk walks out and hops in his ride while No Seong bows like a servant. Inside the car, manager Ma looks worried. Sir, word on the street is that No Seong belongs to Chan Soo-han. Why keep a snake? Mu Hyuk says those Myeongdong whales have the connections. How long would it take to train some new kid to reach that level? To Mu Hyuk, having a guy willing to do the dirty work in the dark is a total win for him. He is calculating. 2002 is when the hammer drops on high-interest loans. Japanese money is already waiting to eat the market. He knows that once the laws actually kick in, foreigners will own the whole industry. He is pushing the pace now to stay ahead. Standing by his fortune, he knows loan sharks never really die. He heads to a skyscraper to meet another one of his big guys. This giant of a man bows. Young master, the car is here. Mu Hyuk says, sorry for the last-minute meeting, man. The guy waves it off. No apologies needed. We are always ready to roll whenever you show up, young master. Mu Hyuk spots a guy named Fujiro, also known as Moon Tae Biome. In his memories, this guy is a high-interest loan shark infiltrator. This guy should not even be showing his face until 1998 when the big foreign money starts flooding the streets. Why is he with Director Shin? Mu Hyuk gets suspicious. He can smell a betrayal coming. Someone is playing both sides of the fence. Shin sees him and jumps. Young master, hello. Mu Hyuk sits down, totally on guard. He starts thinking that if his gut is right about this, he can never trust Shin Sung-in again. If there is a betrayal happening, he needs to scrap his current strategy and rewrite the whole plan immediately. He plays it cool. Nothing much. Just felt like I was ignoring my Myeongdong directors, so I thought I would check in. Sorry if I am interrupting. Shin shakes his head. Not at all. I am just a humble worker for the chairman. He calls Mu Hyuk a dragon visiting a shrimp. Mu Hyuk rolls his eyes internally. Yeah, right. A humble worker. I doubt it. He stares at Shin. Your loyalty is something else. So, tell me, are you coming with me, or are you ready to retire? Shin lets out a huge laugh. Loyalty to the boss is loyalty to you, right? Mu Hyuk just nods. Anything else? Shin says things are the same. He handles the people the banks won't touch. In this business, that never really changes, you know? Mu Hyuk stands up to leave. You know this game better than me. Handle it. Shin bows low. Do not worry. As Mu Hyuk turns to go, Shin stops him. Hey, I got this kid from the sticks. Looks sharp. Hey, Tae-beom, get over here. Meet Chairman Tron's grandson from the Pyeongchang-dong area. Come say hello. This is Moon Tae-beom. Tae-beom stands there, tall and ready. When Mu Hyuk finally asks him where he grew up, the guy answers without missing a single beat. I am from Mason. Mu Hyuk is confused. Masan? If you are a Busan boy, why do you talk like you were born in Seoul? Tae-beom explains he moved to the city when he was just a little kid and stayed. Shin grins, saying the kid looks like he can be trusted, right? He keeps pushing the guy, saying he is as sharp as my top aides, calls him a resource I can use whenever. Since I am playing it cool and staying quiet, Shin Sung-in starts acting all concerned, claiming my security detail is looking a bit thin lately. Now it looks like only Manager Ma is watching your back. Is that really safe? I am smelling a rat here. This guy is definitely up to something shady, and I need to figure out his angle fast. Trying to sneak a Yakuza member into my inner circle, are we? I call out to Moon Tae-beom with an icy tone. He snaps to attention immediately, answering, Yes, young master. I pat his shoulder and give him a little pep talk, telling him to work hard because we will definitely be crossing paths again. He bows low, all respectful and stuff, thanking me and saying goodbye. I watch him walk away, a cold smile hitting my face. We are in for it now. As the car speeds off, I turn to the guy behind the wheel and ask him a serious question. Back when you looked into the Myeongdong directors, you said everything checked out, right? Specifically Shin Sung-in. Manager Ma looks puzzled and asks if there is some kind of problem he missed. I stare out the window, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. This guy uses some countryside connection as an excuse to plant a Yakuza member right next to me just to spy? Talk about a bold move. Trying to pull a fast one on a transmigrator with a garbage script? Please. I am 100% sure Shin Sung-in is in bed with the Japanese Yakuza. I wonder who is actually pulling the strings on this operation. As soon as I get back, Grandpa asks how the meeting went with the Myeongdong directors today. Instead of answering, I hit him with a question. Grandpa, how much do you actually trust those Myeongdong directors? I am currently double-checking the loyalty of your entire staff. The old man just busts out laughing. Mu Hyuk, in my inner circle, Myung-hoon is the only one I truly trust. Everyone else is just a tool I use until they are not helpful anymore. I keep digging and ask what he thinks about Shin Sung-in. Grandpa takes a sip of his tea and says the guy is just a stubborn meathead who only knows how to wrestle. He seemed useful, so I kept him around. I gave him some work after he retired from sports, but I have to admit, he is definitely the most unpredictable guy on the payroll. He handles every job I give him. Seeing how much Grandpa trusts him, I decide to drop the bomb. I suspect Shin Sung-in is actually a mole for the Thon Fong Association. Grandpa looks like he just saw a ghost. No way. Shin Sung, in a mole? I saved that kid and raised him myself. There is no way he would betray me like that. I stay cool and tell him the guy is just a world-class actor who played him for a fool. Don't worry though, I am going to take out the trash for you. Grandpa is still skeptical, saying the guy is not exactly a genius. I tell him straight up that even without hard proof, I cannot just ignore my gut feeling on this one. So, I am planning to take him out of the picture. Grandpa's eyes go cold the second I mention the word eliminate. Things are getting real now. I tell him I wanted his blessing since the guy is technically on his team. After thinking it over, he gives me the green light to handle it. I tell him I got it. He is still worried I might be biting off more than I can chew since the guy has a crew. I just tell him not to worry because I hold all the cards. We have got him surrounded and there is no way out. Grandpa asks if I am talking about that Busan thug, Park Jong-soo. He wants to know if the guy is actually reliable. I stand up and tell him I don't trust anyone easily, but for now the guy is still way too useful to just throw away. He has got a part to play. I walk out and tell Ma-suk Dae to take care of Shin Sung-in for me. He gives me a solid nod and says he is on it. The purge is officially happening. Later that night in a quiet parking lot, Park Jong-soo is chilling with a baseball bat and a whole crowd of his boys. Ma Sok-dae pulls up to the scene. Ma Sok-dae walks up and asks Director Park if he is ready to get down to business. Park Jong-soo just flashes him a big, cocky grin. Naturally, this is our first real gig together, and I am not about to look like a chump in front of Mu Hyuk. Ma Sok-dae does not waste any time. He tells him he will handle the inside work while the other guy plays doorman. Nobody goes in or out. Jong-soo is worried about the numbers, but Ma tells him his crew is the new security. If they can't handle a simple job like this, they are useless. The guys standing around probably stopped breathing the second he said that. It is a heavy vibe for sure. The Busan gangster loves the attitude. He laughs and says he will make sure the perimeter is locked down tighter than a drum. Not even a fly is getting past his boys. You guys handle the heavy lifting inside. They shake on it, and Jong-soo yells for everyone to move out. Both squads start heading toward the target with serious intent. A fleet of black luxury cars pulls up to the building under the cover of night. The guards are totally blindsided. One guy is stuttering, wondering who owns this fancy-looking tank convoy. Before they can even blink, someone lunges forward like an arrow and drops the whole security team with a few lightning-fast hits. They never even saw it coming. My crew just walks right over the bodies and heads inside. Park Jong-soo stands at the entrance and makes a loud announcement so everyone knows who is in charge. He tells them not to let a single mosquito slip by. Since they are in the middle of a busy area, he warns his guys not to be stupid and start waving knives around. You kids got that? They all yell back that they understand. One of them asks if the boss can still wreck these guys without using any weapons. He gives a sneaky grin and says if things get hairy, they can use whatever they want. Once they confirm, he watches the guy go with a look of pure curiosity. He is dying to know just how dangerous that quiet manager actually is when he stops playing nice. I bet it is a total nightmare. Footsteps echo through the halls, killing the silence. The guards inside are freaking out, asking what is going on. They get leveled by a round of brutal kicks before they can move. Ma Sok-dae shows up with a look that could kill, scaring the absolute life out of everyone. He kicks the office door open like he owns the place. Inside, the two targets jump out of their skins. Mun Tae-byum stands up and starts growling, asking who has the nerve to interrupt him while he is busy working. Shin Sung sees who it is and yells out, "Manager Ma." He is shaking with a mix of fear and anger, demanding to know what the hell is going on. Ma Sok-dae doesn't even flinch. He just tells them straight up that the young master wants to see them both right now, and it is not a request. The guy is speechless, just stuttering out the words young master. Then he gets mad and yells that they could have just called quietly instead of making this huge scene. Worried about a scene? You better worry about your life instead. Ma Sok-dae doesn't give them a second to breathe and barks out an order to his men. Move them out now. Mun Tae-byum pulls a blade and tells everyone to stay back. He realizes the gig is up and these guys have finally sniffed them out. Seeing Shin Sung in shaking, Tae-byum presses him hard. Director Shin, you really gonna let them grab you that easy? Shin scrambles to fix his tie, screaming at his goons to stay cool. Don't panic. I already called for backup. Just hold the line a little longer. With the tension peaking, Ma Sok-dae coldly orders his crew not to kill anyone. Then, absolute chaos erupts as the massive brawl kicks off right then and there. Mun Tae-byum dives into the crowd with insane speed. His blade is a blur, and those brutal kicks are sending Ma Sok-dae's thugs flying. One by one, they hit the dirt, completely overwhelmed by his power. Tae-byum goes wild, slashing through the air until his blade catches an arm and blood sprays. He is fighting like a caged beast, landing lethal blows that leave Ma Sok-dae's entire squad reeling in pain. They can't even react. But these mercenaries are fast. One heavy punch sends Tae-byum flying back. Clutching his head, he lets out a crazed roar that echoes through the alley. "Kill them!" he screamed, losing his mind. Tae-byum swings wildly, screaming, "How dare you!" But in a heartbeat, they swarm him, pinning his arms and snatching the weapon right out of his hands before he can do anything else. One of Mu Hyuk's guys mocks him. "Shut it, kid. You really think a fruit knife makes you a boss here?" Seeing his goon go down, Shin Sung-in finally loses it and charges into the fight. A man in a brown suit steps up to block the big director. Shin Sung-in throws a heavy punch, but the guy dodges it like it is nothing. Desperate, Shin lunges to grab the man's shirt, thinking, "I finally got him." Watching from a distance, Ma Sok-dae's expression doesn't even flicker. He stays ice cold while the other guy gets slammed hard onto the floor and stays down. The fat director throws a massive kick at the ground, but it misses by a mile. Ma Sok-dae steps up and asks sternly, "Myung-yuna, what kind of game are you playing?" Myung-yuna quickly bows his head, stuttering, "I am sorry, sir." Shin Sung-in struggles to his feet, sounding incredibly smug. "I have been taking hits in the wrestling ring since I was 10 years old. You kids really think taking me down would be that easy? Old guys talk big, but they hit the floor just like everyone else." Before he can even finish his sentence, a brutal punch to the ribs knocks the wind right out of him. Shin Sung in doubles over, gasping. Not giving him a second to breathe, Myung Yuna follows up with a flying kick straight to the face. The big director collapses. The whole brawl ends just like that, with every single one of Jin's men knocked out cold. Black cars screech to a halt, surrounding the entire area. Park Jung-soo doesn't even look surprised. He just clicks his tongue and sighs, clearly unimpressed by all the drama. I knew it. It always ends up like this. I thought today would be an easy win, but I guess not. Watching the crowd pile out of the cars, he barks an order. Everyone, get ready to move. A guy with a long scar across his face steps out and demands, "Who the hell are you?" Park Jung-soo just smirks, picking his nose. "Who the hell are you to be asking us who we are? What is this? A field trip for loan sharks? Do you get a group discount on interest if you show up with this many people?" He tosses his club over his shoulder and yells, "Tough luck for you boys. The company is closed today. Now get lost." The leader on the other side roars in anger. "We are the White Tiger Gang from Gangnam. You better start showing some respect before we bury you. I don't care what hole you hicks crawled out of. If you want to stay alive, get lost right now before I tear every single one of you apart." Hearing the White Tiger name, Park Jung-soo just smirks. He swings his club and shouts to his crew, "Tigers or cats? They all taste the same in a pot. Boys, slice these guys up." A brutal war breaks out right in the street. Park Jung-soo swings his club with pure power, clearing a path through the White Tiger goons. As the Gangnam leader rushes him, Jong-soo can't help but throw a little more shade at the guy. "I have been hearing rumors about some low-life thugs from Busan causing trouble around Myeongdong. Is that you? Where do you hicks think you are, coming around here trying to start a riot? The mouse finally comes out of the hole, huh? We will see who the real hick is." He swings his weapon, but Jong-soo is too fast, blocking the blow effortlessly. Jong-soo flashes a cocky grin before landing a thunderous punch right on the leader's jaw, sending him spinning to the ground. Humiliated and hurting, the Gangnam boss scrambles up, screaming, "You son of a bitch, I am going to kill you." He charges back in like a madman, but Jong-soo just delivers another devastating blow that sends the guy flying back several meters. He never stood a chance against him. Standing over the wreckage, Jong-soo spits back, "Don't think everyone from Busan is a country bumpkin, you jerk. And don't act like every loser in Seoul is high class either. Director, they have us totally outnumbered. Our office lawyer is probably wishing he called in sick today." Looking down, hundreds of White Tiger thugs are swarming the stairs, completely surrounding the entire area. This is getting bad, fast. The battered White Tiger boss snarls through the pain, his voice full of hate. "You dead men, none of you are making it out of here alive today. I will make sure of it." Completely unbothered, Park Jong-soo just rests his club on his shoulder and mocks him. "Wow, you Seoul guys really are all bark and no bite, aren't you? Enough talk. If you want a piece of me, come get it while it is hot. Let's go." As soon as the words leave his mouth, hundreds of thugs collide in a massive riot on the stairs. Brutal kicks and fierce strikes fly everywhere as enemies drop like flies. Ma Seok-dae finally walks out from inside, and Park Jong-soo quickly shouts out, "Hey boss, did you finish cleaning up the mess upstairs?" Ma Seok-dae calmly replies, "Yeah, it is all handled. Those traitors are just waiting to be hauled off to jail now." Jong-soo explains that this group from Seoul, calling themselves the White Tigers, showed up to protect Director Shin. Ma Seok-dae glances at them and says, "Well, since you went through all the trouble to protect a criminal, you might as well stay here for a long vacation." He rolls his shoulders, getting ready to finish off the remaining thugs for good. It is late now. At a quiet, empty warehouse, Mu Hyuk steps out of his car to see how things are looking. Ma Seok-dae walks up to report. Director Park Jung-soo's guys took some heavy hits, but honestly, if they hadn't been outside backing us up, we would have been trapped in that building for sure. Mu Hyuk stands there thinking. Even with Chief Ma and Director Park's entire crews on the scene, it was still a struggle to deal with these guys. How were they that tough? Seeing his boss looks worried, Ma Seok-dae bows his head. "I am sorry, young master," Mu Hyuk quietly reassures him. "Don't worry, I am not blaming you. I am just glad everyone made it back safe." But deep down, he shudders at the thought. If he had only focused on saving the chief back then, who knows how many people would have been lost by now. Mu Hyuk wonders if this is really the limit of his power. He looks down coldly at the pathetic goon lying on the dirt and asks, "Who exactly is this guy? Tell me right now." When he hears the guy is from the White Tiger Gang in Gangnam and was sent to protect Director Shin, he realizes they must be the biggest players in that whole district. But Myeongdong is his grandfather's territory. They should have known better than to trespass here. Mu Hyuk glares at the guy and demands, "Hey, did Park Jong-gi really send his boys to protect someone like Director Shin?" That question hits the gangster's pride hard. He roars back, "Shut your mouth, you son of a bitch. Who do you think you are, calling our boss by his name like that?" He smirks and declares, Since you were the ones who stepped into Myeongdong first, I am taking that as a declaration of war. Got it? He immediately orders his men. Any leg that stepped onto my turf, I want it removed. Teach them what happens when they get lost. Mu Hyuk tells Ma Sukdae not to kill them, though. These guys are the leverage he needs to put real pressure on the White Tiger boss later. The goon can only scream in total despair. Hey, you bastard, if you are going to do it, just kill me already. Ignoring the screams of the man being handled, Mu Hyuk turns to face Shin Sung-in. He asked coldly, Director Shin, when did this start? Shin was shaking, crying his eyes out, and finally blurted it out. Why the hell are you doing this to me? What did I ever do to you? He tried to use the chairman as a human shield. Does the chairman know what you're up to? Can I just talk to him? I think there's a huge misunderstanding here. Mu Hyuk looked down at the man crawling at his feet and asked coldly, Misunderstanding? Who do you think you're kidding? Mu Hyuk leaned in, staring right through Shin Sung-in. Quit acting, Pops. How much is the Thon Fong group paying you to be a mole inside my family? That question hit the mark, making Shin's eyes bulge in pure terror while sweat poured down his face. Mu Hyuk knew he was right just by that reaction. He growled, Stop faking it. This pathetic loser role doesn't fit a big shot like you. Mu Hyuk kept grilling him about the betrayal. I heard my grandfather used to trust you. Shin finally showed his true face. He barked, Fine, let's be real. When I quit wrestling and came to the chairman, I was already working for someone else. I only took the job under the chairman because of that person's orders. Mu Hyuk leaned down, glaring at the traitor. This person you're talking about, the leader of Thon Fong? Who are they? He had a dark plan. Shin just laughed mockingly. It looks like the chairman hasn't told you everything yet, has he? He looked at Mu Hyuk with a nasty grin. Once you find out, you better book a spot 6 feet under, kid. That cocky attitude made one of the guards snap. You dog! The guard lunged to shut him up. Mu Hyuk went quiet for a second. Everyone calls him the leader, huh? He asked coldly. So you're saying he can take me out whenever he wants? Shin smirked and nodded. Obviously. To the leader, a little punk like you is just an ant. I was only planted here to keep an eye on you. He gritted his teeth, blaming everything on him. You're the problem. Director Chon-soo was supposed to be the perfect puppet, but then you showed up. You came out of nowhere and ruined everything. Watching him, Mu Hyuk quietly noted how slippery this guy was. To the world, he acted totally loyal to grandfather, even while other directors were switching sides like rats. In my past life, that blind trust was exactly why grandfather got played until the day he died. Mu Hyuk knew if he didn't catch this spy and move first, his own life would be on the line soon. Shin asked in shock, How did you even know I was a spy? How did you find out? Because I've got a spoiler for the future from my last life, old man. Mu Hyuk didn't answer. He just ordered, Spill it. Everything you know about the Thon Fong group. If you play nice, I'll let you go quietly. But Shin Sung-in had already given up. He screamed, Just kill me. I've got nothing left to say to you. Mu Hyuk didn't blink. He just replied coldly, Fine. Then I'll send you on your way just like you wanted. He turned to his trusted partner, Manager Ma. You heard everything, right? End him. As Mu Hyuk walked away, the tied-up spy started losing his mind, screaming, Let me go. Get these ropes off me right now. If you let me go now, maybe I'll be nice and spare your pathetic lives. Mu Hyuk stopped and looked back at the guy with total disgust. Do you idiots not even understand your own language? This guy clearly doesn't have the brains to realize how much trouble he's in. He walked closer and exposed his real identity. You're not just some director. You're Funtoshio Zero, right? Captain of the Hiraguri Gumi Guards, the second branch of the Yamaguchi crime family. He had the guy's whole life story pinned down. Mu Hyuk looked right into the terrified eyes of the Japanese hitman and said, I think it's time we had a very serious chat, don't you? Funtoshio stammered in shock. How do you know all that? Mu Hyuk knew he only had a few details from his past life, but that was enough to terrify a hardened criminal, especially coming from a college student. The hitman trembled and asked, Who are you? That's a dumb question. I'm the one sending you to the afterlife. Mu Hyuk replied calmly, You already know. I'm Chairman Tron Tae-san's grandson, Kim Mu Hyuk. He looked right through the guy and added, Weren't you planning to kill me? And once my grandfather died, you were going to take over the Myeongdong loan market, right? Those words froze the hitman because his entire evil plan was out in the open. Mu Hyuk knew that in his past life, this guy arrived in Korea around 1997 to take over. He asked coldly, I'm the one asking questions here. Who gave you the order? What's your gang's goal in teaming up with the Thon Fong group? He gave a brutal ultimatum. Tell me everything you know, and I might only take one of your arms. Cornered, the hitman screamed like a maniac. Stop talking trash and just kill me. I choose honor. He chose honor, but our boy Kim chose to mess with his head. Mu Hyuk suddenly burst out laughing at the guy's stubbornness. Honor? Ha 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 ha. He looked at the loser and asked, so you'd rather die than betray your little gang? Mu Hyuk smirked and turned away. Wow, so loyal. Fine, you don't have to say a word. Manager Ma, let him go. This sudden move left the hitman stunned. He asked, confused, what now? What kind of game are you playing? Mu Hyuk just walked off. You can go. You're free, Toshiro. But then Mu Hyuk turned back with a wicked smile. Go on, head home. And then I'll make sure everyone in Japan knows you're the most pathetic traitor in history. He stared into the hitman's terrified eyes and added, no need to get my hands dirty. Since you want to die with honor so bad, go ahead and die with honor back in your precious Japan. That psychological hit completely broke the guy. He screamed in agony, no, please, just kill me right here. I'm begging you. Mu Hyuk stopped and coldly gave him one final choice. Tell me every single thing you know. Then I'll give you what you want. With no way out, the hitman gave in. Fine, I'll talk. After finishing up, Mu Hyuk headed home and announced he was back. Grandfather sat there quietly, then looked up at his grandson. Good job. Now, tell me everything that happened. Mu Hyuk reported that Shin Sung-in had his own agenda from the start. He said, for now we've handled Director Shin, that spy, and the White Tiger Gang too. Grandfather was shocked. The White Tiger Gang? You mean that crew from Gangnam? Mu Hyuk confirmed that their top guy came to Myeongdong to rescue Shin, proving they've been lurking nearby this whole time. This made the old man furious. Are they really going to ignore the treaty between Gangnam and Myeongdong like that? Mu Hyuk noted that one of the biggest Gangnam gangs just officially broke the deal. He laid out the plan. I'm going to build up our forces and then hit them hard. Grandpa is stressing over that street fight, but Mu Hyo reassures him that Dong-soo has everything under control. The White Tiger Gang will definitely back off before things get way too loud. He tells him straight up, those punks won't dare start anything. I will handle it, and everything will be fine. Even so, the old man is still worried about this turning into a total war between the syndicates. He warns him that the leader of the Cheng Feng Society is no joke and totally unpredictable. Mu Hyo is not rushing though. He wants to make them suffer slowly for the fun of it. Both men know a war means heavy losses. Grandpa insists he stays in the shadows and uses the Myung-hoon team. Mu Hyo nods, saying he will hit up Director Ha when the time is right. Suddenly, Grandpa asks how the heck he knows so much about that Japanese assassin, Moon Tae-beom. Mu Hyo flinches, scrambling to cook up a lie that explains how he knows the future without sounding like a total nutcase. He claims Chairman Beck saw the guy in Busan. Grandpa sighs in relief, amazed that even a low-life gangster could actually turn out to be useful for once. Mu Hyo doubles down on his trust for Dong-soo, a guy who has been loyal since they were kids and never dropped the ball on a single job. He knows Dong-soo is a dreamer, which is rare in this business, but even the chairman admits that picking the right people is his grandson's greatest skill and luck combined. Still, Grandpa is stinging from the betrayal. He never thought Shin Sang-jin, the man he handpicked himself, would go and stab him right in the back like a coward. Getting played by your right-hand man is the worst. Wait, I mean betrayal, it really stings. Suddenly, the old man winces, clutching his chest. Mu Hyo rushes over, asking if he is okay. He looks completely drained. Grandpa blames it on old age, but Mu Hyo is not buying it and tells him he needs to get to a hospital immediately. I will drive you myself, he says. Grandpa just laughs it off, saying he does not want people gossiping about him being a weak old man dragged to the clinic by his grandson. He says he has a checkup next week and tells Mu Hyo to go finish cleaning up the mess he started. A few days later, Dong-soo's guys and some White Tiger members turned themselves in to the cops to settle the heat. It was a fair trade to keep things quiet. The Myeongdong brawl hit the news because of all the witnesses, so they could not just bury it. Meanwhile, out by the ocean, the traitors are about to face their final judgment. Standing over the two rats, Ma Seok-dae coldly reads them their death warrants. Your crime is helping the hit on Mu Hyo and disrespecting the chairman for years. He levels his gun, telling them the only way to pay for this is with blood. Facing the barrel, Shin Sung-jin screams that killing him won't change anything. His organization has reached from Korea to the moon, and Mu Hyo stands zero chance against them. He keeps screaming until a single, dry gunshot cuts him off. The bullet goes straight through the traitor's skull, and his eyes stay wide open as the light fades out. His body slumps over and falls off the cliff, disappearing into the dark, violent waves of the night sea. Watching this, Moon Tae-beom loses his mind and begs them to just kill him already instead of dragging out the psychological torture. But Ma Seok-dae stays ice cold. He tells him he won't waste a bullet. Just the rumor that he is alive will make his own gang hunt him down like a dog. He reminds him he has a young daughter and a wife. The assassin breaks down completely when Ma plays the family card. Even a cold killer has a breaking point. After dropping that bomb of fear, Ma Seok-dae just turns and walks away. He leaves Moon standing there alone, crushed by the sound of the crashing waves and his own terror. Back at the house, Ma gives Mu Hyuk the full rundown on what happened. Chairman Shin was contacted by the Cheng Feng Society first. His only job was to plant Moon Tae Biome as your personal shadow to keep tabs on you. He reveals the big plan. Moon was supposed to take over the Korean loan market, but then they changed tactics to make him your right-hand man through Chairman Shin's influence. Ma reports that Shin only started taking orders from the society after the previous boss was forced to flee the country. Mu Hyuk realizes he completely wrecked their game plan. If he had not acted, Shin would have kept playing the loyal servant until the day Grandpa finally passed away. Then the Yakuza would have looted the entire loan market for a massive payday. One tiny mistake and Mu Hyuk would have been back at square one, losing everything he built. He never would have kept Moon close, but he admits he had zero reason to ever doubt Shin, who always acted like a loyal soldier to his grandfather. But now, he has a rare lead on the Cheng Feng Society, a ghost organization. Ma is worried and suggests they seriously beef up his security detail right now. We need new armored cars and at least 3 guards with you at all times. Mu Hyuk brushes it off, saying Ma is all he needs. I am not some glass doll they can just break, he says. But after Ma begs him, he finally gives in. Fine. Only you stay close, he says. Everyone else can watch me from a distance. Ma bows and thanks him for finally listening. Mu Hyuk thinks about them using the White Tiger Gang and the Japanese Yakuza. His eyes flash with pure rage. I am going to make them pay for even thinking about it. His face goes cold. His only goal now is to rip out the heart of that organization called the Cheng Feng Society once and for all. Later, Mu Hyuk calls Han Kyung-won to talk about the massive pile of cash they just secured. The lawyer is freaking out. You want to dump all this into the Marceau brand? His heart is pounding because of the sheer amount of money they are moving around. Out of the $25 billion from those Mexican peso bets, we will keep half at Dreamhive and wash the rest through various shell companies. Handle it for me. He tells him to spread the cash thin to dodge taxes. The more complex, the better. The lawyer is sweating, worried that this kind of tax evasion is going to land them in prison. You know this is illegal, right? He is already imagining himself behind bars, sharing a cell with guys who have tattoos on their faces. If we get caught, I am going to jail for a long time. Mu Hyuk tells him to hire outsiders so no one can ever trace the money back to the boss. Kyun-win and sighs. Working with you is like a damn roller coaster every single day. Ever since I got back from the States and Australia, it has been non-stop. Fine, I will follow your lead for now. Just tell me what to do. Back in Korea, he hits up Mu Hyuk's place. Seeing his friend arrive, Myung-shu asks, Hey man, you actually made it. You start at the academy next week, right? Got your stuff ready? Mu Hyuk shrugs, still figuring out what to pack. Honestly, probably just some notebooks and a few sets of clothes. He offers to grab some food, but Myung-shu waves him off. Just sit down, man. I already ordered for us. Just then, Huyun Sheong kicks the door open with a bag of beer. Hey Myun-shu, brought the goods. He stops dead seeing Mu Hyuk. Oh, wait, you are here? Mu Hyuk is surprised but keeps his cool. So you are back, Huyun Jeong mutters. Whoa! Myun-shu shouts from the kitchen. What is with you two? Stop staring like it is a movie. One of you grab the beer, the other set the table. Move it. Cut the romantic eye contact already. Clear the beer and get the table ready, now. Out on the breezy rooftop, Hyun-shung asks if he is staying in Seoul for good. Mu Hyuk nods. Yeah, staying at Myun-shu's place. I have got to get back to school eventually, you know? He looks at his friend's leg with worry. How is it doing? Hyun-shung stays chill. It is fine. Doc says I can walk normally. But getting back in the ring? That is the real struggle. Mu Hyuk looks at him sincerely. I really appreciate you looking after my grandmother back in Busan while I was gone. Hyun-sung just smiles. No big deal, boss. Helping your grandma is like helping my own. Do not overthink it. But then the mood drops. He looks down, sounding guilty. I feel bad for how I treated you. I probably should have kept my mouth shut back then. Mu Hyuk remembers that hospital room. The cold way Hyun-sung looked at him, like he was a total stranger, before blurting out those harsh words. Mu Hyuk, you look terrifying right now. You have changed way too much. Hyun-sung keeps going. Look, if you or Myun-soo went through what I did, I would do anything to get revenge for you guys too. He looks him straight in the eyes and apologizes. No matter how you, Mu Hyuk, choose to handle this, even if the whole world is talking smack, I should never have said those things to you. I am sorry. Whatever, forget it, you idiot. We are bros. No apologies needed. Just then, Myun-soo walks out. What are you losers doing out here in the cold? Come inside already. The heavy mood shifts instantly. Tonight we celebrate the return of our best friend. Time to drink until we see double. Myun-soo basically makes all the drama vanish. He starts teasing them about their old troublemaking days. If we drink, you two will definitely start a fight. Remember that club we wrecked? Chaos everywhere. Mu Hyuk and Hyu Un-sung both laugh. That is ancient history, man. I am totally over it. Later, sitting in the car on the way back, the driver, Xeokde, notes how hyped he looks. Mu Hyuk smiles back. Yeah, just good to see the old crew again. How long has it been since we hung out? January 1995. A massive earthquake hits Kobe, Japan. After that disaster, the yen, which usually sat at 100 per dollar, started gaining some serious market value. Insurance companies had to pull their cash from the dollar to pay out claims. Then, American hedge funds started dumping money into the yen and Japanese government bonds. That just poured gasoline on the fire. The yen became the second biggest reserve currency after the dollar. Suddenly, Japan's currency market was a war zone for global hedge funds. Between the disaster and the sharks circling, the yen started to crumble. Once it hit 90 per dollar, the whole thing just collapsed. Japan cut a deal with the G7 finance ministers to purposely weaken the yen, but that specific agreement ended up being the spark that lit the fuse for the Asian financial crisis. 2 years later, that same economic shockwave would eventually bring South Korea to its knees in a massive financial meltdown. Mu Hyuk knew this was his shot, the perfect time to take control of the entire country. Back to the grind. Mu Hyuk tells his grandfather he wants to pull their investment from the Gwanbo group. The old man is shocked. We have been partners for 20 years. Why the sudden breakup? Mu Hyuk explains it calmly. Their bad debt is through the roof, sir. They are still out there begging every other bank for more loans. Gwanbo was a massive conglomerate focused on building and manufacturing, but Mu Hyuk could see the giant pile of debt hiding behind that flashy corporate facade. Like that project. The NMI project in Gangnam was all they're doing, but it was all just a massive facade. They are huge, ranked 18th in the country, but Mu Hyuk knows they are hollow inside. He breaks down how Jung Tae-ho bribed the last administration to score sweet land deals and get ahead. If that leaked, the whole group would have folded. But the guy stepped down just in time to dodge a prison sentence and stayed clean. Mu Hyuk says the guy is nothing but a real estate shark. He is worried this greed will eventually blow back on the family business. We need to cash out now. If we wait, those bonds will be worth less than toilet paper. We have got to run before the ship sinks. Grandpa stays silent for a second. Look, kid, I think you are jumping to conclusions. Their financial reports look fine. Sure, the debt-to-interest ratio is high, but every major conglomerate operates like that. But in Mu Hyuk's head, the nightmare is already starting. By January 1997, Wonbo is going to flatline because they are buried in debt. They will be erased from the history books forever. This will be the biggest bankruptcy in the country. It will freeze cash flow and knock down other companies like a row of dominoes. By the end of that year, the 1997 currency crisis hits, the worst national default ever, triggering a brutal economic depression. Mu Hyuk knows Gwanbo is the fuse for this whole explosion. He is basically holding a death warrant for the 18th largest company. After thinking it over, his grandfather's gaze softens. Fine, I trust you. You handle this yourself. Go for it. He adds, do you need help from Byung-hun for this? Mu Hyuk realizes this is a test. Grandpa wants to see if he can collect a debt from a major tycoon. Without flinching, he says no. I will handle it with Trung Fong Ma. Seeing his drive, Grandpa tells his assistant to transfer all Gwanbo bonds to Mu Hyuk. Myung-hwan is stunned. You mean all of them, sir? The old man doesn't blink. Every single one. He still looks at him with some worry, though. You sure you do not want Myung-hwan's help? Mu Hyuk turns down the help from Trung Fong Ha. If a pro steps in, people will think it was Grandpa's win, not his own. I am going to collect this debt using my own skills. I am not going to hide behind your reputation while everyone calls me a lucky kid. Grandpa laughs. Fine then. Go ahead and give it your best shot. Oh, and say hi to Jang Tae-ho Lu for me. Mu Hyuk nods. Will do. He stands before an old commercial building in the middle of a suburb. Mu Hyuk got the nod from his partner. Yeah, it was hard to believe a massive conglomerate set up shop on the 3rd floor of some random residential building. His eyes went ice cold. This chairman Jang Tae-ho was clearly no amateur. This debt collection was going to be a real grind. Sensing trouble, his partner offered to scout it out first, just in case those snakes inside tried to pull a fast one on the boss. But Mui shut him down. He had to prove he could handle his grandfather's trust. No thanks. This is my mission, and I am finishing it myself. Let us move, uncle. Time to collect. They headed in to face the Gwanpo group. Mui and Ma Seuk stopped at the directory, scanning their reach from construction to energy and steel. Looking at the scale, Mui thought to himself. A staffer walked up and asked what they needed. Mui stayed cool and said he had a meeting with the chairman, leaving the guy totally speechless. To kill any doubt, Mui just dropped one name. I am here from the house of my Jia Ongdong. The guy's face dropped instantly. He scrambled to his assistant, yelling to call the secretary office and verify if the chairman actually had an appointment today. Mui sighed internally. He knew that name from the infamous debt district carried enough weight to make anyone in this building shake in their boots. He stepped into the chairman's office and hit a wall of pure luxury, golden horses and pricey decor everywhere. Mui was stunned. It felt like stepping into another dimension. Deep in debt but buying golden horses? What a joke. Chairman Jiang Tae-ho sat there on his fancy sofa, squinting. Are you John's assistant? Or his grandson? Mui introduced himself firmly as Kim Mu Hyuk. Jiang Tae-ho just barked back, asking how old he was. Mui said 22, but looking at the man, he realized his first impression was right. The guy's face was just a total mess. I used to see this face on the news all the time. In person, he looked even worse. Jiang Tae-ho waved him off, asking why he was standing there. Sit down and tell me why the old man sent you. Mui sat, eyes locked on target. From now on, I am in charge. Jiang took a sip, looking totally unimpressed. Oh, really? Young and talented already? Mui ignored the sarcasm and cut straight to the point. No time for games. Chairman, I am here about those convertible bonds you used as collateral for that 50 billion loan. That stopped Jiang Tae-ho dead in his tracks. He immediately snapped at his secretary, screaming that the coffee was hot enough to burn his tongue. You useless brat, I told you to get the temperature right. He hurled the hot water at her, making her scream in pain. I am so sorry, sir, she cried. Jiang Tae-ho just roared at her to go brew it again. Once she scrambled out, the old man kept grumbling. These people are worthless. They do not deserve a single cent of the money I pay them. They take the salary but do nothing. He leaned back, acting tough. Now, what were you saying? Something about processing my convertible bonds? Why the sudden interest? I've been paying on time, haven't I? Mui thought. Old man, if you were late, you would not be sitting there acting cool. He replied with an icy stare. Our company is currently restructuring our assets. We are calling in debts from everyone, not just you. Jiang Tae-ho immediately shut that idea down. No way. He started making excuses, claiming you cannot just demand bond repayment out of nowhere. I do not have that kind of cash just lying around right now. Mui saw right through him. I knew he would say that. I've already checked his books. This guy has the money. He's just trying to play me for a fool. He stayed calm and hit back. Fine. Does not matter to me. I will just convert them to stocks or sell the bonds with a premium to another company. Jiang Tae-ho jumped up screaming. What are you talking about, kid? Mui analyzed the situation. Usually, the lender has the power. But when the debt is huge, the borrower thinks they own the person they owe money to. In finance, the more you owe, the thicker your skin gets. But Mui knew his weakness. If those bonds hit the market or a rival, his control over Guanpo would crumble. He probably took the quick cash to survive a rough patch without thinking it would backfire. Mui looked him in the eye. If these bonds turn into stocks and flood the market, running your company is going to get messy. But hey, you will probably be fine, right? Mui thought to himself. He did not even want the cash. He wanted something much more powerful. Feeling the heat, Jiang Tae-ho demanded to know if this was an order from Chairman John. The old man could not believe a kid had him cornered. Mui leaned back, looking bored. No, this is my call. My grandfather gave me full authority over your bonds. Jiang Tae-ho went ballistic. Do not make me laugh. I had a deal with Chairman John. We agreed these bonds would never be converted into company stocks. Who do you think you are, making these decisions? Mui did not flinch. If you do not believe me, pick up the phone and call him yourself. Jiang grabbed the phone and barked at his staff to get Chairman John on the line immediately. When the call connected, the old man's voice boomed. Chairman Jiang? What is it? Jiang started screaming. Chairman John, where did you find this kid? Are you really planning on breaking our agreement like this? His grandfather sounded completely unfazed. What are you babbling about? You need to be more specific. Your grandson is here threatening to sell my bonds to some third party at a higher price if I do not pay up. This is straight up extortion, John. You are pushing me. He yelled into the phone, reminding him of his promise never to convert those bonds. You are a big-time chairman. If you flip-flop now, nobody will ever trust you. His grandfather's temper finally flared through the speaker. Listen here, Jiang Tae-ho. Are you seriously trying to lecture me right now? He reminded him how he used to crawl and beg for money when he was broke. Now you have a little cash and you are playing the victim? Jiang turned pale, stuttering that he did not mean it like that, but his grandfather cut him off. Enough. I gave the kid full power. Sort it out with him. Click. Mu Hyuk calmly stares at the trembling debtor and asks if everything is verified. Desperate and fuming, Jiang Tae-ho snaps. Fine, you win. How much cash to keep you off my back? Mu Hyuk stands tall and drops the hammer. 20 billion won. Tae-ho gasps, What? What? Tae-ho roars in a rage. Are you insane? I only borrowed 5. Never missed a payment. And now you want 20 billion? Mu Hyuk stays chillingly calm, staring. Chairman, Since you cannot pay, I am not here for debt. I am selling a tool to save your company. As the old man reels, Mu Hyuk adds, price is up to the seller. This is a steal. Others would pay way more. Taeho grinds his teeth, but Mu Hyuk gives him zero time. He stands up. If you hate it, I am out. Seeing him leave, the old man panics. Do not go. 10 billion? Give me a lucky discount, kid. He promises double in a month, but Mu Hyuk is disgusted. Another shady loan? Just a thug in a suit doing illegal bribery. No more deals. Mu Hyuk decides the talk is over and keeps walking. Taeho scrambles to stop him. Hey kid, why so hot-headed? Wait, he calls his financial director. The financial director walks in. Taeho shifts the blame. Talk to this guy. The director looks at Mu Hyuk and admits they cannot find 20 billion. Facing a top 18 corporation, Mu Hyuk leans back. Handle it today or I leave. What do you want? Mu Hyuk figures this finance guy is sharp. He gets it fast. He drops his final card. My inherited shares are 10 billion. Bonds make it 50. The director frowns. All shares? Mu Hyuk replies. That is a fair price. You know it. The director insists they lack cash. Taeho loses it. Just tell me. What do you want? Mu Hyuk drops the bomb. You have 600 pyong of unregistered land in UN Village, right? He exposes more hidden assets. That empty plot in Daechidong is yours too. Over 1,000 pyong still empty. Taeho turns pale. How do you know our company's secrets? Do you have a spy inside? Mu Hyuk sees the future unfolding. In 2 years, Gwanbo goes bust. The state fails to seize that specific plot of land. That land will hit the moon. I am Chairman Jin Yang Cheol's grandson. Happy? Taeho sits in absolute terror. Mu Hyuk says the land is worth 40 billion. That includes the premium for the UN Village section. Here is the choice. The land or the company. He only ever wanted that one plot. That Daechidong land is where his empire begins. Land or the company. Taeho yells, Quit messing with me. My blood pressure is spiking. I am giving you a choice. Taeho growls. You replace those directors, just like Chairman Jin. Mu Hyuk smiles. Thanks for the compliment. Sarcasm does not hurt. Taeho warns. Karma is coming for you. Mu Hyuk sighs. Hilarious, hearing about karma from this greedy guy. This man's failure will trigger a massive economic disaster he cannot even imagine. He will not save him or let him flee. I am sending lawyers today. I want the land now. Goodbye. Mu Hyuk leaves, and Taeho loses it. He flips the heavy table in a rage, then clutches his neck. Assistant rushes in. Outside, Mu Hyuk calls his friend, J.H. It is Mu Hyuk. J.H. asks why. I need a lawyer. Can your dad recommend one? I want to meet him personally. J.H. agrees. Dad wants to meet a genius like you. No, I am coming over. I know where Yuen and Kim is. The head of the firm greets him. The man is Yuen Hyu-min, co-founder of Yuen and Kim. How is Chairman Jin? Mu Hyuk is shocked. In this business, everything involves money. I heard you are the one to succeed the chairman. Mu Hyuk plays the humble card. No official call yet, sir. I am just working hard and learning the ropes, he says. What a performance. Nobody would guess he just fleeced a whole conglomerate. He studies the man standing there. This is the big boss, Jun Jae-ha's father, co-founder of the famous Jun and Kim law firm, Jun Hyung-min. He knows this is a top-tier Korean firm that guarantees a win, no matter the odds. But behind the fancy suits, they are totally corrupt. They will take any dirty case as long as the price is right. To win, they will fake evidence, buy off witnesses, lobby politicians, or pay bribes. There is absolutely nothing these sharks won't do to stay on top. Jun and Kim are so scary that even the prosecutors stay out of their way. Mu Hyuk smirks. This is exactly the kind of legal muscle I need. He knows their dark side is still a secret. Only insiders know the truth about their scams. Jun Hyung-min sits back and asks, You did not come here to sue a neighbor. Tell me, kid, which giant are you planning to take down? Mu Hyuk stays cool. I will take the land, he says, but only if Gwanbo Group transfers the bonds and stocks to me. Hearing Gwanbo Group shocks the veteran lawyer. Mu Hyuk stays firm. Yes, I need a lawyer who knows corporate deals inside and out. Jun Hyung-min wonders about the location and value of this land. Mu Hyuk calmly says it is about 1,600 pyong in the Eunmi and Daechidong districts. It is worth 40 billion won. That number makes the old lawyer freeze. 40 billion? Right there in Daechidong? Mu Hyuk confirms it. He explains that 600 pyong are unregistered, making the title transfer complicated. The rest is about 1,000 pyong of prime Daechidong land. Jun Hyung-min admits the kid surprised him, but he still wonders why Mu Hyuk is not just using his grandfather's personal team of high-powered lawyers. Mu Hyuk makes it clear that his grandfather gave him total responsibility for this deal. He wants a partner with real power. I need someone with skills, he says. If this goes well, we might be looking at a long-term partnership. His confidence and vision make Jun Hyung-min laugh. This kid is actually pretty interesting, he thinks. My son Jae-ha sure knows how to pick friends, the lawyer says. He agrees to send his best man to help. Leaving the firm, Mu Hyuk jumps in the car with Ma Sokdo. When asked where to go next, he says the Daichidong site. We are building a tower there. I do not trust Gukseong Construction to handle it all alone. Mu Hyuk decides to find an even bigger player for this massive project. We are going to see Chairman Song of Hyundai. The car soon pulls up in front of a massive, imposing mansion. Right away, Mu Hyuk asks, "Have you heard I am becoming a contractor? I am here to tempt you into joining this huge project with me." Mu Hyuk drops a bombshell. To settle the Guanbo Group debt, I took that prime land in Daichidong instead of a cash payment. He explains his plan to build a massive tower there, but he is worried Gukseong is not strong enough to handle such a giant project alone. Chairman Song is stunned. That land in Daichidong? That was Chairman Jang's prized possession. The old man laughs loudly, realizing Mu Hyuk grabbed the land that he could never buy, no matter how much he begged for it. That guy refused to sell, no matter how much we pleaded. You actually did something that even your grandfather could not pull off. So, the chairman asks, you want my guys at Hyundai to handle the actual construction? Mu Hyuk replies, Gukseong will lead, but I want Hyundai to handle the heavy lifting. That land is going to be very tricky to build on. The old man laughs. You are a clever little fox, aren't you? You want us to handle the zoning and permits. They both know the game. Mu Hyuk thinks, I could do it myself, but Hyundai will get it done way faster and much better. He sets a goal in his mind. I need the whole project finished by early 1998 at the latest. He tells the chairman, I want to speed this up. Can we get the whole building done in the next 3 years? I need your help. The old man nods. I get it. I need to make some calls first. Can you wait outside for a bit? Mu Hyuk politely agrees. Standing in the garden, Mu Hyuk does the math. I really need to keep a close relationship with Chairman Song. In the Korean economy, his power is easily on the same level as my grandfather's. Maintaining this connection is vital. From now on, I am going to treat him as my absolute ally in this business. Suddenly, a voice startles him. Who is this handsome guy plotting in my backyard? A young girl appears from the house. Mu Hyuk is confused and wonders, who exactly is this little kid? She just walks out of the house and asks me who I am? Is she actually part of Chairman Song's family? Mu Hyuk stays polite. Hi, I am Kim Mu Hyuk. I am here to see the chairman. She gives him a mysterious smile. Kim Mu Hyuk? So, it is you. She sees his confusion and continues. I have heard my grandfather and Hyunsu talk about you a lot. My name is Song Hyun-gi. Mu Hyuk is puzzled by the name. Does the Song family even have someone named Hyun-gi? Seeing his face, she asks. Wait, have you really not heard about us? Mu Hyuk freezes. What? About us? Hyun-gi casually drops the bomb. You know, our marriage. Have you seriously not heard anything about it? It hits him like a lightning bolt. What? He yells out in panic. I came here to build a skyscraper, not a family. Ignoring his shock, she smiles. I like the first impression. You pass. I care a lot about looks, so let us try to get along from now on. Mu Hyuk is completely frozen, his face showing total helplessness. What kind of crazy situation is this? What am I supposed to do now? All of his carefully calculated business plans are suddenly derailed by this insane marriage arrangement from the Song family. Mu Hyuk just stares at her, repeating her words in shock. Seeing his face, Hyun-gi asks if he is just pretending to be innocent. Our family's already decided this, but we should still get to know each other before we get married. Mu Hyuk stammers, Look, you are way too young for me. How old are you even? She smiles with total confidence. I am in high school. Next year, I will finally be an adult. He realizes that even if the age gap is small, she is still technically a minor. An adult hanging out with a teenager just feels totally wrong. But she immediately mocks him, calling him a total dinosaur. Mu Hyuk is fuming inside. He cannot believe those old men were secretly plotting this kind of nonsense behind his back. He tries to bail politely, saying he is not looking for anyone right now. But Hyunjin just laughs, calls him a total dinosaur, and drops the bomb. Look, I like you, okay? Meeting him in person was even better than the hype. He gets curious and asks what the old man told her about him. She rattles off a list of Grandpa's compliments. Smart, handsome, polite basically, he is the whole package. But then she drops the real reason she is hooked. The most impressive thing about you is that you are the richest guy in the country. She is blunt, and he is stunned. Before he can even blink, she is clinging to his arm. What are you doing this weekend? Come to Itaewon with me. He tries to dodge. Sorry, I am busy. Getting rejected makes her pouty. What? You are just making excuses to avoid me. Nobody has ever dared to say no to me like this before. She corners him for a compliment. So, what do you think of me? Come on, tell me you are into me too. Back inside, the chairman asks for his thoughts on her. He realizes she is not a typical rich brat. She is honest, energetic, and maybe a little immature. The chairman says she is his favorite. Then he spills a family secret. I have a hidden son, and she is the daughter he brought into this world. My son had zero interest in power. He just wanted to marry for love and live a quiet, simple life. He goes quiet, talking about the tragedy. Right after she was born, her parents died in a sudden accident, leaving the poor kid with nobody but her grandfather to protect her. Before he passes on, the old man makes a desperate plea. I am retiring soon. Take care of her for me, call it a fee. He gets the hint. I know what you mean, sir. I will look after her like a little sister. Do not worry about it. The old man nods. Back to business. He asks if the chairman has already talked to the director at Jia Hyan. He confirms everything is set, but he reminds him of the group's massive scale. People will wonder why Jia Hyun is even bothering with this project. You follow me, right? As the top builder in the country and top 20 in the world, every move Jia Hyan makes is under a microscope. He answers confidently. Relax, sir. If I am running things, Jia Hyun gets all the glory and none of the drama. The deal between the construction firm and the giant Jia Hyan at the Daichidong site is huge. It gives Park Jong-soo the leverage he needs to finally invade Gangnam. But Gangnam is a shark tank. It is not the kind of place where just anyone can stroll in and take over. A black luxury car pulls up to a loud club downtown. Park Jong-soo and his crew walk inside to meet a major player. It is Baek Jong-gi. He is the notorious boss of the White Tiger Gang, ruling Gangnam with an iron fist. In the dim VIP room, he stares him down with ice-cold eyes and finally speaks. We are practically brothers in this life. If you had just called first, we could have avoided that mess last time. The polite words are a total front. The tension is thick. Sit down, he barks. Without flinching, Park Jong-soo takes a seat. This is it. A head-on clash between the two biggest powers in the criminal underworld. He sits down across from the Gangnam kingpin, sounding totally arrogant. First time meeting, right? But forgive me if I am too blunt. I am the head of a massive gang. Is it not a bit insulting to make me sit here with your deputies? That attitude makes one of the White Tiger goons snap. Who do you think you are, you crazy bastard? Before he can finish, Jong-soo glares. The adults are talking. Who said you could speak? Get the small fries out of here, he stares at the goon. And you trash talk me again and I will do a lot more than just break your leg like last time. The tension hits a breaking point. Baek Jong-gi finally steps in. That is enough. He orders his men to back off. I heard the kid from Saeseong was coming, so I brought the guys to say hi. Did not expect it to turn into such a disaster in here. Everyone out. I need some private time with our colleague from Busan. Once they are alone, he pours a drink. Surprised you guys swallowed up Yongdeongpo so fast. Whoever is backing you must be a real monster. The chairman? His eyes turn cold as he starts digging. Seriously though, coming into Gangnam is way out of your league. Park Jong-soo downs his drink and calmly replies, my boss wants to build a tower in Daichidong. He does not want any noise while we are working. So, from now on, that area is officially under our management. No more trouble. The rival boss scoffs. You think you can use a construction gig to slide into Gangnam? You really think you can handle that? Jong-soo warns him. Look, you better think carefully. If we tear each other apart, the other two gangs in Gangnam will just take the prize. You know Seoul is split into 3 main zones, right? The southwest has Yongdeongpo, Gangseo, and Guro. Gangbuk belongs to the old school gangs. And then there is Gangnam, the gold mine. Gangnam is too big for just one group. 3 organizations are actually working together to split up the profits from this massive cash cow. Park Jong-soo keeps the pressure on. Besides, you were the one who stepped into Myeongdong first. Everyone knows you do not touch that place. You knew the rules and broke them. He points out that once people think a gang is weak, they are finished. He looks his rival dead in the eye and drops the hammer. So, is the White Tiger Gang really declaring war on us? Insulted, the boss growls. You are playing with fire, kid. You want to die? He stays stone cold. From here on out, whatever happens, just remember you brought this on yourself. No one else to blame. Now there is only one path left. We fight until one of us is completely wiped out. The declaration of total war leaves the Gangnam boss frozen in pure rage. As he turns to leave, the boss calls him back. Hey, sit down. I never said I wanted to start a war with you. If I wanted a fight, I would not have invited you here. He finally backs down. Fine. Daichidong. Just that one spot and nothing else. You ask for even one more inch, and then we are really going to war. He just smiles victoriously. Right after that, Mu Hyuk got the ping that the deal was done. The other side finally caved and let him move into the big territory. Mu Hyuk calls up Bak Dong-soo. Great work, man. Now we just gotta finish this on time with zero drama. Forget the budget, just make sure this building is solid enough to never crumble. On the other end, Dong-soo sounds totally cocky and ready. Yeah, I got it. Don't sweat it, kid. Mu Hyuk starts plotting how these gangs are going to rip each other apart once the heat dies down. He knows he is lucky. Having Bok Dong-soo around meant snagging prime Gangnam real estate without having to fire a single shot. But Gangnam is a mess, split between three heavy hitters: the White Tiger Gang, New Gangnam, and the Tonla Group. Word on the street is they all have the Thon Fong Society pulling their strings. Mu Hyuk sees the writing on the wall. If he does not crush these guys now, a massive turf war is definitely coming for him. A bit later at the mansion, the chairman gathers the whole family. The old man scans the room with those cold eyes and drops the hammer. I called you all here to make things crystal clear. Chairman John's gaze turns ice cold as he prepares to drop a bombshell. Amidst the suffocating tension of the family meeting, he officially announces, "As of today, Mu Hyuk is my chosen successor." Talk about a glow-up. This news leaves Gi-gwan and Gi-soo completely stunned, their faces turning red with pure, unadulterated jealousy. The old man casually adds, "Look, I will give you a piece of the pie, but do not get greedy. Remember this, what I give, I can snatch back in a heartbeat." That warning hits hard. Gi-gwan bows his head, barely hiding his rage. Gi-soo stays silent and icy, while Gi-yeon actually looks stoked, grabbing Mu Hyuk's hand to congratulate him. "Way to go, Mu Hyuk. I knew you would kill it with whatever tasks they threw your way." Mu Hyuk just flashes a grin and says, "Thanks, man." After a super awkward silence, the chairman snaps, "Well, nothing to say? Nobody has a problem with my choice?" Even though he is fuming inside, Gi-hwan forces out a weak response. "Congrats, Kim Mu Hyuk." Mu Hyuk thinks that while everyone already looked at him as the successor, a public declaration in a family meeting carries a totally different weight. Gi-soo also chimes in with a cold, lifeless congrats. Mu Hyuk firmly tells his grandpa, "Thank you. I am going to give this my absolute all. I will make the Cho name famous, even if my last name is Kim." He realizes his grandpa trusts him so much he skipped an entire generation to hand everything to a grandkid who is not even a Cho by blood. After the meeting, Chairman Cho pulls Mu Hyuk aside. "You won, so take it easy on your poor cousins, okay?" He knows the old man just wants a promise that he will keep the family safe. Mu Hyuk watches Chairman John think for a second before asking about his next moves. "Right, did you say you were heading over to the United States soon?" Mu Hyuk politely confirms, "Yes, sir. I have a few things to settle over there, then I will be right back." As he leaves the office, he gets cornered by Deku. "So, you finally got what you wanted. What about our little deal? You haven't forgotten that promise to help me take over the Samsung group, have you?" Risu stares him down, saying, "Whatever my dad did is on him. I hope you are not planning to use that as an excuse to flake on our deal." Mu Hyuk just stays calm. "True, your father's mess is not your fault. But honestly, shouldn't you at least apologize to me, even if it is just to be polite?" Risu snaps back, "I had no idea what was going on. Why should I apologize for something my father did?" She points out her dad already paid the price and cannot set foot in South Korea as long as Grandpa is alive. Then she walks away. "Anyway, I trust you will not break your word." Mu Hyuk watches her walk off. "Man, Cho Jisoo is such a little fox. I thought they would be kissing my feet by now, but they just cannot drop their massive egos." He sighs and walks to the waiting black car. Just as he is about to hop in the car, a deep, gritty voice shouts out, "Hey, Kim Mu Hyuk. It is Cho Ji-won, her brother." He is standing right there demanding a chat. Mu Hyuk is already over it. "These siblings just keep coming, don't they?" He asks coldly, "What do you want?" Usually he is a total jerk, but now Gi-hwan is looking stressed, sweating buckets. He stammers out, "Look, I am sorry. I really did not know what they did to your aunt." Mu Hyuk just stares and asks, "So what?" Gi-hwan snaps back, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Look, I might be a loser, but I have pride. I will own up to my father's crimes." He bows his head hard. "I am apologizing for my father. I am really, really sorry." Seeing the look on the guy's face, Gi-won adds, "I am not saying this so you will forgive me. I just felt like this was something I had to say." Mu Hyuk watches the backs of the siblings as they walk off, wondering what kind of scheme this guy is cooking up now. Is it possible a clever fox like him only has one real weakness, his little sister? Or could that whole apology have actually been for real? He realizes he needs to rethink everything he knows about those two. Suddenly, we are in New York at Dream High Invest. Han Ki-young excitedly yells, "Hey, that Netscape company we backed? They are going public." That news alone is making the whole NASDAQ go absolutely wild. The opening price was $14, but it is so hot it already doubled. I can smell the cash from here. Mu Hyuk calmly asks, "If we dump everything at $40, what is our take?" Ki-young crunches the numbers, roughly $500 million. He looks shocked. "Why the sudden move? You really want to sell the whole thing?" Mu Hyuk knows Netscape might skyrocket to $80, but there is no reason to hold long term. Eventually, the big fish are just going to kick them out of the game entirely. He gives the order. Once it hits $40, sell our entire stake. If they won't buy it back, you figure out a way to get rid of it. Ki-young nods. Okay, I got you. Mu Hyuk asks about their other plays. What about the yen? Have you finished clearing that out yet? Yeah, we liquidated everything a few days ago. We are looking at a 300% return. Mu Hyuk keeps pushing. So, what are we worth now? Han Ki-young adjusts his glasses with a smug grin. Better grab your heart meds, buddy, because we just hit 30 billion, 25 trillion in local currency. Not letting the massive numbers faze him, Mu Hyuk immediately shifts gears. We need to move fast on setting up that shell company. How far along are you with that? Ki-young reports, we are only at 30%. It will probably take until next year to get everything totally dialed in. He plans to split it into 500 shell companies, then merge them back into 12 major players. Look out, Wall Street, the new kings of finance are finally here. But Mu Hyuk still wasn't happy, not enough. Crank it up. Split it into thousands of shells and then fold them back into 13. Kyun Win-on panicked. Whoa, the kickbacks for those shell company guys will be insane. Mu Hyuk gave a cold smirk. Better to pay some fees than to rot in a cell for the rest of your life, right? Facing that reality check, Kyun Win-on just sighed. Man, don't talk like that. But seriously, don't go crying about the commissions later, because doing it your way is going to cost a literal mountain of cash. Night falls over the luxury hotel. Looking out at the New York skyline, Mu Hyuk mumbles to himself. Manager, I need you to find me someone. Someone I can actually trust with my life. Forget Koreans. Find me an American. I need someone on the ground to handle everything for Han Kyung-yang. Understood, boss. Director Day bowed politely. I will start the search right away, sir. Mu Hyuk made it clear. Cash is no object. He just needs absolute loyalty, someone who will never backstab Han Kyung-yang. He says he trusts people, but Mu Hyuk knows money is a monster that eats souls. He told himself if Han Kyung-yang ever let greed take over and betrayed him, he would drop the guy like a hot potato without a second thought. A little later, Mu Hyuk heads over to Steve Jobs' office for a meeting. Steve lights up when he sees him. Hey, Charlie, here to rake in more cash from Netscape? I see you, kid. Mu Hyuk just smiles. Then Steve introduces a guy sitting in the corner. Oh, almost forgot. This is Andrew Gigante. He is a big-time New York businessman. He backed me back at Apos, Andrew says smoothly. I'm Andrew. I have heard big things about you. That name, Gigante, makes Mu Hyuk stop cold. His brain scans every file on New York's elite and its underworld. He froze as the truth hit him. Andrew Gigante. Why does that name sound so damn familiar? Wait, Vincent Gigante, the boss of the Genovese family, one of the big five in New York. Mu Hyuk's mental CPU just hit overdrive processing the danger. Mu Hyuk looks at the polished man, realizing he is standing in front of a shadow king. Steve Jobs starts yapping about his next big move to keep the vibe light. I'm planning to team up with Disney for a movie. It is about toys coming to life. Trust me, it is going to blow your mind. He brags it is the world's first full-length 3D CGI movie, but he is humble too. It is just a cartoon, after all. I am not expecting a massive gold mine. Mu Hyuk just grins inside. He knows Toy Story is the miracle that saves Pixar from bankruptcy. It will crush the box office and make the company's IPO go through the roof. Mu Hyuk gives him a shot of confidence. Don't sweat it, Steve. This thing is going to be legendary. Steve Jobs looks surprised. Thanks, kid. I know you're just being nice, but I appreciate it. Honestly, I'm a little nervous about this one. It's a huge gamble for the studio. Seeing the hesitation, Mu Hyuk doubles down. If you need more funding, just call me. I'll bankroll your startup all the way to the moon, Steve. Jobs lets out a massive laugh. Man, you are something else. He turns to his friend. What do you think, Andrew? Didn't I tell you? This kid is nothing like those suits on Wall Street. Andrew sips his tea and nods. He's definitely different. But if I were a normal investor, I'd never put money into a product when even the guy who made it isn't sure it'll work. Jobs jokes back. Hey, that is a bit harsh. Since you're so smart, why don't you throw some cash my way? Andrew shuts it down instantly. Invest in a wild card like you? My old man would kill me. You trying to get your best friend buried or what? Being mob royalty is heavy. Mu Hyuk watches them, stunned to realize Andrew really is the son of the legendary Genovese boss, Vincent Gigante. He wonders if Steve Jobs has been using mob muscle this whole time. Just then, a secretary walks in. Boss, Disney is on the line for you. Steve stands up and tells them to wait. You two keep chatting, I'll be right back. As soon as Jobs walks out, Andrew starts talking. So, I hear you're from Korea. You look way too young to be playing the market like this. That's a pretty big stack of cash you're dropping. Andrew asks about his hustle. What is your actual business anyway? Mu Hyuk keeps it cool. Just running the family business. Andrew looks at him with a raised eyebrow. Andrew Gigante leans in, testing him. Kid, do you even know who you're sitting next to? You look way too calm right now. Mu Hyuk just smirks. Honestly, between your last name and the way you talk to Steve, I've got a pretty good idea. His eyes turn cold as he decides to call the man's bluff. You're the eldest son of Vincent Gigante, the boss of the Genovese family, one of the 5 families of the American Mafia. You're Andrew Gigante. The pinpoint accuracy makes Andrew give a wicked grin. He's impressed. Sounds like your family business is a lot like mine, isn't it, kid? Mu Hyuk knows exactly who he's dealing with. The Genovese family came from the Luciano line. They are the blue bloods of the mob world. They run New York and Jersey, gambling, loan sharking, you name it. Plus, they've got a death grip on the shipping ports and the trucking unions. They are everywhere. During the massive 1980s crime crackdowns in New York, the only man to escape the law was the current Genovese boss, Vincent Gigante. Mu Hyuk just calmly admitted the truth. Yeah, sounds about right. Andrew nods, clearly impressed by the kid's homework. Spot on. Mu Hyuk cuts to the chase. Did Steve Jobs get help from the Genovese family? Andrew takes his time. It might look like we're in bed together, but honestly, these days, it is just a personal friendship between us. Back when Steve was just starting out selling computers, I provided some street-level protection for his inventory. We've just been boys ever since. Mu Hyuk analyzes the history. When Apple launched, the mob had their hands in everything: distribution, sales, shipping, you name it. They took a cut. Without the mafia's blessing, doing business was basically impossible. So, looking back at that era, Steve having mob ties isn't even that shocking. Andrew seems to really like this kid. He shakes Mu Hyuk's hand. I'm glad Steve introduced us. It's an honor to meet someone like you. Keep my number. I'm always down to hang out with a rich friend. Mu Hyuk knows the American mafia hides behind legit businesses to lobby the government. If he can build a bridge with the New York mob, it will be a massive tactical advantage for his future business empire in the States. Right after the meeting, Mu Hyuk goes to see Han Kyung-yang to check the company's financials. Reports in. We moved our Netscape bag to Anderson. They are going to tank this August. Boss Mu Hyuk says pivot now and dump every cent from Dream High straight into the NASDAQ. He is looking way ahead, predicting a massive payday. Get the duffel bags ready. NASDAQ is our personal ATM until that dot-com bubble pops in the early 2000s. Mu Hyuk tells Kyung not to cheap out on top talent. Pass the work to the crew so this thing runs itself without us. Kyung says, bet. Since you are running things, I am heading overseas. More cash means way bigger risks. Seeing his homie stress, Kyung tells him to chill. We are in this together, and I stopped looking for easy money. Real captain and co-pilot vibes. Mu nods, saying you need a bodyguard now. Kyung is totally caught off guard. Bodyguard for me? Then this absolute unit walks in a veteran mercenary. Michael flexes and says he is here to protect. Kyung is low-key shook and stammers back a hello. Late at night, Mu Hyuk asks if Michael is actually legit or not. Definitely. We worked at a Good of Arkham's 3 years ago. They are the top private military company. Blackwater and Wagner Group were not even a thing yet. Mu Hyuk says keep Kyung safe. Hire more hitters if you have to, Ma says on it. Why not just start a real company ourselves? Ma is shocked. Mu asks if there is anyone to run the show. Ma suggests an admin expert. Forget Korea and those inspectors. Let us just stack cash in America. Ma agrees. Mu Hyuk prep for future beef with foreign powers. Get the bag in America. Then go back home to clear out the trash. Right off the plane, Mu Hyuk hits the construction site. Park Dong-soo is like, you have been ghosting me. Mu says he just landed. Park says you hit the US like it is the corner store. Playing worldwide now. What is the word on the Daechidong situation? Da Hyun is handling construction, but the White Tiger gang might switch up on us. Gangnam is a mess with Sin Gangnam and the Honam gang beefing over turf. Strangers are lurking. Mu Hyuk looks at Park and makes a wild offer. Why not just take over all of Gangnam right now? Let us wipe out all 3 gangs at once. Park is stunned. Mu says if we hit one, they will team up. Hit all 3 for the win. Park sighs. We took Busan, but Gangnam is a whole different beast, kid. We are outnumbered. Even with Busan backup, we are tiny. It is like trying to swallow a whale. If Gangnam riots, only the cops win. Mu says I will handle it. Bring the Busan army up and set the date. Time to take what is ours. Mu Hyuk meets prosecutor Yun Chang-ho, who gives a mysterious smile. With this backing, who stops him? Mu mentions rumors of Yun becoming the boss. Congrats. Yun stays humble and says it is just talk for now. Mu notes Yun led the gambling case and the public loves him for it. From a small-town lawyer to the top, Yun says politics is calling. Both political parties are begging me to join. I can barely stand it. Mu says do not jump yet. Wait until you are at the very top. Secure the chief prosecutor chair first, then move into politics later. Yun agrees. Mu asks about the old prosecutor from the gambling case. Yun is like, why him? Bring him to Seoul to take down the 3 big gangs in Gangnam. Yun is shocked. Gangnam? He explains it is tough. Those gangs are tied to powerful politicians. Mu asks if they are about to bust the two former presidents in November. This was a massive shocker, aimed at dragging the masterminds behind the military coup and the Gwangju massacre out into the light. Yuan Chang-ho is totally stunned, questioning how he found out national secrets before they were even public. Mui calmly explains that once those two former presidents are behind bars, the whole political world is going to go into hiding for a while. He insists that if they stick to Article 4 of the code, they can definitely round up every single one of them. Yuan Chang-ho gets all quiet, thinking they need more hard proof to take down the whole gang. He is worried that even with the full anti-crime task force, they still might not be able to crush a massive national organization like that. The director looks at Mui with total respect and asks if he planned this whole thing out already. Mui just coolly replies that he should take the chief position while he handles the heavy lifting himself. Looking out at the city lights, Mui starts mapping out the battle plan for the big night. Day is officially when those two former presidents get hauled off to jail. Once the director sends the troops to smash the core businesses of those Gangnam gangs, the prosecutor's office is going to swarm in right behind them to finish the job. Jong-soo sounds a bit worried and asks if his own crew will get handcuffed too. Mui reassures him that most of them will be released as soon as they get to the station. He tells him to pick a mid-level guy to take the heat as the fall guy. Thinking back, Mui asks about the henchmen who were handling things over in Busan. You mentioned before that you had people taking care of business in Busan. Jong-soo realizes he means Soo-hyung, and he can already tell this plan is starting to stink. Mui is firm, saying that guy needs to be the one who takes the blame. Suddenly, Jong-soo gets pissed, yelling that Soo-hyung is like a brother he has been through hell with since they were kids. You really want me to use my closest friend as a human shield? Mui looks him dead in the eye and promises he will make sure the guy gets the lightest sentence possible. Those Gangnam gangs are going down for at least 5 years under Article 4. He reminds him of the ultimate goal, telling director Beck that they are here to swallow up all of Gangnam. Taking a few hits along the way is just part of the game. After a long silence, Jong-soo gives in and asks him to at least help get the sentences reduced as much as possible. Mui calculates that all the stabbings and violence in the middle of Gangnam will be impossible to hide from the media. That is why some of Jong-soo's own guys have to get arrested along with the Gangnam crew just to make the whole thing look real to the public. If the Busan manager, Soo-hyung, gets busted, the media is going to absolutely eat it up. Journalists will start pumping out clickbait headlines about a massive war breaking out between the Busan and Seoul crime syndicates in the city. Once everything is settled, Mui heads back home. He walks in and finds his grandfather reading the news. The old man looks up and asks if he is back yet. Mui walks over and says, "Yes, grandfather." Suddenly, Ji Hyang runs up all smiles to greet him. Mui is surprised to see her there and asks what she is doing at the house. She explains that since he is always out chasing money and ignoring his grandpa, she had to step in and be the good grandchild instead. Mui just smiles and thanks her for coming over to look after the old man. Watching the two of them together, Mui realizes that Ji Hyang has made this cold house feel a lot warmer and more alive. His grandfather looks way happier than he has in a long time, and it is all thanks to her. He understands now that what the old man really wants is not a pile of money, but just the simple happiness of having a family around like this. Time flies by until November 1st. Under the cover of the city lights, Jong-soo's group of soldiers silently move in and swarm the enemy territory to start their surprise raid. Seeing these scary strangers show up, the guards panic and yell out, asking if the Busan bosses got the wrong address or if they just came looking for a fight. Jong-soo just glares at them with fire in his eyes and drops a cold-blooded order to cut them down. A brutal battle explodes, tearing through the streets of Gangnam. Back at the mansion, Mui picks up his phone. On the other end, Jong-soo growls that they are done and the job is finished. Mui calmly tells him he did great work. He instructs him to have Soo-hyung turn himself in once he calls back. He has already squared everything away with the prosecutors. After hearing a solid okay from his partner, he just sits there quietly in the dark. On November 1st, a massive bombshell drops. For the first time ever, a former president is caught and arrested right then and there. While every news station and newspaper is totally obsessed with the massive political scandal, Jong-soo mobilizes all his men to lock down the entire area. Meanwhile, in a very fancy and expensive room in another part of town, a powerful figure is in total shock, asking if every single one of those former presidents actually got arrested. He thinks for a second and admits he saw this coming, but he never expected it to happen this quickly. Inside a luxury room, the leader of the Thonfong Society slowly sips his tea while talking trash about the losers. He says once presidents lose their power, they are useless, and he will just find new pawns to play with. But the next report from his henchmen leaves him absolutely frozen in shock. More importantly, during all that chaos, all of Gangnam fell into the hands of an organization run by the grandson of Chairman Jin from the Sunyang Group. The old man is stunned and asks what exactly happened to those three Gangnam organizations. The henchman rushes to explain that they teamed up with the central prosecutors to play dirty. He says nobody can beat Mui when the cops are on his side. He is worried that if they just do nothing, the society is going to suffer a massive hit. The leader's eyes turn ice cold as he grits his teeth in rage at that damn grandson of Chairman Jin. He snarls that the kid is getting way too out of control these days. Meanwhile, in the quiet Seoul night, Mui steps out of his car and tells his lead bodyguard that he is going to go grab a few drinks with some of his friends before heading home for the night. Since they won big tonight, he tells the man to go relax while he takes care of himself. As he walks down the empty street, he has no idea that danger is closing in. Suddenly, his bodyguard notices something wrong and screams for him to watch out. Out of nowhere, a white truck charges at him at a terrifying speed. The blinding headlights completely swallow Mui as he stands there in the middle of the road. He looks back in terror, but it is way too late. A massive crash echoes through the air as he is thrown onto the pavement. Jong-soo and the lawyer rush to the hospital, and luckily, he only has minor injuries. His best friend is already there taking care of him. Jong-soo stands to the side, absolutely fuming, and demands to know what the hell actually happened. The bodyguard explains that when the truck tried to run him over, the young master managed to jump out of the way just in time. He immediately chased the driver into a dark alleyway. Suddenly, a stranger ambushes the bodyguard from behind with a heavy wooden club. The hit was so hard the stick snapped in half over his back, but he stayed standing. This scared the attacker so much he started backing away and screaming, "Stay away from me!" Not letting him get away, the bodyguard lunges forward and grabs him tight. He growls at the guy, demanding to know who sent him to do the job. The assassin tries to play it off, stuttering that he doesn't know anything and just had too much to drink before making a mistake. Man, that tired old excuse is only going to work on a little kid. That stubborn attitude makes the bodyguard's eyes turn colder than ever. He tells him that if he really refuses to talk right now, then this is definitely going to be the biggest mistake of his entire life. Sensing things going south, the guy pulls a razor-sharp blade for a final stand. But let's be real, any resistance is totally useless against the sheer beast mode of Mu Hyuk. He shuts it down easily, landing thunderous punches and kicks that send the criminal flying back before he collapses hard on the pavement. Mu Hyuk stands over the loser and drops a brutal ultimatum, telling him straight up that he isn't taking him to the station. Interrogation ends right here. Start talking. Who sent you? Suddenly, the guy shoves a pill in his mouth. Realizing he's trying to kill himself to hide the truth, Mu Hyuk lunges forward, grabbing his jaw and yelling, "Spit it out!" He frantically tries to force the poison out, but it is way too late. The killer starts foaming at the mouth, his breath hitches, and he dies right there in the detective's hands. What kind of hitman has a weak heart? Witnessing his only lead get cut off, Mu Hyuk just stands there in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Mu Hyuk looks guilty in his hospital bed. According to my investigation, the driver who hit me was just a heavy laborer. Word is he recently came into a massive pile of cash, but I can't track down where that money actually came from. He bows his head in shame, admitting he hasn't figured out who hired the guy yet. I am really sorry. I should have reacted much faster when the situation started going sideways. Mu Hyuk just stays chill and says, "It's fine. You were ambushed." Standing nearby, Park Dong-soo thinks it over, noting that nobody in Gangnam would dare pull this. Plus, nobody else even knew you were there. He wonders out loud, maybe it is that group you mentioned before, the Seongpong Union? Could it be them? Mu Hyuk goes silent, his mind racing. Those guys are clearly scared of me if they are sending trucks to take me out. At the Cho mansion, Min Eung-hun updates the chairman on the heir's health. Good news is there are no serious injuries. He just needs 2 or 3 days of rest before being discharged. Chairman. Hearing this, the old man ponders. It must be because Mu Hyuk messed with things in Gangnam. After all, Gangnam used to be a major cash cow for the Seongpong Union. The chairman's eyes turn ice cold as he calls for Min Eung-hun, and his assistant answers him immediately. The old man makes a bold call. Staying home is boring. I am taking a trip to the enemy's den. In his fancy villa, Chairman Ju Tae-san sits on the sofa looking determined, getting ready for a massive showdown. He decides to head straight into the heart of the Seongpong Union's lair to face their leader personally. As soon as he sees him, Lee Yeon-hyun spits some sarcasm. It has been a while, Chairman Ju. You have aged quite a bit lately. The old man stays calm, noting they first met when the guy was barely 20. Yeon-hyun remembers those wild pre-liberation days when he feared nothing. Chairman Ju nods. We lived like there was no tomorrow. Surviving back then was a blessing from the heavens. Lee Yeon-hyun just laughs and says the old man is right. Why are you here in person today? He reminds the old man of his past vow. You said you would never set foot in this place again and had no reason to ever see my face. This guy loves bringing up the past, Faced with the old man's heavy silence, he keeps poking him with a wicked little smirk. I figured you would have plenty to say, which is why you came all this way to find me. Chairman Ju doesn't play games and tells him to stop. What are you talking about? Yang Haeon acts totally innocent. You want me to stop what exactly? The old man's eyes turn sharp as he declares war. If you touch my grandson again, I will fight you until the very end. The guy just shrugs, claiming he has no clue. Chairman Ju's patience has hit the limit. He firmly states that if anything happens to his grandson Mu Hyuk, then the Seongpong Union better get ready for a fight to the death. He emphasizes that he won't repeat the mistakes of the past. I won't just stand by like I did back then. His eyes burn with fire as he stares down his rival. I mean what I say. Even if I lose everything, I will take you down. Lee Yan-hyun casually admits to the terrible crime. Yeah, I killed your daughter. He mocks the Cho family's stupidity, saying their sons were way too easy to manipulate. They betrayed their own sister, the one who cut ties with her father to live in hiding. They chose to sell her out for our help. He kicks his feet up and reveals the bloody deal. Their betrayal got them our protection. When a loan shark like Ju Tae-san cuts you off, you have to make a deal with someone else. Your sons would rather sell their sister for protection than be decent people. Why would they turn down such a profitable deal? It makes total sense. Lee Yun-hyun looks at the old man and challenges him. You want to fight to the death? You should have done that when I murdered your favorite daughter. You did absolutely nothing. Am I wrong? You stayed quiet just to protect your remaining two sons. He laughs at the conflict inside the old man's heart. It's hilarious. You chose to protect two traitors and sold out your daughter. Looking at his target, he coldly admits he was thinking about taking out Kim Mu Hyuk. Initially, I planned to kill him after you died, but lately he has been buzzing around my business like a pesky fly. It's getting really annoying to deal with him now. If there is no reason to keep him alive, shouldn't I just swat him? That fly is worth $30 billion. Faced with the threat against his grandson, Chairman Ju's gaze turns icy and murderous. I have nothing left to lose. I have given up on my children. Now, I only have Mu Hyuk. But if the last thing I want to protect is gone, what do I have to fear? He looks deep into his rival's eyes and declares war. No reason to stay alive? Fine, let's see. I can promise you one thing. I might not be able to crush the entire Seongpong Union, but I will rip your people apart and chew them up piece by piece. Hearing the old man's bloody declaration of war, the Union leader Lee Yeon-haeon just bursts out laughing. He sounds genuinely impressed. It has been a long time since I saw Ju Tae-san with this much fire. You still have plenty of energy in you. Yes, lots. Yeon-hyun stands up with a dangerous look behind his smirk. Fine, don't worry. As long as you are alive, I won't touch your grandson. He looks off into the distance. I want to see what your grandson is actually capable of. But then he drops a heavy threat. If he crosses the line, I'm not responsible. Chairman Ju listens silently to his rival's final warning. Lee Yeon-hyun walks away, leaving one last jab. Remember, I am not like you. I don't need to lose everything to drag you down into the abyss. The old man glares as the tension hits a breaking point. Not long after, Mu Hyuk fully recovered and hit the mansion. Grandpa was all over him, asking if he felt better yet. Mu Hyuk played it cool, apologizing for the scare. The old man got serious, telling him to quit the street games and act like a proper chairman. For now, he just wanted the kid focused on helping with the family business. Just keeping up with all that desk work is going to drain me completely. Mu Hyuk was caught off guard by the sudden request. He smirked, asking what was really up and why Grandpa wanted him playing the good boy at home. The question hit a nerve, and the old man froze for a second. Mu Hyuk locked eyes with his grandfather, asking straight up if the Seongpong group sent that hit as a warning. The old man stayed silent for a long time, his face a total mask of exhaustion and pure heartbreak. Look, kid, I am begging you here. I am way too old to lose another family member to this life. Seeing the pain in the old man's eyes, Mu Hyuk finally softened his tone and said, I get it now. You do not need to say another word. I am not going to let you worry about me anymore. Grandpa just nodded, his eyes full of trust. Thanks. But deep down, Mu Hyuk knew the truth. The Seongpong group definitely tried to erase him. As soon as he checked out of the hospital, he hit a loud club to link up with Park Dong-soo. Raising a glass, Dong-soo cheered. Congrats on getting out of that hospital bed, kid. Ah, to be young again, you heal fast. Meanwhile, I am getting old, and my old knife wounds still ache like crazy. Mu Hyuk smirked back. You have been grinding hard too, Dong-soo. Especially after taking over the whole Gangnam scene for us. Dong-soo let out a loud laugh. Look, you cooked the meal. I just sat down to eat. I would be a total idiot if I could not finish what you handed me on a silver platter. He is a blunt guy, but Mu Hyuk stayed focused, moving to the main point. Yongdaeungpo and Gangnam. We own two of the biggest districts in Seoul now. Have you managed to get those Gangnam crews to fall in line and stay loyal? Dong-soo said he cleaned house. He only kept the guys who were actually useful, and anyone else who wanted out got their walking papers immediately. Mu Hyuk laid it out clearly. Give them proper roles and keep them on a short leash. No robbing or shaking down civilians. I want you running clean operations and making money from legit businesses only, Dong-soo agreed, but pointed out the cold, hard facts. Gangnam might have a lot of spots, but with the population growing every single day, keeping things smooth is not going to be an easy job. People only listen when their bellies are full. Then Dong-soo dropped some bad news. Drug trafficking was on the rise lately. Mu Hyuk's face went stone cold as he barked. Absolutely no narcotics allowed. Period. Dong-soo looked worried. I do not know if we can dodge it. Lately, a bunch of outsiders have been flooding the area, slowly pushing their supply. Mu Hyuk stared into space with a dark look, already plotting something brutal. For now, just play dumb. Let those idiots keep their little show going, and once they are done, we will call the cops to take out the trash. Dong-soo asked what the next move was. Got it, so what do you need from me now? Just keep Youngdeungpo under control, Mu Hyuk told him. Do not start any fights or get the law on our backs. If another mess like that happens, the police and the prosecutors are going to come down on us hard. But deep down, he knew that just sitting still did not mean they were safe. Now that the 3 big Gangnam crews are gone, every small-time thug is going to try and jump in to claim the throne. Dong-soo noted that while the crackdown weakened the underworld, the gangs in Gangbuk and Southwest Seoul are still in a total frenzy, fighting tooth and nail over every inch of territory. He boasted that since they came from Busan and took over the Gangnam gold mine, nobody would be stupid enough to mess with them. After a long silence, Mu Hyuk suddenly dropped a total bombshell of a proposal. Since we have the chance, let's just take all of Seoul. Dong-soo was stunned the kid just got out and already wanted the crown. Mu Hyuk calmly laid out the plan. They were going to unify every crew in Seoul into one single organization. We are not just going in with guns blazing, we are going to negotiate. I plan to share the profits with them, but you, Director Park, will hold all the real power in the end. Mu Hyuk thought back to the Genovese family in the States. If you could share the loot through deals instead of wars, you could settle everything quietly without the rest of the world ever catching on. Most importantly, this keeps us from a direct collision with the Seongpong group. If they eventually use the Yakuza to expand, I need to make sure we have not wasted our strength. Mu Hyuk promised that if they rebuilt Seoul as one group, Director Park would control the 2 biggest powerhouses. That means the capital, Seoul, and the second biggest city, Busan, would both be ours. Dong-soo was blown away by Mu Hyuk's massive vision. Bringing every organization in the entire country under one banner actually sounded like a plan that could really work. Mu Hyuk's eyes turned sharp and cold as he looked at his partner with a wild, ambitious offer. Unify the whole nation. You down for that? After their heavy talk, Mu Hyuk and his chief walked out of the building, ready to completely tear down and rebuild the entire criminal underworld. Mu Hyuk was already thinking ahead to the 1997 IMF crisis. The Seongpong group would use foreign cash to buy their way in. If he did not consolidate his power by then, taking them down would be nearly impossible. He had to grab all the territory before the IMF storm wiped everything out. As he was lost in thought, a very familiar voice suddenly made him jump. Hey, Mu Hyuk. He turned around and was shocked to see Hyunji standing right there. What are you doing out here? Did you get lost or are you just wandering around the city? Mu Hyuk blinked. Hyunji, what are you doing out here? She just shrugged and said she was just hanging out. Her friend had a sudden emergency and could not make it, unfortunately. I was about to head home, but then I saw you. Buy me dinner. Seeing his cousin still acting like a kid, Mu Hyuk got serious and reminded her that college entrance exams were coming up fast. Why is a senior hanging out here in the middle of the night instead of studying? Hyunji pouted, complaining that he sounded just like an old man. High schoolers still need to eat, right? She was dead set on her choice and demanded pizza and pasta right then. Looking at her begging face, Mu Hyuk just sighed and finally gave in. Fine, whatever you want. They headed into a restaurant together. Watching Hyunji dive into her food with so much excitement, Mu Hyuk could not help but smile. Her pure energy seemed to wash away all the heavy stress in his heart. Late that night, Mu Hyuk walked her all the way home. Hyunji looked a bit shy and thanked him for the escort. You bought me pizza and pasta, and then you even walked me home. I feel so spoiled. Mu Hyuk just laughed. Go inside. It is late, and Chairman Song is probably worried sick. Hyunji just smirked. Whatever. I will just tell him I was with you. If I am hanging out with his favorite grandson, Grandpa will not care if I stay out all night. Mu Hyuk just shook his head at how bold Chairman Song's granddaughter was. You are so young, yet you say whatever comes to mind. Suddenly, the season's first snow started falling, and Hyunji cheered. Wow! Look, it is the first snow. She looked at Mu Hyuk with total honesty and said, "Hey, honestly, I do not know why, but I feel really comfortable when I am with you. I feel like I do not have to hide anything from you at all. What about you?" All Mu Hyuk did was give her a warm, gentle smile in return. Out of nowhere, Hyunji leans in and plants a quick kiss on Mu Hyuk's cheek, leaving him totally stunned. She waves goodbye before heading off, yelling, "Let's hang out again as soon as your exams are over. I'll treat you then. Forget the books. You're my main priority." Mu Hyu waves back with a grin, but the second he's inside the car, his face turns cold and he's suddenly on high alert. He asks his bodyguard, "Hey, you notice that car? Feels like a vehicle has been tailing us for days now. I'm pretty sure they're following us again right this second." The driver reports that right after they pulled out, he tried to use car number 2 to track them, but the target just vanished. Since the accident, Ma Suk-dae has been extremely cautious, hiring private drivers and arranging escort cars in both the front and back to provide absolute protection for Mu Hyu. Mu Hyu thought to himself that while he could handle being the target, he simply couldn't accept others getting hurt because of him. He asks urgently, "What's the word on the PMC?" Ma Suk-dae tells him an old buddy is headed back to Korea for the job. Mu Hyu barks out an order. "Tell him to get here yesterday. We need this PMC up and running now." Ma Suk-dae bows and says, "Yes, young master." At a sleek high-rise, Mu Hyu walks in looking like a total boss. He reaches out to shake his partner's hand and starts the introduction. "Hey there, I'm Chuck Lee Keem, the guy with the bottomless bank account." The man across from him looks genuinely impressed. "I've heard the stories, but I didn't expect you to be this young." "I'm Eric Clark." That was Eric Clark, a former colonel in the U.S. Special Forces and the key player for Mu Hyu's plan to build an elite army. Clark talks up his recruitment strategy. "I'm scouting some heavy hitters from the Navy SEALs that I know personally. These guys are combat-hardened pros. You're going to love what they bring to the table." Mu Hyu can tell this guy is the real deal. He's incredibly confident and clearly proud of his old crew. He nods and says, "All right, I'm counting on you. But I've got a question." Clark stays polite but leans in, curious. "What kind of company are we actually building here, boss?" Mu Hyu thinks for a second before dropping the hammer. "The company I want? First off, I need to make sure my people stay safe. We protect lives. Guess rich guys really are scared of dying." Clark seems confused by the modest goal. He says if it's just basic security, a standard guard firm would do the trick. Why go through the trouble of starting a PMC then? What's the reason? He wants Mu Hyu to spell out the vision, because the company's size depends on how far he's willing to go. Mu Hyu looks Clark dead in the eye and makes a bold claim. "I want the best, the strongest, and the smartest. If we can become the biggest firm on the planet, even better." Clark is floored. Is this kid trying to take over Marvel or something? Mu Hyu doubles down on his main rule. "I want a loyal army that does exactly what I say. No questions asked." Clark finally gets it. Loyalty for soldiers is simple. You just swap the country for the company. The owner becomes their new commanding officer. It's that easy. After thinking it over, Clark agrees. "Fine. With those demands, I'm going to have to recruit some heavy-hitting U.S. generals to make this happen." Mu Hyu is shocked. "Generals?" Clark nods firmly. "Yeah, the U.S. military is way more independent than you'd think. They know the ground, but an army needs more than just intel." Clark insists that setting up shop in America is a total necessity. "Look, in the U.S. and Europe, lobbying the government is actually legal. We need that kind of influence." Mu Hyu asks if he has anyone in mind. Clark mentions 2 big names in DC with massive pull, but warns him that getting them on board is going to cost a fortune. Mu Hyu doesn't hesitate for a second. If they can move fast, the cost doesn't matter. When you're talking about $30 billion, money isn't an issue. Seeing how much cash his new boss is willing to drop, Clark smiles. "If money isn't an issue, I'll go get those 2 for you. I'll rotate them as CEOs to handle the politics, while I run the actual operations." He adds, "Man, you're just like Breck said, totally decisive and way too generous with your cash." Mu Hyu is surprised. "Breck?" Clark explains that was Ma Suk-dae's old mercenary nickname, making Mu Hyu look over at his quiet bodyguard in a completely new light. Moving on to the big stuff, Clark emphasizes that the most important thing right now is the team's gear. "If you have elite skills but trash guns, you're going to end up dead pretty fast, boss." He offers 2 choices. The company buys everything, or the soldiers bring their own gear. Ma Suk-dae asks if soldiers buying their own gear is even realistic. Clark says absolutely, because they usually know the supply lines. Mu Hyu asks, "So Clark, what do you think?" Clark breaks it down. "Both options have their ups and downs, but I've got a suggestion that might work best. It's better if the company provides top-tier, standard-issue weapons, even if it means cutting their pay a bit." Mu Hyu makes the call. "Fine, let's go with the company buy option." Clark agrees, noting that more investment leads to higher loyalty. He drops some cold truth. "Basically, if the guns are good, The soldiers have a much better chance of coming home alive. Mu Hyuk tells Clark firmly, don't ask about the price. Just buy the most expensive and the coolest gear you can find. He tells Clark to hash out the startup costs with his US partners to make sure the money is ready to flow immediately. Understood, boss, Clark says respectfully. They seal the deal with a firm handshake before Mu Hyuk's car rolls away. Once inside the car, Mu Hyuk tells Ma Sokdae to contact Han Kyoyeon in the States and then get Eric on the line. I need to make sure we've got the capital to build this PMC. His bodyguard nods, and Mu Hyuk stares out the window, deep in thought. He tells himself the shell company is basically done, but next year is going to be way more chaotic than this one. The massive workload is piling up and his current staff just can't keep up, so Mu Hyuk knows he has to find someone he can actually trust. Meanwhile, over in a Seoul neighborhood, Baek Hyun-sung is pushing his body to the limit, sprinting up steep hills and endless flights of stairs. Even though he's drenched in sweat and gasping for air, he doesn't stop. He's determined to make a miracle recovery after that horrific and tragic accident. Hyun-sung stops at his front door, totally exhausted, right when Mu Hyuk pulls up to meet him. The two head over to a local beef rib soup spot to grab a meal together. While Ma Suk-dae sits quietly at the next table and watches, Hyun-sung tells Mu Hyuk that even though he isn't competing professionally anymore, he will keep training to maintain his peak physical condition. He asks his buddy, hey, I heard you were in a car wreck recently. You doing okay? Mu Hyuk just shrugs it off, saying he's fine. When asked about school, Mu Hyuk says he's still going, but Hyun-sung sighs, admitting he's just not built for books. He sadly mentions he might move back to Busan to help his mom's restaurant. Don't even think about quitting, Mu Hyuk dropped the hammer. Come work for me. This is your lucky break, man. While his friend stood there shocked, he explained he was buried in work and needed someone he could actually trust. Hyun Seo paused. You're talking about loan sharking, right? Mu Hyuk didn't blink. Yeah, I need someone to run the Myeongdong operation. He said since it involves serious cash, he only trusts his inner circle, but told him no pressure if it felt sketchy. Forget the risk. Hyun Seo snapped. I'm in. Seeing his friend's stunned face, he meant every word. If it's your business, I'm helping. What do you need? Just say it. Mu Hyuk flashed a satisfied smirk. He needed a loyal set of eyes to track the money and the books. Go to Myeongdong and start learning the ropes. He planned to put his friend under Kim Ho-sik's wing. Running the loan business was just the tip of the iceberg. They had a lot of heavy lifting ahead. With 1997 coming, Mu Hyuk knew the real game was starting. One wrong move and the whole plan would go up in flames. In 1996, Korea joined the big leagues. Politics were a mess and the deficit hit a record high. Small businesses were dropping like flies. People still didn't realize a crisis was coming. In Chairman John's office, a man was begging on his knees. He was desperate. Save me, Uncle John. The banks cut me off. I'm issuing 45 billion won in bonds this January. Please, just buy them. John just looked at him. Why'd you get into steel? I heard you're selling off subsidiaries just to build that plant. He clung to hope. Help me once. I'll never forget it. Please, do it for old time's sake. But Chairman John was cold. Your company is way beyond my help now. I'll check with Mu Hyuk first. The man was totally speechless. Chairman, the old man cut him off. Just go home. I'll call you soon. The man could only walk away defeated. Once he left, John turned to his assistant. Mu Hyuk won't help him, will he? The assistant just nodded. John stared into space. Everything Mu Hyuk predicted years ago was happening. He said the big shots would eventually crawl. Like he said, it was all becoming real. A satisfied grin hit John's face. To see this before I die. Mu Hyuk walked in. Did Chairman Kang visit? Grandpa nodded. That guy wanted a life vest, but his ship is already at the bottom of the ocean. The big corporations are just waiting for Hanbo to collapse to scavenge. Mu Hyuk knew Hanbo was just the beginning. Next, it would be Sungseon. Even massive groups like Dahyun weren't going to be safe anymore. In 1996, Korea hit $10,000 per capita, but behind that was a $20 billion trade deficit. A time bomb was ticking with huge debt. The whole economy was about to crater. The price for 40 years of growth, it was totally unavoidable. It's all about to go down. Soon, 1997 hit. Hanbo Group, ranked 14th, was facing total bankruptcy over 200 billion won in debt. They fired everyone, went into panic mode, and tried selling property, but nobody was buying at that massive scale. The assistant reported that the creditors rejected the request for more money. They said they helped twice already. No more cash. Chairman Kang was absolutely losing his mind. The assistant hesitated. The money is there, but you have to resign first. He stood up and screamed. I built this brand from nothing. Now they want me to just hand over the keys? It's an election year. The government is afraid of looking like they're playing favorites. They said only if you quit will they pump in the cash to keep things running. Kang was furious. Thousands of workers depend on us. Do they want everyone on the street before the vote? His eyes went wild. If we hold on, they'll help. We are too big to fail. If Hanbo goes down, the country goes with it. Pure delusion. But the creditors didn't care. They said no. Hanbo was all over the news. They were told to pack their bags and get out. The office was pitch black and depressing. Then Mu Hyuk walked in. Long time no see, Chairman Kang. The old man was stunned. Mu Hyuk? Where's the other chairman? Mu Hyuk sat down coolly. My grandpa isn't feeling well. Talk to me. I have full authority now. As Jang Taeho cluelessly asks about Manager Ha, Mu Hyuk silently judges him. This guy really doesn't get it. Look, Iceman. Mu Hyuk repeats. I'm the one calling the shots now. If you've got nothing to say, there's the door. Before his opponent can even blink, Mu Hyuk goes for the jugular. If you're here for the bonds, forget it. We aren't buying Wonbo stock when it's basically worth less than toilet paper. Harsh, but true. The remark hits Taeho's pride hard, making him jump up and roar in anger. Toilet paper? Watch your damn mouth. Mu Hyuk stays stone cold, dropping his final ace. I know your talks with the creditors totally bombed. He leans in, eyes like ice. You're flat, broke, and out of moves. You got 5 billion won for that bill due in 3 days? Didn't think so. The question hits a nerve. Chairman Jang just sits there in total, pathetic silence. Wonbo Group, a top-tier conglomerate, finally bites the dust. They filed for bankruptcy because they couldn't cover a 5 billion won bill from their own subsidiary, Wonbo Steel. But 5 billion was just the tip of the iceberg. Wonbo Steel's total debt hit 5 trillion, won thousands of times more than that first little bill. Even in this mess, Taeho tries to act tough. The bank will handle it, it's fine. That's not the priority right now. He's clearly just delusional. Mu Hyuk coldly offers a way out. If you're that desperate for cash, bring me real collateral. None of that bond junk. The old man collapses into his chair. What do you want? Mu Hyuk keeps it cool. I did the math. That land of yours is worth about 310 billion. Am I right? Taeho hesitates. So you want to buy it? Without blinking, Mu Hyuk hits him with a brutal lowball offer. 200 billion. Take it or leave it. Sign today, and I'll pay in a week. The old man is horrified. He stammers, begging, 200 billion? Come on, kid. Can't you throw in a little more? Who plays like this? Mu Hyuk stares him down. Look, nobody is lending Wonbo a cent right now. Nobody wants your bonds or your land. You're radioactive. I'm the only game in town. The big players are already circling like vultures, waiting to pick your bones clean. You know that better than anyone, right? The truth stings like salt in a wound. He knew the old man had already begged everyone for help, only to get laughed at or offered peanuts for his dying companies. It was a total fire sale. Desperate Taeho caves. Fine, I'll sign. But I need that money next week. No excuses. Mu Hyuk doesn't flinch. Deal. You know our word is gold around here, but in his head, he's already laughing. This greedy old man isn't getting a dime. Mu Hyuk knows the company is going belly up in exactly 3 days. The deal is just a trap. If they go bust while the contract is active, that 200 billion goes straight to the creditors. The old man gets absolutely nothing. Watching Taeho's pathetic retreat, Mu Hyuk mocks him silently. Sorry, Chairman, it's a shame to tell you this, but you won't keep even a single penny. The white car pulls away, leaving a crumbling empire behind. From the window, his grandfather watches. If Wonbo falls, the fallout will be insane. We're talking total economic disaster. The banks will tank first, followed by a domino effect of bankruptcies. Companies, banks, the government, even regular people. Nobody is safe from the crash. He turns to Mu Hyuk and sighs. This is huge. The whole country is about to go broke and end up on the street. Deep down, Mu Hyuk knows a massive financial tsunami is coming by year's end. No one else sees it coming. 3 days later, on January 23rd, Wonbo Steel officially defaults on that 5 billion won bill, exactly as expected. By the 25th, the whole group is toast, and when a giant like this falls, the hyenas come out to tear the carcass apart. A secret meeting of Korea's biggest sharks goes down. Chairman Song from Da-hyu is there, looking like he's ready for a fight. Along with Xiao from Samsung and Baek from Jongyu, Xiao immediately starts talking trash. Chairman Song, what are you doing here? I thought you retired. Where's your son? Why are you doing the dirty work? Old people get cranky. And Song snaps. What's that supposed to mean? Don't forget who I am. I'm Song of Da-hyu. I handle my own business. A situation like this obviously needs my personal touch. I'm not letting some kids handle a deal this big. Xiao just laughs. Hate to break it to you, but Beck and I already split the spoils. Why don't you just go back to the nursing home? He lays it out. Samsung takes Wonbo Construction. Jongyu takes Wonbo Steel. Song explodes. You did what? You've got to be kidding me. You two just decided this on your own? Chairman Baek smirks. Don't push it, old man. You're already in hot water with the government. They're using political pressure to squeeze you out. Even if it's the end of their term, the Blue House won't let you slide if you keep sticking your nose in our business. We're actually doing you a favor here. Yeah, exactly. Just take the hint and walk away while you still can. Xiao chips in, Feng, Dungdo Shu Turk Song. Just go with the flow. The other chairmen have already agreed to the split. Backed into a corner, Song storms out, roaring a challenge. Fine. We'll see who's better at throwing money around. You guys are all going to regret this. A cold, calculating grin spreads across the veteran chairman's face. A brutal currency war is about to start, and Song is going all in. This whole mess was rigged way before Wanbo even officially crashed. Just watch. In a luxury villa at night, another secret meeting goes down to decide the fate of the entire economy. It's about to get real. Flashback to Hong Kong, 1997. Right before the handover, the British transferred most of the power to China. But many foreign banks and corporations kept their main headquarters or branches right there in the city. It was Asia's massive financial and logistics hub. In a swanky room, a girl named Eva Ju slowly wakes up after a long, deep sleep. Seeing a man by the window, she asks groggily, "Oh, you're already awake?" She rubs her eyes, thinking back. "I thought I was dreaming about a prince saving me. Turns out, it was just my boss with a suitcase full of cash. Guess it wasn't a dream after all." Mu Hyuk just gives her a knowing, subtle smirk. It all started a few days ago, back when Eva was still drowning in the absolute chaos of her life. That night she was at a bar, begging old contacts for help. "I swear, I'll pay you back next month. Please, just 100 Hong Kong dollars, as soon as possible, okay?" But all she got was cold rejections. "Oh, really? You can't? I get it. No worries. Thanks anyway." Everyone she knew was hanging her out to dry. Eva's furious, running her hands through her hair. What is wrong with these people? She scrolls through names like Jackie Chang, Zoe, and Maggie. All those people she spent her time helping are totally ghosting her now that she is in deep trouble. The time pressure is crushing and she is feeling completely hopeless. What now? I need to hire a lawyer by tomorrow or I am really going to end up behind bars. Just then, a sudden noise makes her jump. Kim Mu Hyuk appears with a calm vibe and calls her name, Eva Du. A stranger just appears out of nowhere. Eva asks who he is. He calmly replies, "I am Kim Mu Hyuk. I tried calling, but your staff were too busy firing you to pick up the phone." Eva is shocked. "You are Korean? How do you even know me?" Before she can even react, he starts rattling off her whole life story. "You are Eva Zhu, also known as Meet Valentin. Half Korean, half British. You lived in Korea as a kid for a few years, so you speak the language, right? You were the international transfer manager at the HSB Hong Kong branch until they canned you for helping a client dodge taxes. Mu Hyuk did a deeper background check than a Tinder match. This bank was founded way back in the 1800s. The bank was suspected of being a massive money laundering hub for some of the world's shadiest underground groups. Right now, Eva is facing a lawsuit for helping a client, but she's really just a pawn being used by the system. Eva snaps at him. "Who are you exactly? The cops? Since when does the Hong Kong Police Department start hiring guys from Korea?" She admits it bitterly. "You already dug up all my secrets. There is nothing left for me to say. Those suits sued an innocent woman and got me fired. Now I am broke, begging friends for cash, and I cannot even afford a lawyer." Mu Hyuk stays chill. "Eva, just sit down and relax for a second. I am not here to grill you. I have a deal that can actually solve your problems." Looking at her, he remembers her clearly from his past life. Eva worked at HSB before moving into a private equity fund. After the IMF crisis hit, she raided the Korean market with a level of greed that was totally insane. Whether it was real estate or corporate takeovers, she used every dirty trick in the book to stack her cash. She used money or power. If those failed, she would even use her own body to get the win. She was absolutely ruthless about hitting her targets. A decade later, she made her bosses 20 times their investment before dipping out. Back to now, Eva is suspicious. "Who sent you?" Mu Hyuk is firm. "I answer to nobody. I came here because I need your help and I want to talk business." He drops a life raft. "Work for me, and I will get you the best lawyers in Hong Kong for your trial tomorrow." Money is not the problem here. The only real question is, how much are we talking about? Mu Hyuk looks her in the eye. "I need you for a very important job. You want to hear the plan?" Eva gives a small nod. "Fine, tell me, what do you need?" Mu Hyuk drops the bomb. "I want you to be the commander-in-chief and take over all of South Korea for me by the end of this year." Eva is stunned. The Vanguard? An invasion of Korea? Mu Hyuk starts explaining the dark future that is about to hit the country. Soon, Korea will have to sell off everything. Companies, land, gold, resources, even the people. And you, Eva, will be the one standing in for me to buy it all up. Buy whatever you want, as long as you get it done. Eva smirks, suddenly very interested. Now that is one hell of an offer. Buying an entire country? Wild. But before we worry about Korea, tell me why you picked me out of everyone. Mu Hyuk lists her perks. First off, your looks are a total knockout. In business or at the table, beauty is a power move. Second, you are someone I can actually trust. You kept your mouth shut about your clients, even when you were fired and facing a jail cell. I do not need a saint. I need someone loyal and capable who can get the job done. Eva smiles. Loyal and capable. Huh? I like it. So, what is the company name? Mu Hyuk says it will be in Korea. You pick the name. 5 investment firms will share the stock. Eva is confused. Wait, so you have not prepared anything at all yet? No office? No staff? Mu Hyuk gives her total control. You are the one who is going to be in charge of everything from here on out. Hire whoever you like or just buy a company in Korea. It is your call. He emphasizes his main goal. I only want one thing. We have to grab the best deals before the other hyenas steal them. When she asks about the starting capital, Mu Hyuk just shrugs. Money? I have more of that than I know what to do with. The deal sounds too good to be true. Eva is still skeptical. Sounds perfect. Too perfect. Why should I trust a word you say? We are total strangers who just met today. Mu Hyuk gives her an ultimatum. That is for you to decide. Trust me, or keep calling the people in that little notebook of yours. It is a closer she cannot refuse. With no other choice, Eva gives a seductive smile. Fine, let's get to know each other a lot better tonight. Mr. Kim Mu Hyuk. Next morning, Eva is still waking up, but Mu Hyuk is already packed. Seeing him rush, she asks, leaving so soon? Mu Hyuk is blunt. I have to get back to Korea today. He hands over a thick envelope. Eva gasps when she looks inside. $1 million. Mu Hyuk gives instructions. This is the down payment. Kill that lawsuit first. Call the top law firm in Hong Kong first thing tomorrow morning. He lays out the legal strategy. Aim for innocent, but if they find you guilty, just pay the fine and move on. Then get to Korea. He hands her a power move. Eva stares at the card in her hand. A black card? Seriously? You will get a company card once you reach Korea. Back home, I will give you an infinite card even better than this. Use mine for now. Eva winks. Thanks, boss. Mu Hyuk nods. See you in Korea. He leaves the room and walks down the hall. He is thinking ahead. Once the IMF crisis hits and Korea loosens the rules, she is going to be an absolute beast in the market. I will be waiting, Eva. Meanwhile, the Kwanbo Group bankruptcy is becoming a massive nightmare for the government. Days after the collapse, Chairman Jang was hauled in for questioning, looking like he was on his last legs. This shockwave hit politics and finance hard. Huge groups started falling like dominoes, including Sam's back in March. With the election coming up, the government tried to hide the mess. They blasted the IMF director's speech everywhere, claiming the Korean economy was not in a crisis. That rock-solid speech made the masses ignore the economic crisis rumors, thinking it was all just noise. But the global hedge funds? Well, they were very different, they saw right through the smoke and mirrors. They smelled the financial disaster hitting Asia and specifically South Korea. While the world burned, Mu Hyuk headed to a traditional spot to meet the big boss, Chief Prosecutor Eun Chang-ho. Yoon greets him with a huge grin, saying, "Look at you. A busy high roller like Mu Hyuk actually has time for an old man like me?" Mu Hyuk calmly pours the tea and says, "Actually, we should be seeing each other a lot more. In fact, get used to my face, Chief Prosecutor Yoon Chang-ho." Yuen smirks, soaking it up. Nothing beats a compliment from a talented junior like you. Thanks, kid. Meanwhile, Mu Hyuk is plotting. He knows the prosecution is about to become the ultimate power player in town. To pull off his master plan, he needs to wrap the chief around his finger before the IMF hits. Mu Hyuk cuts to the chase. So, how is the Wonbo Group probe going? Yoon Chang-ho says the hearing is close. He figures the Blue House will just drop an order to wrap things up quickly. He spills the tea. Everyone is getting a one-way ticket to prison, from bank CEOs to government suits. With the presidential election coming at the end of the year, the political scene is a total mess, like everyone is wandering through a thick, blinding fog. Mu Hyuk drops a massive truth bomb. Word on the street is the president's oldest son is neck-deep in this mess too. That stops Yuen cold. Wait, you know about that too? Man, your intel is totally insane. You are literally miles ahead of everyone else in this building. And honestly, even I am struggling to keep up with you. Yoon admits the bribe was too massive to cover up. Getting busted is inevitable now, though he still is not quite sure what the VIP is planning behind the scenes. Mu Hyuk locks eyes with the chief and drops a heavy warning. Listen closely. Do not, under any circumstances, become a mindless puppet for the Blue House. Just focus on your own future power moves. Yoon shrugs it off. Look, the current president has less than a year left in his term. Why should I be scared of a lame duck? Whatever, I will follow your lead. After all, you are the one who put me in this big chair. Mu Hyuk gives a slight nod. Right, I trust you will handle this perfectly. Just stay focused on nailing the Wonbo group for now. Then, he drops a new name. And by the way, I hear the Dongyu group is hiding some pretty nasty secrets too. Yoon is stunned. The Dongyu group? Aren't they fighting for rank number 223 on the corporate leaderboard right now? In Mu Hyuk's mind, Dongyu is a massive beast with over 40 subsidiaries and 60 trillion won in revenue. They are absolutely huge, controlling nearly 8% of all South Korean exports every year. He knows that by 1998, this entire empire will crash hard because of cooked books and secret slush funds. If he waits, their debt will be a mountain, leaving him with absolutely nothing left to scavenge. So, he needs to speed up the timeline. Back in reality, he tells Yoon, look, they are rotten to the core. Just scratch the surface and you will find a goldmine of crimes. The chief pauses. Sounds easy, but a probe like this is going to be incredibly tough. Mu Hyuk keeps pushing. If you take down Dongyu before it explodes like a massive bomb, it will be the legendary legacy of your entire career. Then, he adds a special request. When you finally round up their top leadership for questioning, let me be the one to coordinate things behind the scenes, okay? Yoon narrows his eyes, suspicious as hell. You trying to swallow that whole massive corporation yourself, kid? Mu Hyuk calmly denies it. Nah, just some friends of mine are interested. I am staying out of it. The chief gives in. Fine, I will send my guys in to start digging into their internal files first. Mu Hyuk stares him down, emphasizing every word. Your role is about to be huge, chief. This economic meltdown? Yeah, it is not going away anytime soon. It is just the beginning. He paints a nightmare scenario. Once the corruption comes to light, companies will drop like flies, and society will be swamped with white-collar criminals and financial chaos. Politicians will definitely come at you hard, but if you just hold the line, everything will work out. UN is visibly shaken. Wait, did you really just say this economic disaster is going to stick around for that long? Mu Hyuk doesn't blink. Yep, it is going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. If you keep up this scorched earth investigation with no off-limit zones, your future title will be legendary. UN just laughs at the kid's guts. You talk some crazy stuff, you know that? But secretly, he is already imagining himself ruling from the Blue House very soon. Walking him to his car, Mu Hyuk plays the polite junior. Hey, I saw some great apples at the market, so I tossed 3 whole boxes in your trunk. They are totally organic, no pesticides. You can eat them right away, chief. Those apples are worth billions. Yuen looks at him, totally moved. Kid, you keep bailing me out. I honestly have no idea how I am ever going to pay you back for all this. I owe you big time. Mu Hyuk bows slightly. I am just paving the road for you. You just keep walking, and I promise you will be the next boss of the Blue House. Watching the car pull away, Mu Hyuk smirks. You better make it to the Blue House, old man. I need you to be the ultimate shield for my business. He knows he has both the prosecution and politics in his pocket through Yoon, but he still needs a much tighter plan for life after the IMF crisis hits. Later, at a meeting of the elite tycoons, one chairman shouts, "Whoa! How long has it been since we all got together like this?" Chairman Chan, still going strong? Grandpa shrugs it off. Yeah, I am still kicking. I assume everyone else here is doing all right too? I heard you guys handed the keys to your kids so you could finally relax. Another guy chimes in. Exactly. It is time for us old-timers to step back and enjoy the good life. Word is you gave everything to your grandson too. People are saying that kid is a real monster in the boardroom, not someone to mess with, right? Another chairman adds, yeah, I heard Chairman Jiang from Kwangbo actually took a massive hit because of your boy. Grandpa lets out a proud, booming laugh. I knew you guys would be curious, so I brought the little genius along to say hello to everyone today. Right on cue, Mu Hyuk walks in with a polite bow. Good evening, everyone. I am Kim Mu Hyuk. It is a huge honor to meet the legends who built this entire era. Mu Hyuk scans the room. He realizes these guys aren't just rich, they actually own all the biggest media empires and newspapers in the entire country. Back then, with no internet, these guys decided what was news. If they said things were great, nobody argued. They basically had a total monopoly on what every single person in Korea was thinking at any time. Even during a financial meltdown, the media stays bulletproof. They serve as the mouthpiece for the military government while lining their own pockets at the same time. These guys think they are the elite gods running the whole country. If their papers decide to trash you, your career is basically over before you can even blink. Take the current crisis, they covered it up perfectly by keeping the public totally blind and deaf to the truth. But Mu Hyuk sees a huge chance here. If he plays them right, he can control the entire narrative exactly how he wants. Mu Hyuk stands up. He speaks up clearly. I asked my grandfather to set this up because I want to keep our family's strong connection going into the next generation. These old guys are smiling, but deep down, they are mocking the idea. They think their glory days are over and they are just relics in the background. Mu Hyuk keeps on with the smooth talk, telling these old legends that his company only survived to this day because of their vision. Even though they stepped back from the front lines long ago, the massive legacy they built is permanent and will never be erased from history. He gives a polite bow and adds, "So I really hope you guys can look out for me." One boss barks back, "Kid, you are John Ma's successor, so of course we will have your back." The others all chime in, saying they should look out for each other. "Since we are all here, how about we swap business cards? Just reach out whenever you need something," they say. Mu Hyuk takes the cards, feeling totally stunned by the moment. "My name is the newspaper, kid. Just look at the brand." He instantly gets the subtext these titans do not need to explain who they are. A real power empire does not need a name because their presence alone is the flex. These 5 business cards represent nothing less than absolute, untouchable authority. Mu Hyuk's eyes turn cold as ice. He realizes these cards are his ultimate weapon for flipping public opinion on its head. He imagines a future where he is the king, thinking, "One day you will all be kneeling at my feet, but until that happens, I am going to use every single one of you until there is nothing left." At the hearing, an official aggressively grills him, claiming they have testimony from top executives that the government secretly pumped massive amounts of taxpayers' cash into his failing company. "The government threw money at you like it was nothing, so how did you blow it so fast?" Sitting there in his prison jumpsuit, Chairman Jang stays arrogant and just shrugs the question off. Capital is something only the boss understands. How would some low-level employee know anything about that? This total lack of respect for his workers perfectly captures how these big corporate tycoons actually think about people. They see themselves as the only true owners of the game, while the employees are just mindless servants who do not matter. That arrogant speech at the live National Assembly hearing immediately triggers massive public outrage. Watching the drama unfold on television, Chairman Song of the Dahyun group just clicks his tongue and sighs. Man, has that idiot Jang guy still not woken up to the reality of his situation yet? Mu Hyuk sits across from him and calmly says, "Maybe he will wake up when he is dead." Chairman Song nods. "Yeah, probably." He turns and asks about the actual situation on the ground. "How are the construction projects in Gwanbo Steel doing?" Mu Hyuk stays cool and reports that Samseong and Dongwoo have been getting the runaround from the government during negotiations. In the end, they had to take over without any debt relief. Hearing this, Chairman Song breathes a sigh of relief. "I already told the creditors and the government not to worry about us. If Samseong or Dongwoo would not step up to take over, I would have done it myself." That was a close one. Mu Hyuk knows that in the original timeline, Dahyun was supposed to buy Gwanbo Steel. Back then, they would have swallowed Gwanbo along with a massive debt of over 5,000 billion won, which would have slowly eaten the company alive. Now, that toxic debt has shifted, leaving Samseong and Dongwoo reeling from the impact instead. Mu Hyuk gives a reassuring smile. "Chairman, just sit back and enjoy the show." Song looks shocked for a second, then bursts out laughing. "Ha, honestly, if it were not for you, kid, I would probably be in some deep trouble right now. Mu Hyuk, I owe you a big one." Suddenly, Chairman Song's voice drops. "By the way, I heard the Kia Group is in a really tight spot lately. What do you think? What is your take?" Kia is a massive beast with tens of thousands of workers. They own tons of subsidiaries in cars, heavy industry, and electronics. Even though they are a huge conglomerate, they built a professional management system instead of the typical family-run style. But that actually became their biggest weakness when they had to go head-to-head with the other cutthroat corporate sharks. Mu Hyuk watches quietly. He knows that because of the current credit crunch, rumors about Kia going bankrupt are spreading like wildfire all across the city right now. He tells the chairman that Samseong is playing dirty, cutting off Kia's lifelines to hijack the company. They are putting the squeeze on politicians and banks to make sure no bailouts ever happen. Everyone knows Samseong has been eyeing Kia Motors for ages. Chairman Song admits he knows they are trying to steal it, but he feels helpless. Are we just going to let them swallow Kia whole? Mu Hyuk says calmly that Kia Motors will end up with Dahyun anyway. There is no need for the chairman to rush into anything right now. Let Samseong do whatever they want for now. He maps out a long-term play. We will make our move when the government changes hands. After all, isn't the presidential election right around the corner? Chairman Song worries if the ruling party is a lock to win the election. Mu Hyuk breaks it down. The ruling party will obviously side with Samseong, but their own ranks are about to split wide open. A divided vote gives the opposition party the ultimate upper hand. His total confidence leaves the old man stunned. "Wait, what did you just say?" Mu Hyuk explains that the current candidate is clashing with the sitting president, so I do not think the current guy in office is going to lift a single finger to help them at all. But Chairman Song is still being extra careful. Changing the government is not that simple. Even during the first big election after the republic was formed, everyone was dead certain the opposition party would win. But the final results turned out completely different. The old man is basically traumatized by the past. Mu Hyuk hits back immediately, saying that only happened because the opposition's votes were totally split last time. If I were betting, I'd say the opposition wins this time. Mu Hyuk's bold claim leaves Chairman Song lost in thought. A whole new government, huh? Mu Hyuk turns up the pressure, saying the other big conglomerates are probably betting the house on this right now. You should place your bets as soon as possible. Just please do not forget my advice. After thinking it over, the old man slowly nods. Fine, I will give it some serious thought. Then he suddenly pivots to Mu Hyuk's personal life. So, how are things going between you and my granddaughter, Hyunji? Mu Hyuk answers politely, saying that they have been seeing each other pretty often. The old man gives a knowing smile. Seeing each other often, huh? Once your youth is gone, you never get it back. Mu Hyuk just nods. Later, while they are in the car, Assistant Sokdae gets curious and asks, Hey, can I ask you something? Why are you so obsessed with Dayun lately? Looks like Uncle Ma wants all the juicy details about the in-laws' business. He thinks it through, saying he knows Mu Hyuk's family is tight with Dahyun, but there are plenty of other companies out there. Yet, he seems to favor them exclusively. Mu Hyuk calmly replies that he just needs a horse that can actually go the distance. This is all prep work for the big moment. I also want to stay on Chairman Song's good side. Plus, having connections is key. He calculates silently, he isn't targeting them for no reason. At the very least, these relationships have to bring some real concrete value to the table. Mu Hyuk knows the secret history of Dahyun Semiconductors. In just a few years, they will merge with Lucky and evolve into a terrifying rival for Samsung Electronics in the tech market. But eventually, a cash crunch will force them to split off from the Dahyun group. Mu Hyuk makes a silent vow to himself, just keep fattening up Dahyun for now. Later on, I will swoop in and snatch that semiconductor division for myself. It is all about preparing for the massive chip war coming our way. Meanwhile, the economic crisis keeps getting uglier. The Jinbo Group and Sangbo Foods, the country's biggest bakery brand, are both getting dragged into bankruptcy court and liquidated. Because of this, by early 1997, a whole string of other massive conglomerates start collapsing. Mu Hyuk realizes that the hedge funds are about to launch an attack on the Thai bot. He dialed Han Ki-young immediately to give him his new orders. It is finally time to start the attack. We need to hit them exactly where they stand. Mui cut straight to the chase and asked about the money. On the other end, Han reported having $5 billion ready, though the rest was already tied up in stocks. He suggested leveraging the stocks to raise another $10 billion in capital. Mui gave the green light. Han asked, Wait, are we just tailing the big hedge funds again? Mui stayed firm. Our main position matches theirs, but I will use different shell companies to hide our other moves. Just delegate to the staff and wait for my word. Mui barked the order to Han over the phone. 3 units for me, and 3 units for you. We are pulling all the cash from these 6 entities. Hearing the risk, Han started sweating bullets. Are you really going all in? Is your heart made of steel? You aren't scared of losing it all? Mui played it cool. Sure, I am nervous, but you have to risk it to win big. Even knowing the future, there is no such thing as a truly safe investment. See, my own moves can actually change the outcome. Meanwhile, over in New York City, the big money titans were already prepping a massive new currency raid. One partner spoke up. Hey George, are you really the one leading the charge on the bot this time around? George Solis, the big shot CEO, bragged with total confidence. Of course it is me. You guys just stay on my heels and try to keep up. George was a legendary investor who pocketed $1 billion in a single day back in 1992 by shorting the British pound. As a Wall Street genius, he truly understood the rhythm of the economy and human psychology. Still, he was annoyed by a total stranger. Who is this vulture that played it so well in Mexico and Japan? Just who is this dream high guy anyway? Someone in the room explained it was just a new investment firm with a solid track record, even though they had been playing it quiet lately. Mentioning that name made George snap. He slammed the table and roared in anger. Those punks jumped into our game and stole our profits. They are just opportunistic hyenas, and I bet they will try to follow us again. His partner tried to calm him down. Look, they are just kids playing at business. They are definitely not worth your time, George. When asked about the real power behind Dream High, someone reported that a guy named Han ran the operations. However, 99% of the company is actually owned by a mystery man named Charlie Kim. George admitted he knew nothing about Charlie Kim, besides him being Korean. He tried digging deep for dirt, but found absolutely zero info on him. Even the CIA databases came up completely empty on this guy. The partners were totally shocked. A Korean guy? Is there even an investor in Korea with enough weight to play at this high level? George had a bad feeling in his gut. He ordered, I am going to lead this raid personally. You guys just focus on keeping a close eye on Dream High for me. If they take a different side, we need a backup plan. Everyone thought he was being too dramatic. George, why are you being so serious? You are the man who broke the Bank of England. George growled back. Because that guy is always one step ahead of me. The whole room went dead silent. Wait, what? He remembered his previous losses. During the peso and yen crashes, that guy always moved in before me and managed to bail out way earlier. His eyes showed real respect. Charlie Kim. I want to know exactly what kind of man he is. Meanwhile, in another place, Mui felt something weird. He touched his ear and wondered, who is talking smack about me? My ears are really starting to burn. His face hardened. He clearly smelled the schemes coming from across the ocean. You might think this is just a simple game where you have choices, but it is actually a massive casino where people buy and sell time while betting against each other. In this game, if one person makes money, another person definitely loses it. The casino is where we trade everything we have. At the Dream High office, Han reported the situation. Their staff would likely face the same drop as the guys on Wall Street. We might lose $1 billion there. But for you, use 3 different entities to bet the opposite way. Let's put down $2 billion on that move. Mui made his move. The whole world wants a crash, but I am betting on a bounce to clean up. The attack on the Thai bot will start in the stock market. Hedge funds led by George Soros will start the war. Thai stock prices will drop by more than 10%, and investors will start drowning in pure terror once the whole market is seriously threatened. Those famous hedge fund managers will join forces with the currency trading desks of giant financial institutions like Goldman Sachs and many other big players. JP Morgan and Citibank will join the massive attack on the bot. After betting on the crash, they will dump billions in bot to drive the price into the dirt. Han reported the bot was already dropping fast from 26. The Wall Street crew has officially launched their attack. Han asked nervously, "Are you sure this is really going to be okay? We are fighting real Wall Street pros here." Han gave a serious warning. The real danger is actually the massive second wave that follows the hedge fund attack. Other speculators are watching closely. They will follow the leaders and jump in. That cash flow will be several times larger than the start. On the international financial market, daily currency trading can easily reach or even exceed $1 trillion in foreign exchange every single day. Compared to those massive numbers, the few billion from hedge funds is peanuts. But when the next wave hits, the total bets will go through the roof. Speculators expecting a crash were already getting ready to celebrate their wins. Mui played it cool and calmed Han over the phone. Seriously, do not sweat it. The bot is not going to go down that easily. Thailand's defensive moves were way beyond what any of the financial experts expected. The Thai government called for backup and got a huge response from the central banks of Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong to protect their currency. This Southeast Asian alliance started buying up the bot in massive amounts to counter the hedge funds. It stabilized the price in a spectacular way. Mui smirked with total confidence. Get the popcorn ready, because we are about to watch those Wall Street giants lose big. On May 22nd, Thailand officially passed a dual exchange rate. They even got aggressive and banned foreign bank branches in Thailand from selling the bot abroad. Thanks to these bold moves, the bot did not drop, it actually went up. Mui saw this as a bitter loss for the hedge fund alliance and a massive win for Thailand. Han was absolutely stunned. Did you really know things would go exactly like this? Mu Hyuk laid it out cold. That Bangkok showdown was just the opening act for the 1997 Asian financial crisis. He watched it all go down exactly like in his past life. Time to move. Mu Hyuk ordered a total liquidation of their long positions. It was time to bet everything on the crash. Kyo Nyan practically screamed, "Are you serious? You want to bet everything on a crash now?" The Thai bot is still looking solid, but Mu Hyuk just shut him down. They're drowning. It's only a matter of time before they give up and let it all go. While the hedge fund alliance was gearing up for their next big hit, pure terror started paralyzing the minds of most of the guys involved. These financial institutions were in total panic mode, desperate to dump their options at half price just to stop the bleeding. Things got real ugly when everyone started dumping bot put options at once. It got so bad that even at 50% off, nobody would touch them. Back on Wall Street, some big shot was still barking orders. "Don't play with me. The bot is going to tank, so keep buying, buy everything you can." But his team was toasted. They just looked at him and said, "We're hemorrhaging cash. Our capital is basically zero." Inside the hedge fund alliance headquarters, the boss was deep in thought when the office phone started ringing like crazy. His assistant scrambled to pick it up and gasped. Who the hell dared to jump the gun and bet on a crash right now? The news hit the old man like a ton of bricks. Stuttering, the assistant asked the caller, "Wait, who is this?" The answer on the other end of the line left them both speechless. Dream High Invest. Meanwhile, Han Kyo Yang was hyped when he called Mu Hyuk. "You were right. The hedge funds actually reached out to partner with us. As of today, we're officially joining the hit on the Thai bot." Mu Hyuk stood in the dark, smiling. "Congrats, man. You're officially a member of that elite Wall Street Shadow Alliance now. That's a high-stakes club that almost nobody gets an invite to." Mu Hyuk knew the truth. Wall Street is way more of a closed-off boys' club than anyone realizes. Those guys don't exactly welcome newcomers with open arms. Forget about the profits for a second, just establishing a solid connection with them is a legendary achievement. Q Yang reminded him, "Hey, you're the one who made the play. They're going to be dying to know who you are. When are you planning to step out of the shadows?" Mu Hyuk stayed calm. Secrets don't last forever. If they really want to find me, it won't be that hard. Either way, I'm going to try and milk this for a bit longer. The later they figure out who I am, the better. Since the boss had spoken, Kyo Yang asked for the next move. What's the plan? Right now, I'm seeing a total of $4 billion bet on Thailand actually coming out on top. With profits clearing 500%, they'd pulled in $20 billion. Mu Hyuk was a literal money printing machine. He didn't hesitate. Take every cent we raised and dump it all into short positions. Right after that, things in Thailand took a turn. Their new minister, Thanong Bidia, stepped up. He was a young economist, just 49 years old. This guy, who mostly knew economics from textbooks, tried a radical move to save the economy, declaring bankruptcy for all the failing banks and cutting them loose. But theory and practice are two very different animals, and when this plan hit the real world, the results were devastating for the entire nation. After burning through every cent of their foreign reserves trying to save the currency, the government finally froze 16 major financial institutions. But by then, it was way too late. In the end, Thailand had to wave the white flag to the hedge fund alliance. This was a victory for the new financial imperialism, not bullets, but bucks. Han Q-Yang was on the other end of the line, sounding completely stunned. Man, it's unbelievable. Mu Hyuk kept his cool. What's the situation now? Q-Yang reported back. The bot is down to 30. Our options profit? It's already cleared 600%. I think we can cash out now, Q suggested. But Mu Hyuk wasn't budging. Stay calm. Let those sharks tear each other apart for a while longer. We'll swoop in and clean up later. Q was shocked. Wait, we're not closing our positions yet? Mu Hyuk just shrugged. We haven't even hit the climax. You see, the war between the big hedge funds and the other speculators was still raging on. Once the Thai government folded, the latecomers started betting on the bot bouncing back, and now everyone was clawing at each other for whatever spoils were left. In the end, the Thai exchange rate war wrapped up with a total victory for the hedge funds. But deep down, Mu Hyuk knew he was the only true winner here. Q Yang called back with the news. Mu Hyuk, I closed everything out exactly like you said, 3 hours before the market shut down. You won't believe it. Since we scooped up those fire sale options, the profits just went through the roof. The total amount we cashed out is $100 billion. The number left Mu Hyuk dazed. They'd basically emptied out the entire Thai central bank. He thought to himself, I never expected the payout to be this insane. Because Mu Hyuk stepped in, the bot tanked way harder than it did in the original timeline. They walked away with twice the profit they'd even dreamed of. Mu Hyuk gave his partner some real credit. This was all you, man. Make sure the staff gets their bonuses and take yours too. $100 billion. Mu Hyuk realized he'd just snatched half the profits that were supposed to go to those big hedge funds. With that massive pile of cash blowing his original plan out of the water, he knew it was time to pivot. For the upcoming hits on Malaysia, Taiwan, and the Philippines, Mu Hyuk decided to take a back seat. He'd leave those profits on the table for the big hedge funds to chase. He told himself, now it's time to focus on South Korea, because whatever went down in Thailand was about to hit Korea twice as hard. Right on cue, the financial storm began tearing through his home country when the Kia Group officially filed for bankruptcy. Even though they'd signed a deal to delay the inevitable, the empire had completely crumbled. One of the top 10 giants going under sent massive shockwaves through the government and terrified the public. But the government's response was a joke. Politicians and CEOs were too busy looking out for their own skins to actually do anything useful for the country. The administration was obsessed with winning the presidential election at the end of the year. They kept chasing fake per capita income numbers to look good, completely ignoring the national disaster staring them in the face. All they did was dump every cent of their foreign currency into defending the exchange rate. Right in the middle of all that chaos, Eva Du finally landed in Korea. Spotting Mu Hyuk waiting at the airport, Eva shouted, "Hey boss, it's been way too long." She ran over and gave him a massive hug. Mu Hyuk just smiled and welcomed her back. Welcome. So, how'd the lawsuit go? Everything handled? Eva let out a huge sigh of relief. All thanks to you, boss. She couldn't forget the drama. You should have seen the looks on those old guys' faces at HBC. Total snakes. They tried to pin every single crime on me just to save their own skins. She gave him a playful wink. So, where are we going now, boss? I'm not that hungry yet. Maybe we should just head straight to the hotel? Mu Hyuk blushed for a second but quickly recovered. Let's just get in the car first. I'll drive. When Eva asked where they were going, he drove her straight to Daechidong. Standing in front of a massive, modern glass skyscraper, Eva was floored. Holy crap, what is this place? It's brand new. Looks like I've officially hit the big leagues. Mu Hyuk explained it is still a work in progress, but mostly functional. He told Eva, "Look, this is where you will be running things from now on." Eva was hyped. "Sweet, I totally dig this place." "So, I just stick to the plan we talked about earlier, right?" Mu Hyuk stared ahead with cold, hungry eyes. "Damn right, Eva. If it is for sale, we buy it. From toothpicks to massive conglomerates, we take it all. This massive skyscraper on a 3,300 square meter lot in Daichi-dong is the jackpot Mu Hyuk scored. His plan is simple. Use this fortress to buy out every single company in Korea. Of course, Mu Hyuk stays in the shadows while Eva, the girl he brought from Hong Kong, takes the heat out front. Looking down from the top floor, Eva gasped. "Wow, Seoul has changed so much. It is a whole different world from when I left. The nightlife here rivals Hong Kong now." She stared through the glass, thinking how crazy it is that a country this big is about to crash and burn and sell everything off. Mu Hyuk shrugged. "Just look at Thailand. Once the big hedge funds target you, growth doesn't save you." Eva still doubted it, since the Korean and Thai economies are totally different sizes. Back then, the Korean economy was actually about 3 times bigger than Thailand's. It was a whole different league. Thailand was the second in Asia to join the OECD, but Korea was the miracle economy. Still, Mu Hyuk saw right through it. It was all just a beautiful house of cards. Inside, it was hollow, built on a mountain of toxic debt. Not just Korea, but Indonesia, Taiwan, and Hong Kong were all standing on thin ice. This year, the Wall Street sharks are devouring Asia piece by piece. Eva flinched, asking, "Even Hong Kong?" Mu Hyuk nodded. See, originally, they weren't aiming for Korea. But seeing how fast Korea crumbled during the Southeast Asian crisis, they changed plans. Now, South Korea is the final boss on their hit list. Dropping the heavy talk for a second, Eva asked, "By the way, what do we even call this amazing building?" Mu Hyuk looked at her. "I haven't decided yet, Eva. You pick." She smiled, leaning against him playfully. "You're letting me name this giant tower? You're acting like a total movie, CEO." She thought for a second and then declared, "Let's call it Miracle Tower. It sounds powerful. People should feel intimidated just hearing it." Mu Hyuk nodded, liking the vibe. "Cool name. Let's talk hiring for our year-end launch. We will definitely need a solid crew. Got anyone in mind who can help?" Eva smirked. "I've got a few people. You did say I could pick the team, right?" Mu Hyuk smiled, confirming her power. "I am leaving everything to you. Don't sweat the money. Just get the best talent you can find, no matter the cost." Eva hugged him tightly, whispering, "Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Mu Hyuk looked ahead, giving her a heads up. Things are about to get crazy busy for both of us. Even though we're both in Korea, we won't see each other much. We can't have people getting curious about us." Eva pouted, asking, "Oh, really? But let's worry about that later. Can you stay with me tonight?" Mu Hyuk smiled and said, "Sure, I'm all yours tonight." That night, Miracle Tower glowed in the heart of Seoul, signaling a new financial empire. Next morning, Mu Hyuk visited Grandpa. He asked, "Did the Ministry of Finance call you yet?" The old man nodded grimly. "Yeah, the minister called me himself. They're going to dump dollars into the market because their foreign reserves are drying up fast." Mu Hyuk did the math. "Faster than I thought? Is it because the dollars are vanishing?" He knew the government wanted to keep $30 billion in reserve, but they were finally realizing that stash was disappearing way faster than they could handle. Mu Hyuk pressed him. "So, are you going to give them what they want?" Grandpa sighed. "If my cash could stop this crash, why wouldn't I do it? It's a chance to make the government owe me forever. Why not take the leverage? But I am torn. This honestly feels like trying to put out a forest fire with a water gun." Mu Hyuk thought to himself, throwing dollars at this now is pointless. Better to hoard the cash, force these companies to beg and give up their rights, then lend it out. That is how you win big. Grandpa's face turned cold with rage. "You know what? That minister actually tried to bully me into handing over my money for the country. He called it a VIP order." He spat the words out. "Idiots. No VIP is bigger than cold, hard cash." Mu Hyuk watched him, thinking, the guys running the economy think they have to act tough. But the government is making purely political moves. They ignored the central bank's warnings to play power games and tossed out every report from the actual experts on the ground. It is a total mess. The current government bet the farm on joining the OECD and hitting a $10,000 income per capita. Just to look powerful, they let banks go wild, racking up massive short-term debts from America, Japan, and everywhere else. They were just chasing a number to stay in control, but they had no clue that all that borrowed money was being funneled into local businesses and Southeast Asian firms. Korea's downfall isn't just because of Wall Street hedge funds. There was a ticking time bomb already planted right in the heart of the city. Once that timer hits 0, the whole country self-destructs, and that clock is already ticking. Mu Hyuk turned to his grandpa, asking, "Have any of the big players reached out to you yet?" Grandpa looked thoughtful. "Not yet. None of the top 10 conglomerates have called." Mu Hyuk gave a confident smirk. "Just wait a few days. They will be lining up at your door begging for help." His grandson's confidence caught him off guard. "Is this the moment you were talking about before, the big one?" Mu Hyuk laid out the move. "When they come, lend them the cash, but take their assets or force them to issue convertible bonds. Especially Samsung Electronics. We need to grab as much of that stock as humanly possible. If we can, we take it all. That is how you own a company." Grandpa gasped. "Samsung Electronics?" Mu Hyuk pleaded. "Please, I need your help on this." He added a bold final point. "Forget those politicians. They are yesterday's news. Don't worry about those dying branches. They are about to snap anyway." Grandpa hesitated. "Is this safe? Picking a fight with the government usually doesn't end well for us." Mu Hyuk just smiled calmly. "Don't worry about them, Grandpa. Their time is almost up. The economy is crashing and the presidential election is only 3 months away." He broke down the politics. Right now, the ruling party is a mess. Their candidate is losing ground, and the whole party is split because Choi broke off to start his own group. Mu Hyuk keeps calling it the way things are going. Kim Hak from the GD party is a lock. Gramps is dead silent. Handing over power after 40 years is a massive shakeup. He lets his secret slip. If he'd known, he would have bet on Kim Hak's side already. Still, the odds of the ruling party winning this thing are through the roof. Even with the economy tanking, Gramps thinks people stay loyal. He clearly does not understand the raw power of a hungry stomach. Mu Hyuk stares Gramps down and lays it out flat. This time is different. The opposition takes the presidency. He knows history has to play out exactly how he remembers it. That night, Mu Hyuk makes a high-stakes call across the ocean. On the other end, Han Kyo-ngi, and answers with a yawn. "What is it now, Mu Hyuk?" Mu Hyuk stays cool. "Sun is not even up here yet. Sorry for the wake-up call. What is the balance on our Bermuda account?" Kyu Neon snaps awake. "Bermuda?" He checks the books and reports back $10 billion, maybe even a bit more. "So, what is the play?" Mu Hyuk drops the hammer, dump all of it into Korea the second the market opens. Kyu Neon is floored. "Korea? Why the sudden move?" Mu Hyuk lays out an insane gamble. "We are betting on the exchange rate for next January. It is going to hit over 1,800 won. 800 won, while stocks crash to 400 or lower. Buy up every option and futures contract you can find on the market. Kyun Wen, and loses it. Are you insane? 1,800 won? The country will be cinders. You trying to start the apocalypse?" He is literally sweating through his shirt now. "It is at 1,001 and 600 points right now. If it hits 1,800 and 400 in 3 months, the whole country collapses." He gasps. "You want me to bet everything on Korea burning down?" Mu Hyuk is ice cold. "Exactly. Korea is heading for a total meltdown. America will send in the IMF with a list of impossible demands. Mu Hyuk sees it all coming, endless bankruptcies, massive unemployment, and our companies sold for pennies to foreign vultures. He is locked in. We have got a lot of work ahead of us. This is where the real game begins. My side is ready to go." Kyo Ong Yang is still torn. "Look, is this even right? I might have an American passport, but I am still Korean at heart." Mu Hyuk shuts him down. "Forget our deal already? You promised to follow orders and invest no matter what." His eyes turn cold as he drops the brutal truth. "If we do not bleed them dry, those Wall Street sharks will. Better the cash ends up in our pockets first. Look, Korea might not vanish, but when a chance like this shows up, you grab it. If you do not, someone else will." The old man nods. "That is just business. Someone loses, someone wins. You cannot please everyone." The kid really is his grandfather's grandson. Seeing Mu Hyuk is not budging, Han Kyu-ni and sighs. "Fine, I am in. First thing tomorrow morning, I am buying those options." Mu Hyuk nods. "Good. It is on you now." He walks off, thinking back to how helpless he was in his past life. No info, no edge. Zero experience, and no power. Mu Hyuk runs the numbers October 1997, and foreign reserves are sitting at $20 billion. 2 months left until the IMF bailout hits. But this time, I am not letting anyone else walk away with the prize. I am taking it all. His eyes burn with pure ambition as he preps his next big move. But first, he has got some unfinished business. "Before I hit Korea, I am taking a swing at America. The Indonesian rupiah is already tanking thanks to those Wall Street sharks. Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, all the Southeast Asian players and Taiwan are going down. Now the Asian currency crisis is dragging the US market with it. Han Kyu-yang is freaking out. This is getting way bigger than I expected." Mu Hyuk stays cool. We saw this coming. Why the panic? Kyo Yang sighs. My team's nerves are getting to me. We are holding so much stock, it is hard not to worry. Mu Hyuk tells him to chill. Stop letting fear win. Dump those losing stocks. Come to Hong Kong and watch the show with me. The hedge funds are calling. Word is, Hong Kong is next on the hit list. Mu Hyuk just smirks. Finally, it is go time. East Asian markets are in free fall. The currency crisis is making hedge funds filthy rich. And their next target? Hong Kong is right in the crosshairs. But Hong Kong is a fortress with its fixed exchange rate. To break it, the funds are borrowing massive amounts of cash to short the market. If the government spikes rates to save the currency, stocks and real estate will crater. Either way, the shorts make a killing on futures. Q Nian asks, this is my big debut with the group. How much are we talking? What is the buy-in? Mu Hyuk shrugs. Nothing crazy. Let's just drop $5 billion. Q Ongyang nearly chokes. 5 billion? Just like that? You are kidding me. 5 billion? That is like 5 trillion won. Realizing he's overreacting, he catches himself. Sorry, my bad. Sorry, man. I have been throwing billions around so much lately that the numbers are starting to lose all meaning. Mu Hyuk gives the order. Have the team follow the hedge funds. But you and I? We are going rogue. Hong Kong isn't the real target. Hong Kong is just the warm-up. There is a much bigger fish out there. From the New York office, Q Nian calls in. The funds just launched their attack. But it is not moving. Hong Kong is leaning on China and throwing everything they have got into the fight to save their currency. The hedge fund group even reached out to Dream High. Mu Hyuk knows Hong Kong is built differently. Their massive reserves are keeping them afloat for now, but even the strongest walls are hitting their breaking point soon. If history repeats itself, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority is about to make a massive move. I can feel it. Checking the calendar for October 1997, Mu Hyuk's eyes go cold. The time is right. He gives Kyo Nian the green light. He immediately bet the entire capital of the US branch on a massive crash in the American and European markets. Not $1 was held back. James Han jumped up and screamed into the phone. What? Are you losing it? You ignored Hong Kong to bet on the US and Europe? You have gone totally crazy. Someone get this man a sedative. Fast. Mu Hyuk just smirked with total confidence and shot back. I have never lost you a penny, so when I say bet, you bet. He was dead serious. James just sighed in total defeat. Fine. I have no clue what you are thinking, but I will do exactly what you say. Mu Hyuk smiled. He knew that if history stayed on track, he was about to make the biggest power move of his life once again. Dream High's weird moves caught the attention of the big league hedge funds. At the Alliance headquarters, the leader asked his crew, is Dream High really acting this way? The assistant reported quickly. Since yesterday, they have been buying up every short position available, betting on a total market collapse. Every single one of them, from America to Europe and Japan. The boss went quiet, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. What is that guy actually thinking? Unless the whole world market crashes at once, there is no profit. He never saw someone this reckless. Then he asked, is the Hong Kong attack still on? The assistant confirmed the attack on the currency market was going exactly as planned. The old man tapped his chair and thought for a moment. He ordered them to keep a close eye on Dream High and follow their moves. But the assistant was worried. Sir, they already snatched up all the short options. The boss was stunned by the balls on his rival. He warned them, do not overplay your hand. Just buy enough to test the waters for now. I want to see how this plays out. The big shark started following his lead. Meanwhile, Mu Hyuk sat in silence until his phone started blowing up. He picked up and heard James Han screaming on the other end. Mu Hyuk, everything is going south. Hong Kong is going nuts. Interest rates just spiked to 300%. James was yelling in total despair. The plan to short the Hong Kong dollar just went up in smoke. We are finished. Spiking rates to 300% was a suicide move that nobody on Wall Street saw coming. It crushed the stock market, but it worked. James asked, what now? Every single cent we put in with the hedge funds is at risk of being lost forever. Unlike his partner, Mu Hyuk was stone cold. He gave the order. Do not panic. When the market opens tomorrow, sell every single stock we have. James was floored. Wait, what? You want me to dump every stock we own right now? Mu Hyuk kept the pressure on. Borrow more from the brokers if you have to. He knew a global financial disaster was about to hit like never before. He gave a wicked grin and said, just let the market tank. The deeper it falls, the more our options payout grows. October 27th, 1997. New York City. The financial world literally exploded. James Han called, freaking out. The New York Stock Exchange just halted trading. The Dow is down over 7%, or 554 points. Mu Hyuk noted that Europe and Japan were also in a free fall. He watched the numbers dance on his screen. The returns on their short bets were exploding like crazy. James asked, "Are you a man or a god? How did you know Wall Street would collapse today?" Mu Hyuk knew the rate hike was the trigger. The attack on Asia was working. But this time, the collapse was happening way faster than the history books said it would. Mu Hyuk realized the fear he planted was making everyone dump their shares even faster than before. He told his partner the dip would be short. "Tomorrow, we start buying back." James just groaned. "Yeah, I got it." Mu Hyuk laughed. "Congrats, man. In a few days, you will be a Wall Street legend, the god of investing." James just told him to shut up. "My heart is about to beat out of my chest." Mu Hyuk calculated. Usually, New York only dropped 7% in the past, but because he stepped in, it crashed 15%. That is a record. It is the biggest drop since Black Monday 10 years ago. Every time the index dropped another 1%, Dream High's profits just kept piling up. Mu Hyuk gave the final order. "Tomorrow morning, cash it all out." James agreed, but said it would take a while because it was so much money. He nervously asked what the final haul was. Mu Hyuk dropped a bomb. "Do not faint, but it is about $500 billion. 500 billion? James felt like he needed a hospital. With that kind of cash, Mu Hyuk could basically buy a whole country or two. Mu Hyuk smirked. "We did it. I am the one who won this gamble." But he knew this was just the opening act. Looking out over the New York skyline, he made a vow. "I will use this wealth as a weapon to stand above everyone. That is the future." Meanwhile, in a high-power office, the boss got the confirmation. The rumors were true. He slammed his desk in a rage. "We bet on Hong Kong and walked away with nothing. Who the hell are these people?" The news even reached the White House. President Finkelin asked his aide, "Can one person really tank the market like this?" The aide said yes. He pulled out a file. "Sir, the guy behind this is a young kid from South Korea. It was a photo of Charlie Kim." President Finkelin stared at the file and whispered the name to himself. Charlie Kim. Robert Rubin from Goldman Sachs reported the damage. Most Wall Street investors took a massive hit. Only this one guy made a killing. He walked away with nearly $500 billion. The president smirked. Not bad. But Rubin warned him that the situation was actually quite grim. "Mr. President, American wealth is now in the hands of some kid from a tiny country in Asia." The president just asked, "So what?" He basically swiped that cash illegally. As Rubin hesitates, the president shuts him down, snapping that America doesn't go after anyone if they technically stayed within the lines of the law. "Look, if he made that bank through legal investments, then we don't have a problem here." Rubin keeps stressing that this mountain of cash could literally delete a whole nation's economy. The real kicker? The dude sitting on all that money isn't even an American citizen, he is a total foreigner. The president just raises an eyebrow and drops a cold solution. Easy, just make the guy a United States citizen. Simple. While that's cooking, Rubin reports that Wall Street is absolutely blowing up with rage. Those Wall Street sharks are about to snap because they lost big time. They're demanding a way to claw back the fortunes they bled out in the Hong Kong markets and the stock exchange. He insists the whole point of this meeting is to fast-track the plan they discussed before. The president thinks it over and then makes a call. Since it has to happen anyway, let's just get it over with sooner. Inside the White House, some massive, game-changing orders start rolling out. All the while, Kim Mu Hyuk is just standing there, quietly watching the world shift. Honestly, he is totally stunned. He never thought his huge payday from Wall Street would be the spark that blew up Korea's currency crisis early. His interference is literally causing history to rewrite itself right in front of him. Over at a massive luxury mansion surrounded by nothing but green trees, Chairman John T-Son is deep in his work, handling business on the phone. He gives a cold order telling them he knows what to do and just to get it done. He clicks off the phone, his old face looking dark as he lets out a grunt. The office door swings open and his secretary walks in all polite. She reports that the chairman's guest, the candidate from the Patriot Party, has finally arrived for their meeting. Right away, Choi Chang-un walks in and bows practically to the floor, asking how the chairman's doing. John T-Son cuts the small talk, asking how the prep for the big presidential race is going. Looking super grateful, Choi Chang-un answers timidly. He says it is only because of the chairman that he could even start a party and have a shot at being the president. He keeps thanking him over and over. Then he swears that even though he lost the conservative primary, he will definitely crush them in the actual election just to show his loyalty and pay the chairman back. He gets cut off when the secretary pops back in. She announces that the candidate from the Conservative Party is here now too. Choi Chang-un is totally floored. He starts sweating like crazy seeing his political rival right there. He stammers out some nonsense, completely lost for words and looking like a total mess. The room gets super awkward with both candidates sitting right across from each other. The old power broker glares straight at the new guy and growls out a warning to pay close attention. "You are the main candidate for the Conservative Party now, but you are telling me you have zero support from the guy currently in office." That is a pretty bad look for you. Sung Dae-gu just looks down, looking all guilty. He clears his throat and mumbles that he is really sorry about that. Then the chairman turns to the other guy and asks a cold question. Since you started that party, your poll numbers haven't moved an inch, have they? Choi is sweating buckets again, stuttering that while that's true, he just needs to work a little harder. John T-san just stares at both these politicians with a look that says he's not buying it. He warns them that if they keep dragging each other down, the only person who wins is the opposition candidate, Kim Hak-gun. He growls that if the other side takes power, they will both be laughing stocks for the rest of their lives. The room goes totally silent as both men just sit there, crushed by the chairman's heavy words. John T-san coldly states that being divided like this is a one-way ticket to losing. Then he suddenly drops an ultimatum they have to unite behind Sung Dae-gu. This decision leaves Choi Chang-eun totally stunned. He gasps out a shocked question, asking the chairman if he is serious. He stands up, demanding to know why the old man helped him start a whole party, only to make him quit right when the race is getting started. The chairman snaps. He glares with actual killer intent at the man who dared to talk back. He growls, asking if Choi Chang-eun is really trying to argue with him right now. Under that icy stare, Choi instantly drops to the floor, begging for forgiveness in total terror. He stammers that he didn't mean it that way and that he is sorry, begging the chairman to spare his life. Looking at the guy shaking at his feet, Son mocks him for being a weak presidential candidate. He tells him to get up off the floor and stop acting like a coward. Choi keeps apologizing while Son turns to ask Sung Dae-gu what he thinks. Sung looks confused by the chairman's unpredictable moves, especially since the old man was the one who encouraged the split in the first place. John T-san just smirks, his eyes cold as ice. It is obvious this whole power race doesn't actually mean anything to a man like him. He tells them straight if they don't have the president's backing, they better have his, or they have zero chance of winning. Faced with that kind of power, the candidate timidly asks what the chairman wants him to do next. The old power broker just gives a simple order. He tells him to take his cut and then leave the final move to the other guy. He stresses that the other side just needs to agree to a few conditions. The politician is stunned but quickly bows, promising to do exactly what he says. Still, Son warns that even united, beating Kim is not going to be easy. Kim Hak-gun is still a tough problem while the economy is in total chaos. Son explains that dollars are bleeding out of the country, which is going to deal a fatal blow to the entire nation. He throws out a tempting offer. If the guy becomes president, Son promises to help him borrow a massive amount of dollars from Japan to save everything. He paints a picture where the guy becomes a legend, the president who saved Korea from the total collapse the last guy caused. It is a calculated promise. Sounds like a dream come true, doesn't it? The candidate is basically overwhelmed with emotion. He respectfully tells the chairman that he would be incredibly grateful for that. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the story, Mu Hyuk is glued to the news headlines. He calculates that at this speed, the national reserves will be completely empty by October instead of December like everyone originally expected. He realizes that Korea is going to have to beg the IMF for a bailout much sooner than what actually happened in the original history books. Over the phone, someone tells him Wall Street is pulling every cent out of Korea at lightning speed. He wonders if his own interference is what changed history and made the economy fall apart way faster than expected. By late September, the stock market is absolutely crashing right in the middle of this massive financial storm. The government is still acting stubborn, claiming they can fix the money shortage without the IMF, but when reserves hit only $2 billion, the Korean government finally has to give in to the pressure. Looking totally stressed at the podium, a government official officially asks the IMF for $20 billion. It is late October, 1997. South Korea is officially begging for emergency help. History is moving way faster than Mu Hyuk ever remembered from his past life. President Kim Young-sam just appeared before the whole nation to declare a massive national emergency. The US and IMF are throwing out some seriously insulting demands as the price for a financial bailout. We are talking brutal stuff like forcing markets open, letting foreigners buy everything, and massive layoffs that will crush workers. These moves might stabilize the currency crisis, but they are also going to trigger a nightmare wave of people losing their jobs. Part-time work is exploding. Now the IMF is demanding that every presidential candidate give a straight answer on whether they will stick to these brutal bailout conditions. If these future leaders do not sign on the dotted line, not a single cent is getting released. While the tension is peaking, a wild card appears. Candidate Choi Chang-geun steps up to the mic. He boldly tells the press that he will meet the will of the people and finally answer the call of this new era. He also announces a merger with another candidate. He claims he will lead the charge to ensure a massive victory for the Conservative Party. Seeing Choi Chang-geun and Sung Dae-gu holding their hands high in unity on live TV sends massive shockwaves through the entire public. People are cheering for Sung Dae-gu everywhere. Inside a quiet room, Mu Hyuk and his grandfather, John T-san, watched the madness on TV. Mu Hyuk is sweating, thinking this was definitely not supposed to happen. Sung Dae-gu and Choi Chang-geun were total enemies after the party split, but now they are besties. In the history, Mu Hyuk knows, Choi was supposed to go progressive. Even with a split, Kim Dae-jung was still supposed to win the presidency according to the history books. That was just the natural flow of time. But this merger flips the script on the whole election and messes up the future. Back on the screen, things are getting very real. Sung Dae-gu steps up to say he will never forget Choi's massive sacrifice. He thanks him for putting the country's interests way above his own personal gain and ego. He loudly promises that he will drag the Korean economy back from the edge of this insane, one-of-a-kind financial crisis. Then he drops a bombshell. Once elected, he is heading to Japan to borrow a massive pile of dollars. Mu Hyuk is skeptical, while Chairman John T-san watches with a smirk, thinking things are finally getting fun. The Thonfong Society is definitely the one pulling the strings here. The old man knows these dirty political games always have their fingerprints on them. Bypassing the government to get direct support from a foreign power? That is a flex only the Thonfong Society would dare to pull. Mu Hyuk is sweating bullets as he checks the data. In the original timeline, Kim Dae-jung won by a tiny margin of 500,000 votes. But with these two parties teaming up, Kim Dae-jung's victory is far from a sure thing anymore. For Mu Hyuk, history changing is the absolute worst-case scenario. If Sung wins, that secret society gets way too much power to handle. His eyes suddenly turn cold and burn with a threatening blue fire. He grit his teeth and muttered, "You want to swap presidents? Fine. Then I am going to pour enough money in to fix the name back." That IMF bailout completely trashed Korea's reputation. Within weeks, the country's credit rating plummeted to the level of developing nations in Africa or South America. Naturally, the stock market went into a total free fall. The exchange rate blew past 1701 and kept skyrocketing every time the trading limits were loosened. Right in the middle of the storm, the IMF boss Michel Kamdesis landed in Korea. The press wanted to know why he was there since the deal was already signed, and he did not hold back. "I am here to see for myself if Korea is actually keeping the promises they made when they signed that deal with us." He blasted the Korean government for ignoring the real crisis right in front of them, basically calling out their cozy, corrupt relationship with the big corporations and banks. Kamdesis dropped some brutal demands. Weak companies had to go. Bank shares had to be sold to foreigners. State businesses must be privatized, and they had to slash welfare and public sector jobs immediately. Mu Hyuk sat quietly in his room watching the news as the IMF chief doubled down on the need for massive layoffs and job restructuring. Kamdesis warned that if these conditions are not met, our IMF team will absolutely not be helping Korea out. The news says he is meeting President Kim Man-sam and will talk to the top candidates tomorrow. Mu Hyuk gripped his phone and whispered that this whole situation is definitely no joke. This is not a bailout. It is like they are trying to swallow our entire country whole. He immediately barked an order into his phone. "You need to get back to Korea right now. We have a lot to discuss." Han Ki-young-an was totally shocked and asked, "Me? Right now?" Mu Hyuk was dead serious about wanting him there immediately. Just leak the news to the press with a headline like, "Wall Street investment genius James Han is coming to Korea." Soon, Han Ki-young-an's face was all over every magazine as the genius who just conquered New York. As soon as he landed, Han Ki-young-an, the CEO of Dream High Investment, was completely swarmed by a massive crowd of reporters. Questions about his secret to success and his plans for Korea came flying at him. Han Ki-young-an was breaking a sweat, trying to politely back away. "Sorry, I am still not used to this time zone. My head is a bit foggy. We will do a press conference or interviews later." But the crowd was not letting him go. They kept bugging him for his take on the economy falling into the IMF's hands. Facing the pressure, he adjusted his glasses and his gaze turned sharp. He boldly dropped a shocking number. 3 years. In just 3 years, Korea will be back on its feet. He promised that despite the current mess, this would all be over soon. He showed total faith in the people who created a miracle before. He said he came back to invest in his home, and that opening the markets is the only way to grow and not get left behind. I think this currency crisis is a wake-up call for both the government and the people to stay on high alert. Once we beat this, Korea will transform into a much more powerful nation. But just as he was leaving, a group of powerful-looking strangers blocked his path. A man in a long coat stepped up and demanded, "Mr. Han Ki-young-an, you are coming with us right now." Before the CEO could react, the man revealed their identity. "We are from the president's office. He wants to see you." Han was totally floored by the news. "I never heard anything about this before I got here." He tried to refuse because of a prior meeting, but the guys in black suits just surrounded him and forced him along. While he was being dragged away, barely putting up a fight and asking what they were doing, a massive shout suddenly rang out. Hey, stop right there. A massive dude in a trench coat and shades rolls up with two beefy guards. He snaps. We are James Hahn's security. Back off and let him go right now. He grills the agents on their authority. James Hahn is a straight-up American citizen. By what right are you trying to snatch a United States national? He does not hold back the threats. Keep this up, and things are going to get real ugly, real fast. The lead agent just stands there stuttering like a fool. Shades off. The guy introduces himself as Eric Glack. He is helping Charlie Kim launch BMC. He turns to James Hahn, promising they will be his personal shield while he is in South Korea. Time to bounce. James Hahn follows. Totally lost. Wait, BMC? What is that? Late night in a penthouse. A newspaper headline blares about Han Kyung-eun's shocking return. The man takes a slow sip of water and lets out a quiet sigh. On the sofa, Mu Hyuk puts down the paper and asks if the trip was rough. Han Kyung-eun just grumbles about the absolute circus at the airport. Seriously, why did you invite so many paparazzi? Even the president's crew showed up. Mu Hyuk plays it cool. Sorry, I only meant to call a few editors, but everyone showed up. Still weirded out by the guys with guns, Han presses him. So, what is this PMC thing all about anyway? Does your startup really need a private army? Mu Hyuk stays calm. I am just planning ahead. We need protection if we are going to blow up this brand on a global scale. Shaking off the drama, Han gets down to brass tacks. Fine, whatever. Why did you drag me all the way back here? What is the real play? What am I supposed to do to save this country? It is literally falling apart right now. In the fancy suite, the man in shades admits this is a massive opportunity for everyone. Mu Hyuk gives the order. Use the New York cash to buy up Korean stocks and firms. I will send you the hit list. He makes it crystal clear. From here on out, every investment has to be totally public and transparent. That is your only job. Got it? And the offshore cash in those shell companies? The man just smirks. Do not sweat it. Eva is already on top of that part of the operation. A vision of a stunning woman flashes by. She is the fixer moving money seamlessly between what is legal and what is, well, not so legal. There is zero paper trail between you two. Nobody will guess you are on the same team. Heck, even Eva does not know you work for me. And she definitely does not know I am the real boss of Dream 2 Investment. Mu Hyuk grins. Okay, I get it. I am the good cop, she is the bad cop. Mu Hyuk nods. Exactly. Now that you are back in Korea, the government is going to be all over you with a laundry list of demands. Be ready. Mu Hyuk keeps breaking it down. Per the IMF, they are about to scrap those pesky limits on foreign investments. He looks at the TV and smirks. All right, the real game starts now. Suddenly, a ringtone kills the vibe. Mu Hyuk picks up. Yeah? Who is calling? A booming voice answers. Hello, Charlie Kim. This is Michelle Camdesis. The head of the IMF, Mu Hyuk, is floored seeing the guy on TV as the one on the line. How did you get my private cell number? Can we meet privately so we can have a talk? I have a few very important messages for you straight from the United States government. Mu Hyuk thinks fast. Figures. The feds finding me was only a matter of time. He makes a call. Fine, let us do it. Running won't solve anything. Might as well face the music. Mu Hyuk walks tall toward the Square Hotel, where this big-time meeting is about to go down. As soon as he spots him, Camdesis beams. Great to finally meet you, Charlie Kim. The two men lock hands and a high-stakes power move right in the lobby. Mu Hyuk sizes him up. This guy runs the IMF, basically the boss of the US force occupying Korea right now. Camdesis pulls out a yellow envelope. I have a letter here, hand-signed by President Clinton himself. Go ahead, open it. Mu Hyuk stays frosty. He slides the envelope away and says, First, I want to hear why you wanted this meeting. Once they are settled, Camdesis starts dropping orders from the White House. All right then. I will start by delivering the message from the United States government. His eyes turn cold and dangerous. You are absolutely forbidden from helping South Korea survive this currency crisis. He growls out a final warning. If you help them, the fallout is on your head. In the dead silent room, Mu Hyuk sits across the long table from the IMF boss. Mu Hyuk thinks to himself, so this is what Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin wanted him to say. The guy is smirking like he has already won. Mu Hyuk runs the numbers. If the feds want, they will link those shell companies to Dream High in seconds. He knows the stakes are insane. They could freeze his cash or find some excuse to just seize everything. Images of chained-up dollar bills flash in his mind, a warning of Wall Street's raw power. Mu Hyuk clenches his fist. Yielding now would just make him lunch for these hyenas. He glares at the guy. Is that a threat? Camdesis just waves him off with a fake, greasy smile. Oh, heavens no. He tries to play it smooth. Think about Secretary Rubin's words. It is totally reasonable. You just do not have to lift a finger for Korea. He leans in close. Charlie, let us be real. Helping them does not do anything for you, right? Mu Hyuk just crosses his arms, thinking it over. He cracks a tiny smile. I was not even going to help, but being threatened like this, now I actually want to. After a long pause, Mu Hyuk snaps. Fine. Camdesis looks stunned. I will not touch Korea's foreign exchange issues. Happy now? On one condition. The United States government stays out of my business while I am working in South Korea. Deal? Mu Hyuk gives him a sarcastic look. Don't you guys have a saying? You really think you are going to swallow Hong Kong all by yourself? Camdesis just stares, then finally speaks. As for Hong Kong, I am not looking to fight Wall Street anymore. I will just watch how things play out and make my own move. Watching the kid's calm poker face, the IMF chief realized this young Asian guy was no joke. He was definitely not some random amateur. Suddenly, the boss just started laughing out loud. Haha, just messing with you. I've tracked the aggressive moves made by Candace. He stood up, grabbed his files, and promised to take Mr. Kim's demands straight to the big shots in Washington. Kim Mu Hyuk stepped forward for a calculated handshake. It was a pleasure meeting you, Monsieur Candace. As the CEO walked away, Mu Hyuk smirked. This was too good. The head of the IMF was acting like a gopher for the United States government. Makes sense, though they knew exactly how much power I held. Meanwhile, at the Blue House, the Korean government was totally clueless about the chess moves Mu Hyuk was making in the dark. Back in his room, Mu Hyuk watched the news. The IMF had finished their talks, but they still had not released any actual cash yet. They played hardball, demanding every presidential candidate sign a pledge as a prerequisite. Candidate Seong Daegu from the Conservative Party jumped on it instantly, while his rival, Kim Ha-kwon, held out. With only 10 days left until the election, the polls showed a huge gap. Seong Daegu was leading with 44% of the vote. Suddenly, Mu Hyuk's phone started blowing up. Han Kyu-young called with the news. Mu Hyuk, just like you said, the Blue House wants an official meeting. Mu Hyuk kept his cool and gave the orders. Just go meet them. Keep it polite, play some small talk, and build the connection. Right now, the Blue House cannot really help us, so that should be enough. Mu Hyuk's eyes were on fire with a master plan as he gave one last order. Go see this one specific person. This guy was going to be key for our future plans. A few days later, Kim Mu Hyuk and Han Kyo-young headed to a quiet traditional home. As they walked into the yard, an assistant rushed over. Mr. Han Kyo-young, sorry for the wait, please hold on a second. Mu Hyuk just stood there silently, watching everything with a blank stare. The assistant stepped to the door and announced, Chief, the guests have arrived. A deep, gravelly voice barked back. Tell them to come in. The sliding door opened, and Han Kyo-young and Mu Hyuk stepped into a room filled with a massive feast. Han bowed politely and said, It is an honor to meet you. I am Han Kyo-young. The man sitting across from him smiled calmly. Pleasure to meet you. I am Kim Ha-kwon, the star candidate for the Progressive Party. Mu Hyuk looked at him and thought, this guy is a living legend. A witness to Korean political history who survived the fight against the old dictatorship. To Mu Hyuk, surviving the shark-infested waters of Korean politics was nothing short of a miracle. Kim Ha-kwon did not just face political attacks, he survived assassination attempts by the regime. His family and allies almost died multiple times, but he beat the odds and was now a top pick for the presidency. But now, with the finish line in sight, he was hitting a massive reef. The opposition was teaming up and his campaign was about to sink. Noticing the young guy, Kim Ha-kwon asked, And who is this? Mu Hyuk bowed slightly. Hello, sir. I am Kim Mu Hyuk, Chairman Tran Tae-san's grandson. Kim Ha-kwon nodded. Chairman Tran has been a huge help to our campaign. I am truly grateful for that. Then he turned his gaze toward Han Kyu-young. He went on, When the chairman mentioned that Mr. Han Kyu-young here wanted a meeting, I was honestly caught off guard. Kim Ha-kwon was stunned by their close relationship. He realized Mu Hyuk was not just the chairman's grandson, but also a close friend of a powerful Wall Street legend. After thanking Mu Hyuk for bringing Han Kyu-young along, Kim Ha-kwon suddenly asked the kid to step out so they could have a private chat. Mu Hyuk smirked, realizing this candidate still did not get it. The guy was clearly annoyed that some kid from the business world was shadowing a legendary investment pro. Seeing Mu Hyuk getting disrespected, Han Kyo-young stepped in. He made it clear he only came because Mu Hyuk had a plan to help, but the candidate did not seem happy. Han Kyu-young declared that if Mu Hyuk had not asked, he never would have come. Without any hesitation, he stood up and told the man he was a businessman, not some politician. Before turning to leave, he dropped a sarcastic good luck for the election. Kim Ha-kwon panicked and barked at him, demanding to know what was with that attitude. Kim Ha-kwon growled for him to sit down and talk like a gentleman, but Han Kyu-young did not budge. He told Mu Hyuk not to make any deals with this ungrateful guy. He snapped that he was an investor, and the word loss did not even exist in his dictionary. Even though Mu Hyuk had asked for his help, Han walked out. Watching this drama unfold, Mu Hyuk was impressed. Han was laying on the pressure way harder than they had planned. Kim Hak-kwan demanded to know the real agenda. Han coldly reminded him that unlike the United States, funding political campaigns in Korea was totally illegal. He called him out, saying Mu Hyuk's grandfather was risking everything to help him, but here he was, still acting like it was not enough. Watching the candidate's face turn pale with fear, Han Kyu-young delivered one final, savage blow. Even with help, a guy like Kim Ha-kwan would never be grateful. Seeing the tension was getting too high, Mu Hyuk finally said, "Okay, that is enough." Looking at his partner's intense face, Mu Hyuk started to worry. Did this guy have to get so into the role? If he kept this up, he might actually ruin everything. Han turned to the candidate and announced, "Look, I know exactly how my grandfather worked with the military regime to build his fortune, but my grandfather and I are not the same." He insisted he was not there representing his grandfather, but as a supporter because he was certain Kim Ha-kwan would win. Faced with that confidence, Kim went silent. Kim Ha-kwan went quiet for a long time before suddenly softening his voice. "I am sorry for being so narrow-minded. I have been stressed out by the opposition merger." To show he was sorry, the candidate actually bowed to the two young men. "If I have offended you, I am truly sorry." Now that the guy had backed down, Han Kyo-young invited him to sit and start the real talk. Kim Hak-kwan was desperate, so Han got straight to business. "Ever since the opposition teamed up with candidate Seung Daegu, your poll numbers have totally tanked. That has got you pretty worried, right?" He warned that if things did not change, he was looking at a total loss. To flip the script, Han Kyo-young announced he would hold a massive press conference tomorrow. He declared this was the first time James Han, the man rewriting history, would commit to boosting Kim's polling numbers. Kim Hak is up by at least 5%. The candidate stood there, jaw on the floor, totally stunned by the news. Han Kyo-young stood tall on the podium, swarmed by the media. One reporter instantly grilled him about rumors he teamed up with Wall Street sharks to attack the Hong Kong stock market. Facing the heat, he stayed cool. He said calling it an attack was way too aggressive. He admitted losing big in Hong Kong at first, but then he dropped the secret to his massive success. He bet on human fear, and that choice made him an unbelievable mountain of cash. Another reporter chimed in, "Mr. Han, why invest in Korea now while everyone else is pulling their money out?" Han didn't blink. He told them he came back to bet on the people's fear once again. He explained that when fear takes over and everyone flees the country, that's the perfect time to invest in his homeland, the Republic of Korea. Someone shouted, "Aren't you American?" He didn't deny it, but reminded them his family, friends, and colleagues were all still living right here. Han boldly declared he believes in Korea's potential. He's certain the country has the guts to crush this economic crisis in a very short amount of time. When asked about the economy and the big election, he played it safe. It's a touchy subject. He noted Korea is a democracy where the people actually toppled a long military regime. He claimed Korea is the only place on earth where the people's voice alone ended a military dictatorship. For big investors, knowing who's in charge is everything. They cornered him. "So, who's your guy?" This time, Han Kyo-young didn't dodge the question and answered them directly. "Personally, I believe if there's a regime change and Kim Hak from the Progressive Party wins, Korea will be an even better place to dump investment capital." He finished the press conference with a heavy hitter. He said if he had a vote, he'd give it to Kim Hak. Stunned by the endorsement, the candidate asked him to say that again. "I'll boost your numbers," Han said. He'd publicly back Kim and announce a massive investment plan for the country. Seeing this Wall Street legend's grit, Ta-jun started sweating from purix. Meanwhile, Mu Hyuk watched, knowing the economy was the nation's biggest fire. He knew getting Han Kyo-young's support right now was a total game changer for any politician. Han started breaking down the strategy. He mentioned the conservative candidate's plan to borrow money from Japan. With a sharp look, he exposed the truth. That's just someone else's money. It's no different than an IMF bailout. Korea doesn't need more debt. He insisted Korea has massive potential worth investing in, and that's what the people need to see. Sensing a lifeline, candidate Kim Hak spoke up boldly. "Exactly. If you help me, I couldn't ask for more." But Han immediately dropped a condition they had to settle first. "You have to accept the IMF requirements and guarantee you'll follow through." Kim hesitated at the demand. Han explained that since he's a US citizen and his company's based in America, he can't just ignore the government's lead and invest however he wants in Korea. He demanded a firm commitment to the IMF deal. Kim fell silent, weighing the costs of such a move. Finally, Kim Hak sighed and admitted, "I get it. I have no choice but to take the IMF terms." He said he only hesitated because the terms were so brutal. Han offered a promise of honor. "If you settle with the IMF, I'll invest as much as possible. This partnership hit the news like an earthquake. Headlines screamed that the Wall Street legend would invest if Kim became president. The investment genius was officially backing candidate Kim. Then came December 1st, 1997, a day that would change history forever. With 54% of the vote, Kim Hyuk was officially the new president of the Republic of Korea. At a fancy villa, Chairman John Tae-san flipped through the paper. He looked at his grandson and noted Han's endorsement definitely worked. The old man smirked, reading Mu Hyuk's mind. He asked a loaded question, but Mu Hyuk stayed quiet. So, Tae-san spilled the truth. Han's company is actually yours, isn't it? Mu Hyuk was floored. All he could say was, "You knew?" Tae-san sipped his tea and laughed. "Did you think I was too old to notice?" He revealed he knew about Mu Hyuk hiring Han and secretly sending him to America. He didn't know the specifics of the cash flow, but he knew enough. "You used that 4 trillion I gave you to turn Han into a Wall Street star." The old man admitted the move flipped the election. Tae-san nodded. "Kid, you did good." He looked at his grandson with total trust. He figured Mu Hyuk had it handled. Even without his help, he would have made it. He just sped things up. Mu Hyuk smiled slightly. "Maybe, but that's not the whole story." He humbly admitted that without his grandfather's massive support, building this empire would have taken way more time and effort. Mu Hyuk bowed, truly grateful for everything. John Tae-san stood up. "Fine. Consider this my last favor before I retire." But then, his face went stone-cold serious. He looked Mu Hyuk dead in the eye with a chilling warning. "You've got to watch out for that Cheongpung Society." He growled about how dangerous they were. "They've got their claws deep into this country. Deeper than you can imagine." Tae-san stared him down. "Do you get what I'm saying?" On the TV, the new president was celebrating his big win. Watching the screen, the leader of the Cheongpung Society slammed the table, shaking with pure rage as the power shifted to Kim. Inside a sleek penthouse office, Chairman Baek of the Dongyu Group arrived early to suck up to the new president, Kim Hak-kwon. Kim flashes a bright grin and thanks him, asking for his continued support in the coming months. The president does not hold back the praise, telling the chairman that compared to his own limited knowledge, Baek is the real economic genius. Baek laughs it off, promising to do whatever it takes to help out. But the victory party ends fast for Kim Hak-kwon. Kim is immediately hit with the brutal reality of the job. Right after the election, reports start flooding in about major companies across the nation going bankrupt. He is deeply worried, noting that it is not just the giants failing, but small businesses hitting a dead end with hundreds of companies closing every single day. Kim asks him, "How is your Dongyu Group holding up through all this?" Baek acts cool, saying they are solid. The president reminds him that he was the one pushing for globalization and big Eastern Europe plays very early on. Baek Daiho. Baek admits his advisors were panicking, but he calls them desk jockeys who do not understand how the real world works. He claims no business survives without debt, and the current problem is just a short-term cash flow issue that will get fixed sooner or later. To save the dying firms, Baek drops a wild idea. "What do you think about starting a national gold donation drive with the people?" Seeing Kim's look of total surprise, Baek explains that gold is the ultimate asset because it can be flipped for dollars anywhere in the world. He pitches it as a win-win plan that grabs the resources needed to survive the national crisis while forcing the people to stay united. Kim thinks about it for a second and decides that a national gold drive is actually a pretty solid idea. Smelling a chance, Baek offers to let Dongyu Group lead the charge if the president gives him the responsibility to handle it. With the president hesitating over the group name, Baek insists that global trade is their bread and butter with branches all over the world. He promises the company will not keep a cent of profit, selling the gold at the best possible price to help the country. Kim praises him as a man who could sell ice to penguins, then officially puts him in charge of the massive gold collection campaign. Baek accepts the order humbly, promising not to let him down, but he also puts in a request for capital support instead of keeping any of the profit for himself. The president agrees instantly. He promises cash once the IMF funds hit. Walking out, Baek smirks. He just snatched the public funds and the gold rights in one go. Later, at a traditional house, Min meets the lead prosecutor because businesses are starving for dollars. Since the streets are packed with people looking for cash, it is clear that Chairman John Tae-san is currently enjoying his second golden age. With cold eyes, Min Hyung-hoon looks at him and drops a bombshell. "I need you to destroy the Dongyu Group." At a luxury villa, a shady deal wraps up. The D Group chairman bows low to John Tae-san, thanking him for the massive favor. He says Tae-san saved his neck and he will pay him back. As his black car peels away, Min asks, "Was that the D Group boss?" Tae-san sneers, saying the guys who used to act like they did not know him are now throwing away their pride to beg. The old man says the people who come to him are usually young punks playing tycoon or big shots from major conglomerates who are constantly terrified of making him mad. They are basically sitting on a bed of nails waiting for his next move. However, he is impressed by Chairman Song, who acts like Taeson is just his personal ATM. When Min asks about the deal's fine print, Taeson says they were flat broke, so he took 10-year convertible bonds that kick in after 1 year. He lists the companies he grabbed, including Samsung Electronics, Jia Huan Motors, and Yoon Seong Semiconductors. Mu Hyuk listens closely and thanks the old man for the update on his acquisitions. Taeson admits that thanks to him, an old guy like himself is finally having some real fun again, just like the glory days. But still, just like Mu Hyuk predicted, the Dongyu group never showed up to ask for help. Taeson wonders who is backing them so hard, especially since they own prime businesses like motors, construction, and heavy industry that even Chairman Song is dying to get his hands on. Regarding Baek Dae-ho, Taesan remembers when Baek was a regular at his place, but now he is acting all high and mighty. Mu Hyuk says his grandfather should not worry because he plans to swallow the whole company. Mu Hyuk looks at his target and gives the final order. It is time to take down the Dongyu group for good. Min is stunned. He repeats the request. The Dongyu group? You are asking me to take down the third largest conglomerate in the country? Mu Hyuk just stares back. He says weak companies have to fail eventually, and he knows their secrets. Min pauses, reminding him how much power the group actually has in this country. He reminds him that Chairman Baek is tight with the new president, Kim Hak-kwan. Mu Hyuk just stays calm and asks a question of his own. But isn't the man already under a massive investigation anyway? Min is totally stunned by the intel. He can only laugh, saying he cannot even try to act around the kid because his poker face just does not work anymore. Min starts breaking down the reality of the situation, noting that Dongyu Group has been catching heat from all over for a long time. However, this is definitely not a joke. He lists a mountain of hidden crimes, saying accounting fraud is just the tip of the iceberg. There is embezzlement, slush funds, illegal loans, and even massive violations of the foreign exchange management laws to worry about. Min narrows his eyes, wondering if Dongyu is really the only one pulling these shady corporate stunts. All the major groups are doing it. The only real difference is how much dirt they actually have on their hands. He is worried about the public mood. Even with the facts, in a massive national crisis like this, would the people really stay quiet if a giant like Dongyu gets hit? Mu Hyuk shuts it down, saying now is not the time to worry about how the public feels. If the meat is rotten, you cut it out before the whole body dies. If it is putrid, you have to chop it off fast. Min worries about the politics. This is a massive headache for the new president, and someone will definitely try to kill the investigation. Mu Hyuk steps up, promising to handle the heat from the president and the media. He tells the prosecutor to just stick to the law and investigate so thoroughly that there is absolutely no way for them to escape. He looks directly at Min and makes a heavy promise, telling him not to worry about the fallout at all. He adds a practical reason, saying it is a waste for someone so young to stay out of the political game. Seeing his determination, Min asks the big question, "So, when do I get to start? Check it out. This power handoff is a nightmare. The president-elect is at his peak influence right now, so making a move is basically suicide. We need to be careful because messing with him is no joke." Muihi nods, saying he will keep him posted. Oh, Minhan lifts his glass, ready to gamble. All right then, let us stop playing safe and just bet it all on this one crazy shot. They clink glasses like bosses, officially kicking off the plan to wreck the Sunyang group. Cut to the formal meeting at the Blue House with President Kim Han-kook himself looking all official. The president starts off real nice, saying he is grateful. Chairman John lent out those dollars when businesses were starving for cash. He tells the guy to pass on a huge thank you to him. He keeps gushing about Chairman John's heroic move, saying even the big banks could not pull that off during this financial storm. "We are just glad we could help keep the country's head above water, sir." Suddenly, the president turns his attention to Muihi with a big smile. "I heard something a bit late, but word is you got a perfect score and got into Seoul National University? That true?" He is totally floored by the kid's brains. "Young talent like this is rare, and I almost missed you. Let us make sure we hang out more often from now on." Right after that, the president looks over at Director Han with an urgent face. "Director Han, I am really hoping you can lend us a hand with all this too." Han keeps it cool, explaining that while foreign debt is handled, the corporations are still a total mess. He speaks plainly like a Wall Street pro. "Mr. President, even for investors, we cannot just throw money at every random failing company. Our clients have to actually approve these deals first." Muihi just sits back, quietly watching this intense mental battle between the two powerful men unfold right in front of him. To win over the genius investor, President Kim makes a heavy promise. "I get it, but if you step up and invest, the government is going to roll out some serious national-level perks for you. Han plays it smart, saying he will talk to his clients and get back to him with a solid answer soon. The president finally lets out a breath of relief and thanks him sincerely. In a quiet moment, he feels the crushing weight of power. 35 years in politics, and now he is stuck carrying the responsibility for a whole country falling into a massive economic crisis. The air is thick. Suddenly, Mu Hyuk speaks up. Mr. President, permit me to speak frankly, even if it sounds a bit harsh to your ears. Mu Hyuk's attitude actually sparks the president's interest. Of course, go ahead. That is exactly the kind of talk I need right now. My advisors usually just ramble about nothing useful anyway. Mu Hyuk stands up tall, his eyes sharp as he drops a massive prediction. South Korea is going to crush this IMF crisis much faster than any other country in the world. It will not be because the government or the companies are doing a great job. It is because the regular people will tighten their belts and personally step up to pay off the debt. The president is totally shocked. Good grief, you call that harsh? That is probably the most hopeful thing I have heard so far. But Mu Hyuk immediately pours cold water on the mood. The currency crisis will be solved by the people's sacrifice, but the big corporations are the ones who will swallow all the rewards. Mu Hyuk's brutal honesty leaves the president completely speechless. He is just standing there, frozen by the cold, hard truth of how this dirty power game actually works behind the scenes. Mu Hyuk looks the new president in the eye and breaks it down. While regular people are forced to suffer, these massive corporations are getting revived with insane public money. He tells him straight up, the government needs to stop throwing cash around blindly. You have to decide what is actually worth saving and what needs to be cut loose right now. Mu Hyuk pushes him. Use this chance to force these companies to change their entire DNA from the root. The president starts worrying about what might happen, but Mu Hyuk shuts it down. He says these companies have been lazy and wasteful for years because they always count on the government to bail them out with taxpayer money. He stresses that this is the absolute last chance to sever the corrupt ties between the politicians and the big business tycoons. Then he aims straight for the leader's soul. Mr. President, when the history books are written, what kind of leader do you want to be remembered as? That question leaves the man in deep thought. Mu Hyuk adds that even though losing economic sovereignty is humiliating, there is a silver lining. If he can guide the country through the IMF crisis and reform corporate culture now, he will go down as a great president. He tells the president to use the IMF as a shield to push through the policies he really wants, even if the giant corporations scream and fight against him the whole way. Since the president stays quiet, Mu Hyuk just gives a small bow of respect. Sorry if I was too bold, sir. But the president just smiles in relief, admitting his own thoughts are exactly the same as Mu Hyuk's. He sighs, saying while his other advisors were busy making excuses for the big corporations, Mu Hyuk hit the nail right on the head and actually made him feel a lot better. Just then, the secretary walks in to say the meeting prep is finished. Before heading out, the president gives a friendly request. Mu Hyuk, let us make sure we see each other on the regular, all right? He tells the kid to drop by the Blue House often so he can hear more of those sharp opinions. Mu Hyuk bows politely and says, yes, Mr. President, I would be honored. The two share a firm handshake before Mu Hyuk heads out of the mansion. The second he gets in his car, he pulls out his phone to check on the progress of the EBR project. The person on the line says everything is moving fast. They have already recruited heavy hitters from the world of finance, politics, and even the board of directors over at the OFIA. Mu Hyuk gives a cold order. First, find every piece of prime real estate that is currently on the market. If you like it, just buy it all up right away. Don't even sweat the price tag. The person on the other end chirps back a happy, all right, boss. Mu Hyuk just tells them to move as fast as possible because he has got plenty more to buy. He asks for an update on another job, and Eva reports back immediately. It is exactly like you predicted, she says. Rumor is that Peregrine over in Hong Kong is about to go totally bankrupt. Peregrine used to be the top investment bank in Asia, growing 40 times its size in under 15 years thanks to some major connections with powerful Chinese business groups. Mu Hyuk does not hesitate. Get yourself to Hong Kong. If it looks solid, go ahead and just buy the whole place. Eva is floored. What? You mean I should buy Peregrine? Seriously? She is totally hyped that he trusts her this much. Boss, I freaking love you. I am booking my flight to Hong Kong right this second. Snagging this bank is the ultimate comeback for Eva. She is returning to the Hong Kong financial scene in style after basically being kicked out of HSBC. Next thing you know, she is rolling through Hong Kong in a luxury ride. Her friend Daniel checks in, asking if she is doing all right. He was worried sick when she just vanished. She keeps it short, saying she has been busy starting a career over in Korea. Eva gets straight to the point and asks him if he has looked into Peregrine yet. Daniel confirms they are definitely going bust, but they are working real hard to keep that info a secret. Eva tells him she will pay him handsomely if he can dig up the dirt fast. I do not have time for shopping, she says. Daniel is stunned. Eva, who on earth are you working for now? Eva just gives a mysterious little smile. Let us just say he is the ultimate boss, the genius grandson of that legendary shark of a tycoon. Under the neon lights of Hong Kong, Eva starts her hunt at a high-end bar. Spotting her target alone, she whispers his name. Andre. He jumps, eyes wide. She asks if he is the big-shot director of Peregrine. He nods. Eva introduces herself. Andre squints, totally suspicious. How do you even know me? We have never met before. Eva plays it cool. Every player in town knows Andre. The flattery works. He flashes a cocky smile. Having a beauty recognize me? That is embarrassing. Eva offers a drink. He bites. Over cocktails, she asks, "So, your mom is Korean?" Andre shares that both his parents are Korean. Eva gasps. Wow, we have common ground. Suddenly, the mood shifts. Andre cuts to the chase. So, what do you really want? Eva drops the bomb. Rumor says Peregrine is sinking. The city knows. Andre turns pale. She leans in. You trashed the company with those bonds, right? Andre explodes, sweating like a pig. He snarls, calling her a damn reporter. Eva stays icy. Hey, your Korean swearing is good. Andre grits his teeth. If you do not want to hear worse, leave now. Eva tells him to listen. It is not too late. I am your golden ticket. Andre freezes. Eva plays his ego. You are talented. You made Peregrine the best in Asia in 10 years. But you missed the Southeast Asian currency crash. Now the firm is dead. You are finished, Andre. Andre asks if she is playing games. Eva bluntly offers to buy the whole company. He is stunned. Why buy a corpse? Eva tells him they only care about the brand. Sell now and retire, rich, or lose everything. My offer is $1 million. Andre stammers, 1 million? Then asks the catch. Eva wants internal files and dirt on Chairman Tot. Provide the good stuff and the price goes up. She leaves her card. Andre just stares. He looks wrecked. The scene cuts to a wild, neon-soaked nightclub in the middle of the night. Suddenly, total chaos erupts inside the club. Men in suits get tossed like trash. The Seoang gang storms in with bats, crushing everyone in their way. Under the dim lights, bodies are scattered. Big boss Dong Shu stands tall. Soul belongs to me. The old guys surrendered. What about you? The loser finally bows his head in surrender. The gang roars. Cut to a glowing skyscraper. Inside a luxury office, Mu Hyuk is on the phone. The Peregrine buyout is happening. Eva responds loud and clear. I will move fast, boss. Consider it done. Mu Hyuk says, good. Finish up and come home. I have got work to do. Jong-soo walks in, teasing. Who was that? A girl? Bring her by sometime. My eye for ladies is legendary. Mu Hyuk says it is time he settled down. Jong-soo shrugs it off. No way. I like this life. No baggage when I kick it. Mu Hyuk smiles. Congrats on taking over the Underworld. No one can touch you now. Jong-soo says some small fry remain. Mu Hyuk mentions the White Tiger guys getting out of jail. Dong-soo nods. He is thankful. Those guys are getting out of the joint early. Mu Hyuk brings up young Soo Hee-eung. If he is out, can we send him to Busan? Dong-soo agrees instantly. He is the only one I trust with Busan. We are brothers. Busan is critical. The Yakuza will move in once interest laws change, using it to hit Korea. Jong-soo trusts his guy, then praises Sangha-euna for being the real brains here. People even whisper that Jong-soo is just a puppet and she pulls all the strings. Honestly, Mu Hyuk thinks Sangha-euna is a total pro at managing the money. But he still worries. Is this safe? Jong-soo says as long as work gets done, whatever. He admits the big boss title feels weird. Mu Hyuk says he is being too humble. Dong-soo sighs. Power is about cash now, not blades. People follow the guy who feeds them. Without the IMF crisis making everyone desperate, this takeover would have taken decades. Society is different. Mu Hyuk agrees. The age of brawn is over. This is the era of the dollar. On screen, the 15th president's inauguration is in full swing. He's talking a big game about crushing the national crisis and fixing the economy. He promises to sever the shady ties between politics and big business, vowing to create a country where competition is actually fair and square. Watching the news, Mu Hyuk grabs his phone and dials Prosecutor General Yoon Chang-ho. Yo, Chief, it is Mu Hyuk. We ready to take down the Donggu group tomorrow? Let's get this party started. Mu Hyuk's eyes are cold. This money war is not a movie, and it is definitely not romantic. Suddenly, the massive Donggu headquarters starts shaking as the feds from the Supreme Prosecutor's office swarm the place. They storm the building like a SWAT team, shouting that they are with the Supreme Prosecutor's office. Based on massive accounting fraud allegations, the hammer is finally coming down. We are talking embezzlement and slush funds. A search and seizure warrant is served on the spot at Donggu headquarters. But they are not even close to being done yet. The feds pull out an emergency arrest warrant for Chairman Baek Dae-ho. The guy is just chilling in his pajamas at home when they tell him he is coming with them. What is this? He stammers, totally blindsided by the collapse. Meanwhile, Myung-won watches the chaos through his phone, knowing that by tomorrow morning, Donggu will be plastered across every front page in town. He tells his crew to be at the Donggu office at the crack of dawn to track everything. On the other end, a prosecutor confirms the arrest warrant is live. While that is happening, Mu Hyuk is at a fancy villa making another secret call. He plays it cool. Chief Justice, long time no see. How have you been? On the other side is Chief Justice Oh Jung-se-woo, sounding just as friendly. Mu Hyuk cuts to the chase. That thing we talked about starts tomorrow. Give the court a heads up. Jung-se-woo doesn't blink. Understood. I will give the orders. Mu Hyuk strokes his ego, saying in a few years, the Chief Justice will be a hero who stopped national wealth from bleeding out during the hard times. The old man plays it modest, saying he is just doing his job. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Prosecutor's office, the plan to gut Donggu is moving like clockwork. Even if the Chief Justice can't show his hand, his guys are already being planted in key positions. Inside a suffocating interrogation room, Baek Dae-ho sits there like a statue, his face a total mask of pure panic and worry. He can't wrap his head around this surprise tax raid. This much heat usually needs the president's okay, but he can't figure out why the big man would turn on him like this. He grinds his teeth, wondering who the hell is actually pulling the strings behind the scenes. Then, the door creaks open. He jumps, spinning around to see who it is. His heart is pounding against his ribs. A young prosecutor with glasses walks in, looking way too polite. Good to see you, Chairman. I am Prosecutor Oh Hyun-gu. Baek Dae-ho loses it. He starts screaming, insulted that some kid is standing in front of him. He demands to see the head of the Special Investigation Unit instead of talking to some rookie he thinks is beneath him. Hyun-gu stays ice cold. He just smiles and says the director is busy, so he'll be the one handling this case personally. Right under the glare of the security cameras, he starts listing off Beck's crimes: fraud, embezzlement, illegal loans, and those dirty slush funds. He keeps going, hitting him with foreign exchange violations and other heavy charges. Looking at the thick file of evidence, Hyun-gu notes that compared to this mess, the Kwanbo Group's collapse last year was a walk in the park. Baek roars with pure arrogance. Hey, don't you think this is enough? Do you even have any idea who I am? Give me my phone. I need to call the office right now, but the prosecutor doesn't flinch, telling him Donggu's legal team is a bit overwhelmed. The entire group and its subsidiaries are getting audited top to bottom. Hyun-gu smirks. I doubt they have the time to worry about you, Chairman. Drenched in sweat and shaking, Baek Dae-ho demands to call the heavy hitters at the Yoon and Jang law firm. Hyun-gu shrugs and dials a number. Hey, uncle, it is me. How have you been lately? Everything good? Baek is floored. Uncle? He stammers. Hyun-gu introduces the guy on the phone as the lead attorney at Yoon and Jang, then hands over the phone. The chairman immediately starts screaming into the receiver. Lawyer Yoon! It is me, Baek Dae-ho. These people are insane. How can they rob Donggu like this? If this keeps up, the whole country is doomed. But the lawyer is cold as ice. Look, Chairman, I am sorry, but we can't touch this one. We have a major case right now, and representing you would be a conflict. My bad. I will call you later. The line goes dead, leaving Baek frozen. He just screams out in total desperation. Hey, Lawyer Yoon. The chairman of Donggu is totally broken, staring at his dead phone. Elsewhere, Mu Hyuk picks up. Hey, uncle. Long time. Lawyer Yoon asks him respectfully if he had a good chat with the lady from Future Investment. Mu Hyuk just chuckles. Huh. She is as blunt and high class as she is beautiful. A real firecracker. Lawyer Yoon reports that the fees are insane because foreign capital is on a whole different level. Mu Hyuk barks out orders to bury Donggu in lawsuits. Yoon promises he has a dream team of the best lawyers ready. He says they can drag out even the most obvious losing cases for as long as they want. Mu Hyuk leans back, watching his phone. He knows that money alone won't be enough to swallow Korea's biggest conglomerates, not by a long shot. Foreign hedge funds have tried and failed before. In Korea, indirect methods usually hit way harder than just playing by the legal rulebook. He pictures a shadowy hand pulling the strings of a bank building. It is a masterclass in how to take over a company. He remembers how the Lone Star Fund grabbed the Korea Exchange Bank through lobbying and bribes. Looking out his window at the glowing city, he knows those guys didn't understand Korea at all back then. But he is different. I know exactly what the future holds. Mu Hyuk turns around with a wicked grin. Now, it is time to really get this party started. Eva Ju smiles at her mysterious boss. You got it, Chief. Then, the scene shifts to the serious-looking Blue House. President Kim Hak-won is absolutely livid, grilling Prosecutor General Yoon Chang-ho. If something this big was going down, you should have reported it to me first. I am the president. Yoon Chang-ho hung his head and apologized, saying, Look, I am sorry we were running an internal probe, but the media leaked the info early, so our hands were tied. He kept pushing how dangerous this case was, saying there are tons of charges, but the accounting fraud is the real killer, Mr. President. If we just leave it alone, it becomes a ticking time bomb that will sink this entire country in one single blow. The president sighed tiredly, then looked at the director and asked, "Are you really planning to arrest him?" Yoon Chang-ho broke it down. If he stays free, he will just burn the evidence and threaten the witnesses. Plus, there is a huge risk he will flee the country. Still, the president hesitated, saying Chairman Baek has so much left to do. Is there really no other way around this? Yoon Chang-ho snapped back, "If you order it, we will do it, but the political fallout will be massive." President Kim Hak-gun sat in silence, thinking about how he had been in office less than a week when this should have been his honeymoon phase. He gave the final order, "Let the chairman stay free for now. I am not telling you to stop the probe, just slow the whole thing down." Suddenly, an assistant burst into the room panicking and said, "Mr. President, you need to see the news right this second." On the TV screen, Eva Zhu, the CEO of Future Investment, was boldly declaring, "We are preparing a hostile takeover of the core Donggu Group companies." She firmly stated, "We are making this move because we can no longer tolerate the shady business of Chairman Baek Dae-ho. We are starting a public tender offer for Donggu Corporation and every single one of its core subsidiary companies." The news was flooded with updates about how foreign firm Future Investment suddenly announced a hostile takeover of the Donggu Group subsidiaries. Reporters noted this was the first time such a massive corporation had been targeted like this since the IMF crisis, sending shockwaves through the entire Korean economy once again. President Kim Hak-gun cried out in total shock, "What the hell is going on here?" The assistant kept reporting the emergency, saying American investment banks were demanding the Korean government clarify its stance on the Donggu Group. They said depending on the government position, the IMF bailout package could be canceled. Reeling from the news, the president screamed, "What? Get the finance minister in here right now." After the staff left, he tried to calm down and told Yoon Chang-ho, "Let's figure out what to do with the chairman. Keep me posted on the investigation progress." His face turned dead serious as he asked one last time, "How bad is this fraud?" In the office, the official reported that the violations exceeded 25 trillion won and insisted this was just the tip of the iceberg. President Kim Hak-gun gasped in disbelief, 225 trillion won? The official went on to explain that this was a textbook case of sophisticated accounting fraud crafted by dozens of experts, and exposing the full truth is going to take a really long time. At the Blue House meeting, the finance minister warned that to send a message to big corporations, the government could not simply dump public funds into the Donggu Group. He stressed that if they tried to save Donggu, the Korean economy might collapse and the IMF would definitely not stay quiet. Seeing the president's frustration, the minister claimed that if they bailed out a company with such bad leadership, no investors would ever touch Korea again. The president clicked his tongue and asked about the background of Future Investment. The official reported that CEO Eva Zhu was a former Hong Kong banker. She started the firm right before the IMF deal with massive capital allegedly backed by money from Hong Kong and the United Kingdom. The president pushed for details on the hostile takeover bid, and the finance minister noted it would be difficult due to Donggu's complex cross-shareholding structure, but over time, nothing is certain. He pointed out that although it looked solid, the control structure of the Donggu Group had major weaknesses from a foreign perspective. Plus, the debt and toxic assets were so huge that local business groups were too scared to get involved. Even ignoring the takeover costs, the sheer scale of the debt and non-performing loans makes it impossible for big corporations to make a bold move. They might only care about the promising subsidiaries and will definitely ignore the weak ones. The president let out a helpless sigh and asked, "Is there really no way out of this?" The finance minister looked straight at the president and said, "There is only one person left who can help. You know him well, sir, the only investor who can act as a dark knight for our government." The president fell into a deep silence, thinking. At a penthouse, Mu Hyuk was taking a call from Hang Ki-hong-jong and said, "Yes, Ki-hong-jong. Just like you predicted, they asked if I could come to the Blue House as early as tomorrow." Ki-hong-jong added that you are invited too, Mu Hyuk. Mu Hyuk smirked with pride when he heard he was being called to the president's office. He confidently said, "It looks like the president is getting really desperate now and everything is going exactly according to plan." The Samsung building stood tall against the blue sky as a tense board meeting was held to discuss takeover plans. Looking at the massive corruption at Donggu Group, one executive noted that even selling every subsidiary would not be enough to cover the mess. "I heard other conglomerates have already jumped into the fight for those subsidiaries and are putting in everything they have to win the bidding war." Chairman John T-sang quietly watched the scene and then asked a question. "So tell me, which part of Donggu's business empire should we try to snatch up for ourselves?" Director Ha Sung-hwan of Samsung Motors immediately suggested that since the takeover of Sin Motors has become difficult, we should pivot and buy Donggu Motors instead, which would create a massive synergy. Hearing this, John T-sang was clearly unhappy and snapped at him. "You have not even made Samsung Motors successful yet, so what makes you think you can take over another car company? You know better than anyone how poorly Samsung Motors has performed over the last few years, right?" Despite the scolding, Ha Sung-hwan stood up to defend his idea, saying that is exactly why I suggested the takeover. We have to bring Donggu Motors into our fold. Donggu has much better brand recognition in overseas markets than we do. However, Chairman Sang firmly rejected it, saying, I know that, but the losses and poor performance at Donggu Motors are just too severe right now. Right now, we need to be selective and focus all our energy on surviving this crisis. We can worry about the car business later on down the road. At that moment, Executive Director Lee Jae-hoon, the chairman's eldest son, spoke up. If we are talking about being selective and focused, then I think we should go after Donggu Electronics. It would create a huge synergy with our own Samsung Electronics. Jae-hoon continued to explain that we could leverage Donggu's global manufacturing system, especially the factories they have built all across Eastern Europe. He reminded them that if it was not for the foreign exchange crisis, we were already planning to build plants in Europe. Jae-hoon insisted that even if we downsize the core electronics, business must keep growing. Impressed by his son's decisiveness, John T. Sang nodded in agreement. Fine. Director Jae-hoon, you take charge of this and come up with a solid plan to acquire Donggu Electronics. Jae-hoon bowed and said yes, Chairman. Moving on to the next topic, the old man asked, how is the restructuring process coming along so far? A representative reported that we are planning to lay off over 30% of the employees and staff across all our subsidiary companies. With ice in his veins, he barked the order. No holding back. Go hard. He warned those directors that if they didn't wake up to this emergency, they'd be tossed out before they could blink. The chairman laid down the law. Every move CEO makes is my move. You follow his lead like I am the one talking. The room exploded as they chanted for the chairman. Meeting adjourned. Outside, the Samsung tower scraped the sky, signaling a massive shift in the group's power play to take over everything. In a plush office, they were gutting and rebuilding the company. Manager Lee reported that the whole squad was mobilized, grinding 24/7 on a new battle plan for dominance. They were exploiting the financial crisis to set up CEO Seo for cheap. But there was one massive wall in their way. John T. San's heavy stack of shares over at Pyeongchang Rong. The old man's dollar loans from CUBBAC were his Achilles heel. One lawsuit and his voting power goes poof. Han confirmed most of those shares already slid right to the grandson, Kim Mu Hyuk. Suman didn't hide his disgust for John's old money. He straight up admitted they were only in it for the massive bag. He couldn't care less about the guy himself. When the report dropped that Haekyung and Jisoo doubled the hotel revenue, a smug little smirk crawled across Suman's face. He was definitely feeling himself. He bragged that GS was always a natural-born shark. He instantly ordered GS back to headquarters, leaving Haekyung to hold down the fort at the hotels. A cold-blooded plan was already in motion. The inheritance lawsuit was locked and loaded. They were just waiting for T-San to kick the bucket to snatch every last share. Suman told the CEO to put GS on the payroll and teach him the harsh truth about family backstabbing. CEO Seo just shrugged it off, promising he had everything totally under control. The vibe died when the secretary burst in with a bombshell. She was shaking. Kim Mu-hyu and CEO Han Ki-hwang-yong just walked right into the Blue House this morning. Suman went ghost white. His face twisted in pure terror and he couldn't even squeeze out a single word. News of Mu-hyu hitting the Blue House sent shockwaves everywhere. The president greeted them with a massive grin, acting all humble and saying what a huge honor it was to meet them. Sorry if I am a bit late. Honestly, without you two, a guy with my flaws would never be sitting in this big chair right now. CEO Han played it cool and brushed off the compliment. Not at all, sir. This is just the payoff for all those years you dedicated yourself to the political grind. You were going to kill it, sir. But the president didn't want to waste time on small talk. He cut straight to the chase. Let's get down to business. Han broke down the situation with zero emotion. The group is buried in debt, but the bones are good. Plus, Dream Investment and a bunch of other private sharks are already circling for the kill. Exactly. He flagged the threat from outsiders. It looked like Dream Investment was gearing up to swallow the entire Jong-yu group. The president's face went stone cold. He wasn't about to let Jong-yu go foreign. Han pointed out just how massive the target was. Forget the debt for a second. The sheer scale of Jong-yu is absolutely gargantuan. They are a young investment firm mostly into real estate, but their wallet is deep. Still, the president was sketched out. He had reports that their money trail was blurry and lacked real transparency. If there is drama with where the cash comes from, things are going to get ugly. Suddenly, he looked Han dead in the eye and dropped a bomb. Would you consider taking over the John Woo group? The president kept pushing. If you are the one buying them, I'd sleep a lot better. The tension was thick. He remembered what his boss told him. No matter what the president asks for, do not give him a straight answer right away. Stay frosty. Just think it over. To beat this crisis, the government is willing to play ball. We will help you snatch it up at a price that's too good to pass up. Han didn't sugarcoat it. He pointed out the massive burden and how those books were totally cooked. The embezzlement and losses from people abusing their power were out of control. Even for a guy who loves a gamble, the risk here was just off the charts. The president tried to sell him on just a temporary takeover to steady the ship before a local buyer stepped in. Han wondered if this was a real plea. He declared if he was in to win. He wasn't just looking to flip it for a quick buck. He was determined to turn John Woo into a world-class powerhouse. But honestly, John Woo didn't look nearly as good as the top-tier firms in the States. He made it clear. He loved his country, but he was an investor, not some billionaire running a charity. Han demanded an offer strong enough to make him drop that kind of serious cash. The president stayed quiet, clearly weighing the aggressive conditions being thrown back at him. Right then, Mu Hyuk, who'd been chilling in the back, suddenly spoke up and asked if he could chime in. The president gave him the green light. Mu Hyuk pointed out that John Woo's footprint in this country was massive. You can't ignore it, but you also can't be terrified of foreign cash. The president nodded. That is exactly why I reached out to Han. Mu Hyuk explained that Han wasn't trying to be difficult. He argued this whole IMF crisis was just the price for the government's loose grip. In a world of free competition, too much government interference is a poison. Too much government meddling is a toxic poison, not some kind of miracle health boost. Mu Hyuk asked if they should just hand John Woo over to foreign sharks who would just buy and sell it forever. But he had to admit, right now, that actually seemed like the best play they had on the table. The president let out a heavy, helpless sigh. He asked if Dream 2 could really do nothing to help. Han dropped the bomb. The total debt was over 50 trillion. No way my investors would ever sign off on that disaster. Stuck in a corner, the president promised to slash as much domestic debt as possible. His final offer? Ownership goes to Han, but the people actually running the show must be strictly Korean. The advisor looked incredibly cautious. I am afraid we can't give you a straight answer on that one right now, sir. He explained the situation was messy. I will check with the team in the States and get back to you ASAP. The president just nodded and said he was counting on him. Things were moving fast at the Blue House. Sitting in his office, President Kim Hyuk barked at his assistant. Tomorrow, when you meet the creditors, I need the real total on Jong Yu's debt. He stressed they had to clean the books. His assistant looked confused and asked if this was all for Dream High. The president just shrugged it off. Yeah, it is not like the future is going to stay there forever anyway. So he starts digging into the shady foreign cash. Even national intelligence says the trail is dead. The assistant basically shrugs in despair, telling the president they have zero idea who really owns that firm. All the shares are chopped up and held by 5 different shells and tax havens. He adds that it is a total blackout, no way to know if the money is Chinese, Japanese, or some North Korean slush fund. Still, the assistant drops a pretty fair point. At the very least, Dream 2 is a United States-based company, is it not? President Kim Hak-gun sits in silence for a minute before deciding they should just wait and see what they have to say. Get everything ready. Then, he drops a massive bombshell that leaves his assistant floored. Tell the intelligence agency I want a full-blown investigation into Mu Hyuk immediately. The president narrows his eyes, looking skeptical. I have been thinking, he says, and that Mu Hyuk kid is definitely hiding something we have not seen yet. He doubles down on his gut feeling. I bet Mu Hyuk has some serious dirt on Han Ki-woong. Either that, or he is incredibly tight with the owner of Dream High. With a cold glare, the president delivers the final word. Have your people dig deep. I want every single detail on this Mu Hyuk guy. I mean everything. Do not miss a single thing, no matter how small. Meanwhile, inside a flashy suite at the Prestige Hotel, it is Dream 2. Mu Hyuk is asked point blank about taking over the Youngwoo Group. James Han is skeptical, thinking it is dumb to buy a debt-ridden Korean company when the United States has way healthier options. Mu Hyuk just laughs, saying James does not get how powerful these local titans really are. He explains that in Korea, having a mountain of cash does not make you a chaebol. These groups are hardwired into politics, law, and media through marriage. They are the absolute peak of the elite. Calling them just businesses is a massive understatement. James Han wonders if their ultimate goal is not just to dismantle these Korean financial giants. Mu Hyuk says killing them off is impossible. Americans see them as unfair. But in Korea, chaebols are a power that never loses. Unless the whole country gets ripped apart like post-war Japan, you are not getting rid of them. Mu Hyuk looks his partner in the eye and declares he is going to seize that powerful title for himself. James Han nods along. If that is the plan, then let us do it. Mu Hyuk adds that Jung Woo has serious talent, and most of the leadership can stay. James Han starts crunching the numbers. He asks if the president plans to cut the 50 trillion won debt and how much they should ask for. Mu Hyuk says forget the discounts. James should just announce they will swallow the entire debt to own the whole group. James Han literally spits out his drink. Then Mu Hyuk drops the real shocker. The actual purchase price for the takeover will be exactly 101. James is losing his mind over how that is even possible. Mu Hyuk just chills him out, saying the president office will be the ones to suggest it. James Han can only think that Mu Hyuk has totally lost his marbles. Meanwhile, over at the Supreme Prosecutor office, things are getting incredibly tense. One official asks what is happening, and the report is messy. Splitting up Jungwoo is a nightmare because local giants and foreign private equity firms are all circling like vultures. Asked if they contacted the Blue House, they say they reached out. In a cramped room, Baek Dae-ho asks about his bail, but his lawyer shuts him down. I tried, but the chances are basically zero. The old chairman sighs, totally defeated. How did I end up in this mess? He figured if Kim Hak-gun became president, his path would be paved with gold. Now he needs to get out and stop this train wreck. When his lawyer mentions the judge is an old friend, he starts to feel a bit more confident. It looks like the big bosses have already handled it. Right then, the door flies open. Prosecutor Oh marches in with a stack of files and a cold stare. Chairman Baek Dae-ho, shall we get this show on the road? Baek Dae-ho tries to act small, asking Oh to put in a good word with the high court. Oh just scoffs. You are retired, man. What kind of power do you think you have left to even ask that? The chairman keeps blustering, warning that if they keep him locked up, the whole Jungwoo group is going to fall apart. Oh Hyun looks him in the eye. I know you built the Jungwoo group, chairman, but you are also the one who burned it to the ground, are you not? Those words hit Baek Dae-ho like a freight train. He is absolutely stunned. The prosecutor keeps dropping bombs. The accounting fraud alone adds up to over 50 trillion won. I do not know how deep you buried this, but our experts went through hell to find it. He adds that even selling the chairman's entire net worth will not cover the damage. Oh Hyun leans in close to the chairman's face for the final blow. Not even God can save you now. Just give it up already. As soon as the feds drop the results, massive pressure from everywhere hits the government. Every headline is screaming about the 50 trillion won fraud at the Jungwoo Group. Seeing the chaos, massive United States private equity firms, including DREA Investment, immediately hit the brakes to wait and watch. All those Jungwoo subsidiary stocks that went through the roof after the buyout news, people are panic selling them now. It is a total bloodbath across the market as investors dump everything they own. Prices hit the floor for days, sending a wave of terror through the entire trading floor. At a high-stakes emergency meeting, President Kim Hak-gun finally snaps. Just accept every single one of Han Ki-woong's conditions. When an assistant worries about the special treatment rumors, he screams, "Special treatment? You would rather just hand the whole thing to DREA? Investment?" The president calls out the foreign funds for being cowards, pointing out they were the first to run once the fraud went public, despite all their big talk earlier. He also trashes the local chaebols who are just waiting for a debt bailout so they can scavenge the best parts. Kim Hak-gun stares down every single official in the room. Listen up, I do not care if you are in bed with foreign capital or making deals with local tycoons behind my back, but right now, you work for me. He bites back his rage, giving one last warning. There is a limit to what I will put up with. Do not cross the line. We need to hand the Jungwoo Group over to Dream High immediately. If we wait any longer, this whole thing is going to blow up in our faces. Right on cue, the local titans led by Samsung start using the media to scream about unfair favors. The big shots send in their corporate hitmen to stir up public outrage. Facing a wall of cameras, Han Ki-woong stays perfectly calm. He scans the room slowly before hitting them with a question of his own. Besides me, is there any other local player with enough muscle to take on a giant like Jungwoo? Suddenly, someone stands up and suggests breaking up the company instead. Han Hyo-yoon isn't holding back. He says sure, that is one way, but those fat cats are just trying to use taxpayer money to wipe their own debts. He boldly announces Dream 2 will snatch up John Woo without needing a single cent of debt relief, leaving the whole room buzzing with shock. Coldly, he tells them if the government has a problem, he will walk away. He is just doing what the officials back home actually asked for. Some guy loses his mind, asking if he is threatening the public. Han just shrugs it off, saying everyone is being way too aggressive toward their savior. He warns that foreign vultures are already filling Seoul's hotels, looking to buy up Korean industries like they are some cheap junk at a garage sale. Han stares them down, claiming Dream 2 does not even need to negotiate. They have got enough cash to win a hostile takeover whenever they feel like it. He growls that the economy is a literal war zone where the weak get eaten. Right now, Korea is just a fat piece of prey. Why is he different? He is back because this is home and he is ready to take the hit to pay those debts. To protect the people, he is launching a massive buyout at 150% of the closing market price. Talk about a power move. The room explodes in total chaos and disbelief. Han Hyo-yoon has officially declared war on the old money elites. He dares the tycoons to find a better plan or get ready to feel the real power of money. Late night, the city lights burn. Deep inside the high-rises, financial schemes are being cooked in the dark. On TV, Baek Seong-jin is giving a big speech for Dream High Investment. Eva watches from the couch, totally annoyed. She is thinking, I did all the work for this play, and this guy is getting all the applause? Seriously? Kim Hyuk tells her to chill. He asks if her team is already snagging all the assets the big shots are dumping on the market. Straight to the point. Eva nods with a smirk. She is buying up real estate exactly as ordered. She shows off her folder like it is a gold medal. Here is the Gangnam building and some new development zones. Mu Hyuk notes that, basically, they have already bought up all the land worth owning. Eva squints, curious if he is eyeing anything else. Without missing a beat, he drops the next target. He wants a bank. Eva grins and gives him a thumbs up. She has heard rumors that Yuan Bank is desperate for cash and hunting for new investors. There is also talk they are negotiating with a German bank, and Jae-sam is looking to sell out to foreign buyers too. It is a fire sale. Mu Hyuk repeats the names, planning his next move. He admits he had not considered it yet and asks Eva's take. She says the new accountant, Baek, suggested it. Since they already grabbed Penelgrin, Baek Seong-jin promises to do whatever it takes to help them swallow those banks whole. Mu Hyuk clocks him instantly. Baek Seong-jin? Is he the guy who used to work for the Ministry of Finance? Eva is impressed he knows everything. But Mu Hyuk warns her. Watch out for those government snakes. They will use anything just to grab more power. Eva stays confident. She claims she can play those guys like a fiddle and use them for everything they are worth. She thinks owning a Korean bank is a genius move right now and a perfect way to send a loud message to the government. Mu Hyuk asks for the price. Eva says $10 billion through Penegrin. He agrees instantly, promising to move the $10 billion into the account. Totally hyped by the boss's deep pockets, Eva lunges at him for a hug, screaming that he is the greatest of all time. She whispers in his ear that the Dongyu deal is done and hints at a celebration. He keeps his distance, reminding her they need to be secret. Even with the best security, he cannot risk staying too long. Their relationship has to stay completely under the radar. Looking out at the city, he warns her of the danger. It is not just you, Eva. I am pretty sure someone is watching me too. In a serious office, the intelligence chief reports on Mu Hyuk's web. Han and Mu Hyuk got close after he paid off Han's massive debts to loan sharks. Right after that, Han bailed to America and started the whole Dream High empire. The chief is suspicious. How does a guy drowning in debt suddenly become a Wall Street superstar in such a short time? Where did the cash come from? The US is ghosting their questions. Then the bombshell. Eva and Mu Hyuk definitely knew each other way before this. The president is totally floored. Wait, what did you just say? Turns out, Mu Hyuk actually owns the building Dream Invest uses. He has been meeting Eva in Hong Kong and right here at home lately. Plus, there is proof he had a secret meeting with the IMF chief just one day before the government's big bailout talks. The president is reeling. He met Condesos? The report says he was in there for a long time before finally leaving. He realizes if both big companies are linked to Kim Mu Hyuk, things are much worse than they thought. We are just fish in his bowl. Whether it is DRE or Dream High, everything is going exactly how Kim Mu Hyuk planned from the start. Fear starts to kick in. He asks for more. The chief drops another one. Mu Hyuk messed with the Gangnam gangs last year. Specifically, the gang he wiped out was the one protected by the powerful Blue Wind Society. The president's eyes go wide at the name. The chief confirms it. Mu Hyuk and the Blue Wind Society are basically at war. He explains that Han's support for the election was a play by Mu Hyuk to block the conservatives backed by those shadow groups. He did all that just to fight the underground bosses? The president wonders if Mu Hyuk has any weaknesses they can use against him. But the chief admits they have got nothing. Mu Hyuk has not left a single dirty footprint on any of his business deals. First, toss the Jong-yu group to Dream High. His eyes turned ice cold as he ordered his goons to dig deeper into Kim Mu Hyuk, snatching up every single scrap of info on where that kid is hanging out. Right after, Han Ki-hwang, Wei Ang, and the main bank lenders officially inked the memo of understanding, finally putting the deal on paper. This was the turning point for getting the Jong-yu group back on its feet. According to the deal, everyone agreed to pay back the bank debt over 5 years, while also handing over all the shares of the subsidiary companies. With the catch of swallowing those massive debts, the price to snatch the Jong-yu group was a measly 101. It was a historic moment as the titan that tried to be number one officially fell to Dream High. Over at the Blue House, they called an emergency meeting with all the big-shot chairmen from the top corporations in the country. In that stiff room, some suits stood up to congratulate Kim Hyuk on becoming president, swearing that the industry would back the new government to handle all that heavy responsibility. But the president just gave them the cold shoulder. He said, "Thanks for the well wishes, but it looks like you chairmen still don't realize how bad this crisis actually is. You are clueless." He barked that John Yu's collapse was a massive shock to the public, and people are fuming. They're sick of the government ignoring this sloppy, irresponsible management style. It is a total disaster. President Kim Hyuk loudly declared that the government is taking charge and forcing the big corporations to merge their subsidiaries together. When the chairman started whispering and acting up, he shut them down, saying if you do not like the plan, you do not have to be part of it. Then he dropped a chilling threat, saying that for his entire term, anyone who refuses will not get a single cent of government help. His eyes were burning with rage as he chewed them out right to their faces. This whole mess is because you guys run businesses like a greedy octopus, reaching everywhere. He blasted them for reckless investments and ignoring every warning from the previous administration for way too long. But did you actually change anything? The president roared in a total fury, claiming the whole country is suffering through this foreign exchange storm because of the greedy mistakes of the billionaire class. The government will drop the hammer in 1 week. He gave an ultimatum, warning everyone not to be stupid enough to interfere. With an ice-cold look, President Kim Hyuk gave his final warning to the guys shaking in their boots. If any company tries to bribe an official or mess with their decisions, I will personally see to it that you go completely bankrupt. Is that clear? Face to face with the government's big deal, the billionaires were totally powerless. Without public funds, they had to dump their main companies, leaving the big corporations no choice but to follow orders. In a private room, James Han was blunt about his goals. He wanted to ditch the electronics and car divisions because they were just massive piles of debt. 30% of the debt and accounting fraud were buried in those two sectors. He figured Samsung was probably eyeing one of those targets. Mu Hyuk calmly laid out his big-brain chess move. Give the car division to Samsung if we have to, but we need to grab Lucky Semiconductors. James Han wondered about Hyun, but Mu Hyuk said they are too weak to handle it since buying Auto Asin already has them tripping. James Han was skeptical, thinking semiconductors were just computer parts. But Mu Hyuk saw the future. He insisted that one day, chips would run everything in the world. We have to win this. The whole restructuring went down exactly like they planned it. The semiconductor side merged with Zhongyu Electronics, while the home appliance wing and random businesses like chemicals and aviation were handled. Power plants and ship engines were moved into 6 brand new companies. During this massive shuffle, the Zhongyu subsidiaries managed to naturally shake off a whole lot of bad debt. Most of that debt got dumped onto Samsung since they were taking over Zhongyu Motors. Just like that, the takeover of the Zhongyu group wrapped up pretty smoothly. On the television screen, President Kim Hyuk declared that restructuring will end the old management ways. Watching the news, a gray-haired man thought, this guy is moving fast with reforms. Right then, his secretary came in with news of a guest from Japan. The man was shocked to see the young guest show up in person. I got the message from Kobe, but I did not expect you to come here. The mysterious young master with cold, dark hair said plainly, I hope you understand we are dead serious about this deal. The situation back home is pretty rough right now. Watanabe smirked with a calculating look. He ordered it was time to mobilize every talented person in the Thanfong group for the sake of their grand mission. You get what I am saying, right? Facing the powerful young master, Renoir bowed low and answered, Yes, Lord Watanabe. Watanabe kept laying out the plan to hijack the financial market. I heard Korea just scrapped the interest rate limits recently, right? This is our chance to grab total control of the loan shark market in Korea. He told Renoy to quickly turn this market into something like what they have in Japan. He laid out a brutal strategy. Keep interest rates sky high at 70% a year to wipe out all the competition. Then we can ditch that law. You are the best at this, right? Yes, young master, leave it to me. But suddenly, Watanabe's eyes turned sharp. He started grilling him about all those recent embarrassing failures. Why do the tasks I trust you with keep ending in such pathetic disasters? He made it very clear he was not happy that a major target was still standing. You still haven't dealt with that old guy who keeps getting in the way of our group. Man, maybe I put too much faith in you. Renoir broke out in a cold sweat. I have no excuses, sir. Watanabe slowly pulled out a razor-sharp sword and dropped a chilling threat. If you keep messing up like this, my father is going to run out of patience real soon. You understand that? Under that massive pressure, Renoir shook and swore. I will never forget your words. I will get it done. Watanabe sheathed his sword, coldly saying he would handle the stubborn obstacles himself from now on. He ordered Renoy to focus entirely on negotiating with the Korean government. They needed to clear a path for the group to march in without any trouble. Watanabe stared him down with a final warning. Remember, if you screw up again, the long history between our families ends right here. Do you get me, Renoy? Renoy bowed his head all the way to the floor and confirmed it. Yes, Lord Watanabe Saru. Over at the Mu Capital Office, Kim Ho-sich stepped up to shake Kim Mu-yo's hand. Long time no see, Chairman. You doing all right? Mu Hyuk had been calculating this. Even before the financial crisis hit, he started pulling money out of the credit market to fuel his massive restructuring plan. He was way ahead of the curve. He set up Mu Capital under his own name as the parent company. Then he built 3 more branches to lock down his position, focusing only on giving loans to clients who actually had collateral. Inside the swanky office, Hosik notes that Director Kim's looking way better these days. He smirks, explaining he is just chilling while other loan sharks are throwing a massive party. Everyone from small businesses to regular families is desperate, begging for cash and ready to swallow those insane, bone-crushing interest rates just to survive. Mu Hyuk knows that when the economy tanks, the black market is the first to feel it. Once banks lock down the cash, regular folks have no choice but to crawl here, even if they know it is a one-way ticket straight to hell. Glancing at the family photo on his desk, Hosik opens up. But now, I feel lighter. Mu Hyuk nods, telling him he is done working in the shadows. From now on, he will not be some fugitive, but the official director Kim Hosik of Myeongdong Capital. He is finally stepping into the light and living for real. Hosik bows low, thanking the chairman for this shot at a new life. Then, he asks about his brother, wondering if he is still doing okay out there. Mu Hyuk glances over at the guy buried in a mountain of paperwork and just says he is still studying like his life depends on it. Mu Hyuk knows once those interest rate caps vanish, foreign finance firms will come swarming in. Every player with a pile of cash is going to be rushing to set up their own lending companies and grab a piece of the action. Taking over the market first is priority number 1. He tells his crew not to sweat the capital. Just start lending at the absolute lowest rates out there and undercut everyone until we own the whole game. He warns that all sorts of shady powers are about to jump in, and you can bet they will not be playing by the rules. Sitting tall, Mu Hyuk meets with Myung-hoon, who asks if things have been rough lately. Mu Hyuk just stays cool, saying it is not tough at all because this is exactly the path he chose for himself. To get this finance company off the ground, Mu Hyuk hands over all the loans that can actually be collected to Kim Hosik. As for the guy staying behind in the black market, he gets handed all the garbage, the bad debts, and impossible cases. But with the currency crisis still rattling everyone, getting that money back is going to be a nightmare. Once he finishes dealing with those messy debts, though, Mu Hyuk drops the next big order. Once the bad debt is cleared out, it is time to move the entire operation over to Gangnam. The director sitting across from him is floored. He blurted out in total shock, "Wait, we are moving to Gangnam?" Mu Hyuk coolly lays out the new strategy. He wants to focus on those tech startup kids and the Gangnam elite who are suddenly desperate for massive piles of quick cash to keep their dreams alive. Leaning back on the sofa, he breaks down the plan. Use compound interest, take the cut up front, and set the rates sky high. Trust me, people will still be lining up around the block to borrow from us. Seeing the future clearly, he knows the tech startup craze from America is about to explode in Korea. But since there are no real investors yet, these founders will be forced to take dirty money from loan sharks just to keep their lights on and their businesses running. Mu Hyuk predicts that soon, all the small-time loan sharks getting kicked out by the big finance firms will start flooding into Gangnam like a tidal wave. Since the black market has not really taken root there yet, he is determined to be the first one to plant his flag in this wide-open, unclaimed territory before anyone else wakes up. He stresses that this place does not play by the rules anyway, so even if they pass new lending laws or bring back those interest rate caps, it will not matter one bit to us. He is certain a ton of people will need quick cash for the short term. Impressed by his boss's vision, the director bows and agrees, saying he understands and will follow the plan exactly. Mu Hyuk nods, thanking the director. The high society and startup world in Gangnam are facing massive pressure, from real estate moguls needing tax money to young founders struggling just to pay their employees' salaries on time every month. They are going to be backed into a corner with zero options left except to come to us for a loan. After finishing up for the day, Mu Hyuk hops in his car. The driver asks if he is heading straight home for the night. Mu Hyuk quietly says, "Yes. Please take me there. It has been a while since I ate dinner with my grandfather." As the car cruises through the glowing sunset streets, they suddenly hit a massive, unexpected traffic jam. Up ahead, cars are parked all over the place. A bunch of guys in black suits start hopping out, causing total chaos on the road. Sensing something is wrong, the driver nervously says he will go check it out, but Mu Hyuk stops him instantly, telling him to wait. He quietly rolls down the window to see what is going on. Suddenly, out of the urban chaos, a guy with slicked-back purple hair and a creepy, sinister smile appears right next to his car window. He looks at Mu Hyuk and asks, "Are you Kim Mu Hyuk?" Mu Hyuk narrows his eyes, totally on guard, and asks who he is. The man just casually introduces himself as Watanabe Saru. The second he hears that name, terrifying memories from his past life start flooding back into his mind. He is frozen in fear, recognizing the man instantly. Watanabe Saru. He definitely heard that name in his previous life. The heir to the Yamaguchi Gumi, the biggest Yakuza syndicate in Japan. This is the monster who slaughtered hundreds of his own people just to clear his path to the top. The infamous Kobe killer is standing right there, straight out of a blood-soaked memory. Watanabe Saru flashes a wicked grin and speaks up. He says he is there on behalf of the Cheongpung Society to say hello since he heard about the new business opening up in Myeongdong. That name, the Cheongpung Society, catches him off guard. He wonders what kind of shady game they are trying to play this time. Mu Hyuk narrows his eyes, fully alert, because in his past life, he and this guy never even crossed paths. Under the cover of the quiet night, they meet at a traditional, old-school pavilion. This fateful meeting between two powerhouses begins. Watanabe Saru takes his time, saying what an honor it is to finally meet the boss of Myeongdong. But Mu Hyuk is not intimidated and fires back with a razor-sharp response of his own. I never thought I would be meeting the heir to the Japanese underworld either. Saru just smirks, saying nothing is official yet. He tells him to just think of him as the most likely guy to take the crown. Mu Hyuk watches him closely and notes that the momentum seems to be on his side already. That gets a laugh out of the Yakuza. He says for someone who claims not to know him, he sure knows every little detail. So, should we just get down to business? He starts laying out his real ambitions, explaining that he is planning to make a massive move into the Korean money-lending market and wants a piece of the pie. I was originally going to meet with Chairman John Key, but then I heard that you, Mu Hyuk, have already taken over full control of everything, so I figured I would just come straight to the source instead. Mu Hyuk smoothly shuts that down, saying his info must be a little off. He insists the chairman is still sharp and doing great. Saru just brushes it off and starts talking about the organization backing him up instead. I heard the Cheongpung Society, the group we are backing, was a bit disrespectful to both you and Chairman John. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a low, suggestive whisper as he speaks his next words. But a businessman like you knows how to keep things professional, right? I am just worried that some pointless little friction might lead to a whole lot of unnecessary bloodshed that nobody really wants to see. Mu Hyuk shoots back coldly, saying it sounds like he is just asking him to hand over his turf. Saru looks satisfied, saying he loves how fast the younger generation picks things up these days. He presses the issue, asking point blank if Mu Hyuk is going to let him move into the loan market. Mu Hyuk curled his lip in a sneer. Look, even if you go to Japan, you are finished. The government there tightened the screws with anti-violence laws, so illegal debt collection is basically dead in the water. It is not exactly a walk in the park. Saru fired back with a wicked grin. But Korea is a whole different ballgame, right? It is not like Japan. There is still plenty of meat on the bone. Mu Hyuk locked eyes with him, marking his territory. Why on earth would I just hand over the entire Korean market to a guy like you? He dropped the hammer. This is my turf. Saru squinted, throwing back a challenge. If you were in my shoes, would you just walk away? When Mu Hyuk stayed silent, the guy just lost it and started laughing like a total psychopath. It was pure chaos. Through his laughter, Saru claimed he knew exactly what the kid was thinking. But he is a sore loser. If he wants something, he is going to take it. He told Mu Hyuk to bring his A-game and try to stop him with every trick. Mu Hyuk vowed to crush his dreams. Saru mocked him, saying he thought the kid was smarter than that old chairman, but he was wrong. Mu Hyuk snapped back coldly, asking if he really thought this was something they could just negotiate. Even in a heated standoff, Saru kept that fake polite act up, saying it was a real pleasure. He reached out for a final handshake, warning that next time they meet, nobody is going to be smiling like this. Mu Hyuk just took his hand, acting totally unbothered, and told him he had a great time too. Savage. Under the dim night lights, they shook on it. It looked like blood was dripping from their grip, a dark sign that a brutal war was about to pop off. The second he left, Mu Hyuk jumped in his car. He told his manager to get director Baek Jong-soo on the line. He told everyone to stay on high alert. This is an emergency. Nobody knows what kind of crazy nightmare is about to hit us next. He ordered a call to Eric Glack to rush the PMC setup. We need to hire locals now. Looking at the city lights, Mu Hyuk knew the Yakuza just declared war. This is about to get bloody, and there is no turning back now. Under a gloomy sky at his fancy villa, Kim Mu Hyuk was lost in thought. Suddenly, his phone started blowing up like crazy. Baek Jong-soo was on the other end, sounding panicked. Kid, listen up, it is bad. I need to talk to you right now. Mu Hyuk, our spots in Busan just got hit. All of them. The Yakuza finally showed their faces. They teamed up with local gangs to launch a massive raid on Feta. Mu Hyuk went pale. That bad feeling he had finally came true. I knew something was off. I have to get down to Busan immediately. While Mu Hyuk was plotting his next move, a guy burst into the room and cut him off. Boss, we got a problem. Mu Hyuk's face turned to stone. This was not just business anymore. The guard stumbled over his words. It is your grandma. Mu Hyuk sprinted through the hospital doors in the pouring rain, screaming for her at the top of his lungs. When she saw her grandson, the old lady in the bed was shocked. Mu Hyuk? She grabbed his hand, shaking. My goodness, what are you doing here? You are a busy man. You should be up in the city working. She tried to hide the pain to keep him calm. I am fine. The doctor said I will be home in 1 or 2 days. Do not worry. Mu Hyuk just looked at her, heartbroken and full of guilt. Grandma, he choked out. Then the truth came out. I heard a bodyguard got wrecked trying to stop a car from hitting her. He literally used his body as a human shield to save her life when that car came charging in. Standing in the quiet hospital hallway, Mu Hyuk went numb at the final report. Sir, he still has not woken up. He told Myung-hoon to take care of the Guy family and cover everything. Looking out at the rain, he whispered that he should move Grandma to Seoul until things finally cool down. Everything felt heavy at the funeral home. Men in black suits stood silently in front of the casket of their fallen brother. One guy growled in frustration. Losing the businesses is one thing, but our brothers are dead. A guy with a scar on his nose took a drag of his cigarette. When we cleaned him up, there was nothing left. Those punks used knives to tear the kids apart. These were our brothers, man. How am I supposed to look their mothers in the eye? He stared at the rain, saying Busan is crawling with Yakuza now. You cannot walk 10 feet without seeing one. They brought a whole army, and the local Busan gangs have already switched sides to join them. Mu Hyuk, eyes burned with pure hate. Blood for blood, he growled. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed through the funeral, making everyone jump. Boss, they are here. They are right outside. The enemy actually had the nerve to bring the fight to a funeral. Mu Hyuk and Scarface immediately squared up for battle. A bloody brawl exploded in the hallway as both sides tore into each other. In the middle of the chaos, Scarface was landing heavy kicks while dodging lethal knife lunges like a pro. It was a brutal gang war. People were getting smashed so hard they could not fight back. One guy even flew straight through a window. News of the riot spread fast. Amidst the wreckage, Mu Hyuk wiped blood off his face and called the top dog. Sir, do me a favor and have a word with the Busan prosecutors. I will see you when I get back to Seoul. Mu Hyuk told Baek Jong-soo the Yakuza remnants and the traitors were finally taken care of. I handled the Yakuza and the rats, but if this keeps up, the cops and prosecutors are not going to just sit around and watch us. We need to be careful. For now, stop the direct attacks and just focus on defense. The economy is trash, and the cops are under huge pressure because of this gang war. Baek Jong-soo nodded. I hear you. I got guys coming in from Daegu and Masan to help guard our businesses. We will play defense. But the old boss eyes went cold as ice. Remember this, kid. I am the one who is going to settle the score for Soo-hyo. Mu Hyuk agreed. Of course. Baek Jong-soo slammed back his drink and dropped a bombshell. After this is over, I am calling it quits. I am retiring. I cannot keep this up. I will hand everything to Sang-moo and disappear. The scene cut as the black cars sped down the highway. Inside the car, Mu Hyuk listened closely to the report on the Yakuza's inner circle. The Yamaguchi Gumi headquarters are still based in Kobe, but right now the Nagoya crew holds all the major power positions. Mu Hyuk thinks the Kobe bosses must be absolutely steaming about being pushed aside. His partner explains that with heavy police heat and the Nagoya crew locking down the cash flow, the other gangs find it almost impossible to fight back. Yeah, but between the cops breathing down their necks and the Nagoya mob grabbing every cent of profit, resisting is basically a suicide mission for them. Plus, Watanabe Saru's grip on the throne is tightening every day, making the old-school Kobe gangs feel like they are next on the chopping block. Thing is, the Takayamagumi is the core of the Nagoya crew, and they are mostly Zainichi Koreans. Mu Hyuk is keeping a close eye on them for these hits. His eyes burning with pure determination, he turns to his man and gives the order. Do this for me. Put a massive bounty on the Yamaguchi Gumi boss. While his crew stands there in total shock, Mu Hyuk coldly puts a price on the Yakuza kingpin. 100 million yen for his head. Mu Hyuk orders the word sent to those Kobe gangs. He will personally make sure the Japanese government stays out of their turf wars. Bandaged up, he tells them money and police are not an issue. Just go out there and destroy the Nagoya crew. A few days later, in a flashy high-rise, James Han rolls up looking sharp in a blue suit. He flashes a grin and says, Hello everyone. Guess this is our first time meeting face-to-face. I am James Han from Dream High. The Wall Street suits immediately start acting impressed, saying it is an honor. Finally, we get to meet the Tiger of Asia, the man who wrecked Wall Street. James Han does not do small talk. He cuts right to the chase of the meeting. Look, I know you Wall Street guys are busy people, so I'm going to skip the fluff and get straight to the point of why we are here. This time, Dream High is going for Japan's throat. He points out how these investors made a killing off Thailand, Indonesia, and Korea, but this is the big one. But James makes it clear. The scale of those places was absolutely nothing. Japan is the whole damn state compared to them. He drops a tempting offer. We will lead the charge and set the stage so you guys can win back every cent you lost in the last round. Suddenly, a guy named George slams his hand on the table. Ridiculous. You stabbed us in the back last time and now you want to partner up? He is terrified that attacking Japan is too risky since their economy is still the second biggest on Earth. George is skeptical. Plus, you think DC will just let us trash Japan? James Han just shrugs and says he will personally handle the negotiations with the Clinton administration. Do not sweat the small stuff. George sneers and points a finger right in James' face, giving him a look of pure defiance. Huh? Who do you think you are, trying to boss Washington around? James Han keeps it cold and drops an ultimatum. If you do not believe me, then stay home. Dream High can do this alone, but then we keep every cent of the profit. One of the other suits smells the money and tells George to park his ego. If the feds gave us the green light, Japan is the fattest target on the map. Another guy nods quickly. He is right. Let us do this. Let us show Japan what real power looks like. George Soros finally snaps that it is all about the bottom line. Cash does not have feelings, after all. He claims he just takes the risk and the money, skipping the moral lecture. James sees right through him. Isn't that what you always tell the press, George? And now you are hesitating over old beef? George Soros, I want you to lead the charge. We will back you with the capital and watch from the shadows. I have even got a meeting set up with Treasury Secretary Rubin for next week. It is a done deal. Looking out the window, he wonders if the Clinton team will really let him wreck the Japanese economy, but Mu Hyuk lets the worry fade. Since he did them a solid by looking the other way during their attack on Korea, it is finally their turn to follow his lead. The traps are all set. Mu Hyuk knows that once the exchange rate tanks, the Japanese government will be too busy panicking to care about some Yakuza turf war. He grips his phone, ready to signal the end for the Yamaguchi Gumi and the syndicate backing them. Suddenly, a guy bursts in, asking if he has seen the morning news. Mu Hyuk is totally clueless until he actually grabs the paper and sees the headlines for himself. Massive headlines scream at him. The shadow boss of Myeongdong and the Korean underworld. Who is the real loan shark behind the Kim family name? The paper says the first strike against him has officially landed. Mu Hyuk glares at the text, his face tightening as the pressure starts to mount. This morning's headlines are absolutely wild, revealing the true identity of the shadow boss of the Korean underworld. They are asking if this Kim guy is really the one behind all those bloody hits in Busan just to seize control of the market. Manager Ma notes that even without naming him, the details are so surgical that anyone who matters knows they are aiming right at Kim Mu Hyuk. He calmly drops the paper. Since they did not drop his name yet, he is staying silent. No need to act guilty and feed the gossip mill. Mu Hyuk flips the script, telling Manager Ma to dig into the Gossio chairman's granddaughter. He coldly mentions something about illegal drugs, leaving the manager totally stunned. Mu Hyuk remembers some old rumors about a woman named Gomi Junai. She was busted in a raid once, but somehow just walked right out of the station. Mystery woman. Right then, a squad of suits marches into the restaurant and demands to know if he is Kim Mu Hyuk. The lead guy flashes a badge from the Seoul prosecutor's office and tells him to come along. Mu Hyuk asks for a warrant. They admit they do not have one, but say cooperation is better. With the other diners whispering, Mu Hyuk stands his ground and demands to know exactly what they are accusing him of doing. The prosecutor admits they got a tip linking him to the disappearance of a major loan shark from Myeongdong. He gives him a final choice. Come with them voluntarily right now, or they will be back in an hour with a high-speed emergency arrest warrant. Mu Hyuk sees right through it. This is the classic prosecutor playbook for dragging someone in without any real legal standing. He quickly analyzes the internal power struggle. The office is split between Chief Yoon's crew and the guys backing Bae Byung-gyu, the head of the Seoul branch. He knows Bae is in bed with the syndicate, and that office is their power base. As the car starts moving, Manager Ma asks nervously if he is really going to face them. Mu Hyuk just calmly nods. He tells him to just keep driving and stick to the original game plan. Sitting in the back, he flips open his phone and says he needs to make a few calls first. The car speeds off and stops right in front of the courthouse. Stuck in the box, Mu Hyuk is just staring at the clock, playing it cool. He knows this voluntary chat won't last long, and these suits are definitely racing to snag an arrest warrant before his time is up. He figures if they miss that window, they will pull some shady legal move for an emergency bust instead. But without a solid charge, it is a total headache for them. Suddenly, the door flies open and this angry prosecutor slams his files down, screaming at him to state his name right now. Mu Hyuk does not even blink. He just leans back and says, "Chill out, man. We can start this party once my lawyer actually gets here." The guy is losing it now. He growls out the question again, trying to look tough. But Mu Hyuk just stays calm, telling him his lawyer will be here any second. The prosecutor snaps, barking about how this is not some living room. Mu Hyuk just narrows his eyes and asks if he is here as a suspect or just a witness. The guy goes ballistic, yelling that once you step foot in here, you are a suspect. Period. What a total amateur move. Mu Hyuk just watches him, thinking what a joke this guy is. He is just a mindless pawn sent to bark orders. Not interesting at all. Stop the act and get me someone who actually has some power, he says. The prosecutor nearly jumps across the table, ready to swing. You little punk. But then the door swings open again. It is the chief. He tells Prosecutor Lee to get out and let him handle things. Once Lee scampers off, the new guy sits down, folds his hands, and introduces himself as Ha Suk Jin from Criminal Team 3. He gets right to it. Do you know Director Jin Sang-eon, the big loan shark operating out of the Myeongdong area? Mu Hyuk does not skip a beat. Yeah, we have met a few times to discuss some business regarding my grandfather. The chief gives him a skeptical look, saying it had to be more than just a few meetings. He points out that Jin was actually a top exec for Chairman Joe, and now, Mu Hyuk is the one set to inherit that entire massive criminal empire. Ha Sok Jin keeps digging, bringing up that nasty gang war in Myeongdong right when Jin vanished. He claims a witness puts Mu Hyuk at the head of the gang, then asks if that is just a big coincidence. Mu Hyuk keeps his cool, knowing they are just trying to trip him up. They do not have a shred of real evidence against him yet. He calmly fires back, saying he has heard the rumors, but tying him to a disappearance is a pretty massive leap, do you not think? Things are getting tense. Mu Hyuk thinks, just wait for it. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swings wide open. A sharp-looking guy in a blue suit walks in, catching the chief totally off guard. He demands to know what is happening. The newcomer introduces himself as Lawyer Yoon from the firm Yoon & Kang, here to represent Kim Mu Hyuk. He apologizes for the delay, but Mu Hyuk just nods. No big deal, he says. I am just glad you made it on such short notice. Lawyer Yoon immediately grills the chief about why his client is in a locked room for a voluntary talk. The chief doubles down, saying the charges are obvious. Yoon just smirks and asks if things are so clear, why they did not get a warrant instead of playing games. He demands to hear the specific charges. The chief rattles them off. Organized crime, solicitation of murder, foreign exchange violations, and threats. Mu Hyuk is actually shocked they are swinging this hard. They are claiming he is the secret bankroll behind the gang, trying to take over the whole underworld. On top of that, they suspect he is the one who ordered the hits on the rival gang members. Yoon demands to see the proof. The chief coldly reveals they have a statement saying Mu Hyuk took out Jin and his associate. According to their files, during the Myeongdong brawl, the rival gang was actually trying to stop the kidnapping of Director Jin. After that, both Jin and his partner were dragged off to some abandoned factory before they completely vanished off the grid. The chief says this matches the story from a gang boss currently behind bars. Mu Hyuk expected the disappearances to come up, but jailhouse confessions never stick. Mu Hyuk flatly states he has no clue who those people are and zero idea why he is being singled out like this. Lawyer Yoon adds that if they had proof, they would not be begging for cooperation. Mu Hyuk sees their plan. They want an emergency arrest to fuel a media circus. Yoon looks the chief in the eye and asks if they are really going to harass a volunteer based on some gangster lies. Ha Sok Jin isn't backing down, claiming they have ironclad proof regarding illegal offshore money transfers and foreign exchange violations. He flips open a file, pointing out shady wire transfers. He keeps hammering on the fact that those two loan sharks just disappeared. He emphasizes that all this chaos started the second Mu Hyuk showed up, asking again if he really thinks this is just a coincidence. Looking at the documents, Lawyer Yoon casually admits there might have been a small slip-up with the foreign exchange laws. He argues it is just a minor fine, but the chief snaps that the prosecution decides that. Yoon fires back that only a court has that power. Yoon decides his client is done here. Mu Hyuk locks eyes with the chief and simply asks if he is free to go. Ha Sok Jin is breaking a sweat, trying to stall by saying they still have 4 hours left. Mu Hyuk knows they are just waiting for a warrant. Lawyer Yoon reminds him that even if the max time is 6 hours, they have the legal right to walk out whenever they want. The chief loses his cool and slams the table, shouting that they are not going anywhere until he gets some real answers. Suddenly, a deep voice asks if they can join the investigation. A whole group walks in, leaving the chief speechless as he recognizes the heavy hitters. The senior partner smiles and explains that since Mu Hyuk requested their firm, he sent his son first but decided to drop by himself too. Yo, listen up because this story is about to get absolutely wild, like seriously insane vibes right now. Are you ready? Because the drama is hitting different today. We are talking high stakes, shady deals, and some seriously suspicious characters lurking in the shadows of the city. Let us get into it. Buckle up, because things are moving fast. The tension is thick, the air is cold, and the legal system is about to get a major reality check. Here we go. He squints his eyes, staying totally on guard. He is basically convinced that this guy is a high-ranking member of that shady Wind Syndicate organization. Bae Byung-gu strolls into the room looking totally unbothered. Representative Yoon wastes no time jumping up to greet the big boss of the agency. Long time no see. He smirks, congratulating his old buddy on the fancy new promotion to chief prosecutor. He never thought they would meet again like this. Seeing the legendary stubborn Representative Yoon show up in person is a total curveball. A. Bae Byung-gyu smirks, realizing the deputy rep is here because his son insisted on helping his best friend out. As a dad, he could not just sit back and watch. Bae gets the situation and decides to play nice for once. Bae decides to back off for a bit. Fine, let your kid handle this mess while we go chat in my office. They head out, leaving the legal drama to explode behind closed doors. Now the real showdown begins in that cramped room. Inside, the young lawyer is not backing down. Do you have anything else to investigate? Spit it out now, or I am taking my client and walking right out that door. Chief Ha-Suk-jin grinds his teeth, telling them to wait a second. He keeps checking his watch like he is waiting for something big. Are you waiting on a court order? Hate to break it to you, but no warrant is coming. Prosecutor Mu Hyuk just smirks, looking way too cool for someone in an interrogation room. He calls them out for stalling. Turns out, Mu Hyuk already made a secret call to his buddy Hyun-woo to check on his grandpa's health. Sneaky move, but it is totally working. Mu Hyuk gets straight to the point. He needs Hyun-woo to call his grandpa, the Supreme Court Justice, to shut this down. Just as Suk-jin thinks he has won, a deputy bursts in screaming. This guy is shaking while delivering the news. As soon as the arrest warrant hit the desk, the court dropped a massive bomb on the whole investigation. The court called to shut it down immediately. Mu Hyuk stands up, fixes his suit, and says they are leaving. Time to bounce, Mu Hyuk. Let us get out of here. Ha-Sok-jin slams the table, losing his mind. Hold it. Who gave you permission to just stand up and walk away from me like that? He glares at Mu Hyuk with pure hatred, announcing an emergency arrest right then at 3:30 p.m. He starts listing heavy charges like murder and financial crimes under the criminal code. This just got way too real. The lawyer fires back instantly. There is zero evidence for murder, and those financial charges do not even qualify for an emergency arrest. You have got nothing on him. Despite the logic, Ha-Sok-jin just gives a creepy smile. He claims the prosecution has the final word here. He steps closer, growling for Mu Hyuk to sit down before he is forced to pull out the handcuffs. With eyes full of hate, Seok-jin points at Mu Hyuk's face. The representative is furious, yelling that they cooperated voluntarily, but the prosecution is totally stabbing them in the back right now. We do not accept this at all. The prosecutor just shrugs behind his glasses, telling them to complain all they want. He does not care about their feelings or rights. You are not leaving for the next 48 hours. He demands all personal items and the phone. Mu Hyuk stays quiet, watching and analyzing the trap while his brain runs every single scenario. Once they lock me up, they can raid my house and office for 24 hours without a warrant. That is exactly what they are after. They will definitely play dirty to find any scrap of evidence they can. These guys have no shame at all. The prosecutor keeps screaming to break his spirit. Empty your pockets and sit down, you low-life loan shark. Meanwhile, over in the chief's office, another high-stakes battle of wits is heating up between the big players. The chief sips his tea, surprised that Representative Yoon showed up in person. He did not expect the big guns so soon. Yoon smirks back, dripping with sarcasm. I did not expect the prosecution to squeeze an honest businessman like this. It is almost like a bad movie. Honest businessman? The chief laughs. You really do not know Mu Hyuk. Yoon stays cool, saying he does not know every detail about his son's friend, but he knows enough. I know you are playing a risky game because the Wind Syndicate told you to. He admits he has been around long enough to know how the game works with shadow organizations, but Yoon emphasizes that his son is really passionate about this. No parent can ever truly win against their own child's stubbornness, right? That is why I am here. The chief sighs, realizing he is caught. Fine, if you know everything already, I will stop beating around the bush and talk straight. The syndicate wants Mu Hyuk locked away for 3 months. He tries to convince them it is a chance for the kid to scrub his past clean. Just 3 months. Yoon shuts him down. Negotiating sentences is what I do for a living, but this case? This is not something I am willing to put on the table. The chief is losing his cool. Why make this so serious, Yoon? Do you know who is actually backing the Wind Syndicate? You are playing with fire. Yoon gives a confident smile. Of course I know. My career practically exists because of the Wind Syndicate. Why would I ever forget who helped me get to the top? But his gut tells him Mu Hyuk is going to be the VIP client who makes him a fortune later. He is playing the long game. While he is busy crunching numbers, a voice shocks him. Chief Bae! Suddenly, General Manager Yoon Chang-ho and his crew storm into the room. Bae Byung-gyu is stunned. General Manager! What brings a man of your stature all the way down to this office? Yoon looks at him with cold eyes. He warns him, if you are coming for me, come through the front door. Do not go sneaking around behind my back like a total coward. I know the syndicate has your back, Byung-gyu, but let Mu Hyuk go right now. That is an order. Bae Byung-gyu won't budge. I cannot do that. He insists Mu Hyuk is a dangerous criminal who runs an illegal organization and orders hits on people. Yoon Chang-ho asks about the actual evidence. He calls out Byung-gyu for letting his own ego ruin the reputation of the entire prosecution office. It is pathetic. Right in the middle of the fight, an aide hands Byung-gyu a phone. Take this. Bae Byung-gyu puts it to his ear and freezes when he hears the powerful voice. Hey Byung-gyu, long time no see. It is me, Jun-T, San. Byung-gyu stammers in absolute terror. See, Chairman? San casually mentions he has the list of prosecutors on the Blue Wind Society payroll. And guess whose name is at the top? Byung-gyu. Chairman John growls that every cent in Byung-gyu's pocket belongs to him. As a veteran shark, he never forgets what he has bought or sold. San issues a savage ultimatum to Lee Eon-hyun. Free my nephew or we fight until someone hits the dirt. He snaps. Make your choice. Byung-gyu is sweating bullets, turning pale under the old man's threats. In the interrogation room, the prosecutor on the phone freezes and stammers. Yes, Chief. After hanging up, he sighs and grinds his teeth in pure frustration. Despite being ticked off, he orders Mu Hyuk and his lawyer to leave. The lawyer straightens his suit, dropping a sharp warning. If this happens again, make sure you call the Yoon and Kang law office first. The prosecutor screams after them. Fine. Just get the hell out of here. Kim Mu Hyuk walks out of that room looking like a winner. Black SUVs tear through the city streets. Inside the car, a henchman nervously asks, Young master, are you doing okay? Mu Hyuk stays chill, saying, Yeah, I was only in there for a few hours. The driver glances back, cautiously asking if the enemy strikes again. Mu Hyuk smirks wickedly. If there is a debt, it must be paid. First, let us shut those barking dogs up. He asks about the Go Daily granddaughter. The subordinate hands over an envelope packed with drug evidence, but his voice drops low as he warns, I found something way worse during the investigation. Mu Hyuk rips open the envelope, his eyes locking onto the photo. Moments later, he heads straight to Go Daily to confront Chairman Go Ho Seong. The chairman narrows his eyes, curious. All right. What is so important that you need to talk to me in private? Mu Hyuk slides the envelope across the desk. I just found some juicy gossip. I figured Go Daily would want the scoop, so here I am. Hearing the word scoop, Go Ho Seong excitedly opens the envelope, but seeing photos of himself in bed with a girl makes him drop his cigarette. Go Ho Seong screams, Do you have any idea what you are doing? Mu Hyuk just stares back, cold as ice, unfazed by the rage. His eyes burn with pure determination as he declares, From now on, I am paying back everything I have received. Actually, I will add some heavy interest hundreds of times over. Go Ho Seong slams the table, roaring, What the hell is this? Facing the fury, Mu Hyuk stays calm. Exactly, he says. Luckily, I managed to get my hands on it before anyone else did. I do not just have photos, I have the video too. Mu Hyuk warns him. If this leaks to the wrong people, even you cannot stop it. Go Ho Seong freezes for a second, then bursts into an arrogant laugh. Ha, you think there is anything in this world I cannot block? You really think there is anything in all of Korea I cannot handle? He glares, asserting his absolute power. If I decide, I can make anyone look like a monster, even a saint. That is exactly what we do here at Go Daily. He smirks. I only looked after you because you are San's nephew, but clearly whatever that old man taught you was dead wrong. Mu Hyuk smirks. Education, huh? He smiles and drops the hammer. Your granddaughters love to party just like you. Hotels, guys, and drugs. Go Ho Seong is stunned. He lunges up, roaring in pure hatred. You little brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you speak their names to my face? After losing it for a second, he sits back down and asks, What do you want? Since you brought this here, name your price. Mu Hyuk looks him in the eye and demands the truth about the Azure Winter Society. Expose them to the world. Put their history on the front page. The chairman turns pale, shocked by the magnitude of the request. His voice turns sharp. From this moment on, I am going to destroy the Azure Winter Society for good. His eyes burn with resolve. Go Ho Seong stands up, dropping a heavy warning. Maybe you are just too young to realize how terrifying this world actually is. Azure Winter is no joke, kid. He reveals the secret society's reach. Even inside this building, their informants are everywhere. You think it is just us? Most of the media in Korea is already in their pocket. Their hands are completely tied. Mu Hyuk stares him down, mocking him. But wait, did you not just say you could change any story with a single order? In the heavy silence, Mu Hyuk drops the ultimatum. Make your choice. Either help me crush them, or watch Go Daily crumble instead. It is on you. Backed into a corner, Go Ho Seong snaps. So you came here to threaten me with a few photos? You do not think I can take you down? He screams. I could splash your identity across the front page by tomorrow morning. Take your trash and get out of my sight. Mu Hyuk stays eerily calm. He smirks. Oh? You are going to expose me? I would love to see that. Then, Mu Hyuk hits their wallet. Starting tomorrow, every corporate ad on Go Daily is getting cut. First, I am pulling the Dunggu Group ads. It is easy for me to kill your revenue. If you are curious, go ahead, try me. Mu Hyuk realizes the truth about the old man. He is more terrified of losing ad money than his own family or reputation. He keeps the pressure on. If not Go Daily, I will take these massive contracts to your rivals at Daily Central or Dongseong. Mu Hyuk narrows his eyes. You really think any media outlet in Korea, which survives on ads, would turn down a deal like this? His spirit broken, the chairman asks how Mu Hyuk can be so confident against a power like Azure Winter. Mu Hyuk just shrugs. We do not have time to worry about Azure Windsor Coyote outside of Korea right now. Mu Hyuk ordered Go Ho-song to blast the existence of Azure Windsor Coyote on the front page this Monday. He wanted the headlines to be so savage they would make the entire Korean public go absolutely ballistic. Make it loud, make it messy, and make sure everybody is talking about it. Mu Hyuk said he would handle the photos and videos after seeing how the Go Daily story lands first. I do not need to stain the chairman's eyes with this trash anymore. While Go Ho-song sat there shaking in a cold sweat, Mu Hyuk just casually walked out of the office like a boss. In the car, he got a call from his crew. Mu Hyuk, did the deal go down smooth? He held the phone to his ear, plotting his next move in this big cleanup. Hey, Mu Hyuk, I just finished meeting with Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin. Everything is falling into place. At first, he just flat out refused. But when he heard the Wall Street banks were getting a piece of the action, he changed his tune. He warned Mu Hyuk to move carefully. Mu Hyuk sat there thinking, Japan is a huge political and economic partner for America. This could get very messy, very fast. I do not want them to totally collapse. He barked orders into the phone, telling them to speed things up. Get Wall Street in the mix and make it happen by this weekend. No excuses. When they questioned him, Mu Hyuk snapped back that those guys started this fight. The only right thing to do now is hit back hard. We are going to strike them exactly where it hurts the most. Over in New York, the plan was moving at top speed. Josh figured that even with Washington involved, Japan's dollar reserves were on a whole different level compared to Southeast Asia or Korea. He thought they were too big to fail. He claimed Japan would not be easy to shake. Mu Hyuk's rep just smirked and reminded him that they are not any tougher than England, and we all know how you absolutely destroyed them. Josh just gave a cold, calculating grin. When asked about the funding for the attack, George said they could kick things off by tomorrow. He pointed his finger with pure excitement and said, "That is what I like to hear. First, use those credit rating agencies to tank their national score. We start the fire from the inside. Next Monday, as soon as the Japanese market opens, we drop a bomb on their stocks. A few days later, a massive shockwave hit from Wall Street, sending Japan into total chaos. That weapon was none other than their new credit rating. The American rating agency, UDIS, just downgraded Japanese government bonds from AAA to AA1, just one notch, but it was enough to start the panic. For the first time ever, Japan lost its prestigious AAA status. The symbol of the rising sun was starting to crack under the pressure. The exchange rate jumped 20 points in just one day, and the Nikkei index was in total freefall by closing time. Japan, once the proud #2 financial powerhouse in the world, was suddenly pushed into a state of pure, unadulterated panic. As the biggest holder of American debt, the Japanese government scrambled to get the White House on the phone, but they did not get the answer they wanted. America claimed the global economy was at risk, and the U.S. Treasury was thinking about demanding some serious accountability for this mess. They were basically leaving them out to dry. In the office at Myeongdong Capital, Mu Hyuk quietly read the news. A frantic voice came through the phone. Mu Hyuk, it is starting. New York is in total chaos right now. Mu Hyuk kept his cool, saying Japan's economy is so huge that the EMRF won't jump in like they did with Korea. Eventually, the Japanese government and the White House will probably make a deal, but he made it very clear. Before that happens, we need to stir the pot as much as humanly possible. At the same time, the Azure Windsor Society, that shadow organization of Japanese puppets and dictators manipulating Korea from the dark, was finally dragged into the light for everyone to see. Go Daily's reports exposed who these guys really were. Soon, every other paper was dropping bombshells about 120 high-profile figures in politics and business who were caught up in this dirty scandal. It was a total bloodbath. Back at the office, Mu Hyuk ordered interest rates at every single branch nationwide to be slashed to 20%. He really emphasized one thing. Tell anyone paying off debts to those Azure, Windsor, Coyote, and Yakuza loan sharks that we will cut their rates by another 5%. Mu Hyuk was determined to kick those rival lenders and the Yamaguchi Gumi gang out of the market for good. Even the guys in Kobe accepted. 13 organizations there have already split from the Yamaguchi Gumi to form a new crew, and they are ready to move on the signal. When Mu Hyuk checked in on Eric Clark, the setup for the PMC army called Black Bear was done, and the local crew was all picked out. Carrying that powerful Black Bear logo, 3 elite overseas teams were standing by for orders. Mu Hyuk was decisive, saying, "Good, keep the local forces on standby so we can deploy them the second things pop off." He ordered the Black Bear teams from abroad to get into Korea ASAP because the crackdown was about to go live. Meanwhile, inside a fancy mansion, the Azure Windsor Society was in total meltdown. One member nervously reported that Go Daily was not playing ball anymore, and all their spies had been flushed out. The leader, with streaks of gray hair, slammed his fist on the table in a total rage. He roared with pure hatred. Did that jerk Go Ho Song really just betray us? After swearing loyalty like that, too. Things got even worse as more people started cutting ties and scrubbing their tracks before the media could drag their names through the mud. The leader grit his teeth, cursing those traitors and swearing they would regret it. He pinned the whole mess on Kim Mu Hyuk. It is all because of that Sun Dae-san's grandson, that total scumbag. We should have taken him out from the jump. Another guy admitted that using Bae Byung-hoo to control the situation for the last few months was a total waste of time. Even though he was stressed out, the leader tried to stay calm. He declared that it was not too late to take on Sun Dae-san and Kim Mu Hyuk head-on. At the Myeongdong capital headquarters, glowing in the night, Kim Mu Hyuk stood by the window overlooking the city. Behind him, a subordinate walked up and reported, "Sir, I have gathered everyone together as you requested." Mu Hyuk turned his head slightly with a cold stare. "All right, let us move." Walking into the meeting room, he casually sat on the sofa and thanked his partner for the help. "Thanks for helping me get everyone together, Uncle." He looked around the room at all the heavy hitters gathered there. "You guys are the best crew I have got right now, so I figured it was time you all met face to face." The intros started with Park Jong-soo from the Saseong gang, along with Lee Sang-yoon, one of the key players in the company. Then there was Eric Clark from the Black Bear organization, introducing Oliver Green, the captain of Black Bear's first squad right here in Korea. Kim Ho-sik from Myeongdong capital spoke up, followed by the arrival of Park Hyun-sung. Once the tension in the room was high enough, Mu Hyuk went dead serious, his eyes glowing with a cold blue fire that looked absolutely terrifying. Mu Hyuk stood tall and announced the meeting's purpose. "I am going to tell you exactly why I called everyone here today. Tonight, I am planning to finish off the Azure Windsor Society for good." That declaration left everyone in the room stunned. Mu Hyuk started handing out jobs. "First, I want the Saseong gang to take out Watanabe Saru once and for all." He told Park Jong-soo not to sweat finding the enemy or where those Yakuza thugs are hiding. "Do not worry about it, because I have got their location right in the palm of my hand." Mu Hyuk ordered every soul on deck. "This is about blood debt. It is time to personally avenge Young Soo-hai and settle the score once and for all." He barked orders to bring the target in alive. "The final call belongs to Director Beck on the ground." Beck bowed his head. "Copy that. Now, on to the East Capital crew." Mu Hyuk commanded them to choke the Yakuza's cash flow. He was dead certain that once Watanabe was out of the picture, their whole financial empire would crumble into dust instantly. The Black Bear squad and manager Ma are hitting the penthouse. Lee Yong-hyuk is done. Mu Hyuk made it clear no more playing around. "If we do not rip this organization out by the roots, they will stay a thorn in our side forever." With fire in his eyes, he declared this was not just a grudge, it was for their legacy. Under the city lights at midnight, the boss gave the final word. "The timing is perfect. It is time to erase them from existence. Next Monday is day. Everything stays top secret until the first shot is fired." Meanwhile, at the mansion, Chairman John T. Sun was waiting for the storm to break. Mu Hyuk told his grandfather he was fully prepared for today. He looked the old man dead in the eye and asked, "Was not this exactly what you wanted? To wipe them out once and for all?" Old man John admitted he used to play it safe. He never went to war unless he had at least a 70% chance of crushing the enemy completely. Mu Hyuk pushed him on their current odds. Then he shrugged and admitted he did not actually know the exact numbers. He just knew it was time. But Mu Hyuk promised his crew would not back down. Seeing that fire in his grandson, John T. Sun shouted for his right-hand man, Min Hyung-hoon. As soon as Min Hyung-hoon appeared, the old man barked out the order. "How many men can we deploy right now?" He told him to mobilize every single soldier they had and gave Mu Hyuk full authority over the entire army. Mu Hyuk was stunned. He tried to stop him, knowing those men were the elite guard. Their only job was to keep his grandfather safe inside the mansion walls. He insisted the guards must stay put to keep the chairman safe, but the old man just shrugged. "Do not worry about me, kid. If this old body kicks the bucket, then so be it." His eyes turned ice cold when he mentioned his lifelong rival. He said his only dying wish was to see that bastard Lee Yong-yun pay for his crimes in blood. "If I see him fall, I can die happy," he whispered. He looked at Mu Hyuk with heavy eyes and sighed. "I am so sorry for putting this huge burden on you." He felt like trash for not ending this war years ago. Now, all that weight was sitting right on his young grandson's shoulders. It was a heavy burden to carry. Mu Hyuk told him to stay calm. He would leave plenty of guards behind for protection. Besides, this district is full of corporate leaders, so the police are patrolling these streets 24/7 regardless. Mu Hyuk promised that if even a tiny fight broke out, the authorities would swarm the place. Min Hyung-hoon nodded. Go do what you have to do. We are good. The young boss nodded back, trusting his family to him. Thanks, Chief. I am counting on you. Take care of my grandfather while I am out finishing this. As night fell over the glowing city skyline, Mu Hyuk met his closest partner. She looked at him and smirked. Wow, you look like hell. When was the last time you actually slept? He ignored the chatter and cut to the chase. What is the status of Hisong Bank? Give it to me straight. She sighed, saying it was a total disaster. The debt is piling up by the hour. Honestly, if this were Hong Kong, this place would have been bankrupt and buried months ago. Mu Hyuk stayed cool. Korea is different. The government always has its fingers in the financial pie, keeping things afloat. But things are changing now that they got the bailout money. She smiled and said they just closed the deal. 51% of the shares for $500 billion. When he asked about the merger with AE Hwan Bank, she said it was smooth sailing. The government is thrilled to see both banks finally becoming one single, massive entity under our command. He was going to let the lawyers handle the math, but she shut that down fast. She wanted to run this contract herself. It was just too big and too fun. She pictured the two biggest banks in the country becoming one giant, a titan that would dominate all of Asia. So, she asked, what are we going to call this massive new monster? Mu Hyuk thought for a second, then said it loud and clear. Taesan Bank. To him, this was a gift for his grandfather, a man who spent his life as a loan shark in the shadows. He knew the name meant everything to John T. Sun. It was a sign they were finally rising above their enemies. The trap was set for the final showdown. Mu Hyuk looked down at the neon city streets and whispered to himself, all right, it is time to get this party started. Inside a luxury car, a man leaned forward. Boss, he said with total respect. I am listening. Give the word. The man with the dark red hair gave his final instructions. After this is over, you take over the company. His subordinate was shocked. Boss? What are you talking about? He tried to argue, saying the company needed him to survive. But the leader was not having it. No, you will be fine on your own. I decided this a long time ago. He lit a cigarette, his eyes looking far off into the distance. Once I get revenge for Suhai, I am done. I am hanging it up for good. He picked up the phone and called Mu Hyuk. Everything is ready on my end. After a short reply, he hung up and stepped out of the car with total focus. He stood in front of hundreds of his men and made the announcement. He looked at the crowd and growled, after tonight, we are done with the stabbing and the blood. This is the final round. Do not hold anything back. Hit them with everything you have got. Show them what happens when they mess with us. He raised his weapon and screamed to fire them up. Do not embarrass me. We are not letting some Yakuza punks take over our turf, you hear me? With a roar, the total war officially began under the city lights. A massive truck smashed through the front of the building. The leader's eyes were full of rage. Sweep the place, he ordered. Flatten every single one of them. The men swarmed in like a black tidal wave, tearing through the enemy hideout. The purge had started, and they were going to clear every single obstacle in their path. In Kobe, 13 gangs just quit the Yamaguchi family to start their own thing. Nagoya was in a total state of emergency, so no backup was coming. Deep inside the private office, a middle-aged man slammed his sword into the table. When I get back, I am killing every last one of them, he growled. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the whole building to its core. A soldier burst in, yelling for Watanabe. Watanabe spun around and barked, "What is the problem now?" The man was panicking. "It is an ambush. We are totally outnumbered. You have to get out of here right now." But Watanabe just screamed back, "Evacuate? No way. Get Lee Ion-hyung on the horn. Tell him we need backup now." He hissed, eyes burning with pure hate. Those punks, they really think they can touch me? Pure chaos exploded in the hallway as the gangs clashed like animals. One guy screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill them! Kill them all right now! Avenge Soo Hyung-hyung!" Metal rings out as they collide. A man points the way. "The path is clear! Everyone, move this way!" A lackey turns his head, confused, only to get his chest ripped open by a brutal slash. Watanabe Soru looms large with two razor-sharp blades. He flashes a wicked smirk and barks a challenge. "Come on then, step up." The henchmen charge, screaming with weapons drawn, but Pak Song-soo unloads a massive punch that sends his opponent flying backward. In the middle of the absolute carnage, he stands tall among the bodies piled at his feet. At the same time, the guy with the glasses handles a few thugs as they both turn back around. At the end of the hall, Watanabe Soru appears with that same wicked grin, a cold blade ready in his hand. His terrifying aura is so intense, the remaining henchmen start shaking. Park Jong-soo barks an order to his men. Everyone, back off! He steps forward, facing Soru in the silent corridor. Staring down his enemy, he asks coldly, "So, what are you? Yakuza? Watanabe? Or just some nobody?" Watanabe sneers with total contempt. "You punks came all this way to kill me and you do not even know what I look like? Baka Iaro! Baka Aziko! We just met and you are already annoying me." Park Young-soo grips his blade and warns his team. "I am going to turn this Watanabe guy into mincemeat. You guys handle the rest." Suddenly, Soru charges like a maniac. The sound of clashing steel echoes as the two blades lock in a desperate fight to the death. Park Jong-soo and Watanabe Soru lunge at each other in a heart-pounding, high-stakes knife fight. Metal slams against metal, sparks flying every time the sharp blades collide mid-air. They both jump back, keeping their distance, staring each other down with pure killing intent. "I heard you use the Japanese style." "Not bad," Jong-soo says, breaking the silence. Watanabe, arms covered in ink, smirks back. "Did not expect to find someone this good in Korea. I am impressed, but the party is over." His voice turns lethal as he charges like a hurricane. "That is enough. This was a hell of a fight," he screams, sounding totally hyped. Suddenly, he lands a nasty blow, stabbing Jong-soo in the ribs. Watanabe leans in close, smirking like a winner. "I win," he whispers triumphantly. But Yong-soo does not flinch. He headbutts the guy hard. While Soru is reeling, Yong-soo lunges for the kill, but the punk barely blocks it with his bare hands. Even though the wound is screaming, Yong-soo puts every last bit of strength into one final move to finish him off. After the bloodbath, Yong-soo collapses, gasping for air, his body trashed. Right then, a lackey bursts in, screaming, "Get the boss to the hospital now!" Even with blood pouring from his side, Yong-soo stays cool. "Go on, you need to finish off the rest." He fights the pain, leaning against the wall and gasping. "I'm going to rest a bit. Just give me a smoke and get out of here." "Boss," his man whispers, worried. But Yong-soo shuts him down. "I am fine. Move." He struggles to stand, legs shaking. "Hurry up." Seeing his boss is serious, the lackey nods. "Got it, boss. I will handle this and be right back." Jong-soo leans against the cold wall, his hand trembling as he pulls out his phone to call his best friend. The other side picks up fast. Mu Hyuk sounds calm as ever. "Mu Hyuk here. Yong-soo keeps it short. It is me. Watanabe is officially dead. Copy that. Thanks for the hard work. Get out of there as fast as you can. I will handle the cleanup." Then Mu Hyuk asks, sounding worried, "Are you hurt? You okay?" Right now, Park Jong-soo is slumped against the wall, bleeding out fast. He whispers into the phone, "That guy. He was a real piece of work." Mu Hyuk just sighs. "Man, you are the legendary Park Jong-soo. You tracked him down, fought him, and won." Hearing his friend's weak voice, Mu Hyuk realizes how bad it really is. "I get it," Mu Hyuk urges. "Now get out of there." But Yong-soo sounds like he is saying goodbye. "Hey, Mu Hyuk, you remember when we first met? On the hospital rooftop. You called me mister and would not tell me how old you were. Man, you were such an arrogant little brat." Jong-soo gives a weak smile. "My grandma raised me, so I only asked because I cared about you." "But you? You never listened to a word I said." His breath is fading now. He leaves one last piece of advice. "Anyway, live your life the way you want. Got it?" Mu Hyuk chokes up, yelling into the phone. "Yong-soo, Hyung." Park Yong-soo's hand suddenly goes limp. The phone clatters to the floor in the middle of the bloody scene. He slumps down, taking his last breath after giving everything to kill his enemy. Night falls over the luxury villa. Guards are everywhere. Outside, a security guy patrols, talking into his radio. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the shadows and clamps over his mouth. He does not even have time to make a sound before he is silenced for good. The raid is fast and silent. Guards are dropping like flies. In the control room, the head of security notices something weird as the monitors start glitching. "What the?" he stammers. Realizing the main gate camera is dead, he grabs his radio and barks an order. "Someone get down there and check it out right now." But right then, a cold gun barrel presses against the back of his head. Out in the hall, a massive figure marches toward the door where more guards are waiting. A sudden gunshot rings out and the guard drops instantly. Seeing the horror unfold, the guy standing next to him can only scream out, "Hey!" Glass shatters everywhere as a special ops agent kicks the door in. In the middle of the chaos, Chairman John Titian just sits there, his face completely stone cold. A henchman bursts in, panicking. "Chairman, we are under attack." He begs the man sitting in the chair. "We have to get you out of here. We need to evacuate now." Lee Eon-hyung is fuming, his face twisted with pure rage. But the special forces team swarms in, taking him down. Outside the mansion, Mu Hyuk watches the whole thing go down in silence. Boss, they say they have control of the place. Copy that, Mu Hyuk says, walking inside. It is a massacre. Bodies are everywhere, covered in blood and broken glass. He stands tall, staring down the man sitting helpless on the sofa. Looking at the man's bruised and battered face, Mu Hyuk speaks with a cold voice. It is a real pleasure to finally meet you, sir. Lee Hyung glares at him, wheezing. Are you Tishan's nephew? Mu Hyuk answers firmly. That is right. I am the son of Tran Mi-suk, the man you ordered killed. My name is Mu Hyuk. The nightmare of that crash comes flooding back the car, getting crushed under the truck in a haze of smoke and fire. Picture this, a mom clutching her baby while a killer closes in. The sight tears Mu Hyuk apart. Meanwhile, the villain sits there like a king, smirking right into Mu Hyuk's rage-filled eyes. Talk about a cold-blooded psycho. Lee Yan-hee collapses, face bruised and bloody, but his mouth is still running. He spits out bitter words, calling himself a total idiot. He glares at Mu Hyuk and growls that he should have finished him off along with that woman. Mu Hyuk stays ice cold, staring him down with a heavy question. You murdered her just to turn us into your little puppets? You stole my entire life for this? Lee Yon-hee just starts laughing like a mental patient. Normal life? Seriously? He looks at Mu Hyuk with pure disgust and mocks him. Poor kid, you act like you actually know what a normal life even means. The old man keeps twisting the knife. You finally grabbed all of Joe Taeson's cash, right? You should be thanking me, kid. None of this happens without my help. Mu Hyuk stands tall among the Blackbeard special ops, unfazed. He asks if the chairman really wants to keep up this fake dignity until his very last breath. You are awfully cocky for a guy with one foot in the grave. The loser just lets out a raspy, evil laugh. Joe Taeson will be a fun roommate in hell. Mu Hyuk pales, his heart dropping. What the hell do you mean? Lee Yan-hee smirks like a snake. You really underestimated me, did not you? Hardly anyone guarding you, and you did not think that was weird? He points out the fatal flaw. Did you really think taking them down was that easy? Mu Hyuk freezes, realizing he walked right into a psychological trap. The old man screams in a crazed frenzy. You cannot just cut ties with Joe Taeson. This is our shared destiny, baby. Do not you get it? His maniacal laughter echoes through the whole room. Panic hits Mu Hyuk. He screams for Manager Ma to call the villa immediately. Night falls over the quiet villa. A police car patrolling the empty hills suddenly screeches to a halt. The officer gasps. What the heck is that? A massive truck is parked right across the road, blocking the only way to the mansion. The cop stares in total shock, wondering why it is there. Inside the silent room, Myung-hoon asks if the plan will actually work. Chairman Joe Taeson stays quiet. Myung-hoon promises him that Mu Hyuk is ready and tells the boss he is not going anywhere. The old man sighs, looking worried. Man, I am actually starting to feel anxious for Mu Hyuk now. Taeson remembers meeting Myung-hoon at the orphanage and how fast time flies. He admits it sucks that he turned the kid into a weapon just to kill Lee Yan-hee. He feels terrible for stealing his childhood. Myung-hoon keeps it real. He says he is only alive today because of the chairman's kindness. Taeson gives his final orders. I am sorry, Myung-hoon, but after I am gone, look out for Mu Hyuk. He is going to be lonely. Myung-hoon bows, forever loyal. Suddenly, a guard bursts in, shouting that strange cars are swarming the alley near the mansion. Myung-hoon snaps into action, ordering security to make sure not even a fly gets inside. Standing by the window, Joe Taeson watches the dark sky and senses the coming storm. It is going to be a loud night. Outside, a massive war breaks out at the gates as two gangs clash. Inside, the defense starts crumbling as guards get knocked out and left for dead on the stairs. In the chaos, a masked assassin slips in with a silenced pistol. His eyes are cold, locked onto his target, Joe Taeson. Tonight is your last night on Earth. Outside, a bloody battle explodes in the dark. A truck slams into the road, blocking everything so the masked killers can jump out and strike. Gunshots rip through the air, shattering the mansion's defenses. A bodyguard screams in a total panic. They have got guns. He immediately barks orders to the team. Everyone to the front now. Inside the room, deafening explosions keep rocking the windows. Chairman Joe Taeson sits there, totally calm, even though everything is going to hell. He is stunned, thinking, a shootout in the neighborhood where the richest people in Korea live? The old man's eyes turn dark as he realizes how bad this is. I never thought my home would become a war zone. Heavy footsteps echo through the empty halls, breaking the silence. A guard rushes through the rooms but stops dead in his tracks when he sees his buddies bleeding on the floor. The guard stares in horror at the bloody scene. He pulls his gun, gritting his teeth for a fight, but a shot from the shadows drops him before he can even blink. Back in the office, Joe Taeson freezes as a massive, threatening shadow looms right behind his back. A masked killer wipes a bloody knife and mocks him coldly. What a pain. He walks toward the locked white door, wondering if Joe Taeson is hiding in there. A gloved hand slowly reaches out, grabbing the doorknob to finish off the final target of the night. But then, his eyes twitch as he feels a terrifying, murderous vibe coming from inside. The killer lets go and steps back, staring at the door with total suspicion. He shivers, breaking into a cold sweat. What the hell is in that room? A chill crawls down his spine as he realizes someone is waiting for him to step through. Inside, Myung-hoon is crouched behind the sofa, gripping his gun and ready for the fight of his life. He whispers a report to the chairman. Looks like the cops are here. Suddenly, the door creaks open, making Myung-hoon jump. Rounds of gunfire explode in the hall. The intruders get blasted and drop into pools of blood one by one. Turns out the killer used a dead guard as a shield. He stands over Myung-hoon, surprised he survived that hit. He smirks at the dying man. You must be Mr. Ha. I have heard quite a lot about you. He keeps his eyes locked on Myung-hoon. I knew we would end up face to face if you kept protecting Joe Taeson. Just did not think it would go down like this. But things are getting messy, and the cops are closing in fast. Retreat now, and I will listen to this dead man talk. Before the killer can even react, a shot tears through the air. Chairman Joe Taeson stands up, gun in hand, and opens fire. The masked killer still has the upper hand on the injured Myung-hoon. He lets out a cold, heartless sneer. Such a shame. To think I have to kill both the daughter and the father with my own hands. The news about his daughter's death hits Taeson like a truck. He stutters, what? Maybe it was just some low-level thugs who pulled the trigger back then. You really think the boss would trust some random nobodies with a hit like this? Han leveled his piece at the old man and spat a cold goodbye. See you in hell, geezer. Give your daughter my regards when you get there. Suddenly, a single thunderous shot tore through the quiet night air. The assassin took a lethal hit to the head and slumped onto the floor. Right then, the doors burst open. The chairman watched in horror as Taeson desperately clutched Myung-hoon, who was bleeding out from a devastating, life-threatening injury. He screamed like a madman. Hurry, call an ambulance, get the first aid kit, move it. News of the raid spread fast because Chairman Jang Dong had been brutally attacked. An officer reported the situation to Mu Hyuk with a heavy face. We have the area secured, but Mr. Ha did not make it. Mu Hyuk panicked, asking, what about him? Is he okay? Once the guards cleared him, Mu Hyuk stood over Lee Eon-hyun, who was gasping for air on the ground. The old man, face full of scars, suddenly started laughing like a lunatic. Pathetic. This is just ridiculous, he hissed, reflecting on a decades-long war that ended in total disaster. So, Lee Eon-hyun and Tron Tae-san finally go head-to-head, and it all ends with Myung-hoon getting hurt? Kim Mu Hyuk loomed over Lee Eon-hyun and declared coldly, the second you murdered my parents, you signed your own death warrant. You are a dead man walking. You and Azur Windsor Sayati are cooked. But the old man just flashed a nasty, cocky grin. Do not sleep on Azur Windsor Sayati. Even if I go down here, my brothers in Japan will definitely come for your head. Mu Hyuk leaned in close, delivering a crushing blow to his spirit. If you are counting on Watanabe, he went ahead to pick out a spot for you in hell. Lee Eon-hyun's eyes widened in pure terror as Mu Hyuk dropped the truth. I am the one who rigged the civil war within the Yamaguchi Gumi. Even your high-level rats in the Japanese government cannot save you now. The old man trembled, blood masking his face in disbelief. No way. Are you saying you were behind every single bit of this chaos? A Korean loan shark single-handedly crippled the entire Japanese economy? Mu Hyuk smirked with pure contempt. Believe what you want. It does not change the fact that you lost and I won. You dug your own grave the moment you dragged the prosecutors into our business. Mu Hyuk turned to Ma Sang-dae and gave a cold order. Manager Ma, hand me the gun. Ma Sang-dae looked worried and offered to do the dirty work himself. But Mu Hyuk was dead serious. No, I have to do this. This only counts if I am the one who finishes it. Seeing his subordinate hesitate, he barked, I get why you are worried. Just give it to me. Ma Sang-dae closed his eyes. Forgive me, sir. Suddenly, a final shot rang out. Lee Eon-hyun barely let out a choked gasp before his head snapped back, dead on impact from a bullet right between the eyes. Mu Hyuk glared at Ma Sang-dae with cold, piercing eyes. I know you did that for me, but do not ever go against my orders again. Do you understand? He stood silently, looking down at the corpse of his enemy who was finally silenced for good. The story ends here. Thanks for watching.